Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2549 to Chapter 2602. The Taiyi immortal realm was so vast that it was no different from a large world. After the first battle, there were less than 1/10 of the practitioners who entered the Taiyi immortal realm from the 49 battlefield of gods. There were only about 2,000 people. Perhaps the number was not spectacular. But these were all existences who had won 9 consecutive victories on the battlefield of gods. All of them could be called giants and overlords on the road to the Emperor realm. Some existences in the Emperor Ancestor realm were as transcendent as gods. It could be said that among these 2,000 practitioners, the lowest cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Of course, being able to win 9 consecutive victories with the cultivation of the peak of the 7th level of the Emperor realm meant that their combat power was bound to be incomparably heaven-defying and abnormal. Therefore, in this great hunt, not only Lin Sun became extremely vigilant and cautious, but also those arrogant and domineering characters in the outside world became low-key and tolerant. This undoubtedly made the atmosphere of the entire Taiyi immortal realm more oppressive and dangerous. At this time, after releasing the messaging talisman, Gu Banzwang and the others only waited for less than a quarter of an hour. Under the distant sky, dazzling and blazing escape lights appeared one after another. These escape lights moved through the void at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the mountain area where Gu Banzwang and the others were hiding. Then, 2 groups of figures appeared. They were the experts from the Li clan and the Yun clan. There were more than 30 people gathered together. If Gu Banzwang and the others were included, the number alone had reached nearly 50. In the Taiyi immortal realm, it was definitely a terrible lineup that could make any strong practitioner flee. It's just to deal with Lin Sun. Do you need us 3 emperor clans to act together? A man in black, who was the leader of the Li clan, said. He stood straight like a spear, his face was like a jade crown, and his eyes were like the beginning of chaos, flowing with clear and turbid air, which was extremely terrifying. On his back was a huge axe that was 2 meters long. It was completely black, and its blade was dazzling and bright. Li Henshui, the emperor ancestor of the Li clan. In terms of combat power, he was above Nan Yongqiang and Gu Banzwang. Gu Banzwang pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were charming, and her fair body exuded a fatal charm. Brother Henshui, Nan Yongqiang and others have all been killed. You are powerful and don't be afraid of Lin Sun, but I am afraid of him. I have no choice but to ask you and Brother Luohong for help. Her sweet voice drifted through the air like a devilish tune that plucked at the heartstrings, and it caused the auras of those cultivators that had just arrived here to roil while their vital blood heated up, and their mouths went dry. This woman was simply a source of calamity. Only one person remained unmoved. That was Yin Luohong, who Gu Banzwang had addressed as Brother Luohong. He was the leader of the Yun clan and was also an emperor ancestor. His clothes were whiter than snow, his figure was imposing and robust, his eyes were icy cold, and his entire body was coiled with a sharp aura that caused one's heart to tremble. He was like a divine sword that pierced through the sky and looked down proudly upon the 9 heavens. Where is he? Yun Luohong didn't waste his breath and asked directly. His voice was sonorous like the howl of a sword, and it seemed capable of tearing apart one's eardrums and mind. Don't you want to discuss countermeasures? Gu Banzwang blinked her watery eyes. Our 3 great clans combined are enough to sweep through the entire Taiyi immortal realm. What strategy do we need? Just crush them, Li Henshui, who carried a giant axe and was dressed in black, said with a smile. His words were full of confidence and disdain. Although Yun Luohong didn't speak, his expression was cold and indifferent, without any fluctuation. Obviously, he didn't object to Li Henshui's suggestion. Gu Banzwang thought for a moment, then revealed a smile that could captivate all living things, and said, then. I'll listen to you. Come with me. As she spoke, she led the way. Watching her charming, slender, and graceful figure go away, many people's throats and eyes went dry, and they secretly swallowed their saliva. It was just a figure, but it was full of charm that made one's imagination run wild. The lineup of Gu Banzwang, Li Henshui, and Yun Luohong was mighty and extremely shocking, and it couldn't be concealed at all. Not long after they started moving, they alarmed some cultivators along the way and attracted their attention. The forces of 3 of the 4 clans of the East Emperor have gathered together. Are they going to deal with Lin Sun? Some people hid far away, their hearts trembling. They're definitely going to deal with Lin Sun. Only such a peerless and ruthless person can make the three great immortal emperor clans mobilize such a large force. If they were dealing with an ordinary person, there would be no need to do so. It seems that the crushing defeat of the Nan clan has sounded the alarm, and the three great immortal emperor clans don't dare to be negligent. Speaking of which, that Lin Sun is really terrifying. He's just one person, but he killed the Nan clan on the battlefield of the gods until they could only lower their heads. All sorts of voices sounded, but no one dared to stay. After sensing the movements of the three great immortal emperor clans, they immediately retreated far away, not daring to get close for fear of being implicated. It should be known that this was the Tai immortal realm, and everyone was prey. If they were killed by the three great immortal emperor clans, then their deaths would be too worthless. And as these cultivators left, they also spread the news, like a storm that swept through the Tai immortal realm. Along with the crushing defeat of the Nan clan, Lin Sun's strength had long been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Everyone knew that he was an extremely dangerous opponent, and could not be judged by common sense. And the power of the three great immortal emperor clans, the Li clan, the Yun clan, and the Gu clan was also not to be trifled with. If they joined forces, they could sweep through the Tai immortal realm, and make people flee at the mere sight of them. Now, between Lin Sun and the three great immortal emperor clans, a killing calamity would erupt, and it would be difficult not to attract attention. In the Tai immortal realm, every cultivator's movements were not fixed. In other words, if one wanted to survive in the Tai immortal realm, almost no one dared to stay in one place for too long. Because no matter how powerful the concealment method was, it would still be detected by opponents who had mastered mysterious techniques. At that time, it would be obviously too late to leave. Lin Sun was no exception. Previously, after sensing that Gu Banzwang and the others were hiding, he immediately left. His figure flickered, and he restrained his aura, moving stealthily between the boundless mountains and rivers. Not only was he avoiding some possible killing calamity, but he was also searching for prey. Soon, Lin Sun suddenly stopped in the void, and his eyes looked towards the waist of a steep mountain several thousand zhang away. There was a waterfall, a spring, and an old pine tree, but there was no one there. But in Lin Sun's eyes, he saw a figure standing on the old pine tree. When Lin Sun looked over, the figure also raised his head, and looked at him from afar. Then, he smiled and said, "Brother Lin, we meet again." This person was dressed in white, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He had a wild bearing, and there was a 7-inch golden coffin floating above his head. It was Song Fuxing. He was a peerless, ruthless person who had been on the wanted list for 18,000 years before Lin Sun entered the vast thousand-battle domain. He stood under the pine tree with his hands behind his back, and his body was filled with an oppressive loneliness. His arrogance was filled with a domineering air. "You want to fight?" Lin Sun asked. Song Fuxing shook his head and said, "If you want to fight, then there's no need to talk nonsense. I just want to remind Brother Lin that a killing calamity has come for you. It's said that the experts of the Li clan, Yun clan, and Gu clan have joined forces, and are looking for your traces in this Tai celestial realm." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, and he couldn't understand what Song Fuxing meant. Song Fuxing sighed and said, "I just can't bear for someone like you to die in this god's relic. I only hope that you can survive this killing calamity. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left. It seemed that he really just came to remind Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Thank you." Song Fuxing waved his hand without turning his head, and said, "In this Tai celestial realm, there's no lack of people more terrifying than the 4 Eastern Imperial clans. Brother Lin, you need to be careful." After saying that, his figure had already disappeared into the horizon. People more terrifying than the 4 Eastern Imperial clans. Lin Sun's black eyes slightly narrowed. There was a huge number of cultivators participating in the god's relic this time. Before Lin Sun came, he only remembered those forces that were hostile to him. Apart from that, he really didn't know how many powerful characters were participating in the god's ruins and who they were. At this moment, Song Fuxing's reminder also made Lin Sun start to face this problem seriously. One should know that Song Fuxing was once a ruthless character ranked first on the wanted list. After arriving at Chaotian City, his name was even left on the domain battle stele. To be able to get such a peerless figure to remind him, one could imagine that there were definitely some terrifying opponents in the Tai immortal realm that he had overlooked. However, Lin Sun was not in the mood to think about it now. He was thinking about the killing tribulation that Song Fuxing mentioned. The Li clan, the Gu clan, and the Yun clan had joined hands. Looks like the miserable defeat of the Nan clan has already caused them to arouse vigilance, and they've taken me to be a great enemy. Then let's see who lives and who dies. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. In the next moment, green wood and red fire Taoist bodies flew out together and headed in the same direction. Lin Sun's original body flew in another direction. Just 10 minutes later, a group of figures turned into divine rainbows and appeared at the place where Lin Sun originally stood. The one in the lead was Gu Banzwang. She glanced around with her beautiful eyes and suddenly frowned. The situation is not right. The aura of this kid has gone in 2 directions. It seems that he has already noticed that something is wrong. It's very likely that he has displayed a doppelganger. Can you determine which direction is the direction that his original body is fleeing to? Li Henshui's eyes flashed and asked quickly. If this kid is using a doppelganger, then the aura and the original body's aura are the same. It's impossible to determine the difference. Gu Banzwang was extremely confident in her tracking skills, but under such circumstances, she couldn't help but feel that it was a little tricky. Then let's act separately, Yun Luohong, who had always been silent, said. Perhaps, this is what he wants to see? If we act separately, it's tantamount to being divided by him. Even if we catch up with his original body, the threat to him will be reduced by half. A haze appeared between Gu Banzwang's eyebrows. She had expected that Lin Sun would not be easy to deal with, but she didn't expect that just tracking and dealing with him would cause such a tricky situation. Library of Literature. Gu Banzwang's words made the atmosphere a lot more gloomy. No one thought that Lin Sun was so cunning. But at the same time, after using a doppelganger, the power of his body will be weakened a lot, and it will be easier to kill him. Li Henshui pondered, let's do it this way. I will take people to act with Banzwang and others, and Brother Luohong will take people in another direction. Yun Luohong didn't express his opinion. But Gu Banzwang objected, it's better for me to act with Brother Luohong. You don't trust me? Li Henshui's face was a little gloomy. Gu Banzwang smiled sweetly and said in a gentle voice, I think Brother Henshui's strength is enough to deal with all kinds of situations. On the contrary, Brother Luohong and I can guarantee that nothing will go wrong. As she said, she threw a piece of black horn to Li Henshui and said, this is the life bone of a unicorn. With this treasure, we can sense Lin Sun's breath. Li Henshui took it in his hand, played with it a little, and snorted coldly, then let's have a try and see who can kill the little bastard's body. After saying that, he took people and whistled away. Brother Luohong, shall we also act? Gu Banzwang asked charmingly. Yun Luohong glanced at her and said, you really can't distinguish the breath of Lin Sun's body? Gu Banzwang smiled lightly, although I can't distinguish it, I can roughly infer that the strength of Brother Henshui is enough to easily kill a doppelganger of Lin Sun, and we can act together and kill his body. In this way, the fortune of this boy will be obtained by us. Yun Luohong said expressionlessly, if you dare to plot against me, I will. Gu Banzwang hurriedly said, I promise that I will not dare to have any other ideas. Yun Luohong nodded, and without any more nonsense, he took the people of Yun clan and directly began to act. Gu Banzwang hurriedly took people to follow, but she laughed in her heart. She didn't tell Yun Luohong that the direction Li Henshui and others were chasing was the direction where Lin Sun's body was most likely to appear. The reason why she did this was very simple. Gu Banzwang was afraid. She had learned a lot about Lin Sun and his achievements, and had long regarded him as an extremely dangerous enemy. Originally, she did intend to unite all the forces to deal with Lin Sun. But when Gu Banzwang sensed Lin Sun's aura fleeing in 2 different directions, he realized that Lin Sun might have noticed their pursuit. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly the safest way to test the combat power of Lin Sun with the help of Li Henshui and others. In short, this was killing with a borrowed knife. As for Lin Sun's fortune, Gu Banzwang didn't care about it at all. Because even if they managed to obtain such good fortune, they would still have to hand it over to the Donghuang clan. The 4 clans of the Donghuang royal clan basically had no chance at all. As for whether she would be blamed by Li Henshui in the future, Gu Banzwang didn't care much about it. She had said at that time that it was impossible to judge which direction Lin Sun's real body fled to. Elder, could it be that you haven't noticed? Gu Banzwang obviously has other plans. As they pursued, a clansman of the Li clan couldn't help but warn them. However, Li Henshui laughed, his eyes flashing. No matter how scheming that bitch is, she definitely wouldn't dare to harm us in this matter. If I'm not wrong, what we're chasing this time is most likely a clone of Lin Sun. Elder, if that's the case, even if we kill Lin Sun's clone of the Great Path, we won't get anything. Wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting our efforts? The clansmen of the Li clan all revealed expressions of indignation. Don't worry, Lin Sun isn't that easy to deal with. In my opinion, Gu Banzwang and the others won't be able to kill Lin Sun in a short period of time. Li Henshui's expression revealed a hint of conceit. But we're different. After we kill Lin Sun's clone, we can go and meet up with Gu Banzwang and the others. If she really dares to take all the battle merits for herself, she'll have to see if our Li clan agrees to it. Everyone immediately relaxed. Buzz after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The black beast horn in Li Henshui's hand suddenly produced a strange tremor. He immediately became spirited and waved his hand. Prepare for battle. Instantly, the group of people stopped in the void. This was a boundless mountain range. Immortal mist was like clouds, drifting between heaven and earth. As far as the eye could see, it was vast and empty. Relying on the senses of the black horn, Li Henshui immediately looked towards the depths of the mountain range. There was a low mountain there, bare and very inconspicuous. But as an emperor ancestor, Li Henshui sensed an almost imperceptible ripple of restrictive aura at that moment. It was very subtle, almost invisible. If it wasn't for the black beast horn's reminder, even Li Henshui couldn't help but doubt whether he could catch this trace of restriction fluctuation. Everyone be careful. Although this is Lin Sun's clone, it absolutely can't be underestimated. Don't fail miserably in an easy task. Li Henshui reminded them secretly. As he spoke, he silently removed the enormous axe that he carried on his back and held it in his hand while his vital energy circulated to its limit in secret. There were a total of 19 clansmen of the Li clan beside him. All of them were experienced in battle and had experienced blood. There was no need for him to remind them, they had already quietly circulated their qi. Let's go. Li Henshui took the lead and rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Behind him, a group of clansmen followed closely. When they moved in the void, they were like a group of shadows, not making a single sound. But this scene was all seen by a pair of eyes. Thousands of miles away, in the depths of a large river, a formation plate appeared in Lin Sun's palm. The formation plate reflected a light screen, impressively reflecting the figures of Li Henshui and the others. It seems that I can harvest a batch first. Lin Sun's eyes were deep, and he quietly stood up from the bottom of the river. Originally, after being reminded by Tsang Fuxing and being aware of this killing disaster, he planned to take a roundabout battle. First, he used the method of the Great Path doppelganger and himself to act separately, so as to achieve the goal of dividing the opponent. In this way, he could greatly weaken the threat from the opponent. And at this moment, what he had set up was a trap. On the peak of the mountain, he had set up a restriction formation, and left a trace of his own will in the formation to attract the attention of the enemy. And he was lurking at the bottom of the river thousands of miles away, using the formation plate to communicate with the power of the formation, to observe the traces and number of the opponent. If the opponent's number was large, he would retreat at the first instance. If the opponent's formation was not much of a threat, then this trap would become a true killing disaster, giving the enemy a fatal blow. Obviously, in Lin Sun's view, although Li Henshui and the others were a threat, they were not very serious. So, he decided to pull in the net, until they were thousands of feet away from the low mountain peak. Li Henshui and the others quietly stopped, fanning out, and sealed off all directions. When I give the order, attack this mountain with all your strength, do you hear me? Li Henshui transmitted, a murderous spirit surging in his eyes. At this moment, he was actually a little nervous, a little excited, and a little expectant. Although the opponent was very likely only a Great Path doppelganger, but after all, it was one with Lin Sun, and this Lin Sun was a peerless and ruthless person, causing the Nan clan to suffer a great loss. The nearby clansmen of the Li clan nodded and gathered their strength as they waited. Do it. Taking a deep breath, Li Henshui suddenly waved the huge axe in his hand. Bang, an axe light that seemed to be on the verge of splitting the heavens flashed up, and it was over 3 kilometers long. It tore through the sky and carried the vast and powerful energy of azure lightning as it struck towards the low mountain peak. This axe hadn't even descended when the sounds of gods chanting scriptures and ghosts howling resounded out from space, and it was obvious how terrifying this strike was. At the same time, the other 10+ Li clan clansmen had already made a move in unison. Bang, this expanse of the heavens and the earth was in chaos, and it fell into a great torrent of destruction. Various blazing and resplendent Dao arts were mixed with the monstrous might of numerous emperor weapons, and it was like a heavenly river that had burst its banks as it charged out from all directions. When looked at from afar, this expanse of the heavens and the earth was illuminated. The might of such a full-force strike was utterly indescribable. The mountain instantly melted and transformed into boundless ash that dispersed into the surroundings, and everything in the world fell into destruction as if they'd been fiercely wiped out by the hand of the heavens. Bang! The rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth instantly resounded in the 9 heavens and swept towards the surroundings, and the torrent of energy that was like a landslide and a tsunami swept out, and it seemed as if it intended to flatten the boundless mountains and rivers. After a long time, the surging dust and dirt that covered the heavens and the earth gradually dispersed. Not to mention a clone, even a Dao ancestor would be instantly annihilated by such an attack. It's utterly impossible to resist. A wisp of an arc arose on the corners of Li Henshui's mouth. But in the next moment, this arc froze on the corners of his mouth. In his divine sense, the short mountain that was covered in the energy of restrictions had really been obliterated, and even a bottomless chasm had been blasted open on the ground. However, there wasn't a trace of Lin Sun's figure within it. Even if he'd died, there ought to be some traces left behind. Yet now, the expanse of the heavens and the earth that had been destroyed was completely empty. Elder, Lin Sun's Dao clone doesn't seem to be here at all. The other clansmen of the Li clan recovered from their shock, and their expressions changed indeterminately. But this black beast horn is clearly pointing towards this place. Li Henshui frowned as he flipped open his palm to reveal the black horn that Gu Banswing gave him. Right at this instant. The black horn droned violently as if it had suffered an irritation. Subsequently, a shrill cry resounded. The figure of a clansman of the Li clan that stood nearby suddenly exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered as he perished in both body and soul. This was an extremely experienced 9th realm ancestor at the Perfection realm, and he was able to obtain 9 consecutive victories in the arena. From this, it could be seen how strong his cultivation was, and it was far from what an ordinary peak grade emperor could compare to. However, he was caught off guard and died on the spot. This sudden scene caused Li Henshui and the others to feel a chill run down their spines, and their scalps almost exploded. All of them realized that the situation wasn't good. But before they could react, another unexpected change occurred in the battlefield. P.S. There will be more updates at night. Li Hengxi. Xianxia was an 8th level martial emperor. His cultivation was extremely profound, comparable to Nan Tianzhong. His combat power was extremely strong. When he sensed that something was wrong, he activated his cultivation and instinctively activated all his cultivation to defend. However, right at this instant, a fist smashed down like a divine mountain descending from the heavens, and his cultivation and defensive treasures actually instantly shattered like paper. When Li Hengxi wanted to dodge, it was too late. He could only watch as the fist came crashing down. Bang! His head, neck, chest, were all in a straight line, and they were crushed by this punch as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The terrifying force of the punch even evaporated the rain of blood that sprayed out. Li Qingbi. Like Li Hengxi, Xianxia was an emperor Xianxia. However, her cultivation had reached the perfection of the 8th level martial emperor realm. She was seen as a pearl of the Li clan. She was highly valued by the elders of the clan. They thought that with her cultivation, she had a high chance of becoming the Xianxia emperor ancestor. When the change happened, she instinctively dodged without hesitation based on her sense of danger. However, Countless strands of dense sword chi suddenly surged into appearance from all directions, and they seemed to cover the heavens and the earth as they completely drowned her peerlessly graceful and slender figure. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar of sword chi, Li Qingbi was sliced into pieces by the countless sword chi. As though she had suffered the cruelest death by 1,000 cuts in the world, not even her bones were left. Li Yutong, a 9th-level martial ancestor who was only one step away from mastering a complete Great Dao. He wore a mysterious emperor puppet. His defensive power was shocking. However, in an instant, he was smashed into pieces by a cauldron. The emperor puppet exploded, and even his soul dissipated at the same time. Other than that, there were 3 other Li clan members who died. They were either killed by the sword chi, smashed into pieces by the palm, or swept away by the fist force. All of this happened at almost the same time. It was too fast. Almost as soon as Li Hingshui and the others sensed that something was wrong, this sudden killing calamity erupted. It was terrifying to an unimaginable extent. Li Hingshui's reaction was not slow. However, he did not expect that such a monstrous killing calamity would suddenly erupt against a clone. All of a sudden, he was caught unprepared. Only then did he see clearly that the Great Path doppelganger that he had expected to belong to Lin Sun was not just one. There were 4 of them. Moreover, one of the sword cauldrons floating above his head was obviously not a doppelganger, but Lin himself. Damn it, I've been tricked. Li Hingshui's face darkened and his eyes almost popped out. He let out a roar and rushed towards Lin Sun like a furious ancient beast. Boom! He brandished the giant axe in his hand, stirring up tens of thousands of Dao Radiant's natural laws. It was as if the heavens were being split open. The terrifying emperor ancestor might made this world tremble, the void rumble and collapse. Clang! Lin Sun resisted with abyssal sword cauldron, which made Li Hingshui stagger. Li Hingshui's face changed again. He finally understood why someone as powerful as Nan Yongqiang was killed by Lin Sun in the battle of defending the arena. This kid's combat strength has really reached a level where he can shake and suppress an imperial ancestor. It's too heaven-defying. Dash! No. At this instant, 2 more screams resounded from afar. 2 more clansmen of the Li clan had been blasted to death, and they'd died on the battlefield. In fact, the battlefield was already in chaos at this moment. Those clansmen of the Li clan had suffered such a bloody and terrifying attack. Although they reacted extremely quickly, they could not withstand Lin Sun's violent suppression. It should be known that every doppelganger of his was reconstructed by the Great Path Furnace scripture, and the power they possessed now was not inferior to that of his original body. At the beginning, when Lin Sun's original body and these doppelgangers attacked, he had already urged his combat strength to the extreme without holding back at all. How could that kind of power be ordinary? At this moment, only a moment had passed, 9 clansmen of the Li clan had died, and it should be known that there were originally 19 clansmen of the Li clan. In other words, in just a moment, nearly half of the Li clan had died. This bloody scene was like the haze of death covering the battlefield, and it was constantly reaping lives. It stimulated the remaining clansmen of the Li clan to roar repeatedly as if they had gone mad. The scene was extremely chaotic. Some tried to stay far away and escape from this situation of being ceaselessly suppressed, yet their attempts ended in failure repeatedly. Lin Sun's 3 doppelgangers were like a formation of 3. The might they emanated completely enveloped the clansmen of the Li clan, and it was utterly impossible for them to turn the situation around in a short period of time. Someone didn't hesitate to activate his trump card, causing a strand of terrifying will that belonged to an eternal figure to appear, and it pressed down upon this expanse of the heavens and the earth to the point of showing signs of collapse. However, before this will could exert its might, it was torn apart by a blade that was mottled with rust, and it transformed into a rain of light that covered the sky before shattering. This blade came from the Nan clan, and it was originally an eternal Dao weapon. Even though it was severely damaged, it could still be considered as a secret treasure with great lethality. However, at the same time, the blade collapsed along with it. In the end, it was a heavily damaged treasure, and the energy it contained was limited. A wisp of madness flashed in the eyes of Li Hingshui, who was in battle with Lin Sun's original body when he witnessed this scene. Ha! Between Li Hingshui's palms and fingers, an extremely dazzling golden light suddenly surged out. Upon a closer look, It was a wooden statue that was less than half a foot tall, and it sat upright on the auspicious cloud. The statue sat cross-legged with an ancient face that seemed to be smiling and crying, and its hands that were clasped at its abdomen formed a strange ancient seal. The endless dazzling golden light surged out from this statue, and it revealed a brilliant and boundless aura of immortality, causing this expanse of heaven and earth to be enveloped in a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. Lin Sun and his 3 doppelgangers who were in battle with the enemy all stiffened, and they felt a fatal danger. Undoubtedly, the statue that Li Henshui summoned at this moment was an extremely terrifying trump card, and it was filled with taboo power. At this moment, the clansmen of the Li clan all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their eyes glowed with a trace of fanaticism, as if they had absolute confidence in the statue. As Li Henshui recited a strange and obscure incantation, his strength was actually madly absorbed by the statue in his hand. The blazing light of immortality that emerged around the statue became more and more brilliant, and the aura it released became more and more terrible. It was faintly visible that the closed eyes of the statue seemed to be about to open. Boom! Without any delay, Lin Sun activated the abyssal sword cauldron, trying to stop all this. But with a deafening roar, the abyssal sword cauldron was shaken back by the golden light of immortality released by the statue, and could not get close to it at all. "Little bastard, you can die in peace under the immortal golden body left by the ancestor of our clan." Li Henshui looked crazy. His aura surged, and all his strength was absorbed by the statue called Immortal Golden Body like a great river. Lin Sun waved his hand and threw out a jade talisman. In an instant, a phantom of a spear surrounded by immortality roared out. What was imprinted in it was the aura of the myriad transformation spear. Like the previous rusty blade, this was also a trump card of the Nan clan, and it was displayed by Lin Sun at this time. However, with a rumble, the phantom of the spear was blocked by the blazing golden light, and then it exploded inch by inch and dissipated into thin air. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. This attack, which was a serious threat to the ancestor of the emperor, was still unable to shake the statue of the immortal golden body. "Ha ha ha, it's useless. No matter how much you struggle, it's futile." Li Henshui laughed wildly. The other clansmen of the Li clan sneered as well. This statue was actually the remains of an immortal realm ancestor of their clan. It was said to be indestructible and possessed unbelievably terrifying power. Ordinary trump cards could not shake it at all. Boom! Suddenly, the statue seemed to have accumulated enough power, and it suddenly released a golden light of immortality that shot into the sky, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. The closed eyes of the statue trembled slightly, and then it slowly opened. An indescribably terrifying power spread out, oppressing the sky to the point that it trembled, and everything showed signs of collapse. The scene caused all the clansmen of the Li clan to tremble, and their minds surged. It was as if they were witnessing the awakening of their ancestor after countless years, and he had returned to the world, at this moment. Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said, "This treasure belongs to me, Lin Sun, from today onwards." His voice was still drifting through the air. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen, and the heavens and the earth fell into a momentary silence. This was naturally the forbidden divine ability. At this moment, Lin Sun appeared in front of Li Henshui and slapped his palm down. Bang! Li Henshui, whose strength had already been absorbed by the statue, was smashed into pieces like a piece of paper. At the same time, the abyssal sword cauldron descended, suppressing the divine statue within it. Its half-opened eyes were once again shut at this moment. Everything happened in an instant. When the clansmen of the Li clan reacted, they saw the scene of Li Henshui's body exploding into pieces, and they saw the scene of the statue being taken by Lin Sun with the abyssal sword cauldron. "No!" All of them cried out involuntarily as if they were struck by lightning. Their expressions changed wildly, as if they were grieving for the death of their parents, and they were about to go crazy. This change was too great, and it was like a dream. In the blink of an eye, everything had been reversed. The scene of the immortal golden body easily killing Lin Sun was also destroyed, and it would never happen again. At the same time, Lin Sun felt completely relieved, and his body was completely relaxed. The aura released by the statue was like a sharp blade against his throat, and he felt a fatal threat. There was no doubt that if the statue's power was completely released, it could easily kill Lin Sun in an instant. Fortunately, all of this was stopped by the forbidden divine ability, and it didn't really happen. There was no delay. Lin Sun activated the abyssal sword cauldron and attacked the clansmen of the Li clan. But the three doppelgangers were faster than him. While the clansmen of the Li clan were shocked, they seized the opportunity to attack with all their strength. This time, Lin Sun didn't intend to let any of the clansmen of the Li clan go. P.S. Here's a patch. Blood splashed everywhere. Screams shook the sky. The mountains and rivers that had already collapsed in the battle were showing a scene of death like purgatory. Boom, Lin Sun and the three Tao bodies fought wildly. All kinds of power overlapped and covered the sky, showing a momentum of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Before long, 4 more Li clansmen were killed in the battlefield. Some were killed by the sword rain. Some were smashed by the abyssal sword cauldron. Some were incinerated by the terrible Taoism. In the process, some people used their trump cards, but they were either avoided by Lin Sun in time or resolved by Lin Sun's own trump cards. In fact, Lin Sun had confirmed in the battle that the abyssal sword cauldron, which had refined and absorbed many immortal substances over the years, could completely resist some so-called trump cards. For example, the immortal willpower imprinted in the jade talisman and the secret treasures containing the power of order could be resisted by the abyssal sword cauldron. In other words, the abyssal sword cauldron, which had been nourished by the power of order and absorbed many immortal substances over the years, had become extremely magical and was no longer an ordinary emperor weapon. Therefore, after Li Henshui's death, the battle was completely one-sided. At this time only 3 Li clansmen were struggling to hold on. Crack, the thick cyan shield cracked and exploded. An opponent at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm was directly smashed by Lin Sun's fist. Under the terrible fist force, the opponent's whole body exploded. Let's go. The remaining 2 people rushed madly, trying to kill their way out of the encirclement. Suddenly, Lin Sun's 3 Tao bodies swarmed up and launched a fatal attack on one of them. Boom, as the divine radiance swept out, that person's soul was directly blown away and scattered. Lin Sun was just about to deal with the last opponent, but he suddenly noticed something. He stopped and frowned. The next moment, he decisively abandoned the fleeing opponent, and together with the 3 Tao bodies, he collected the spoils on the battlefield, turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the battlefield that showed signs of destruction, the last Li clansman couldn't help but be surprised. His expression kept changing, as if he couldn't believe that Lin Sun would let him go so easily. After that, his gaze swept the battlefield, and he was completely stunned as he gazed at the mountains and rivers that had been destroyed like ruins. His mind had completely collapsed. He was the only one left. The clansmen by his side had already turned into ashes and vanished from this world. Indescribable anger, fear, grief, and despair drowned him like a tide. When Gu Banzwang and Yin Luohong rushed over with their clansmen, they saw such a scene. The expressions of Gu Banzwang and the others changed while their pupils dilated. How could they not understand that a bloody and cruel battle had erupted here before they arrived here? As for Li Henshui and the others, it was extremely likely that they had already died. What about Li Henshui and the others? Gu Banzwang took a deep breath and asked, and he seemed to still be in disbelief. Dead, they're all dead. The lonely clan member seemed as if he was possessed. He sat paralyzed on the ruins of the mountains and rivers, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Gu Banzwang and the others looked at each other, and their hearts were filled with great shock. There was a total of 19 people in Li Henshui's group, and every single one of them possessed a combat strength that an ordinary figure couldn't compare to. Yet now, only a single person remained. It was Lin Sun? Gu Banzwang couldn't help but ask. Who else could it be besides him? The Li clan member's entire body trembled, and he seemed to have recalled a terrifying and bloody scene, causing him to howl sorrowfully like a wild beast. It's all of you. It's all of your fault. We agreed that we were only going to kill a clone, but all of this was fake. It was fake. His voice shook the heavens and the earth, and the dense despair and rage within it caused the expressions of Gu Banzwang and the others to change indeterminately. How could I have imagined that even Li Henshui wasn't a match for him? Gu Banzwang sighed lightly while her charming and delicate face became much gloomier. According to her knowledge, Li Henshui possessed a trump card that was like a taboo, and it was a divine statue refined from the eternal gold body that possessed boundlessly terrifying might. But it was under such circumstances that Li Henshui had died. This was undoubtedly a grievous news, and it caused Gu Banzwang's mood to become even heavier. Besides his heaven-defying battle prowess, this lad must possess an extremely troublesome trump card. Otherwise, Li Henshui wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Yun Luohong spoke, his expression as indifferent as before, but his eyes had already been replaced by a solemn look. Show us what you saw using a secret technique. Gu Banzwang looked at the Li clan member. She was eager to know how Lin Sun had killed Li Henshui and the others. The Li clan member roared hoarsely, so what if I show you? Can you kill Lin Sun? Can you? Being questioned in such a manner, Gu Banzwang and the others felt a little embarrassed. In the battle to defend the arena, the Nan clan had suffered a crushing defeat. And now, the Li clan had been killed to the point where only one person was left. All of this was enough to prove how dangerous and terrifying Lin Sun was. Under such circumstances, could the Gu clan and Yun clan really suppress Lin Sun with their strength alone? Everyone couldn't help but be shaken. Haha, you can't either. In the great void immortal realm, no one can kill Lin Sun, no one. The Li clan member stood up and staggered away like a madman. As he walked further and further away, his sorrowful voice reverberated endlessly between heaven and earth. Brother Luohong, what should we do? Gu Banzwang looked at Yun Luohong with her beautiful eyes. Yun Luohong fell into a rare silence. Previously, he had led people and Gu Banzwang to chase after Lin Sun in another direction, but in the end, they had failed. Until just now, when they suddenly received Li Henshui's jade talisman for help, they rushed over without hesitation. But it was clear that they were a step too late. This lad is too dangerous. If we continue to chase, I'm afraid there will be more and more casualties. After a long time, Yun Luohong spoke in a low voice, a gloomy expression on his face. For a Dao ancestor from the seventh heaven to say such words was no different from admitting his inferiority. The Gu clan and Yun clan members all felt their chests tighten, and their moods sank. That Lin Sun was really impossible to defeat. This made them feel very uncomfortable. It's good to give up. Gu Banzwang looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She stretched out her hand and patted her towering snow-white breasts. In any case, there are still some immortals standing guard outside the ruins of the gods. If Lin Sun really leaves this place alive, it will definitely be difficult for him to resist the killing intent of those immortals. Isn't it too shameful to admit defeat like this? Someone couldn't help but ask. Gu Banzwang's beautiful eyes widened. Shameful? Alright, why don't you continue to court death? That person immediately shut up. Let's do it like this. This matter ends here. Yun Luohong made a decision. His expression was as cold and indifferent as before, but when he made this decision, an indescribable sense of frustration surged in his heart. He was just a peak 8th stage great emperor from the ancient path of the stars, but he had caused the 4 eastern imperial clans to suffer heavy casualties, and they had no choice but to give up on the pursuit. This was indeed too shameful. If this matter spread out, the prestige of the 4 eastern imperial clans would suffer a heavy blow, and they were destined to become the laughingstock of the eternal true world. But there was no other way. There was really no other way. When they truly fought against Lin Sun, they realized how terrifying and heaven-defying he was. He was so strong that even the emperor ancestor's heart palpitated in fear. Lin Sun did not know that the Gu clan and the Yun clan had already given up on the idea of continuing to chase after him. At that moment, he appeared in the depths of a golden desert filled with blue immortal fog. After instructing Xiaowu to set up the formation, Lin Sun immediately sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. He swallowed bottles of rare spirit pills and medicines in one go. In the previous battle, he had used up a lot of his energy, and he urgently needed to recover. However, this battle had also given Lin Sun an extremely generous reward. On the message talisman, there were 18 more battle achievements. In total, he had 21 battle achievements. Apart from that, the treasures and cultivation resources that Li Henshui and the others carried also became Lin Sun's spoils of war. Their value was so great that it was impossible to estimate, and the most attractive thing to Lin Sun was undoubtedly the statue suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron. Less than half a foot high, it sat cross-legged, and its whole body showed a kind of dark color. The face of the statue was simple and unsophisticated. Its eyes were closed tightly, and its expression seemed to be smiling and crying. Its hands were clasped together on its abdomen, forming a strange handprint, giving people a strange and mysterious atmosphere. Lin Sun now knew that this was a statue made from the remains of an immortal figure. It was well preserved, and could be called a real immortal body. It was said that such remains had been soaked and tempered by the immortal power for many years, and could already be called a kind of immortal substance. After all, this was the remains of an immortal figure, and although this statue was only half a foot high, it was equivalent to condensing the power of the immortal golden body to the extreme. For anyone, it could be called a supreme treasure. Even if it was seen by an immortal figure, they would fight madly for it. At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that in this statue, there was an unimaginably strong will power. What Li Henshui tried his best to awaken was this will power. Lin Sun had no doubt that if the immortal statue was awakened at that time, it could absolutely kill him easily. Because it was too powerful, it was far beyond Lin Sun's understanding of immortal figures. Unfortunately, such a treasure was not something that Lin Sun could use. Because to awaken the will power, it needed the power of the bloodline of the Li clan, and outsiders could not activate it at all. But Lin Sun did not care about this. In his eyes, this immortal statue was a huge treasure made of immortal substance, which could be used as nourishment to refine the abyssal sword cauldron. As for the silent will power, it would also be refined along with the immortal statue, and then gradually obliterated by the abyssal sword cauldron, and there was no possibility for it to recover. Several hours later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation, and his breath had recovered to the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. There are less than 2 days left. Lin Sun stood up, and after thinking for a while, he decided to continue. Now there was only the power of the Gu clan and the Yun clan left, and he intended to take advantage of these 2 days to destroy them in one go. Lin Sun's character had always been one of those who didn't offend him. If someone offended him, sorry, no matter who you were or where you came from, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. In addition to Gu clan and Yun clan, Lin Sun also had some other enemies in mind, such as Wen, Heng, Luo, Zhu, and other immortal emperor clans. These forces had made a declaration in Chaotian City that as long as Lin Sun dared to appear in the battlefield of gods, they would kill him without mercy. Lin Sun would not be polite to them. Others were not afraid of tickles because they had too many lice, but he was fearless because he had too many enemies. Clang, Lin Sun flicked his finger, and the abyssal sword cauldron rang out. The next moment, he had disappeared in the vast desert. Be careful, there is only a day left, we must not be careless. In a valley. When Baidu reminded, as for the battle record, as long as you can survive, you can enter the 3rd level. He was an extremely senior emperor ancestor in the Wen clan. Beside him, there were several clansmen of the Wen clan who could not help but nod when they heard this. They had been hiding here for a long time. Even if they were discovered, when they saw such a lineup, ordinary people would not dare to act rashly. Elder, I heard that Lin Sun is being chased by the 3 great forces of Gu clan, Yun clan, and Li clan. This time, he will definitely not be able to escape, a man said with a smile, his eyes full of schadenfreude. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out in the sky above the valley. In my opinion, you will really not be able to escape this time. The voice was not loud, but it clearly resounded in the ears of Wen Baidu and the others, causing their expressions to change. Looking up, they saw a tall figure standing in the sky above the valley, his black hair fluttering like an immortal. Lin Sun, Wen Baidu and the others were shocked, and they almost could not believe their eyes. Wasn't this guy being chased by the 3 immortal forces? Let's go. Wen Baidu reacted the fastest, and immediately sent a message, intending to leave with the people around him. But at this moment, Lin Sun attacked without hesitation. Boom, the abyssal sword cauldron glowed, and millions of rays of light circulated, enveloping the entire canyon. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and the 5 Tao forms and himself teleported in the air to kill Wen Baidu and the others. The whole process took no more than 30 seconds. The battle came to an end. Wen Baidu and all the other clansmen of the Wen clan had been annihilated, and the mountains and rivers in the vicinity of a few thousand kilometers had transformed into withered ruins that seemed like they'd been destroyed. Whoosh, the divine rainbow transformed by Lin Sun flew away. Time flew by. In the remaining time, Lin Sun's figure traversed the vast lands of the great void immortal realm, patrolling along the way. He was like a soundless shadow, and even if some cultivators noticed him, they would only be able to catch a glimpse of him before vanishing without a trace. However, all along the way, bloody scenes had occurred successively, and cultivators from various powers had perished. For example, the Heng family, Luo family, Zhu family. In contrast, these undying forces that control the Earth Order and occupy the sixth heaven are far inferior to the four East Imperial clans in terms of both number and overall strength. The threat that this brought to Lin Sun was also much smaller, and he was not lenient in killing them, nor did he show any mercy. In less than a day, the number of enemies killed by Lin Sun along the way had reached more than 20, and the battle record on the message talisman in his hand had reached 43. This series of actions couldn't be concealed at all. Very quickly, it attracted the attention of countless experts and caused them to tremble. Did the alliance of the three East Imperial clans fail? Only then did many people realize that the situation was not right. Lin Sun had launched an unscrupulous killing spree. Did this mean that the assassination against him had been declared a failure? This guy is too ruthless. Those who have fallen are all from the forces that have enmity with him. Some people were bitterly disappointed. They saw through Lin Sun's intentions and were shocked by Lin Sun's ruthless means of revenge. In the vast great void immortal realm, no one can suppress this person? Someone let out a sorrowful cry, and he felt rather uncomfortable in his heart. All those that were able to enter the Grand Hunt were overlord-level existences that looked down upon all before them. But now, none of these overlords could suppress Lin Sun's arrogance. Don't worry, people like us who have no enmity with Lin Sun are safe for the time being, someone comforted his companions. At the same time, Lin Sun frowned. He had found the traces of the Gu clan and the Yun clan, but found that it was difficult to find a chance to attack. The strength of the two great forces acted together, and with Gu Banzwang and Yun Luohong in charge, they were completely invulnerable. If he took the initiative to fight, Lin Sun was confident that he could inflict heavy casualties on the other side, but at the same time, he was afraid that he would also pay a heavy price. This kind of lose-lose approach was rejected by Lin Sun. After all, this was the great void immortal realm. If the 3 days of hunting did not end, they could not leave this place. This also meant that once he was injured, if he was intercepted and attacked while escaping, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Lin Sun had deliberately revealed his traces in an attempt to lure the cultivators of the Gu clan and the Yun clan to attack. As long as they caught up, he would do the same, splitting them up and defeating them one by one. Who would have thought that even when he revealed his traces, the two immortal emperor clans only put on a defensive and alert formation, and did not intend to take the initiative to attack at all. Obviously, they had already realized the danger, and did not intend to give Lin Sun any chance to take advantage of them. This inevitably made Lin Sun feel a little helpless. Just as Lin Sun was hesitating whether to continue chasing, he suddenly turned over his palm, and a crystal-clear jade talisman like a green willow leaf appeared. Immediately after, a clear and melodious voice came from the jade talisman, revealing anxiety and panic. "Brother Lin, please save my uncle. He's dying." The voice was mixed with a trace of choking. This was the voice of Xianxia. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly shrank. The green willow leaf jade talisman was given to him by Xianxia before he entered the god's relic. Yu Duqiu also had one. At this moment, Xianxia was asking for help. Obviously, her uncle Lu Xianxia was in grave danger and could die at any time. Otherwise, with Xianxia's temperament, she would not be so panicked and anxious. Lu Xianxia is the emperor ancestor of the Xiang Lu clan in the seventh heaven. His status is so high that he isn't below Nan Yongqiang, Gu Banzwang, Li Henjue, and the others. In the great void immortal domain, who would dare to attack such an existence? Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. He originally thought that in this world, only a barefooted person like him would dare to deal with the immortal emperor clans in the seventh heaven without any scruples. But who would have thought that besides him, there was another strong person who dared to do so? This made Lin Sun infer that the opponent who could force Lu Xianxia into such a dangerous situation was definitely not a simple person. This made him immediately think of Tsang Fusheng's warning. In the great void immortal realm, there was no lack of strong people more terrifying than the 4 eastern imperial clans. As he pondered, Lin Sun had already started to move. The green willow leaf jade talisman trembled slightly, emitting waves of power to guide him. This guy actually gave up? Far away, Gu Banzwang, Yun Luohong and the others who had been vigilant all noticed Lin Sun's movements. They could not help but feel surprised. He must be afraid. Someone sneered, full of pride. Idiot. Gu Banzwang glared at him. There are so many of us, but we are being held back and threatened by him alone. Do you think someone like him would be afraid? In the future, use your brain when you say such things. That person was instantly embarrassed and did not dare to speak. Yun Luohong said, no matter what, we should still be careful. Until the end of the hunt, we must not split up. Everyone agreed with these words. Lin Sun was too terrifying. So terrifying that if they dared to split up, there would be a disaster, in an expanse of ruined mountains and rivers. Lu Xianxia coughed up blood ceaselessly. His figure was in tatters, and he was on the verge of death. However, he was still fighting. But anyone could discern that he could not hold on for much longer. His opponent was a robust and strong man. His upper body revealed bronze skin, his bald head was shiny, his face was handsome, and his gaze revealed a ferocious aura. On his bright and clean forehead, there was a demonic blood-colored iris flower totem imprinted on it. Along with his attack, dazzling blood-colored lightning surged through the heavens and the earth. It was like countless blood-colored iris flowers were in full bloom and intended to swallow his enemies. His might was ferocious, domineering, and peerlessly fierce. He was clearly only at the peak of the 8th level of perfection, yet he actually suppressed an emperor ancestor like Lu Xianxia all along the way, and he pursued and attacked fiercely. There were 2 men and a woman standing far away from the battlefield. One of them wore a golden dress, had a slender waist, and had a simple and elegant bearing. From the beginning until the end, she didn't even spare a glance at the battle. She held a yellowed scroll in her hand and was reading it calmly. Her eyes were gentle, and she was quiet, as if the battle was far less attractive than the scroll in her hand. At that moment, her eyes were fixed on the scroll, but she said, "Qing Fu, that's about enough. After all, that's an old man from Lu Xianxia. You can't bully him too ruthlessly. If you really want to play, once we return to the eternal true world, I'll help you choose a few opponents to play with." When the bald handsome young man called Qing Fu heard the woman's words, even though he was slightly unwilling, he still obediently withdrew his hand. He grinned disdainfully at Lu Xianxia, who was about to die, and said, "You've lived for a long time, but you were beaten up like a dog. If I were you, I would have slit my throat and committed suicide a long time ago. Enough with the nonsense. In terms of age, that old man is of the same generation as your grandfather. Don't be too ruthless, or else if Lu Xianxia gets serious, I'll have to explain things to my family." The long-robed woman was still reading her book. She did not even raise her head, and her words were indifferent. But Qing Fu did not dare to say another word. He touched his bald head and left the battlefield while laughing. At the same time, a man in black clothes beside the long-robed woman cast his gaze towards his feet. With a gentle smile, he said softly, "Miss, have your reinforcements not arrived yet?" There was a person under his feet. Toward Little Garden. P.S. I'll add more updates tonight. Requesting monthly votes on the ground. Xianxia Yuan's delicate and fair face sunk into the dark brown ground. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, worry, and anger. The large foot stepped on her slender back, and it was filled with an unshakable and domineering force that completely suppressed her. This was a confinement full of great humiliation. He will come, he will. Xianxia Yuan's lips were bleeding, soaking the ground. Her eyes were full of determination. The man in black who was stepping into the garden sighed. His voice was still as gentle as before. "We don't have much time to waste. Miss, I'll give you a choice. Either you die, or your uncle dies. You decide. Just kill him directly. Why go through so much trouble?" The bald handsome man, Qing Fu, walked over and looked at Xianxia Yuan who was trampled on the ground. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of pity. Such a beautiful girl, but she's being trampled on like this. Even my heart aches when I see her. His voice was sarcastic. Xiaoyuan. In the distance, Lu Xianxia, who was seriously injured and bathed in blood, rushed over. His eyes were bloodshot, like a beast that lost control due to rage. Grasshopper's eyes flashed fiercely. Old senior, I've already spared your life. Do you still want to die? Before his voice died away, he casually punched. Bang! Lu Xianxia was instantly sent flying. His body cracked and many bones were broken. His injuries were so severe that he couldn't even get up from the ground. Let Xiaoyuan go. I'll accompany you to the end. Lu Xianxia hissed. Grasshopper grinned and ignored him. The man in black looked at the woman in a long dress who was holding a scroll and studying it seriously. The latter raised her head helplessly and glanced at the man in black. Why do I always have to make the decision? The man in black smiled warmly and said, well, I'll send this girl on her way as long as you don't blame me for only bullying women. The woman in a long dress couldn't help smiling. A trace of playfulness appeared on her plain and elegant face. Aren't you worried that Lin Sun will come to avenge this girl? The dark-cloaked man thought about it seriously and said, then what should I do? Could it be that I have to worship this young lady, kneel on the ground, kowtow, and apologize and repent with tears and snot? At the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but laugh. You look like a gentle person, but you have a heart of stone. Even Green Grasshopper is more like a human than you. The woman in the long dress shook her head and looked at the scroll in her hand again. I'll wait for another 7 minutes at most. You can think about how to solve this yourself. The black-robed man nodded. Looking at Xianxia at his feet, he said in a gentle voice, Miss, don't worry. You still have half an hour to live. How boring. If it was me, I would definitely not waste my time like this. I would just kill him with a single punch. As Qing Fu spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the man behind the woman in the long dress. He was wearing plain cotton clothes and had been silent the whole time. He was very clean from head to toe, and his long hair was neatly combed. However, he wasn't handsome and looked a bit mediocre. Even his breath was almost non-existent. Standing next to the woman in the long dress, it was easy to ignore him. But when Qing Fu looked at him, there was a trace of unconcealable fear in his eyes, as well as a trace of eagerness to fight. But in the end, he resisted the thought of testing the man in the plain clothes. He didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, he suspected that he would be killed with a single punch. From beginning to end, the man in the plain clothes didn't even look at him. But Qing Fu didn't care. He knew that in the eyes of the man in the plain clothes, not only him, but also the black-cloaked man. The only person that the man in the plain clothes really cared about was the elegant woman in the long dress. Miss, there's only 7 minutes left. If you have any last words, why don't you tell me? Maybe I'll be kind and help you build a monument or something. Qing Fu was bored, so he squatted on the ground and asked with a smile. Then he stretched out his hand to pinch Xiaoyuan's face. If you don't say anything, I'll tear your tempting little mouth. Whose mouth do you want to tear? A slightly abrupt voice resounded out in this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and it revealed a strand of indifferent coldness that caused one's heart to palpitate. Qing Fu's hand stopped, and he turned around to look. The black-clothed man who stepped on Xiaoyuan's body raised his brows and smiled warmly. Looks like he really cares about you. Next, let's see if he's able to save you alive, or if both of you die together. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked over as well. On the other hand, the woman in the long dress was still reading, and she seemed to be engrossed in the book. The man in the plain clothes by her side was still silent as before, and his ordinary face was like an iceberg that wouldn't melt for eternity, without the slightest emotion. In the distance, a tall figure appeared out of thin air, and it entered into the eyes of Qing Fu and the black-cloaked man, causing them to reveal expressions of interest. Qing Fu's gaze was unbridled. The gaze of the black-cloaked man carried a faint smile instead. It was a smile that was cold and indifferent to the extreme, and it was like the joy of waiting for his prey. The person that arrived was precisely Lin Sun. He frowned slightly as he looked at Lu Xianxia, who was heavily injured to the point he was unable to stand up. On the other hand, when he saw Xianxia, who was stepped on by the black-cloaked man, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly, and a cold light flashed within them. Brother Lin, don't worry about me. Quickly take my uncle and leave. Xianxia spoke anxiously. She knew too well how terrifying these people were. Each of them was more heaven-defying than the other, and they were terrifying to the point of causing others to feel despair. Swoosh, Qing Fu's figure flashed and appeared by Lu Xianxia's side, and he similarly stepped on Lu Xianxia while crossing his arms before his chest. His gaze carried an undisguised provocation as he looked at Lin Sun and said, "No matter if you've come to give your life away or to save someone, you have to pass through me first." He raised his thumb and pointed at himself with a ferocious gaze, and he was extremely arrogant. The blood-red iris pattern on his forehead was devilish and terrifying. "There's still me." The black-cloaked man smiled warmly. "We've all heard of your name and know your origins. But no matter if it's me or Qing Fu, we don't believe that anyone in this world can break through the natural chasm of the ancestor realm while at the peak of the 8th level." Lin Sun went silent for a moment before he suddenly smiled lightly and said, "So you've come for me?" "You can say that." Qing Fu's eyes were ferocious and playful. "How about it? Do you dare to play? As long as you can defeat me, I'll let go of this senior who was beaten like a dog by me." Lu Xianxia was furious, but he obviously tried his best to suppress it. He tried hard to calm himself down and said in a hoarse voice, "My young friend, you should leave quickly. It's an extremely stupid thing for Xianxia to ask for help. You can't get involved in this matter, otherwise." Before he finished his words, he let out a muffled groan as his spine was crushed by Qing Fu's foot. "How about it? Do you dare? Give me a straightforward answer," Qing Fu grinned and said. Lin Sun also smiled and spat out 2 words from his lips, "Okay." He lifted his foot and took a step. It was a light step without any order. But at this time, the woman in the long skirt who was reading a book suddenly said, "Qing Fu, be careful." Those who were familiar with Lin Sun might know what it meant when he made such a decision. Those opponents who had died in Lin Sun's hands should know how terrifying Lin Sun was at this moment. In an instant, the void in front of Lin Sun broke into a straight crack silently, and Lin Sun had already appeared in front of Qing Fu like a swift light. Qing Fu was indeed a ferocious person who had experienced killing for a long time. His face slightly changed, he exerted all the strength in his body and punched out an extremely fierce punch, trying to block Lin Sun's sudden attack. Lin Sun didn't dodge and let the punch hit him. His big hand, like a cage that covered the sky, covered the fist. Bang! Qing Fu's punch hit Lin Sun, but it couldn't break Lin Sun's defense. Instead, the fierce punch was crushed and obliterated inch by inch. This made Qing Fu realize something was wrong at the first moment. His face changed again and he was about to change his move. Lin Sun's palm had already covered Grasshopper's face. The force of his palm broke Grasshopper's defense like a hot knife cutting through butter. Then, Lin Sun grabbed Grasshopper's neck and lifted him into the air. There was no other reason. Compared to killing Qing Fu with one blow, Lin Sun was more worried that Qing Fu would counterattack and kill Lu Xianxia under his feet. Therefore, Lin Sun trapped Qing Fu at the first moment. At this time, Lin Sun carried Green Grasshopper, who was ferocious and had severely injured Emperor ancestor Lu Xianxia, as if he was carrying a chick. The terrifying and unparalleled power of suppression was simply shocking and completely beyond the imagination of everyone present. Qing Fu's handsome face turned red and twisted, and his eyes were full of horror. It seemed that he couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could capture him with one blow. "Little Baldy, how dare you play with me?" Lin Sun looked indifferent, and his deep eyes were full of sarcasm. In the distance, the woman in the long dress holding the yellowed scroll was stunned. Even she, who was calm and indifferent, showed such an expression at this moment, not to mention the others. The warm smile on the face of the man in black who stepped on Xianxia gradually disappeared. At this moment, he revealed the coldness hidden deep in his heart. "My friend, if you don't let go, you will admit your fate," the man in black narrowed his eyes and reminded Lin Sun seriously. "Okay." Lin Sun said with a smile, "I can keep his life first. But since he provoked me and hurt me before, he has to pay the price." Crack! 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 Before his voice died away, Qing Fu's bones were shattered inch by the power of Lin Sun's shaking hand, making a dense sound of bones breaking. Qing Fu was paralyzed like a noodle. Suffering such a cruel injury, Qing Fu was really cruel. He gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Only his fierce eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Lin Sun with hatred. Bang, Lin Sun didn't even look at him. He threw Qing Fu at his feet like throwing rubbish. Then he looked at the man in black and asked, "Are you sure you want me to go through you?" There was silence, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. More updates. The black-cloaked man's foot was still firmly planted on Xianxia's body, but his gentle expression had already turned grave. Especially when he was stared at by Lin Sun, the silent disdain and coldness made the dignity of the man in black feel the most direct provocation. The elegant and calm woman in a long dress holding a yellowish scroll said, "In my opinion, we'd better take a step back and make peace." The man in black twitched his lips slightly and said with a wry smile, "Miss, can you not shake the morale of the army at this time?" He rubbed his face with both hands and then took a long breath. When he looked at Lin Sun, his eyes had become as sharp as a cold blade, and there was a terrible killing intent surging in his pupils like a whirlpool. The woman in the long dress shook her head helplessly and said no more. She knew that if the man in black didn't pass this hurdle, there would be a problem in his state of mind. The heart of cultivation had always been subtle. This was especially true for those cultivators who were decisive in killing and advancing bravely. It seemed to be a retreat that was meant to appease trouble and keep the peace. But it was very likely to mean fear, which would damage the spirit that had been honed for countless years. In particular, if he gave in before the real fight, he would take it to heart every time he thought of it in the future, which would become a mental obstacle. Therefore, the woman in the long dress didn't persuade him much. It didn't matter if he did as he pleased, or if his heart was as firm as iron and indestructible, different people's state of mind was different after all. "You have to pass this hurdle," the man in black said, showing a gentle smile like spring breeze to Lin Sun. His momentum had changed. He was as lofty as a mountain and as sharp as a blade. Even the smile like spring breeze couldn't hide his sharpness. Lin Sun looked at him calmly. He just pointed to Xianxia who was stepped on by the man in black and said, "If something happens to her, I promise you won't die easily." It was a very plain sentence, but the meaning in it made the man in black laugh. He said, "Don't worry. I, Shui Chongjing, have never disdained to threaten my opponent with other means in battle since I started my cultivation." His words were filled with arrogance towards his own cultivation. With a flick of his toes, Xianxia was kicked into the air and flew towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun was about to reach out his hand to catch Xianxia. At the same time, Shui Zhongjing's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Sun, clenched his fist and punched at Lin Sun. Boom, this punch was dazzling and resplendent. It seized all creation and displayed the profundities of the Grand Tao, and various Grand Tao profundities were fused within it. As this punch struck out, it was like the Heaven Tao was pressing down. Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged. He held Xianxia with his left hand at the first time, and his right hand turned into a circle as if he was holding Tai Chi, but the image of a dark and nameless abyss emerged. An earth-shattering collision sound suddenly resounded. The nearby void rumbled and collapsed. The ground cracked and mud flew everywhere. Immediately after, the vast mountains and rivers nearby suddenly collapsed. Countless rocks and plants were turned into ashes. Lin Sun took a step back. However, before he could stabilize himself, the dark-clothed man's second punch had already arrived, and it was swift like a thunderclap that shook the 9 heavens. Surging laws of the Grand Tao poured out like a waterfall within the force of his punch, and it faintly seemed as if the images of the gods had charged out from within the force of his punch with the intention of obliterating the world. This fist was matchless and matchless, even the woman in the long dress in the distance couldn't help but nod secretly. In the deafening sound of the collision, Lin Sun was shaken to take a step back again. He had fallen into a passive position in the first punch, and the dark-clothed man had seized the initiative. Moreover, he had to protect Xianxia with his left hand, so he had become much more passive. But even so, when Lin Sun blocked this matchless punch, it still surprised the dark-clothed man a little. In his expectation, even if the power of this punch couldn't kill Lin Sun, it wouldn't be a problem to injure him. However, this situation didn't happen. This made the dark-clothed man more aware of Lin Sun's strength. Without hesitation, He seized the initiative and struck the third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch without hesitation. Every punch had the power to shake the sky and destroy mountains and rivers, and it was enough to make those peak 8th-level emperors in the world despair and unable to resist it. Along with the dark-clothed man's continuous attacks, before the might of every single punch was completely dispersed, the next punch would strike down once more. It was like a ceaselessly overlapping ocean wave that piled up layer by layer and pushed up without end, and its might rose without end as well. Under such swift, and terrifying attacks, Lin Sun's figure was ceaselessly shaken and moved back without end. The nearby heavens, earth, mountains, and rivers collapsed and shattered along with this, and it transformed into a terrifying scene of destruction. The peerless force of the punches swept out, and it even gave others the misconception that the heavens and the earth were overturned. When he struck out for the 9th punch, the might that ceaselessly overlapped and rose had already arrived at a world-shocking state, and it caused the 9 heavens to be shocked and all things to collapse. 9-wave overlapping force. This was the strongest technique possessed by the dark-clothed man. Every single punch from before had been accumulated for the sake of this 9th punch, and it accumulated the strength to erupt in the end. The profundities of the 9 levels of the punch converged together would release an unprecedentedly terrifying and lethal strike. Defeat. Right at this moment, a sharp light flashed in the dark-clothed man's eyes, and he revealed a brilliant and dazzling smile. Bang! The fist force that had been accumulated to the extreme suddenly broke out at this moment. In an instant, it was as if 100,000 volcanoes erupted at the same time, and the power released completely drowned this world. The terrifying torrent raged and swept, and wherever it passed, everything turned into ashes. Nothing seemed to be able to resist the power of this punch. When the light rain was still diffusing and the turbulence was still continuing, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, "Have you had enough fun?" The bright smile on the face of the dark-clothed man suddenly froze, and his pupils widened. He was shocked uncontrollably in his heart. "It's my turn to attack." That indifferent voice resounded once more, and then a tall figure walked out of thin air amidst the surging and monstrous rain of light. His clothes fluttered with the wind, and he was completely unharmed. Moreover, his entire body was coiled by a circle of light that was like an abyss, and it seemed as if he was impenetrable by all techniques. The dark-clothed man felt a strong fear in his heart. How could this be possible? Retreat! The voice of the woman in the long dress sounded in the distance. But it was already a step too late. Lin Sun stepped forward and came to the front of the dark-clothed man in an instant. Like a ray of light, he cut through the ages and flashed in the world at an incredible speed. He waved his hand and punched. It was just an understated palm, without a trace of smoke and fire. But the dark-clothed man used all his potential to fight against Lin Sun as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Bang! The next moment, like an ant trying to shake a tree, he was thrown away by Lin Sun's palm. His hair was disheveled, and his figure staggered. The void collapsed and exploded. Before he could stand firm, Lin Sun's figure had already arrived. He reached out his hand and grabbed the man's ankle. Like picking up a wooden stake, he smashed the man hard on the ground. Bang! A hole was smashed in the ground, and the ground cracked. In the smoke and dust, the dark-clothed man's face was swollen, and he coughed up blood. He let out a muffled groan, and his eyes flashed fiercely. He tried to break free from Lin Sun's big hand with a secret method. But to his horror, it didn't help at all. The peerless cultivation that he was proud of was completely powerless in front of Lin Sun. The next moment, he was swung up by Lin Sun and smashed down hard. His skin and flesh were torn, and many bones were broken. It was so miserable. The woman in the long dress in the distance narrowed her eyes, as if she couldn't bear to see it. "Is it fun to step on a woman?" Lin Sun asked with deep and indifferent eyes. As he spoke, he shook his wrist, and the black-clothed man hit the ground with his head again. His neck was almost broken, and the nearby ground was shaken to the point that it completely collapsed. It could be imagined how terrible the force was. The black-clothed man was already beyond recognition. His whole body was broken, and blood kept flowing out. He saw stars in front of his eyes. It seemed that he had been beaten silly and was dying. In the distance, Qing Fu, whose bones were broken by Lin Sun, couldn't help but gasp at this moment. His fierce eyes couldn't help showing fear at this moment. He knew very well how powerful the black-clothed man was, but he was abused like a chicken or a dog by Lin Sun. That scene gave him goosebumps all over. Do you want me to strip you naked and hang you upside down in front of Chaotian City to show the world? Lin Sun asked with a smile. Xianxia was his friend, but he had been trampled by this man before. That humiliating scene also aroused Lin Sun's killing intent. Lin Sun lifted the black-clothed man and was about to smash him. In the distance, the slightly mediocre man who had been standing silently beside the woman in the long skirt finally couldn't help rushing over. After all, the black-clothed man was on their side. He couldn't be killed in front of them like this. Lin Sun looked up at the man in the long skirt who was rushing over. He shook off the black-clothed man who was about to die, took a deep breath, and rushed forward. As early as he arrived in the field, he had noticed that the woman in the long skirt might be the most distinguished one, but the man in the long skirt was the most dangerous one. Whoosh, the man in the long skirt walked calmly. He seemed to be slow, but in fact he was extremely fast. His slightly mediocre face was calm, but when he took action, it was like a sword coming out of a silent box. Indescribable horrible breath rushed out of his body, tearing the sky and penetrating all directions. He was like a king of emperors patrolling the world. He just raised his hand, made a seal with his 5 fingers, and pressed it in the void. Boom, the heavens and the earth were like fragile glass that blasted apart with a bang. A green-colored palm print flashed out, and it was crystalline and translucent. It revealed a perfect and invulnerable feeling. All the sharpness, all the Taoist techniques, were contained within this palm print. As for Lin Sun, he also released all his cultivation at this moment and punched out a punch that was like an abyss or a cauldron, vast and chaotic. The collision of the two was like a battle between two gods. The world was completely destroyed by the torrent of destruction like a piece of paper. All the scenes showed a great collapse and chaos. If it happened in the outside world, this blow alone could destroy a world, until the smoke and dust dispersed. A figure stood in the void like a holy mountain, majestically fluctuating. Only his robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes at this moment. It was the man in the long skirt. In the far distance, there was also a figure standing. However, when she saw this figure was also intact, the woman in the long skirt holding the scroll showed a rare change of expression. The tall figure was like an immortal, ethereal and otherworldly. When he stood in the air, he gave off a feeling that he could suppress everything. The woman in the long dress gripped the yellowed scroll in her hand, a thoughtful look in her eyes. It was also the first time that she showed a serious look since Lin Sun arrived. In the distance, Grasshopper was completely stunned. In his eyes, the linen-robed man was an invincible being. In the eternal world, he was a ferocious emperor, so strong that he was unreasonable. There were many times when Grasshopper couldn't help but suspect that he could smash him to pieces with just a casual strike. But now, the linen-robed man's attack had been blocked, and Lin Sun was unharmed. This fact was like an incomparably heavy blow to Qing Fu, completely shocking her. The black-robed man, who had just escaped death, had been filled with indignation and anger when Lin Sun grabbed him and beat him. But now, his eyes were wide open, and he was in a daze. You're only in the 8th tier of ultimate talent, yet you can shake me. Looks like the rumors are true. In the silent atmosphere, the linen-robed man stared at Lin Sun and spoke. This was the first time he had spoken during this period of time, and his voice was as heavy as steel. There was surprise in his eyes, as well as a fighting spirit that had been stirred up. Should I still feel honored after hearing what you said? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. The previous strike had allowed him to determine that the seemingly mediocre linen-robed man in front of him was an ultimate talent great ancestor. This was the second ultimate talent great ancestor Lin Sun had met. The other one was Yun Muzha from the 7th heaven. But strictly speaking, this was the first time Lin Sun had fought against an ultimate talent great ancestor. His unparalleled power was indeed monstrous and dangerous. Compared to the ancestor of a Tao in the ordinary sense, it was a world of difference. In the eternal world, I've only heard that there are people like you among the eternal gods who can surpass the natural chasm of progenitors. But this is just a rumor, and no one can confirm whether it's true or not, the linen-robed man said. However, your appearance proves that the rumors are not baseless. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can last 15 minutes against me, I'll ask the young miss to spare your lives. 15 minutes, this was a declaration of war from one of the great ancestors. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he smiled emotionlessly. I'm just worried that these will be your last words. The cloth-cloaked man was unmoved and said, I've never feared death. His eyes were completely calm. Lin Feng, come back. There's no need to continue this battle. In the extreme distance, the woman in a long dress spoke, and her expression was tranquil as before. The linen-clothed man called Lin Feng was silent for a moment before he turned around and returned. Such a divine emperor ancestor actually listened to the long-dressed woman's words. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Let's call it a day. What do you think? The woman in the long skirt looked at Lin Sun and asked in a clear voice. Lin Sun laughed and said, do you think the trouble you caused will end like this? In other words, if I didn't come this time, my friend and the elder would have been tortured to death by you. If he really fought with all his strength, he was sure that he could kill the man named Lin Feng, but he would inevitably pay a heavy price. After all, he was a peerless great ancestor, far more powerful than an ordinary great ancestor. What's more, it was impossible for such a person to not have some powerful trump cards. But Lin Sun didn't want to think about it. He only knew that what happened to Lu Xianxia and Xianxia was caused by him, so he should be the one to avenge them. You're courting death. Qing Fu couldn't help saying. He couldn't believe that Lin Sun was so confident to pursue this matter. Qing Fu, come here. The woman in the long skirt said. Qing Fu was stunned, but he still walked over and said, Miss, did I say something wrong again? The woman in the long skirt shook her head. I saved your life because you are the one I chose, but your previous performance disappointed me. Qing Fu's heart trembled, and he said, Miss, as long as I seize the opportunity, I will definitely have a chance to prove the great ancestor. Crack, as soon as he finished speaking, his neck was twisted and broken. In an instant, Qing Fu's pupils opened wide and revealed an expression of disbelief. At the instant before his death, he finally saw clearly that the person who killed him was the man in plain clothes, Lin Feng. But he was utterly unable to figure out why Lin Feng wanted to kill him. Bang! In the next moment, Qing Fu transformed into ash that scattered into the air. This? The dark-clothed man who was heavily injured and on the verge of death shivered. He was shocked by this cruel scene, and he similarly felt bewildered and indescribable terror. Why? He didn't dare ask as he was deeply afraid that he would suffer calamity if he did. How about this? The woman in the long skirt who held the scroll in her hand looked at Lin Sun. The death of an extremely ferocious and peerless 8th-level great emperor like Qing Fu seemed to be unable to arouse even a trace of emotion in her. After witnessing all of this, and then looking at the woman in the long skirt who was elegant like an orchid and had a composed bearing, a trace of coldness arose in Lin Sun's heart. This woman seemed to be graceful and quiet, yet she was actually an extremely ruthless figure. This kind of ruthlessness was a kind of indifference to the creatures in the world. Even the dazzling 8th-level great emperor. In her eyes, Qing Fu was also a figure who could kill others. I'm curious, why did you do this? Lin Sun asked. The woman in the long skirt smiled slightly and said, he made me lose face. How about this reason? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, then why didn't you kill him too? He looked at the black-cloaked man, whose face suddenly became extremely ugly. He was so angry that he couldn't wait to eat Lin Sun alive. The woman in the long skirt said, although he was defeated, he still has the potential to become stronger in the future. I don't want to lose such a friend. The black-cloaked man suddenly felt relieved as if he had walked on the edge of death before. Friend? Lin Sun sneered, people like you are doomed to have no friends. Maybe. The woman in the long skirt answered casually, your strength has been recognized by me. If you want, I can take you to the 8th heaven for cultivation, and I can also provide you with resources to prove the peerless great emperor ancestor. Lin Sun was stunned and asked, do you think I will be willing? The woman in the long skirt looked at Lin Sun seriously and said, things in this world are unpredictable. To be honest, I never fail to get what I want. She continued, you can think about it carefully. If you haven't made a decision by the end of the God's Relic, I can only help you make a decision. After that, she turned around and left, holding the scroll in one hand and the other hand behind her back. Her long skirt fluttered and she looked calm. The linen-clothed man, Lin Feng, followed closely behind. The black-clothed man walked at the end. But when he left, he glanced at Lin Sun with a complicated look, which was mixed with hatred and a trace of inexplicable jealousy. Lin Sun stood still and watched them leave. In the end, he didn't stop them. Not to mention the plain-clothed man, Lin Feng, even the woman in the long dress gave him an unfathomable feeling, and he even faintly felt a sense of danger. Lin Sun hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. He knew clearly that this woman probably had the power to threaten him. The eighth heaven. It seems that she comes from an immortal force. Lin Sun thought and turned around to leave. On the bank of a huge lake that looked like a mirror made of green jade. "Thank you, Brother Lin," Xianxia said gratefully. She knew very well that if it wasn't for Lin Sun, she and Lu Xianxia wouldn't have a chance to survive. "Speaking of which, it's also because of me that you and Senior Lu Xianxia were implicated," Lin Sun sighed softly. He took out some precious healing medicines and handed them to Xianxia and Lu Xianxia. "Young friend, don't say these words again. I, Lu Xianxia, will never forget today's kindness." Lu Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground and was recuperating. Lin Sun shook his head and changed the topic. "Senior, do you know the origin of those people?" A trace of bitterness and fear flashed in Lu Xianxia's eyes and he said, "If I still can't recognize the identity of that woman, I will have lived in vain." Next, he told them about the origin of the woman in the long skirt. "This woman's name is Qi Lingyun, and she comes from the Qi clan, one of the immortal giants of the eighth heaven. She is also a core member of the Qi clan. Her father is a supreme existence in the eighth heaven, possessing unimaginable monstrous power. Among the 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven, the Qi clan can also be ranked in the top 3. Since ancient times, it has been rumored that the ancestor of the Qi clan was a divine child from the eternal god clan of the ninth heaven. As the daughter of the patriarch of the Qi clan, Qi Lingyun's identity is very special and extraordinary." After understanding this, Lin Sun finally understood why Lu Xianxia only felt bitterness and fear after suffering such great humiliation. Even if he is an elder of the Lu Xianxia in the 7th heaven, in the face of the daughter of an immortal giant in the 8th heaven, he is destined to swallow his anger and be unable to retaliate. Otherwise, he is afraid that the entire Lu Xianxia will be implicated. In this regard, although Lin Sun doesn't agree with it, he also understands. After all, an elder like Lu Xianxia must consider the safety of the clan before doing anything. As for Lin Feng, he is a legendary figure from an immortal emperor clan in the 5th heaven. A long time ago, before this person became an ancestor, he showed a dazzling light that shocked the entire 5th heaven. He was chosen by a great figure of the Qi clan and brought to the Qi clan of the 8th heaven to cultivate. Today, Lin Feng can be regarded as a member of the Qi clan, following Qi Lingyun and serving her. He seems to be a subordinate, but in the eyes of others, being able to cultivate in the Qi clan is like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, reaching the pinnacle of life. Even the Lin clan, which was originally located in the 5th heaven and could only be regarded as an ordinary immortal emperor clan, has been continuously expanding over the years because of Lin Feng. As the saying goes, when one person achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs also rise to heaven. As for Grasshopper and Shui Zhongjing, they were the elites chosen by Qi Lingyun. According to Lu Xianxia, Grasshopper and Shui Zhongjing both came from the eternal world, especially Shui Zhongjing, who was a peerless figure from the 6th heaven. Both of them had been cultivating in Chaotian City for decades and had left their names on the Xian list. They were highly regarded by many powerful forces in the 7th heaven. But both of them refused. It wasn't until they won in the first round of the God's Relic that they were recruited by Qi Lingyun. They are naturally very happy to be able to enter the 8th heaven for cultivation, and they are extremely respectful to Qi Lingyun. After learning all this, Lin Sun realized that Grasshopper and Shui Zhongjing were nothing more than talents that Qi Lingyun fancied. Lin Sun still had one thing he didn't understand: how could Grasshopper beat you up so badly with his ability? Xianxia said, "Grasshopper doesn't have such ability. It was Lin Feng who attacked first and seriously injured my uncle, giving Grasshopper a chance." A wisp of hatred appeared between Xianxia's brows when she spoke of Qing Fu. This disaster was completely caused by this person. He saw through my and uncle's identities and said that as long as he captured us, he would be able to force Brother Lin to show himself. At that time, we would be able to see if Brother Lin is as strong as the rumors say. These words aroused Qi Lingyun's interest, to the extent that, he didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Grasshopper may be the culprit, but Qi Lingyun can't get away with it either. No matter what, it's all because of me. Lin Sun's black eyes were terrifyingly cold. Brother Lin, don't fight with that woman. It's best not to provoke her. Xianxia said hurriedly. That's right. The Qi clan is located in the 8th celestial region, and their might is so great that they can cover many of the celestial regions in Eternal True World. My young friend, you are traveling alone right now. There is simply no need for you to fall out with them. Lu Xiangke also tried to dissuade him. Lin Sun nodded and smiled, don't worry, you too. I know what I'm doing. But Xianxia and Lu Xiangque couldn't guess what they were thinking. In the following time, they began to meditate and heal their wounds, while Lin Sun strolled around the lake. It was already the 3rd day of the Great Hunt. In a few more hours, this trial would come to an end. Lin Sun did not have to guess to know that the more it was like this, the crazier the fighting and killing in the Great Void Immortal Domain would be. But none of these could affect Lin Sun. Moreover, he didn't plan on hunting anymore. Up until now, he had already accumulated 43 kills through the message talisman. In the entire Great Void Immortal Realm, there were probably few who could match up to him. His only regret was that he did not have the chance to eliminate the experts of the Gu clan and the Yun clan. Time flew by. During this period of time, many cultivators who were in a frenzy of killing swept past this place. When they saw Lu Xiangque and Xianxia who were meditating and recuperating, they were originally aggressive and thought that they had caught their prey. However, when they saw the tall figure that was strolling by the lake, they instantly felt their scalps go numb, and they turned around and left without daring to delay in the slightest. When they confirmed that the tall figure didn't chase after them, they couldn't help but feel fortunate as if they'd survived a calamity. Who in the Great Void Immortal Realm didn't know Lin Sun's bloody and valiant record? It was no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of those cultivators, Lin Sun was the most dangerous person. As long as they were not stupid, no one was willing to face him head-on. Lin Sun fought head-on. This was the power of killing. Until a touch of night emerged above the sky of the Great Void Immortal Realm, the experts distributed in different areas all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This meant that 3 days had passed, and the second trial, the Great Hunt, was over. It's finally over. Lin Sun looked at Xianxia and Lu Xiangque and said, you too, the 3rd trial has begun. I'll go first. As soon as his voice fell, a star-like silver light fell from the sky, wrapped Lin Sun's whole body, and disappeared on the spot. Lu Xiangque and Xianxia's silhouettes were also bathed in 2 rays of silver celestial light at this instant and disappeared. On the same platform, Lin Sun's figure emerged out of thin air. The vast field was filled with white mist, but there was no the origin of Taoism, which had turned into a scroll and spread out. Buzz on his body, the talismans that recorded numerous records of military achievements flew out, buzzing and trembling in the void, as if they were sensing and summoning something. Lin Sun held his breath and waited calmly. Just like the first trial, after the end of the second trial, those with higher military achievements would get more generous rewards. Swish, it wasn't long before a peerlessly dazzling violet immortal light charged out from within the boundless white mist, and it revolved in space before transforming into a translucent and crystalline violet immortal sword. The sword was only the size of a palm, 2 fingers wide, and its blade was as bright and translucent as a crystal. There were 2 majestic, immortal characters engraved on the sword, exterminating immortal, but looking closely, this sword was sealed by layers of mysterious immortal prohibitions, so that the aura it radiated was full of obscurity. Lin Sun's heart shook, and he raised his hand to summon it. Instantly, the purple immortal sword called Celestial Extermination fell into Lin Sun's hand, and a peerless icy cold killing intent spread in Lin Sun's palm. It was piercingly sharp, and it caused Lin Sun's body to stiffen abruptly. He operated his cultivation to counteract this killing intent. His black eyes lit up, and he realized that the reward this time was extremely extraordinary. It should be known that this sword was still in a sealed state, but the killing intent it overflowed with was so terrifying. It could be imagined how terrifying its true power would be when the seal was undone. However, When Lin Sun intended to break the seal, he was shocked to find that the layers of prohibitions actually contained traces of the aura of order, and it seemed extremely mysterious and terrifying. With his current strength, he was unable to comprehend its secrets, let alone break it. Even so, Lin Sun was still amazed in his heart. This sword needed to be sealed with the power of prohibitions filled with the aura of order, so how could it be compared to ordinary treasures? Celestial extermination, celestial extermination. For such a treasure to appear in the central immortal court, I'm afraid it's one of the few immortal weapons in the world of immortals. Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder if this celestial extermination sword that had survived from the last era was an immortal weapon. What about the others? What kind of rewards did they get? Will they also get such a miraculous treasure? Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. In fact, Lin Sun didn't know that his achievements were far higher than the second place, and he was the well-deserved first place in the Great Hunt battle. Therefore, he obtained the celestial extermination sword that had been sealed. This was also a supreme treasure hidden in the central immortal court, and in the world of immortals in the last era, it was enough to make any cultivator fight madly for it. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun intended to put the sword away, but he unexpectedly found that the sword actually produced a great repulsive force. The abyssal sword cauldron couldn't tolerate it, and this scene undoubtedly showed that this sword was even more extraordinary. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun opened his mouth and swallowed, and the sword turned into a ray of purple light that flowed into the imperial realm in his body. Buzz as it was wrapped by the power of the great way in the imperial realm, the celestial extermination sword sprinkled a magnificent rain of purple light, like wisps of sharp sword light, which looked extremely magical. And Lin Sun also keenly noticed that the immortal prohibition seal on the sword showed a faint sign of being refined, but it was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. This made him refreshed, and he realized that as long as he nurtured this sword, with the continuous improvement of his cultivation, he would be able to break the seal on the sword layer by layer. Interesting, a trace of a smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. Whoosh, the next moment, the platform under his feet shook, and Lin Sun disappeared. In the last era, the third stage of the Battle of the Chosen One was called Ascension. This was also the last stage. As long as one could walk out of the Ascension, he could enter the central immortal court and obtain the supreme secret inheritance. With a flash of white light, Lin Sun had already appeared on a cliff platform halfway up the mountain. The cliff platform was so wide that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Immortal clouds were curling up, and divine light was flowing. On the top of the mountain above the cliff platform stood a grand and majestic palace, like the legendary heavenly court, which was bathed in endless Taoist light. Looking from afar, it gave people the feeling that it was the dwelling place of the gods, the central place of the universe, representing the supreme and supreme, central immortal court. Lin Sun recognized at a glance that this was the central immortal court, which represented the supreme and unique place of immortals in the last era. It was the dominating place in the hearts of billions of cultivators in the 4,900 continents of the immortal world. Stay away. Be careful, Merciless Lin is coming. There was a burst of whispers nearby. Lin Sun glanced around and found many cultivators standing on the cliff platform. There were Gu Banzwang, Yun Luohong, and other people from the two immortal imperial clans, as well as some other familiar faces. Lin Sun even saw Qi Lingyun in a long dress, holding a scroll in her hand, Lin Feng in plain clothes, and Shui Zhongjing in black clothes. Along with his appearance on the cliff, it caused a wave of restlessness, and many cultivators subconsciously avoided him and kept a distance from him. There was fear and seriousness in their expressions, and they looked at Lin Sun as if he was a dreadful beast. Soon, Lin Sun saw Xianxia and Lu Xianxia. He nodded imperceptibly and withdrew his gaze. It was similar to the situation in the first stage. On the cliff platform, everyone's cultivation was suppressed by the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and they couldn't act rashly. To Lin Sun's surprise, only a little over 300 cultivators were able to enter the stage of the Ascendant. After all, there were almost 30,000 cultivators participating in the first test, and there were almost 3,000 participants in the second test as well. But only these people made it to the third stage. It could be imagined that more than 2,000 powerful cultivators lost their lives in the Great Hunt. This was a shocking number. Those who died were all Emperor Realm existences who had won 9 consecutive victories in the arena. Among them, the weakest was at the peak of the 7th level, but now, they were all buried in the great void immortal realm. It was chilling to think about it. P.S. Additional updates will be sent to you. If you are surprised, please use your monthly votes to encourage the goldfish, more than 300 people, to be able to survive the great void immortal realm, no matter how many achievements they have, is not something ordinary people can achieve. In fact, Lin Sun has already noticed that among the people present, except for the big forces like the Gu clan and the Yun clan, who relied on a strong lineup to enter the ascendant stage, there are many fierce characters who have gone through layers of screening and killed their way out. For example, Song Fuxing and the man with a blade are among them. And characters like Qi Lingyun and Lin Feng are undoubtedly more dangerous. What surprised Lin Sun the most is that there is no lack of characters like Qi Lingyun and Lin Feng. You are Lin Sun? A young man wearing a fiery feather robe squatted on the ground, holding a green leaf in his mouth, suddenly smiled and said. Lin Sun looked at him, what's the matter? The young man showed a harmless smile and said, let's get to know each other, my name is Zhongli Xiao. If there is a chance, I want to exchange pointers with you. Of course, I have no malicious intent, it's just a pure exchange. If you agree, no matter the result, I will be happy to be your guide and take you to the 8th heaven. Zhongli Xiao, even if they don't know this person, just hearing his surname shocked many people, because this is the surname of one of the immortal giants of the 8th heaven. Let's talk about it later. Lin Sun said perfunctorily. The young man Zhongli Xiao smiled and didn't say much. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, leisurely. But someone clapped and laughed, interesting, Zhongli Xiao also has a time when he was rejected, this is very rare. The person who spoke was wearing a tall hat and a broad belt. He carried a sword case on his back, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked divine and mighty. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a pair of silvery symbols flashing in his pupils, sharp and terrifying. The crowd was restless again. Zhongli Xiao must be an immortal giant from the 8th heaven, but now, someone dared to tease him like this. How could his identity be simple? Soon, this person's identity was revealed. His name is Mu Yi, an immortal giant from the 8th heaven. You still have many rare things, don't make a fuss. Zhongli Xiao curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Mu Yi's eyes surged with a terrifying divine light. Why don't you and I find a chance to exchange pointers? Zhongli Xiao said, alright, as long as you dare to use the Crimson Thorn as a wager, I'll play with you. The Crimson Sting, it was one of the most powerful Dao weapons of the Mu clan. It was known as eternally imperishable under Crimson. He is extremely famous in the 8th heaven. At this moment, everyone could see that there was enmity between Zhongli Xiao and Mu Yi. If that's the case, I'll also participate in such a spar. Suddenly, a man with unkempt hair, cold eyes that were like swords, and his entire body was suffused with a dark gray glow spoke. He stood there like a god of swords in the darkness, and even if his cultivation was suppressed, it still caused one's heart to palpitate with fear. Zhongli Xiao and Mu Yi sneered and stopped speaking. However, it was faintly discernible that they felt a trace of fear towards this man with unkempt beard and hair. Seeing this scene, everyone present looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to say anything, for fear of being involved in the battle between the immortal giants of the 8th heaven. In fact, in everyone's eyes, whether it was Zhongli Xiao, Mu Yi, or the man with unkempt hair, they were all existences that couldn't be offended. Even the top forces of the 7th heaven, such as the Gu clan and the Yun clan, had to bow their heads in the face of such nobles. That's enough. How can we really make a move in this kind of place? Don't let the people here laugh at us, otherwise, they will think that the people of the 8th heaven are all shameless boastful people. Qi Lingyun's voice was as elegant as an orchid. She looked at the man with unkempt hair and smiled. Qi Pujuan, if you want to participate, why don't we have a bet on who will be able to ascend the heaven's chosen road and reach the central immortal court? What do you think? Qi Pujuan, hearing such a unique surname, everyone seemed to finally realize the identity of the man with unkempt hair, and their expressions changed. The 8th heaven is controlled by the 10 immortal giants. Each of them has monstrous power, enough to deter all living beings in the eternal true world. Among them, the forces of the Qi clan and the Qi clan can firmly rank in the top 4, but as for who is ranked 3rd and who is ranked 4th, there has been a constant debate. In short, in the 8th heaven, some people regard the Qi clan as the 3rd giant, while others regard the Qi clan as the third giant. This debate has existed for a long time, and until now, there has been no clear answer. After understanding these inside stories, everyone also understood that if the Zhongli clan and the Mu clan are at odds, then the Qi clan and the Qi clan are also competitors who fight openly and secretly. What do you want to bet? Qi Pejuan said without hesitation, his eyes cold and fierce. Qi Lingyun, who was wearing a long dress and holding a scroll in her hand, smiled and looked at Lin Sun, who had been staying out of the matter, and said, "If I win, please come forward and persuade this fellow Taoist Lin Sun to obediently bow down to me." Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and their expressions were strange. It seemed that they didn't expect that Qi Lingyun would use subduing Lin Sun as a bet. A cold light flashed in the depths of Lin Sun's black eyes, and he didn't say anything. A wisp of detest and killing intent had arisen in his heart, and he'd sentenced this seemingly elegant, quiet, and aloof woman to death. "Bow down to me, if there's a chance in the future, let's see who will bow down to whom." Qi Pejuan glanced at Lin Sun. Although he was slightly puzzled, he still said without hesitation, "What if you lose? Then I'll give you a piece of immortal gold essence in my hand, how about it?" Qi Lingyun said. Instantly, the hearts of many emperor ancestors trembled. Immortal gold essence, it was a legendary treasure that belonged to the immortal realm, and even a thumb-sized piece of it could make immortals fight to the death for it. Qi Pejuan raised his eyebrows and said, "All right. Hey, you're doing this deliberately. Will the one and only chosen one who can enter the central immortal court be born from the two of you?" Zhong Lixiao spoke with a displeased expression. "You can bet as well." Qi Lingyun smiled gently, "My request is the same as before. If you lose, help me persuade Taoist Lin Sun. If you win, I'll give you a piece of immortal gold essence." Up until now, if the crowd still didn't know that Qi Lingyun was targeting Lin Sun, then they would have lived for so many years in vain. For a moment, they looked at Lin Sun with pity in their eyes. How could vicious Lin, who had killed countless people in the great void immortal realm, offend a noble from the eighth heaven? All right. Zhong Lixiao didn't care about Lin Sun's feelings. In fact, whether it was him or Qi Pejuan, when they made the decision to bet, they didn't care about these things. They came from the eighth heaven, and the environment they grew up in, as well as what they had seen and heard since they started cultivating, made them look down on anyone below the eighth heaven. This wasn't arrogance, but a natural disposition that was branded in their bones. In their eyes, people who didn't belong to the eighth heaven didn't belong to the same world as them. They didn't need to pretend to be humble and low-key, but it depended on who they were dealing with. To put it bluntly, no matter how dazzling Lin Sun's previous achievements were, how heaven-defying and extraordinary, in their eyes, he was nothing more than a character that they were interested in, a person that they could recruit to serve them. Just like Lin Feng, who was beside Qi Lingyun. How dazzling and powerful was he, but now, he was just a worshipper of the Qi clan, and a protector who followed Qi Lingyun. It was true that in the eternal true world, Lin Feng was already an extraordinary existence, but in the eyes of the 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven, he was just a worshipper who could be cultivated. Compared to this, Lin Sun's weight in the hearts of the eighth heaven's nobles was roughly the same. Of course, this was very uncomfortable. But in the eyes of the people present, especially the cultivators from the Gu clan and the Yun clan, this was a matter of course. A matter of course was enough to show how monstrous the power of the 10 giants was in the eternal true world. After countless years, this influence had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. In that case, I'm also willing to participate. Mui also spoke, attracted by the immortal gold essence promised by Qi Lingyun. Qi Lingyun smiled calmly and nodded, "Okay." Then, she looked at Lin Sun and said, "Lin Sun, do you now understand how important you are to me? My conditions haven't changed. Before the matter of the God's relic ends, as long as you agree to serve me, I don't mind getting you any cultivation resources you want." The crowd was in an uproar. In the eyes of many people, this was definitely a great thing that made them envious and jealous. As long as they agreed, they could enter the eighth heaven to cultivate, and their fate would change accordingly. But Lin Sun became more and more unhappy. He glanced at Qi Lingyun and said, "Why don't I also make a bet? If I lose, I can give you my life. If you lose, I don't want your life. I just want you to slap yourself and scold yourself. How about that?" There was a sudden silence in the field, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. Was Lin Sun crazy? Even Zhong Lixiao, Mu Yi, Qi Pijuan and others were stunned for a moment. They seemed to be very surprised that Lin Sun dared to provoke and humiliate Qi Lingyun. Wasn't he courting death? Gu Banzwang, Yun Luohong and others couldn't help but look strange. It seemed that this guy not only didn't fear them, but also didn't take the Qi clan of the Eighth Heaven seriously. There was silence in the field. Everyone turned to look at Qi Lingyun in unison. The elegant woman in a long dress holding a scroll in her hand didn't show any emotion at the moment. She was still as indifferent as before. But when she looked at Lin Sun keenly noticed that there was a hint of killing intent in this woman's heart. However, Lin Sun didn't care about this and said, "What, you don't dare to bet?" There was undisguised sarcasm in his voice. Qi Lingyun suddenly laughed, staring at Lin Sun and said softly, "Lin Sun, do you think you are qualified to participate in this bet? Wake up. You're just a wager." Her voice was very calm, as if she was stating a fact. But the disdain in her voice was clear. She was saying, "Who do you think you are? How dare you participate in this bet?" Zhong Lixiao, Mu Yi, and Qi Pijuan laughed. The attitude shown by Qi Lingyun was exactly what they were most familiar with and understood, because people like them really disdained to bet with unqualified people. Lin Sun didn't get angry. He just smiled and didn't say anything more. Because whatever he said would be regarded as unqualified by the other party, and the power of words was often the weakest at this time. Since it was useless to say more, there was no need to talk nonsense. What Eighth Heaven, immortal giants, when he surpassed them one day, he would ask them what qualification was, and he believed that the answer would be completely different from now. A burst of ethereal immortal music suddenly sounded at this moment, followed by a golden road, which spread down from the center of the mountain where the immortal court was located, and fell on the cliff plateau halfway up the mountain. The immortal light was dense, and the golden light was steaming. This road led directly to the center of the mountain peak, the immortal court. This was the road to the top. It was also called the road chosen by heaven. Only the strongest had the ability to set foot on it, and then live in the center of the immortal court. More than 300 cultivators on the cliff plateau became restless, their eyes shining, and they were ready to take action. In the last era, the third stage of the competition was to challenge this road chosen by heaven. No matter who it was, they only had one chance. Once they couldn't pass this road and reach the highest point of the central immortal court, they would be eliminated, according to rumors. On the road chosen by heaven, there were battle marks left by the strongest in each battle of heaven. Once you set foot on it, you would face the battle power left by the strongest immortal cultivators. It must be known that the heavens chosen battle of the last era was held once every 100,000 years. Every time it was held, only one ultimate powerhouse would emerge victorious and become the heavens chosen. One could imagine how terrifying the battle brand left behind by such an ultimate powerhouse would be. "I'll go first." Suddenly, a peerless figure rushed out. The moment he set foot on the road chosen by heaven, his suppressed cultivation was immediately restored, and he showed the terrifying power that belonged to the peak of the 8th level of Great Emperor. But he'd only walked a few hundred meters before his body seemed as if it was struck by a mountain torrent, and it was blasted flying with a bang before falling onto the cliff. His expression was filled with unwillingness and shock. It seemed as if that distance of a few thousand meters from before had caused him to experience something terrifying. The path of heaven's chosen is filled with the mysterious aura of space and time. Walking on it is like walking on the river of time from the previous era. You will encounter one opponent after another that was formed by the strongest. Someone said in a low voice, just now, that person seemed to have only walked a few thousand meters, but to him, he probably experienced a cycle of time. Even 1,000 years in an instant wouldn't amount to much. The expressions of many in the surroundings had become solemn. An eighth great martial emperor who had fought his way through the layers of selection in the arena defense and the great hunt was extremely powerful. But now, he had only walked a few hundred zhang before he was eliminated, and there was a total of 3,000 zhang to reach the immortal court at the center of the mountain peak. There is only one heaven's chosen one. Don't overestimate yourselves. Zhong Lixiao chuckled. Let me give it a try. An imperial ancestor walked forward. When he stepped foot onto the path of Heaven's Chosen, he erupted with terrifying might that caused everyone to look at him in surprise. But in the end, he'd merely walked 3 kilometers before he staggered and was blasted flying. He fell onto the cliff, and he even coughed up blood without end while his gaze dimmed down. He was actually injured. This scene caused some of the cultivators in the surroundings to be unable to help but feel nervous, and no matter how conceited they were, they couldn't help but feel pressured. Even an imperial ancestor could only advance 3 kilometers. This path of the Heavens Chosen that belonged to the last era was undoubtedly too abnormal. In the following period of time, numerous cultivators moved forward. However, practically without exception, all of them stopped within 3 kilometers of the path of the Heavens Chosen and were eliminated. It was like that distance was a barrier that was extremely difficult to surmount. The atmosphere in the surroundings grew even more oppressive along with this, and the mental states of some cultivators couldn't help but be slightly shaken. Indeed, there was no danger in the path of ascension, and they didn't have to worry about perishing. However, this extremely cruel elimination rate was still too terrifying, and it caused a shadow to appear in the hearts of these formidable figures who'd experienced numerous slaughters and arrived here with great difficulty. It should be known that figures like them practically represented the peak of the imperial realm, yet they were actually unable to overcome the battle brands left behind on the path of the Heavens Chosen. Lin Sun had been watching from the side with a calm expression. However, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. The cruelty of the path of the Heavens Chosen had exceeded his expectations. As time passed, finally, someone passed through the distance of 3 kilometers. It was Yun Luohong from the Yun clan, an extremely formidable imperial ancestor. This caused many people to be excited, and they finally saw some hope. But in next to no time, Yun Luohong was defeated as well. When he reached the distance of 3 kilometers, he was washed away by an expanse of golden light and fell down fiercely. His face was pale and unsightly, and his eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. No one knew what kind of battles an imperial ancestor like him had experienced, but they couldn't help but feel sad when they saw an existence like him being defeated halfway. After observing for a long time, Lin Sun decided not to wait any longer. Whether it was success or failure, he had to give it a try. There were many people who had similar ideas as him. At least until now, no one had chosen to give up. However, just as Lin Sun took a step, he saw a figure had already rushed forward. The figure was wearing a high hat and ancient clothes, with big sleeves fluttering, and a pair of E-symbols emerging in his eyes. It was Mui. Since you're not qualified to bet, why are you so anxious to prove yourself? He glanced at Lin Sun with a smile and went straight to the path of the Heavens Chosen. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and stood in place. He wanted to see where Mui could go. At this time, all eyes fell on Mui. They all wanted to see whether this noble figure from the 8th heaven could reach the top in one fell swoop. Mui's performance was indeed different from the others before. It was extremely extraordinary. In a few blinks of an eye, he reached the distance of 3 kilometers, causing many exclamations in the field. But after arriving here, his speed slowed down, but he still seemed very calm. Almost under everyone's gaze, he reached the distance of 3 kilometers step by step, and continued to advance towards the last 3 kilometers. This shocked many cultivators. They had to admit that Mui from the 8th heaven was indeed powerful and admirable. At this time, Zhong Lixiao couldn't help but ask, Qi Lingyun, if Mui, Qi Pijuan and I all reach the top, I'm afraid you won't have enough immortal pure gold in your hands, right? Qi Lingyun said indifferently, don't worry, even if all of you reach the top, only one person can become the chosen. At that time, it will depend on who can reach the top in the shortest time. Zhong Lixiao thought for a moment and said with a smile, it seems that if I want to beat you, I can only become the only chosen. Qi Lingyun said, do you think it's so easy to get the immortal pure gold? However, the expected situation didn't happen. When Mui reached the 2,900-foot mark, his figure, which had already seemed to be difficult to walk, suddenly trembled, and then he was directly knocked out, turned into an arc, and fell on the cliff platform. Bang, his figure staggered, and when he finally stood firm, his hair was disheveled, his face was livid, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He seemed to have lost his composure. This scene made the audience fall into a dead silence. Even someone as powerful as Mui had been eliminated. Zhong Lixiao, who was originally complacent, couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. He was well aware of Mu Yi's strength, but he was mercilessly pushed back in the last 300 m, and this caused him to feel pressure that assaulted his face. Qi Lingyun, Qi Pejuan and others felt the same. Mu Yi's defeat made them, who had absolute confidence in themselves, feel the horror of the ascendant. Since you've already participated in the bet, why are you so anxious to prove yourself? In this silence, Lin Sun suddenly laughed, returning Mu Yi's words just now, and the sarcasm was not concealed at all. Mu Yi's handsome face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger and killing intent. He said, "If you have the guts, say it again." Everyone's heart trembled, and it was difficult to understand. Mu Yi's defeat had already made him furious, but Lin Sun's sarcasm at this time was like sprinkling salt on the wound. At this time, facing the incomparably angry Mu Yi, Lin Sun seemed to be very obedient, and said seriously, "Since you've already participated in the bet, why are you so anxious to prove yourself?" You. Mu Yi was so angry that his lips trembled, but his cultivation was suppressed again, so he couldn't do anything at all. Otherwise, he would have attacked at the first moment. Lin Sun said with a smile, "No need to say more. You've already failed in your so-called bet, and I, Lin Sun, don't need a loser like you to persuade me, because you're not qualified." There was a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and completely shocked by Lin Sun's words. How could this guy be so daring? Was he really not afraid of death, or was he completely desperate? Mu Yi was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He pointed at Lin Sun with a trembling finger, and said, "Lin Sun, I'll remember you. Just you wait." Lin Sun laughed, and didn't bother to pay attention to Mu Yi. When he was about to take action, he found that Zhong Lixiao had also started to take action. What? Do you want to repeat his mistakes and rush to prove yourself first? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Zhong Lixiao's figure stagnated, and he turned his head to stare at Lin Sun. "Lin Sun, I have a good impression of you. Don't make me hate you." Lin Sun said, "Using me as a bet is called a good impression? I'm sorry, I can't afford this kind of good impression. Please be magnanimous and take back your so-called good impression." You. Zhong Lixiao was angry, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "If you really want to die, wait until we leave the God's relic, and I'll fulfill your wish. P.S. I'll continue to update tonight. I'm eager to get monthly votes for encouragement after that." Zhong Lixiao turned around and rushed to the Golden Chosen Road. Lin Sun smiled and didn't care about the strange gazes cast on him. He had already offended the 4 clans of the East Imperial family. "I'm sure that you are a person who is not afraid of death, but do you think it's worth it to get yourself killed because of what happened today?" Not far away, Qi Lingyun asked. "Let's see who can survive until the end." Lin Sun said casually, as if he didn't care about these things at all. This made many people secretly admire him. In this world, even the powerful ancestors and the terrifying immortals, who dares to be as fearless as Lin Sun when facing the clansmen of the immortal giants of the 8th heaven, Qi Lingyun said softly, "Then I might as well say that if I can't subdue people like you, I would rather destroy you." The clouds were calm and the wind was gentle. But that kind of threat was enough to make anyone feel cold. In this regard, Lin Sun only said "oh" and didn't look at Qi Lingyun again from beginning to end. "So strong!" someone exclaimed. Everyone followed the gaze and saw that on the chosen road, Zhong Lixiao's figure had already crossed 2,000 feet and was advancing towards the top of the mountain. Compared with Mu Yi just now, he was not much weaker, until seeing his figure approaching 2,900 feet step by step, everyone in the field couldn't help but hold their breath and watch nervously. And when they saw Zhong Lixiao's figure crossing 2,900 feet and still had the power to move forward, the field was already restless. This had surpassed Mu Yi's performance just now. "I haven't seen this guy for many years. It seems that he has obviously hidden a lot of strength before," Qi Pejuan said in surprise. He had seen that Zhong Lixiao's performance at the moment was obviously stronger than they knew. Humph. In the atmosphere of surprise, only Mu Yi's face was extremely gloomy. Being surpassed by Zhong Lixiao in this way made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Another Juxian emperor ancestor, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if he didn't want to, he had to admit that these characters from the 8th heaven were all overlords on the emperor's road. they were so powerful that they could suppress most of the same realm. In fact, those who could become Xian Emperor ancestor were indeed peerless geniuses, 1 in 10,000, and extremely abnormal. Even if it was Mu Yi, it was sufficient to make those senior ancestor realm figures feel ashamed of their inferiority and have no choice but to lower their heads. This was the power of the Zhu Tian ancestor. Success. When they saw Zhong Lixiao's figure appear on the peak of the mountain, the surroundings seethed with excitement, and all the cultivators had various expressions on their faces. When compared to Zhong Lixiao, they couldn't help but feel dejected and defeated. Such a heaven-defying figure is really too formidable, even Lin Sun was surprised. Zhong Lixiao seemed to be a wild, unruly, and frivolous person, but it was obviously just a facade, and he truly possessed a terrifying strength that far surpassed all others. At this moment, he also noticed that Mu Yi's hands had uncontrollably clenched into fists, his expression faintly sinister. Obviously, Zhong Lixiao's ascension to the top was quite a huge blow to him. Qi Lingyun spoke with a calm tone. Looks like Zhong Lixiao has become a formidable opponent in the bet. To her, Zhong Lixiao had ascended to the top, but he still wasn't the only heaven's chosen one. She could only wait for the battle to end and see how many people could ascend to the top. Only then would she be able to ascend to the top based on their own abilities. The time it took to ascend to the top would determine the winner. The peak of this mountain overlooks the world. It's worthy of being the central immortal court. Everyone, I'm looking forward to seeing who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Ha ha ha. On the peak of the mountain, Zhong Lixiao, who wore a pair of fiery red wings and looked like a young man, let out a hearty laugh that resounded through the clouds. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression. Humph, what are you so proud of? As he spoke, Qi Pejuan strode towards the heaven's chosen path. At least half of the cultivators here hadn't participated in the trial, and they could only retreat and wait when they saw this. A quarter of an hour later, Qi Pejuan ascended to the top in a domineering manner, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. The smile on Zhong Lixiao's face instantly vanished, and Mu Yi's expression became even more unsightly as he stood on the plateau and witnessed all of this. These two ascended to the top at almost the same time. Do you have the confidence to surpass them? Qi Lingyun looked at Lin Feng, who stood beside her. Lin Feng's slightly mediocre face was emotionless as he said, I'll do my best. Qi Lingyun nodded, don't force yourself. It's just losing a piece of immortal gold essence. I can afford it. Lin Feng grunted and directly started moving. In next to no time, everyone present was shocked. Lin Feng's speed couldn't be said to be too fast, but it gave others the feeling that he was extremely steady and unstoppable. He really isn't simple. Lin Sun noticed all of this and couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Feng, the imperial ancestor from the fifth heaven, was even stronger than Zhong Lixiao and Qi Pejuan on the heaven's chosen path. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Feng probably wouldn't be eliminated. Sure enough, under the gazes of everyone, Lin Feng's figure appeared step by step on the peak of the mountain. Good. Qi Lingyun's eyes were suffused with a smile, and she was in high spirits. She'd calculated with her fingers and found that Lin Feng's speed was even faster than Zhong Lixiao and Qi Pejuan, so the time he spent was naturally shorter. At this point, Qi Lingyun, had already won this bet. On the peak of the mountain, a wisp of gloominess appeared between the brows of Zhong Lixiao and Qi Pejuan, and the joy and excitement they felt when they ascended the peak had vanished. What they couldn't accept the most was the fact that Lin Feng was only a revered elder of Qi Lingyun's side, yet he was now superior to them. Even if the gap was extremely small, it was still a gap after all. As for Mu Yi, his handsome face was livid at this moment, and he looked like he wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was fine if he was surpassed by Zhong Lixiao and Qi Pejuan, but now he was surpassed by Qi Lingyun's protector. This was like an invisible slap on his face. At present, there were already 3 strong people who had ascended the peak, and this seemed to give many people confidence and hope. In the following time, there were people who continuously went to the trial. But the result was cruel and cold, and almost all of them were eliminated without exception. Among them, when he saw Tsang Fuxing also stopped at a distance of more than 2,600 meters, Lin Sun's calm heart sighed slightly. After all, Tsang Fuxing was only at the peak of the 8th Heaven Emperor realm, and he couldn't be compared with the imperial ancestor. But to Lin Sun's surprise, the saber-bearer wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber on his back actually ascended the peak in one go. Although his speed was far inferior to Zhong Lixiao, Qi Pejuan, and Lin Feng, his performance still caused an uproar. Only now did people recognize that the saber-bearer was actually not the peak of the 8th Heaven Emperor on the wanted list, but an existence at the peak of the Imperial Ancestor realm. Many seniors of the Immortal Emperor clans had already decided to wait for the ruins of the gods to fall. They did everything they could to rope in the saber-bearer. Time passed bit by bit, and more cultivators went up, but no one ascended the peak. Some lamented, some were unwilling, and some were despondent. The blow of being eliminated was too great after all. Lin Sun noticed that Lu Xianxia and Xianxia were eliminated one after another, but they were rather calm and didn't lose control of their emotions. Obviously, they'd expected that the hope of ascending the peak with their own strength was very slim, so they didn't feel very unwilling. Qi Lingyun looked at Lin Sun. Now you're the only one left who hasn't gone to the trial. Could it be that you intend to give up? The others looked over as well. Previously, everyone had noticed that Lin Sun had already planned to go to the trial, but Zhong Lixiao and Qi Pejuan had beaten him to it. But in the following period of time, Lin Sun didn't take any action, which made people feel strange. Could it be that he knew that his strength wasn't enough and decided to give up? Lin Sun smiled and glanced at Qi Lingyun. Are you not human? Everyone was startled at first, but soon understood the meaning behind his words, and their expressions became strange. Qi Lingyun indeed didn't go to the trial, but who didn't know that Lin Feng's ascension to the peak meant that she didn't need to go to the trial? Qi Lingyun's expression was obviously sluggish, and she also realized that there was something wrong with her words. She couldn't help but say coldly, I'd like to see how you'll be eliminated. Lin Sun ignored her and walked forward. In fact, everyone present couldn't help but be curious. Although Vicious Lin was a peak of the 8th Heaven Emperor realm, he could kill an Emperor Ancestor realm existence in a head-on battle, which was completely incomparable to those in the same realm. Could he reach the peak? There was hope, but it was very slim. This was what everyone knew. After all, the 4 people standing at the peak of the mountain were all Juxian Emperor ancestors. They were existences more terrifying than one Dao ancestor, and in the eternal world, they were legendary figures that were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. At least in the top 6 heavens, it was almost impossible to see Juxian Emperor ancestors. Even in the 7th heaven, there were only a handful of them, and they were extremely rare. If it wasn't for the amazing fortune in the god's relic, it would be impossible to see so many Juxian Emperor ancestors gathered together. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Sun stepped onto the path of the Chosen One. Then, an incredible scene happened. Lin Sun's figure was like a dazzling light, and he appeared at a speed of 10,000 feet. From start to finish, it only took a blink of an eye. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. What was going on? Qi Lingyun was stunned, and her jade-like hand holding the scroll couldn't help but clench. This abnormal scene caught her off guard, and she was shocked. But before everyone could recover from their shock, they saw Lin Sun's figure continue to fly forward, like an exiled immortal flying on the mountain road, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, and he looked very elegant. In comparison, Zhong Lixiao and the others who had reached the 10,000 feet mark before looked as clumsy as snails. On the mountain peak, Zhong Lixiao and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and they almost thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Wasn't this too fierce? In the end, everyone was completely dumbfounded, and they stood there in shock. Because up to the 20,000 feet mark, Lin Sun's speed didn't show any signs of slowing down, and he was still flying forward, extremely cool and unrestrained. P.S. I'm sending more updates. At this moment, everyone had an illusion that the path Lin Sun was walking on was completely different from the path they had taken before. Otherwise, how could Lin Sun walk so easily, so contentedly, and so freely? It should be known that the path of Heaven's Chosen contained the battle marks of many supreme experts from the previous era. Every supreme expert had experienced slaughter in the battle of Heaven's Chosen that occurred once every 100,000 years, and in the end, they were the one and only Heaven's Chosen. This meant that if one wanted to arrive at the peak of the mountain, then it was like returning to the last era, and one had to defeat numerous supreme experts in the annals of time. It was extremely difficult. Otherwise, Zhong Lixiao and the other 3 great ancestors wouldn't have been the only ones to reach the peak. Even Mui and the other Xian emperor ancestors had failed at the last step. In comparison, Lin Sun's performance on the Chosen One's path could be described as shocking, or even abnormal. Too fast, too graceful, and too relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard, riding the wind. Who could accept this? This is impossible. He is a peak 8th level emperor, how can he be stronger than a peak emperor ancestor? Mui was the first to be unable to accept it. He had suffered more than one blow, starting from Zhongli Xiao until now, every blow dealt a heavy blow to his dignity. But Zhongli Xiao and the others were all Xian emperor ancestors, so it was barely acceptable. But now, Lin Sun, a peak 8th level emperor, had the momentum to reach the summit. This made Mui furious, and he felt a great disparity and imbalance. Why? Qi Lingyun spoke up as well. Her eyes were filled with determination. I don't believe that he's capable of doing this with his strength. There must be something else behind this. There must be a reason for something abnormal. In her opinion, everything that happened to Lin Sun was too abnormal, completely beyond everyone's imagination. Do you think so too? Mui was excited, as if he had found a confidant. Everyone present was silent, unable to calm down. Of course, they did not want to believe it, but this was the battle of the Chosen One, covered with the supreme power of rules left by the Central Immortal Court. No matter how abnormal it was, it could not change the fact that Lin Sun was about to reach the summit. At this time, if he tried to use other reasons to prove that Lin Sun couldn't do it by his own strength, it would be a little inappropriate. In the eyes of the crowd, Mu Yi and Qi Lingyun had clearly lost their composure. Lu Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other and saw a trace of disdain flash in each other's eyes. Obviously, they looked down on Mu Yi and Qi Lingyun's current performance. Right at this moment, the crowd was stirred and seething with excitement. Because Lin Sun had easily appeared on the top of the mountain like an immortal. It seems to be less than 30 breaths, someone was trembling. This is unbelievable. How did Vicious Lin do it? All the people in the field were shocked by Lin Sun's achievements at the moment. This is definitely another problem. Mui gritted his teeth, his face ashen. Qi Lingyun had already recovered her calm. She'd realized that she'd lost her composure earlier, but when she saw Lin Sun ascend the peak so easily, her fair and jade-like hands that held the scroll couldn't help but clench tightly. Uncle, did you think that something like this would happen? Xianxia's eyes were wandering. Break the skull. I didn't. Lu Xianxia sighed with emotion while his heart roiled without end. The more he came into contact with Lin Sun, the more he noticed that this young man from the ancient path of the starry sky was truly too unexpected, and it seemed as if there was nothing in this world that he couldn't accomplish. This era's one chosen by the heavens, Xianxia suddenly laughed soundlessly. Conversely, she felt that all of this was normal. Because that person's name was Lin Sun, mist arose on the peak of the mountain, and the grand, lofty, and boundlessly brilliant Central Immortal Court was nearby. It was like the residence of the gods. However, when he arrived here, Lin Sun immediately sensed that his strength had been suppressed once more, and he stood on the spot and was utterly unable to move. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun finally understood why Zhongli Xiao and the others hadn't headed to the Central Immortal Court at the first possible moment. They obviously couldn't be considered as the chosen by the heavens. You. At this moment, Zhongli Xiao's expression was extremely gloomy, and he seemed as if he had a chest full of words yet was unable to speak them. Qi Pejuan had a gloomy expression as well, and he seemed as if he'd eaten a fly. Lin Feng remained silent as usual, but when he looked at Lin Sun, there was an irrepressible surprise and a trace of coldness in his eyes. As for the man with the blade, although his expression couldn't be seen clearly because of the bamboo hat on his head, it was impossible for him to remain calm in his heart. Obviously, it was also a big blow to those who had already reached the top of the mountain for Lin Sun to arrive at the peak so quickly and easily. What's wrong with me? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask out of goodwill. He was worried that Zhongli Xiao would get sick if he held it in for too long. Zhongli Xiao seemed to be venting his inner emotions as he said word by word, "You. Cheater. Cheater." His voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone present was stunned. Many people were trying hard to hold back their laughter, and the corners of their lips twitched fiercely. Such an absurd reason actually came from the mouth of Xianxia, a peerless ancestor of the great emperor. The contrast was too great. Qi Pejuan and Lin Feng couldn't help but turn their heads, and they were obviously shocked by Xiao's exasperated words. Lin Sun was startled for a moment, and secretly gave Xiao a thumbs up in his heart. This guy really had sharp eyes. In fact, Lin Sun was also in a very complicated mood at the moment. At the moment when he set foot on the Chosen One's way, he felt something unusual, because the jade disc of fate, which had been silent for a long time, produced a strange fluctuation like an invisible ripple at this moment. Every time a fighting brand left by a supreme powerhouse of the last era appeared, it would be collected by the power of the jade disc of fate before he could take action. Like plucking fruits, it plucked as it went. The battle imprints of supreme experts were harvested by the good fortune jade disc one after the other. There was no chance for him to take action at all. Lin Sun had no choice. He had already decided to have a try with his own cultivation to see how strong the fighting power of the Chosen Ones were. But he never thought that, however, the good fortune jade disc had helped him commit a huge fraud without anyone noticing. The jade disc of fate was really a fool of people. Although he felt a little strange in his heart, the feeling of climbing up and reaching the top with ease really made Lin Sun feel very good. At this moment, the jade disc of fate had already returned to silence, like a beast that had fallen into a deep sleep after eating its fill. The fighting brands of the supreme powerhouses, the complete order of immortals, and the inheritance of the Book of Origin had become a part of it. Lin Sun vaguely remembered that in the Tai ruins, there seemed to be a silent spirit of order in the jade disc of fate. But as soon as it appeared, it turned into a rain of light and dissipated, returning to silence. At that time, he suspected that the spirit of order in the jade disc of fate was very likely to be the spirit of order in the immortal world of the last era, yet now, along with the collection of the Origin Dao scripture and the battle brands of the supreme experts of the last era, Lin Sun had a stronger feeling that it was very likely that there really was a spirit of order within the jade disc of creation, and it was just that it had always been in silence. Lin Sun, you must have used some method similar to cheating. Otherwise, even if you have the power to suppress the emperor ancestor, it would be impossible for you to leave so easily. Xiao also realized that he had lost his composure. His face was very pale, but at least he regained his composure. This judgment was the same as Qi Lingyun. This was exactly what Qi Pejuan and Lin Feng suspected as well. Lin Sun wouldn't admit it, and he said without batting an eyelid, "Is this the excuse of a loser? Or perhaps, you, Xiao, are a sore loser?" Xiao instantly gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if you don't admit it. Once we leave this place, I'll naturally test your true combat strength. At that time, the truth will definitely be revealed." Lin Sun smiled and didn't speak any further. Dong, a wave of the sound of a divine drum resounded. On the pillar at the side of the central immortal court, a drum that was coiled with immortal light surged into appearance at the spot where the words "All gods descend by beating the jade drum" were inscribed, and the sound of the drum was coming from it. After that, a strand of immortal light suddenly charged out from within the tightly closed door of the central immortal court. It was crystalline, resplendent, illusory, and ethereal. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped Lin Sun's figure. After that, his figure vanished on the spot. On the other hand, Xiao, Qi Pejuan, Lin Feng, and the man that carried a blade were carried by a shapeless force, and they floated down onto the plateau. They had indeed reached the peak, but in the end they didn't get any reward. This caused Xiao and the others' hearts to rise and fall, and they gave birth to a sullen feeling that no one else could understand. It was extremely uncomfortable to hold it in. Vicious Lin has actually become the Chosen One. On the plateau, a group of cultivators had a complicated expression on their faces. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some were in disbelief. Previously, they all thought that this supreme fortune would be obtained by the nobles of the eighth heaven. But in the end, it was a person that no one had expected to obtain. The ruins of the gods is regarded as the first forbidden area in the vast thousand battles domain, and this fortune can absolutely be regarded as the supreme treasure of the last era. Vicious Lin's combat strength is incomparably heaven-defying. After obtaining this fortune, why worry about not being able to reach the peak and become an ancestor? Why worry about not being able to achieve immortality in the future? Various sighs sounded. Thinking about it, Lin Sun was able to suppress the emperor ancestor, leave his name on the Xian list, and wipe out the experts of the seventh heaven, such as the Nan clan and the Li clan. Now that he had obtained such a supreme fortune, how terrifying would his future achievements be? Obtaining the fortune doesn't mean that he can keep it. Someone said coldly with a gloomy expression. Do you all think that Lin Sun can still leave the vast thousand battles domain alive after obtaining the fortune? This sentence caused many people's eyes to change subtly, and they all had different expressions. Outside the ruins of the gods, there were many immortal figures guarding it. If they knew that this supreme fortune was obtained by Lin Sun, how could they let him leave alive under their noses? Look at the 4 Eastern Emperor clans. Then look at the nobles of the immortal forces. Who would tolerate him leaving with the fortune? There is no need to wait until we leave this place. Don't forget that there is still a convention of the immortal court after the battle for the throne. Zhongli Xiao said coldly. The convention of the immortal court, in the last era, after the battle of the Chosen One, any cultivator who entered the battle for the throne could challenge the Chosen One in the convention of the immortal court if they were not convinced. If the Chosen One could block all obstacles, he could be regarded as the successor of the central immortal court in the true sense. If he couldn't, the so-called title of Chosen One would be deprived, and the winner would enter the central immortal court and become the successor of the central immortal court. But in the rumors, such a situation rarely happened. Because those who could kill their way out of the battle of the Chosen One once in 100,000 years were all supreme existences, and they had the power to be invincible in the same realm. However, Zhong Lixiao's words reminded everyone present that something that might not have happened in the last era might happen in the current era. The reason was very simple. They had all determined that there was something wrong with Lin Sun's performance on the road of Chosen One, and it was impossible for him to do it with his cultivation. Yes, there is still the convention of the immortal court. All of a sudden, Mu Yi's eyes lit up. He, who had suffered a blow before, seemed to see hope again at this moment. An opportunity to suppress Lin Sun and seize his fortune. At this time, Qi Lingyun also spoke. Her clear eyes were like water, and her voice was tactful. Everyone, I am not interested in the Chosen One, but if you can work together in the convention of the immortal court and take Lin Sun down for me, I don't mind taking you to the 8th heaven for cultivation. The crowd was restless. The more than 300 cultivators almost couldn't believe their ears. They could go to the 8th heaven for cultivation just by helping to deal with Lin Sun. Lu Xiangque and Xianxia Yuan's expressions changed at the same time, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Qi Lingyun was so ruthless that she wanted to tie everyone together to deal with Lin Sun. I can also agree to this, Qi Pejuan said. Zhong Lixiao said, count me in. How could they not understand that Qi Lingyun's move was absolutely killing 2 birds with 1 stone? She not only mobilized all forces to deal with Lin Sun, but also collected a group of rare talents for herself. After all of these cultivators here were top-rate figures who'd experienced the selection of the arena and the grand hunt, and they'd fought their way out of almost 30,000 emperors. No matter which one it was, all of them could be considered to be overlords at the same cultivation realm. If he was able to take them under his command, then the benefits he would obtain would probably be sufficient to move the hearts of even those eternal realm overlords. Imperial ancestor Zhu Lai was an existence that even the undying emperors of the 8th heaven valued and were willing to pay a huge price to recruit. Of course, I won't force you guys. If anyone is willing, you can join us when the immortal court assembly begins. Qi Lingyun said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it's tempting to go to the 8th heaven to cultivate, but the risk is also great. Among those present, the Gu clan and the Yun clan were the ones with the most uneasy expressions. Qi Lingyun's intervention would undoubtedly disrupt their plan to capture Lin Sun. If they missed this opportunity, how could they explain to Dong Huang clan in the future? Qi Lingyun and the others might be after the fortune of the central immortal court, but what the 4 clans of the Eastern Emperor were after was not this. Don't be impatient. Don't forget that the eternal realm figures of our 4 clans are waiting outside the God's relic. At that time, if Lin Sun dies, let those eternal realm figures come forward and ask Qi Lingyun and the others for the fortune related to Nirvana. Gu Banzwang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing, and she stood far away from the cliff platform to comfort everyone. Her cultivation was suppressed, so she couldn't transmit her voice. Everyone's perception was also weakened, so she didn't need to worry about others hearing what she said. That's the only way. Yun Luohong also nodded. Speaking of this matter, whether it was him, Gu Banzwang, or others, they all felt extremely depressed. How could all the good things in this world be monopolized by Lin Sun? The nirvana fortune that the Donghuang clan was determined to get was with him, and the supreme treasure of the Central Immortal Court was also obtained by him. So now, whether it was Qi Lingyun and the other nobles of the Eighth Heaven, or the 4 clans of the Eastern Emperor, it was very likely that there would be friction because of competing for the fortune. This really made people speechless. Wait and see. The Immortal Court meeting will start in a month at the latest. At that time, that Lin Sun must spit out whatever he ate. Zhong Lixiao's eyes were very cold. Originally, he appreciated Lin Sun very much and wanted to guide him to the 8th heaven to cultivate. But what Lin Sun had done before made him completely furious. Don't forget about the bet. You all have to help persuade Lin Sun to bow down to me. Not far away, Qi Lingyun reminded with a smile. At the mention of the bet, Zhong Lixiao, Qi Pijuan, and Mu Yi's faces were gloomy. White immortal mist filled the air, and the ground paved with black divine jade under their feet had already cracked, with many mottled cracks. Collapsed stone pillars were lying on the ground, and patterns of flowers, birds, insects, fish, and mountains and rivers could be faintly seen on the stone pillars. Further away, there were broken bricks scattered on the ground, each of which was extremely huge. In front of the stone pillars, there should be the central altar of a palace in the past, but it had also collapsed into a pile of broken stones. In the past, this place was a towering and magnificent immortal palace, representing the supreme authority and majesty of the immortal world. But now, it was full of desolation, and the ground was in a mess, like an abandoned ruin. When he saw this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. This was completely different from the scene he expected. This is the Central Immortal Court, the most supreme place of this era. Lin Sun realized that even though the ruins of the gods were well preserved, the Central Immortal Court was probably severely destroyed in the great calamity of the end of this era. He began to walk here, and it was like walking on a silent ruin of eternity, giving people a sense of desolation and withering. The glory of the past seemed to have long been destroyed in this era, and the wind and rain blew away, leaving only desolation. Lin Sun, who was sighing with emotion in his heart, suddenly noticed a wisp of spirit light. When he looked carefully, that wisp of spirit light flashed from the depths of a pile of rubble. He walked forward and moved the rubble away with a wave of his sleeve. Only then did he see clearly that the wisp of spirit light was a tender green sprout that took root in the ruins, and it was verdant and showed a tenacious vitality. Lin Sun's heart trembled inexplicably. Is it reborn from destruction? This sprout was too weak, but it just so happened to give Lin Sun an extremely tenacious aura. It seemed that even if the era was destroyed and the immortal court declined, it would be unable to stop its growth. And it had become the only vitality in this abandoned immortal court. Lin Sun stared at it and noticed that this was a sapling of a tree that had just sprouted. The tender leaf was filled with an indescribable and mysterious aura, and it gave people the feeling that it wasn't a tiny tender leaf, but a vast and boundless world of the Grand Tao that carried the origin energy of the immortal Tao era. Could the rumors be true? Lin Sun recalled some rumors he'd heard before coming to the ruins of the gods. In the last era, the supreme treasure that belonged to the Central Immortal Court was a primordial myriad Tao tree, and it was known as the root of the immortal world. It was said that this tree would condense an unfathomable Tao fruit every 100,000 years. This fruit was born with the destiny of the immortal Tao, and if one swallowed and refined it, one would obtain the inconceivable fortune of the Grand Tao. Some people directly ascended into immortal form after consuming the Tao fruit, transforming into gods. Some people established an indestructible and immortal Tao, comprehending the profundities of great freedom, and great transcendence. Some people controlled the supreme Tao. In short, the Tao fruit condensed by the primordial myriad Tao tree gave different fortunes to everyone, and it could be said to be mysterious and unfathomable. And this primordial myriad Tao tree was also regarded as the supreme treasure of the Central Immortal Court. It was believed by the cultivators of the world that this tree was the root of the immortal Tao world, the origin of the profundities of all Taos. Originally, Lin Sun had scoffed at this rumor, but now, he was somewhat uneasy. The entire Central Immortal Court had long been reduced to ruins. If there was a supreme treasure hidden here, then it would definitely be this sapling before him. Its aura was too mysterious. It was only the size of a fingernail, but it seemed to carry the origin power of the entire immortal Tao. However, if it was the primordial myriad Tao tree, it was at most a small sapling of the primordial myriad Tao tree. This fortune related to the supreme treasure is really unique. Lin Sun stroked his chin, and he was somewhat at a loss as to where to start. He was worried that the sapling would be broken if he accidentally touched it, and if he wanted to take away the entire sapling, he was worried that it would wither and wither. After pondering for a moment, Lin Sun suddenly thought of something and took out the creation jade disc. Immediately, a miraculous scene occurred. The green sapling actually trembled slightly, as if it was extremely excited, and it emitted strands of illusory and tiny green light. However, the creation jade disc was indifferent, and it was far from being as lively as when it had collected the Origin Tao book and those battle brands. Lin Sun took a deep breath, held the creation jade disc, and gently placed it beside the sapling. The sapling stretched out a soft branch that was as thin as an ox's hair and surged into the creation jade disc, as if it was absorbing something. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. It was indeed useful. A guess in his heart had been verified. Subsequently, the tender shoot broke through the ground like rain after a long drought. It took root and sprouted, and it swayed and grew within the ruins. In a short period of a few breaths of time, it grew into a palm-sized sapling. Its stem was crystalline and translucent, and it was branded with markings that were mysterious and chaotic. On its stem, tender green and soft branches extended out, covering the entire creation jade disc. At this moment, Lin Sun finally saw clearly that the power absorbed by the primordial myriad Tao tree was shockingly the battle brands collected by the creation jade disc on the road of heaven's chosen. That was the battle power left behind by every chosen one of the previous era, but now, these battle powers were like nourishment, being constantly absorbed by the sapling of the primordial myriad Tao tree, and the sapling grew stronger and stronger. In just a quarter of an hour, it had grown to a foot tall. Its stem was like the clearest jade in the world, and its branches were like green immortal gold. It was brilliant and dreamy like a rain of light. P.S. I'll continue to update tonight. A few places have been squeezed out of the monthly vote rankings. Brothers and sisters, please vote for me. The deathly silent ruins were tainted with a divine aura, and the jade green light was filled with an indescribably supreme aura. Lin Sun's heart trembled as if he was witnessing the birth of a miracle. Crack, the ruins near the primordial Tao tree split apart as countless fine and crystalline roots surged out, and its stem grew taller and thicker without end. The origin aura of the immortal Tao started to suffuse the air, and it was dense like rain. Lin Sun calmed his heart and sensed it, and he finally faintly understood that all those supreme experts had once entered the central immortal court when they were alive, and they'd all swallowed and refined the Tao fruits condensed from the primordial Tao tree. The energy of combat they'd left behind naturally contained the aura of the primordial Tao tree's energy. Now, the energy of combat was being fed back to the sapling of the primordial Tao tree, and it caused the tree to undergo an unbelievable transformation. Later on, Lin Sun noticed to his shock that the primordial Tao tree wasn't satisfied after absorbing all the energy of combat, and it started to absorb the energy of the Origin Tao scripture instead. The Origin Tao scripture is a compilation of the supreme inheritances of the immortal Tao, and it's said to be the origin of the immortal Tao. Could this energy be related to the primordial Tao tree? Before Lin Sun could figure it out, 33 branches appeared on the primordial Tao tree that had grown to a height of 33 meters. 33 meters represented the height of the tree. 33 faintly contained the intent to contain the heavens. After absorbing the energy of the Origin Tao scripture, leaves started to grow on the 33 branches, and they revealed a perfect, flawless, and pure aura. The veins on every leaf were different, yet they seemed to follow the natural trajectory of the Grand Tao, and they emanated a completely different aura of the Grand Tao. Lin Sun determined with a single glance that there were a total of 3,000 leaves that had condensed. 9, 33, 3,000. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. The meaning that every single one of these numbers represented was too extraordinary. 9 was the extreme number. 33 represented the vastness of the heavens. 3,000 represented the boundless number of the Grand Tao. It was only a primordial Tao tree, yet it was filled with profundities in Lin Sun's eyes. Just as Lin Sun's eyes drifted, the transformation of the primordial Tao tree quietly ended. When Xianxia looked over once more, he saw that above the ruins was an azure glow that flowed like a waterfall, resplendent immortal radiance, and seething Tao radiance. A 27 tall primordial mist tree that seemed as if it was constructed from chaotic immortal gold had 33 branches that stretched out and enveloped the entire tree. The entire tree was verdant and swayed with the glow of wisdom. Every single day, its leaves emanated a completely different and profound aura of the Tao. When one stood before it, it was like one was within an immortal realm. Their body, heart, and soul were bathed in a tranquil and peaceful aura of the grand Tao, and they were able to comprehend the origins and profundities of the immortal Tao at the first possible moment. At this moment, Lin Sun had a strong impulse to meditate and ignore the ups and downs of the world, but he still resisted. The primordial myriad Tao tree hadn't condensed a Tao fruit, which made him feel slightly disappointed. Could it be that he had to wait another 100,000 years, putting away the jade plate of fate? Lin Sun stopped for a moment and made a decision. He cultivated here and perfected his body. He didn't hold much hope towards being able to break through, because to become a martial ancestor required a fortuitous encounter, and that sort of fortuitous encounter was absolutely rare, something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Right now, Lin Sun only wanted to take this opportunity to completely refine his grand Tao. The martial ancestor was also known as the ancestor of a Tao, and those who became a martial ancestor at the peak could be called the martial ancestor. But Lin Sun wasn't willing to stop there. If he wanted to pursue a path that had never existed since ancient times, then he should prove that there was no Tao in the world. His Tao contained all the Taos in the world and all the laws in the world. Since that was the case, he should naturally seek the Tao of the martial ancestor. In fact, at this stage, the biggest problem wasn't the improvement of the realm. What he had to consider was how high his Tao could reach. This was because almost everyone would be stopped at the barrier of the martial ancestor. As long as there was enough time, a small realm could be cultivated, so it wasn't a problem. And anyone who wanted to dominate the emperor's path would focus on the issue of combat strength. How could they become the strongest in the same realm? This was the most important thing. After all, the martial ancestor realm was the end of the emperor's path. If one could be invincible in this realm, then it would be the only peak on the emperor's path, able to suppress the ages and look down on the emperor's path. It was unparalleled. Lin Sun sat cross-legged under the primordial Tao tree like a statue of a god, dignified, and he immediately fell into a wondrous and indescribable state of cultivation. Dreamlike green light drifted down from the primordial Tao tree and bathed his entire body in it. His entire body was soaked in the aura of the immortal Tao. This made him feel as if he'd fallen into the origin of the immortal Tao, and his understanding and comprehension of the grand Tao had reached a shocking level. He didn't even need to waste time to figure it out, and he could directly peek into the original essence of the immortal Tao, comprehend it in his heart, and contain it in his body. This was incredible. It was no different from the rumored once you comprehend the Tao, you will be enlightened, and this naturally belonged to the power of the primordial Tao tree. It was the root of the immortal world, and it converged the origin of the immortal Tao. It was the supreme treasure of the central immortal court, and it was the greatest fortune of the last era. So it was naturally extraordinary. In fact, while he was comprehending and meditating here, Lin Sun had already experienced its profundities, and it had practically completely overturned his understanding. Time flowed by. Later on, Lin Sun's entire aura formed a perfect fit with the primordial Tao tree, and it seemed as if the primordial Tao tree had already transformed into a part of the aura in his body. Later on, various unimaginable phenomena of the grand Tao started to surge around his body. Wind and thunder shook the ears, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were being split apart. The aura was so terrifying that it seemed as if it could make all the Taos in the world bow beneath its feet. His vital energy and blood boiled, and he emanated an indescribable aura. His figure transformed into a furnace at times, and then into an abyss at times. During this period of time, the various profundities of the grand Tao that he'd fused into his body surged and appeared without end, and they transformed into the universe, the stars, the landscape, the birds, the beasts, the lightning, the earth, and the fire. Lin Sun transformed the various grand Tao from what he'd learned in the past to what he'd comprehended now, and he deduced them ceaselessly. In the end, his entire body seemed to have vanished, and there was only a large abyss that floated up and down. It completely swallowed the universe, mountains, rivers, geography, and everything that had been formed. He was boundlessly domineering, and his entire body carried an insane aura. He seemed as if he intended to sweep through the 3,000 worlds and swallow the world. In the end, the aura around Lin Sun's body calmed down and quieted down. Only his body and mind were enshrouded by the Grand Tao, and it was like the tranquil ocean, condensed and magnificent. Later on, various laws of the immortal Tao emerged around his body, and they flowed brilliantly as the profundities of the immortal Tao of the last era appeared one by one. It was a completely different scene of the Grand Tao. From the Violet Mansion to the Golden Palace, from entering the Golden Core to embracing Nirvana, and it radiated the unique primitive Tao of the immortal Tao. Lin Sun was completely unaware of the passage of time. In fact, he'd already forgotten himself at this moment, and his body and mind were in harmony with the Tao. After an unknown period of time, his figure transformed into an abyss once more, and half of the Grand Tao he derived belonged to the Tao he'd controlled in the past, and it was the extreme Tao of this era. The other half belonged to the immortal Tao of the last era. This was like the profundities of the Grand Tao of two eras had appeared on him alone, and it was ceaselessly being deduced and transformed. The energy of the Grand Tao became more and more complicated, more and more obscure, and more indescribable. On the other hand, Lin Sun's body carried a type of exuberant aura, and it carried a form of unfathomability that was like an abyss. No one knew that at this moment, he was carrying out an unprecedented fusion of the complete profundities of the immortal Tao with his own Grand Tao. To the cultivators of this era, even if they were able to comprehend and grasp the Grand Tao of the last era, it was only a portion of it, and it was utterly impossible for it to be complete. But to Lin Sun, he possessed the Netherhell Tao and immortal Tao of the last era. Both of them were complete systems of Grand Taos, and they contained the most primitive and essential profundities. This meant that he'd succeeded in fusing the Tao this time, and he possessed the energy of the Grand Tao of two eras. If it was in the past, then Lin Sun was bound to not be able to accomplish this in a short period of time. But it was different now. Under the primordial Tao tree, it allowed him to easily comprehend and grasp the profundities of the Grand Tao of the last era, and it gave him a superb opportunity to fuse the Tao. The primordial Tao tree swayed while its crystalline and translucent green leaves flickered brilliantly, and it sprinkled down a rain of light that was extremely peaceful. In the last era, exactly how many exalts of the immortal Tao had stood beneath this tree and deduced their own techniques and Tao? Now, Lin Sun was comprehending the Tao beneath this tree as well. In the end, Lin Sun was like a celestial emperor that had descended to the mortal world. Every single breath he took resonated with the various Grand Taos, and it was like the sound of chanting that rumbled and shook the world. On the other hand, the imposing aura on his body grew stronger and stronger like a volcano that would erupt at any moment, and every inch of his skin surged with peerless energy of the Grand Tao. Early on when he was in Chaotian City, Lin Sun's cultivation had already attained the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm, and at this moment, as he ceaselessly comprehended the Grand Tao, his cultivation actually felt restless. But at this moment, Lin Sun didn't have the mood to care about this at all. If he could integrate all the Taos of the last era into his body, then when he proved his Tao, he was destined to display a power that was different from this era. This was what Lin Sun cared about. Time passed day by day. Under the primordial Tao tree, Lin Sun's body couldn't be seen at all. It was completely submerged by the vast energy of the Grand Tao that was like a rain of light. The translucent green leaves on the tree swayed like a scripture, and rays of light fell down, making Lin Sun even more hazy. Until half a month later. The place where Lin Sun's figure was located produced an indescribable sonorous sound of the Grand Tao. All the energy of the Grand Tao seemed to be drawn together and condensed. Gradually, the embryonic form of a furnace appeared, and it was constantly perfected and refined. In the end, the primordial Tao tree trembled violently. Lin Sun's figure was like a great abyss, swallowing all the surging Grand Tao nearby and merging it into the furnace. Then, it disappeared into Lin Sun's body. All the strange phenomena disappeared. All the light of the Grand Tao was silent. Only Lin Sun's figure, sitting cross-legged, seemed to exist forever. P.S. Added and sent. The leaves of the primordial myriad Tao tree flipped and rustled like pages of ancient scriptures being unfolded, emitting the sonorous voice of the great Tao that sounded like chanting. It was as if he was describing the beginning of the universe and the process of the birth of the world. There was only a single figure beneath the tree, quietly sitting cross-legged like a boulder. From start to finish, he didn't move at all, yet he seemed to possess the aura of an eternal existence. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to have completely fused the immortal path and netherworld path of the last era with his own cultivation, and he'd cultivated them together to transcend the present world and be unparalleled throughout the ages. Soundlessly, an obscure and inexplicable aura of calamity emerged. Under the Hongmeng tree, Lin Sun opened his eyes quietly. His expression was tranquil like an ancient well while his black eyes were clear and ethereal. He stood up and stretched the tendons and bones in his body, and then he started to display the various techniques he possessed. It was as if he didn't realize that an unprecedented calamity was brewing and would fall at any moment. Merging all Daos, developing all techniques at this moment, at this time, Lin Sun's mind was still immersed in the wonderful state of Tao enlightenment. As he ran his Tao, all kinds of Tao appeared. Sword scripture, fist scripture, palm print, finger method. Different Tao, all showed different powers. At this moment, tens of thousands of strands of the Tao interweaved together and transformed into all sorts of unbelievable scenes. It was like numerous immortals were practicing, and they were either overbearing, peerless, unrestrained like the wind. The gods were howling, the devils were roaring, and the 3,000 leaves of the primordial tree emitted the aura of countless supreme techniques of the immortal Tao that developed into a boundlessly terrifying scene. It seemed as if countless supreme gods were deducing the Tao arts they each possessed, and every single one of them possessed a great imposing aura that could suppress the past, present, and future. The most powerful Taoism, the most powerful inheritance, and the flowing scriptures were all reflected in Lin Sun's body. He was like a heavenly emperor. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled with every raise of his hand, and the heavens exploded. It was as if everything was going to be destroyed. Every single movement he made was the extreme of the Tao, possessing matchless divine force. The primordial Tao tree had 3,000 green leaves, which represented the endless inheritance of the immortal Tao. At this moment, they resonated with Lin Sun's Tao. At the same time, on the plateau below the central immortal court, 20 days had passed. Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, and the other cultivators had been waiting all this time, and they seemed to be very patient. This little bit of time was nothing to existences like them. After all, some emperor-ancestor realm existences could easily go into seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. However, right at this moment, a terrifying aura of calamity effused out, and it caused their hearts to shake and swiftly raise their heads. A wisp of a pitch-black tribulation cloud that was pitch black like ink had suddenly appeared in the sky, and an oppressive aura that seemed capable of obliterating the world swept out along with it. The aura was so terrifying that even the imperial ancestors couldn't help but turn pale, and their hearts trembled. What kind of calamity is this? How terrifying! Everyone present here was experienced and knowledgeable. Since they'd started cultivating until now, they'd experienced the ups and downs of the world, and they'd become accustomed to seeing all sorts of phenomena in the world. But at this moment, all of them were surprised and bewildered, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Because the aura of such a calamity was absolutely something they'd never heard of or seen before. This shouldn't be Lin Sun's ancestor realm tribulation, right? At this moment, even Zhongli Xiao was unable to maintain his calm, and his pupils constricted while they were filled with bewilderment. The Extinction Ancestor Tribulation, an unprecedented Extinction Ancestor Tribulation. Qi Lingyun's eyes revealed a rare expression of shock as well, and she'd lost her composure at this moment. How could this be possible? Mui was astounded. Even the aura of the tribulation I experienced when I became an ancestral ancestor wasn't so terrifying. Qi Pujuan's expression wavered indeterminately as well. All of them were from the 8th heaven, and they were imperial ancestors of the Juxian heaven. So, they were far more clearly aware of how terrifying and abnormal it was to become an ancestral ancestor. Merely for the sake of obtaining a strand of an opportunity to attain the Tao, it was capable of trapping numerous extraordinary figures. Moreover, the great calamity one faced when one truly attained the Tao was formidable to the point of practically causing one to despair. For example, all of them had exhausted all their efforts and utilized the strength of their entire clans in order to obtain this strand of opportunity to attain the Tao with great difficulty. Moreover, when they transcended the tribulation, they even had the protection of their ancestors, countless peerless treasures to protect themselves, and spirit pills that could be called precious treasures of the heavens and the earth to prolong their lives. It could be said that they mobilized the power of their entire clan and made full preparations to finally step into the threshold of the Juxian heaven ancestor. But even so, as far as they knew, some characters who were as outstanding as them and had the same status as them had fallen in such a great calamity. They were all proud figures cultivated by the immortal giants with countless painstaking efforts. From this, one could see the horror of the tribulation of the Juxian heaven ancestor. However, compared with the aura of the tribulation in front of them, Qi Lingyun and the others all found that the ancestral tribulation they had experienced in the past was completely insignificant. This was the reason why they were surprised and lost their composure. Seeing the Juxian heaven ancestor lose their composure like this, the other cultivators present couldn't remain calm. Did this mean that it was precisely because Lin Sun had a more terrifying and abnormal foundation in this realm that the great calamity triggered at this time was more terrible than what Qi Lingyun and the others had experienced in the past? After all, it was well known that the more terrible the calamity triggered, the more terrifying the cultivation of the person who was transcending it was. Boom! The sky had turned into the color of the eternal night, completely covered by the dark and oppressive tribulation clouds. There was no light at all. The indescribable aura of destruction caused the world to fall into a terrifying atmosphere. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines while their hearts palpitated. At this moment, the bodies of Qi Lingyun and the others felt cold as well. They realized that this calamity could absolutely be said to be rare since time immemorial. It had exceeded their understanding as well. Merely this alone caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to admit that they couldn't compare to Lin Sun all those years ago, otherwise, the difference in the calamity they caused wouldn't be so great. It's simply the luck of the heavens. Lin Sun entered the central Dao court and obtained a supreme treasure. Now, he's even grasped a trace of an opportunity to draw down such a vast calamity. If he attains the Juxian heaven ancestor realm at the peak, then wouldn't he be able to crush all his peers in the world? Xianxia's face was gloomy while his chest felt heavy. Under such a great calamity, Lin Sun doesn't have anyone to protect him, nor is he fully prepared. So, his chances of survival are bound to be extremely slim, said Qi Pujuan coldly. Even if he has a chance to overcome the tribulation successfully, we absolutely can't allow him to succeed. Qi Lingyun's mellow and indifferent voice revealed a wisp of resolution, and a rare trace of bone-piercing coldness appeared in her eyes. Such a great calamity had never been seen since time immemorial. Once Lin Sun succeeded in overcoming it, who in the same realm could suppress his arrogance? At that time, Juxian would probably be the supreme Juxian heaven ancestor realm. Such a thing absolutely couldn't be allowed to happen. Everyone, please take a look. After the arrival of this great calamity, the power of rules in this world has begun to show signs of collapse. If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before the power that covers the Chosen One's path will collapse. At that time, we can all head to the central Dao court together. As soon as Qi Lingyun's words were spoken, everyone present became restless. After careful observation, they noticed that it was as Qi Lingyun had said, the power of rules in this world had begun to become chaotic. It was even to the extent that the power of rules that suppressed their cultivation showed signs of loosening and disintegrating. That's even better. Zhong Lixiao, Qi Pujuan, and the others revealed killing intent. Lin Sun's threat was too great, and he'd seized the fortune of this place. If they didn't eliminate him, they wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. Bang! A thunderclap resounded from the depths of the dense black tribulation clouds, and it was simply like the first sound that split the heavens and the earth apart. It resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it shook one to the point one's blood roiled while one saw stars. The supreme might of the heavens was truly too terrifying. After that, a wave of thunderclaps that shook the world resounded, and it seemed like an army of gods had charged out from the depths of the tribulation clouds. A myriad of dazzling and resplendent thunderstorms transformed into a vast ocean, and then numerous mighty figures that seemed like gods charged out from within the ocean. They were bathed in the glow of lightning, and they held the might of the heavens as they charged towards the central Dao court. Merely the sight of this scene caused everyone to feel suffocated, and they almost lost their composure. All of them were astounded. Isn't this great calamity a little too abnormal and terrifying? The more it was like this, the firmer Qi Lingyun was in her heart to annihilate Lin Sun. Earlier, she'd held the thought of subduing Lin Sun and making him submit to her, but now, all of that had been replaced by killing intent. If you die beneath the heavenly tribulation, then it'll be over. If I have the chance to survive, then I'll bury you here forever. Qi Lingyun stared fixedly at the Chosen One's path, and she was waiting for the energy of the rules that covered it to be destroyed. The Central Tao Court. The primordial Tao tree stood towering while a myriad of strands of brilliant jade-green light of the Tao flowed through it, and it wasn't affected by the heavenly tribulation at all. Up until this moment, Lin Sun who stood beneath it actually seemed as if he hadn't noticed it at all, and he was deducing the various supreme inheritances and techniques with all his might. Rumble, a group of mighty figures that were formed from the calamity arrived while bathed in lightning. The weapons in their hands were formed from the might of the heavens, and they were boundlessly terrifying. However, before they could even approach, they were blasted apart by a strand of invisible and terrifying might, and they transformed into an explosive rain of lightning that swept towards the surroundings. Dazzling light illuminated the hall that was suffused with a boundless expanse of white mist, and it shone onto Lin Sun who was practicing. All kinds of supreme inheritances and infinite Tao, under Lin Sun's deduction, turned into the power of landslides and tsunamis, shaking and spreading. On the other hand, all the lightning figures that charged over were obliterated by this might. At this moment, Lin Sun was both developing his techniques and overcoming the heavenly tribulation. However, his mind was immersed in a strange state, and it caused everything to seem very different. The power of the calamity was extremely violent and terrifying. It poured down ceaselessly, and it transformed into a terrifying phenomenon that seemed like the end of the world, and it was aimed at him alone. If it was anyone else, they would have probably collapsed in despair a long time ago. However, Lin Sun was neither fast nor slow, neither arrogant nor rash, and neither sad nor happy. He was immersed in the martial arts practice, and he'd completely forgotten himself as he stretched his body in a leisurely manner. As he raised his hand, he ceaselessly struck out various techniques, and he was deducing and fusing them with all his might. This was like the extreme sublimation of breaking out of a cocoon into a butterfly, and he intended to attain that moment of beauty. P.S. The second one was slightly later. Under the primordial Daos tree, the divine light was boiling. Even if one stood on the cliff below the central immortal court, one could clearly see that in the magnificent immortal palace, numerous gods and demons were roaring between heaven and earth. Infinite Taoist light was soaring in the sky, and thousands of scriptures were resonating and rumbling. Even the surging and violent thunder retribution ocean couldn't cover the sound of the great way that came from that place, which was too grand and boundless. Lin Sun's figure was like the ruler of the heavens, practicing martial arts under the primordial Daos tree. Every time he waved his hand, thousands of scriptures resonated, stars appeared all over the sky, and endless phenomena surged. Boom, a spear swept through the sky from outer space, and it was entwined with the power of divine punishment. It was like the spear of judgment from the ruler of heaven, and the aura of calamity was even more terrifying than before. Lin Sun's mind was empty, and he completely forgot himself as he fell into enlightenment. But the aura around his body reacted at the first time, and then he punched out. The flames were monstrous, and a vermilion bird screamed and flew out of the blazing fist, burning half of the sky. The spear of divine punishment that came violently like judgment was immediately blocked by this punch. It produced a violent buzz in the void, and then it was shaken to the point of exploding inch by inch, and the splashing rain of lightning swept out like a waterfall. Such a terrifying attack was still weak in front of Lin Sun at this moment. The power of calamity in the depths of the sky seemed to be infuriated, and then there were dazzling divine chains that spread down like divine punishment. There were tens of thousands of them, and they covered the sky and the earth like the whip of chaos that was dancing wildly, lashing the universe. The scene was so terrifying that it made the practitioners on the cliff suffocate and turn pale with horror. Looking from afar, thousands of divine chains were like a cage that descended from the sky, and they intended to restrain, suppress, and destroy the person crossing the tribulation. In the immortal palace, Lin Sun's expression was as calm as before. He shook his fists, plucked the sun with his left hand, and pinched the moon with his right. He was like an ancient god descending, and there was brilliance and matchless divine power everywhere. The unparalleled power swept across and shattered the divine chains, and they fell continuously in the void like a broken dead snake, and a rain of light was like a tide. His aura engulfed an area of 5,000 kilometers, and he executed the supreme Tao arts he'd gathered to the fullest. The dense divine chains were utterly unable to touch his figure before they were swept and crushed by the might he emanated. and it was an extremely shocking scene. This was a grand scene. 1,000 grand daos and a myriad of Dao arts resounded without end, while clanging sounds resounded without end. The phenomena of various Dao arts appeared in unison and transformed into the most terrifying light in the world. They ceaselessly interweaved and resonated in space, and they faintly showed signs of fusing into one and undergoing an extreme transformation. Rumbling thunder came from his body, and his blood surged like a great river, and it was deafening like the sea. All types of scriptures began to appear on the surface of his body, engraved with mysterious imprints. As he breathed in and out, there was a great might that could sweep through the 9 heavens. Above the sky, a terrifying tribulation that could be said to have never been seen since time immemorial was ceaselessly pouring down, a force that seemed like it could destroy the world, and it transformed into various shocking scenes. The cultivators on the plateau, even those as powerful as Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, and the other Jewish Yan great ancestors, were occasionally shocked, and their expressions changed. Because the might of the apocalyptic calamity had clearly become more and more abnormal, more and more terrifying, and it had completely exceeded their understanding. Even in the 8th heaven of the eternal world, such a disaster had never appeared before, but no matter how powerful the heavenly disaster became, every single time it descended into the world, Lin Sun would shatter it without him realizing it. He was like a legendary Kuan that had the potential to soar 90,000 lis, and the power to swallow the sky. Why isn't he dead yet? Zhongli Xiao could not remain calm on the plateau. The heavenly disaster was so terrifying that even he was shocked and terrified, but it showed no signs of disappearing. This meant that Lin Sun had not encountered any danger, and he was still fighting against the disaster. Qi Pejuan and the others were also in disbelief. If it was them in the past, the power of the disaster they faced would be far inferior to what they were seeing now. But even so, they had still endured many hardships and been heavily injured. They had even struggled on the edge of life and death many times before they finally succeeded in passing the disaster. But now, Lin Sun's disaster was so powerful, but it had not ended yet. Didn't this mean that if Lin Sun succeeded in passing the disaster, his attainments in the progenitor realm would far surpass theirs? Who could accept this? We can't let him live. Qi Pejuan said word by word. The power of rules here has broken. Let's go. Suddenly, Qi Lingyun spoke, and a terrifying golden light shone in her eyes. At this moment, her elegant bearing that was like an orchid had vanished, while her suppressed cultivation had recovered at this moment, and she emanated boundless might. Moreover, her graceful figure was coiled by strands of golden and bright ancestor realm laws, causing her to seem like a celestial or god. She immediately stepped forward, heading towards the heaven's chosen path. Almost at the same time, all the cultivators present noticed that their suppressed cultivation had recovered, and the power of rules in the world had become completely chaotic and shattered. Let's go. Zhongli Xiao, Qi Pejuan, and the others who couldn't restrain themselves since a long time ago shot into the sky with killing intent and emanated terrifying might. They were like gods as they flashed towards the immortal court at the peak of the mountain. Numerous cultivators were participating behind them. Earlier, Qi Lingyun and the others had agreed that so long as they went to deal with Lin Sun, they would bring them to the 8th heaven to cultivate. So, at this moment, they didn't hesitate to follow along. Uncle, what should we do? Xianxia asked anxiously via voice transmission. Our lives were given to us by Lin Sun. Now that he's about to suffer calamity, what harm is there in giving our lives back to him? Lu Xianxia took a deep breath and decided. All right. Both of them immediately took action. Come, let's go take a look as well. Gu Banzwang and Yun Luohong glanced at each other, and then they led their clansmen to take action as well. For a time, only a little over 10 people remained on the plateau, and most of them had followed them to the immortal court at the center. The tribulation clouds roiled while lightning surged, and the aura of the tribulation grew even more terrifying. However, these tribulations were targeted at Lin Sun alone. Even though it was an extremely great threat to all the cultivators that had recovered their cultivations, it didn't affect their actions. Within the immortal court at the center, a heavenly punishment guillotine slashed down with a peerlessly dazzling blade light that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth apart. Clang! Countless strands of sword chi flew out before Lin Sun, and they transformed into a profound and unfathomable sword formation that blocked this lethal strike. The heavenly punishment guillotine was only locked in a stalemate for less than a moment before it was crushed by the boundless sword qi. On the other hand, Lin Sun seemed as if he didn't notice this, and he was still practicing. The primordial Tao tree by his side emanated a myriad of strands of azure light while the sound of scriptures being chanted ceaselessly, and it caused Lin Sun to seem like an immortal from the last era that was creating techniques for his subordinates. When Qi Lingyun and the others charged into the immortal court, they saw such a scene, and they couldn't help but gasp while their hearts trembled. In their expectations, even if Lin Sun was still alive after encountering such an unprecedented tribulation, he would probably be heavily injured and on the verge of death. But the reality was that Lin Sun was utterly unharmed. How is this transcending tribulation? He's clearly comprehending the Tao. Technique development. Someone cried out involuntarily and was shocked. He was still able to comprehend the Tao under such a great tribulation. All of this seemed to be too unbelievable. The hearts of everyone were unable to calm down, and they noticed Lin Sun's current state as well. They couldn't help but feel that it was inconceivable, and it was as if they were witnessing a miracle. All of them had experienced the vicissitudes of life, and they'd watched the rise and fall of the world. What sort of great storms and strange events hadn't they seen before? But the scene before their eyes had completely exceeded their imagination, and it was even to the extent that they were unable to understand it. It's the power of the primordial Tao tree. The legendary root of the immortal world actually survived the destruction of the last era. Mu Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was burning. He was so excited that he was slightly out of control. Even in the eternal true world, the primordial myriad Tao tree was without a doubt a supreme divine object, and it was practically impossible to see it. Unbelievable, too unbelievable. No wonder Lin Sun was able to draw down the ultimate ancestral tribulation. The primordial Tao tree was born from the karmic luck of the last era, and it's said to be the origin of the immortal Tao. It's sufficient for anyone to grasp a chance to attain the Tao. Zhong Lixiao was stunned as well, and his gaze was filled with fervor. There was only a single thought in his mind, and it was to seize this treasure no matter what. Even though Qi Pejuan didn't speak, the resolution in his eyes revealed that he was determined to obtain the primordial Tao tree as well. At this moment, the fluctuations caused by Lin Sun's technique development were too great. 10,000 scriptures resonated, 3,000 grand Taos appeared, and he'd even drawn down an unprecedented great tribulation. Even if it was at an ordinary time, the others would still want to kill him, let alone at such a critical moment. No one wished for him to live. Not to mention that the primordial Tao tree that was reputed to be the supreme treasure of the last era was glowing with a jade-green light. Its leaves fluttered as if it was chanting scriptures, and it was shocking and caused everyone to covet it. However, the heavenly tribulation was still going on, and it caused no matter how the killing intent in their hearts burned, none of them dared to approach it as they were deeply afraid of being affected by it. Even if he survives after overcoming the tribulation, he'll definitely be at his weakest. At that time, destroy him at the first possible moment. Qi Lingyun decided on the spot and gave the order. The others nodded. They were distributed throughout the surroundings, and they seemed to be in a tight encirclement while accumulating strength while waiting, causing the atmosphere in the central immortal court to become even more murderous and terrifying. The gazes everyone shot at Lin Sun wished for nothing more than for him to be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation right away. However, to their disappointment, the surging heavenly tribulation was blasted apart by the might emanated from Lin Sun's body, and it was unable to injure him in the slightest. The more it was like this, the more fearful those cultivators were, and their killing intent towards him grew even stronger. They didn't dare imagine how terrifying the ancestor realm cultivation such a heaven-defying figure possessed would be if he was allowed to survive. At that time, could anyone of the same generation in the world go against him? The dazzling glow of lightning illuminated the expressions of these people to the point their expressions flickered indeterminately, whereas Lin Sun, who'd always been in a state of comprehension, seemed to be completely unaware of all of this. They didn't have to wait for long. The final wave of the heavenly tribulation had arrived. The boundless violet gold lightning torrents in the depths of the sky had condensed into a ball, and it transformed into a strange decree. The decree revealed a chaotic color that was like ink, and it flowed with the aura of a myriad of tribulations. Moreover, countless obscure and indescribable marks of destruction surged into appearance on it. The sorrowful sighs of the gods could be faintly heard from within the decree. P.S. I wasn't in a good state, so I didn't update tonight. The entire place was deathly silent. All of them were shocked by the decree formed from the final tribulation because the aura that suffused it was simply terrifying to the point that even the hearts of all of them who were spectators were shaken. It was too terrifying. It was filled with a strange and unknown color that had never been seen or heard of since ancient times. When the talisman swept down, it was silent and ignored the shackles of time and space. In an instant, it covered Lin Sun's entire body. The peerless power that emanated from Lin Sun's body couldn't resist it at all. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Lin Sun, who was immersed in enlightenment and method development, suddenly froze, motionless. Everyone knew that Lin Sun had encountered a fatal danger. Silently, the strange and terrifying talisman emitted a destructive rain of lightning, and vaguely, traces of obscure order power surged out. This? The expressions of Qi Lingyun and the others changed. The order power within the talisman tribulation lightning simply exceeded their understanding and imagination. It was terrifying to the extreme. At the very least, its power wasn't inferior to the rarest order power of heaven rank 9. Qi Lingyun and the others all had immortal forces behind them, standing tall in the 8th heaven. Their understanding of order power was naturally far from ordinary people. One could imagine how terrifying the order power within the talisman tribulation lightning was to be able to make them tremble in fear. They don't intend to give him any chance to become an ancestor. He definitely won't be able to resist such a tribulation. Zhongli Zhao's heart was burning with eagerness. He was waiting for Lin Sun's death to snatch the primordial Dao tree. What a pity. Qi Lingyun sighed. Lin Sun's cultivation was powerful. If the Qi clan could use him, he would definitely be of great use in the future. However, Qi Lingyun didn't feel regretful. She would only be at ease if Lin Sun died. At this moment, everyone could see that Lin Sun couldn't make it. No matter how heaven-defying and dazzling his performance was, he couldn't resist the talisman tribulation lightning at all. Rise! Suddenly, a roar sounded, and Mu Yi's figure rushed out. He actually made a move at this moment. From 100 feet away, he raised his hand and threw out an alms bowl. It was filled with an ancient and terrifying aura, and a cold light flashed as it covered the primordial Dao tree. Obviously, he couldn't wait any longer and intended to seize the primordial myriad Dao tree first. The faces of Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, Qi Pejuan, and the others sank, and they were just about to stop him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded, and it shook everyone present to the point their vital blood roiled while their hearts trembled. Lin Sun, who was imprisoned by the talisman tribulation lightning, emitted a golden aura that transformed into a figure that swung its fists with unparalleled might. This was not Lin Sun's real body, but his fighting will. It was the invincible method he had been refining and deducing during this period of time. At this moment, it gave birth to the most powerful martial will. Bang! The black alms bowl was sent flying with a single punch. That golden mandate unleashed its battle prowess in the air, as if an immortal was practicing his martial arts. Another punch was thrown out. Merely this imposing aura caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into disorder, and it caused the bodies of some cultivators in the vicinity to stiffen while their minds fell into disorder. It was so uncomfortable that they coughed up blood. There were even a few people who were severely injured by that level of martial will and were sent flying. Everyone was horrified and dumbfounded. How powerful was this martial will? What kind of Tao and method did Lin Sun evolve? He was actually strong to such a level, and it deeply shocked everyone's heart. You! Mu Yi turned pale with fright. Who would have thought that Lin Sun, who was supposed to be dead for sure, would have such an invincible martial will appear at this critical moment? The alms bowl was sent flying, and Lin Sun's martial will punched through the air. Brilliant lights flew across the sky, and in the end, only a golden fist was left. It covered the entire area and smashed down with great force. Mu Yi could not dodge it no matter how he tried, let alone block it. The treasures in his hands were destroyed one after another, bursting into a rain of light. His whole body was trembling. It was the first time he was so afraid, and it was even more unbelievable. He, the Jiuxian great ancestor, could not even block a single martial will. But it was too late. This was an invincible martial will that Lin Sun had cultivated while comprehending Tao. It directly smashed Mu Yi, and he exploded with a loud bang. Broken bones and flesh splattered everywhere. Both his body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? Many people cried out involuntarily, feeling cold all over. This was just a kind of fist intent. Lin Sun's real body was imprisoned by the talisman Tribulation Thunder, but he easily killed a Juishan great ancestor. This made everyone's hair stand on end. Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Mu Yi's combat strength was not much worse than theirs, but he was killed by a single martial will. Even his life-saving treasures could not block that terrifying punch. In fact, this punch was too fast, too fierce, and too overbearing. Mu Yi did not even have time to use his trump card before he died. But even so, this bloody scene was terrifying in the eyes of everyone. Under the Hongmeng tree, Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes. They were like two golden lamps, dazzling. Wherever his eyes passed, many people felt as if their souls were being torn apart, and their pores stood on end. Although he was still covered by the talisman Tribulation Thunder and had not moved, he had already emitted an extremely strong and powerful aura that made everyone tremble. His eyes were sharp, like an unsheathed sword, extremely brilliant. They drew bolts of lightning in the sky and rushed in all directions, shocking everyone. Just his gaze was so terrifying. How strong was his martial will? Many people's hearts trembled, their backs were cold, and they had goosebumps. Lin Sun, who was thought to be dead, did not turn into ashes. Instead, he opened his eyes and revealed an unparalleled power. This was beyond everyone's expectations. It even made people suspect that he had comprehended his own supreme great method, and had the strength to look down on all the people in the same realm. Far away from the crowd, Xianxia and Lu Xiangju's hearts relaxed, and the depths of their eyes were filled with extreme excitement. He woke up. Lin Sun did not die. In enlightenment, one's mind wandered into the void, forgetting oneself and everything else. There was only Tao in one's eyes, and nothing else could be tolerated. This was also the reason why cultivators would choose a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion, far away from the clamor of the world. Especially for deep-level enlightenment. For people like Lin Sun, he was completely oblivious to himself and his mind wandered into the void, forgetting everything. Even if a great tribulation descended, it would be difficult for him to wake up. Now, he had finally woken up. This was naturally the scene that all the cultivators present were most unwilling to see. Under the Hongmeng tree, the myriad of leaves swayed and rustled as if they were flipping through ancient scriptures and reciting the eternal laws and Tao that crossed the past, present, and future, resounding without end. Suddenly, a strand of blood flowed out from the corner of Lin Sun's mouth, and it dripped onto his clothes. It was a shocking sight, and it stunned many people. After that, they realized that Lin Sun might have woken up from enlightenment, but he was still imprisoned by the talisman Tribulation Thunder, and the power of the tribulation still hadn't been dispelled. The expressions of Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, and Qi Pujuan were very interesting. Just a moment ago, they were shocked and worried, but in the next moment, they relaxed, and their brows stretched as they revealed a look of relief. Hey, the tribulation hasn't disappeared. It's most likely that his Taoist foundation has been injured. Someone said gloatingly. That mandate will from earlier had clearly caused him to suffer a backlash. Right now, he's just putting on a strong front but weak on the inside. Who's going up to take his head? Someone laughed out loud. In truth, this was a test. Although they said so, no one stepped forward. They were all looking at the others for fear of following in Mu Yi's footsteps. After all, that scene was too terrifying. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd with a sneer on his lips. Instead, he closed his eyes with a calm posture as if he wasn't afraid that they dared to attack him. He was savoring the wonderful state of enlightenment just now. The harvest this time was really too great. In one fell swoop, he completely fused the immortal path and the netherworld path that belonged to the last era with the cultivation of this era, and achieved an extreme transformation. Moreover, the various Taoist skills that he mastered were also completely fused with the complete immortal path that belonged to the origin Taoist code, and achieved the ultimate breakthrough. It could be said that he had thoroughly refined Taoist and Dharma to the extreme and completely fused them, showing a complete and immeasurable transformation. As for the matter of passing the tribulation, it was completely unintentional. After achieving the extreme breakthrough of his Taoist and Dharma, his cultivation also broke through in one fell swoop and reached an incredible level. when flowers bloom, butterflies come. It was the enlightenment in front of the Hongmeng tree that made Lin Sun, who was completely unprepared for breaking the realm, naturally achieve a real comprehensive transformation. As for the talisman tribulation thunder that was imprisoned in his body, Lin Sun didn't care about it at all. The strange destructive power of the order imprinted in it might be able to easily kill an immortal. But at this moment, it was like a prey that came to the door, being suppressed and refined by the Nirvana order little by little. The only drawback was that the power of the talisman tribulation thunder could not be completely refined. With his current cultivation, he couldn't escape from the imprisonment. But Lin Sun didn't care. It was also at this moment that everyone suddenly noticed that the talisman tribulation thunder that imprisoned Lin Sun was actually faintly showing signs of being swallowed by Lin Sun's body. It was branded with the strange and unknown destructive power of the order, and it represented divine punishment. How could it be refined? Everyone's expression changed, and they realized that the situation was bad. We must not allow him to survive this tribulation. Attack! Qi Lingyun, who had always been indifferent and elegant, was completely unable to remain calm at this moment. Even the talisman that was branded with the order of the tribulation couldn't kill him. If he was allowed to survive, how terrifying would his power be? Bang! Xianxia was the first to attack. He opened his mouth and whistled, and a gale tore through the void and swept towards the Hongmeng tree. A Taoist diagram surged out from the gale, and it rumbled as it pressed down. It was more of a defensive force. Obviously, he was mainly testing Lin Sun. Moreover, he didn't attack Lin Sun directly for the sake of the Hongmeng tree because he was probably extremely fearful of Lin Sun. Lin Sun's eyes were still closed, and he remained motionless. However, a strand of mighty and dazzling martial will charged out from his body, and he stretched out his hands in the void and tore it lightly. The mysterious Taoist diagram that was wrapped in the gale was torn into two on the spot. Zhong Lixiao's pupils constricted. This kind of martial will made everyone frown. Lin Sun was clearly suppressed by the talisman tribulation lightning, but he could still use this kind of method to fight. It was truly unimaginable. In the end, he hasn't passed the tribulation yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be using his martial will. This is the best opportunity to kill him. Qi Lingyun's voice was cold. Kill. When they heard this, all the heroes stood up and attacked together. Naturally, there were some among them who wanted to kill Lin Sun and seize his good fortune. But most of them wanted the primordial Dao tree. This was a supreme treasure of an era. Who wouldn't covet it? Taking advantage of this chaotic situation, as long as they could get close, even if they didn't want to take the whole tree, just breaking a branch would be enough. This was the true immortal Dao root. It carried the origin power of the immortal Dao. Its value was immeasurable, enough to make immortals go crazy. Otherwise, nobles like Zhong Lixiao and the others from the eighth heaven wouldn't be so impulsive. Condense. Someone chanted an obscure Dao scripture. Terrifying divine flame circulated around his body. His eyes were cold as he charged forward crazily. There was only one primordial Dao tree. Even if it was broken, there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Go. A dull explosion, as deafening as thunder, was heard. A monarch ancestor wielding a giant sword and shrouded in dense laws of lightning also charged toward the Hongmeng tree. But what was faster than them was a golden bolt of lightning. It was unbelievably fast. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden sparrow. Its entire body seemed to be made of immortal gold, dazzling and dazzling. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, faster than everyone. It clearly controlled the extremely heaven-defying space laws. Similarly, it was the first existence to approach the primordial Dao tree. It stretched out a pair of giant golden claws and was about to pull the tree away. Boom! A powerful battle chi soared into the sky, turning into a golden river that violently knocked it away. This was the power of Lin Sun's martial will. Not only that, all the power that rushed towards the primordial Dao tree was blocked, turning into a rain of light. Everyone was terrified. One had to know that there were hundreds of people attacking at this moment, and every one of them was an overlord in the Emperor realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to kill their way to the ascendant stage. But now, they couldn't even break through the obstruction of a martial will. Screech! The golden sparrow let out a sharp cry, seeming to be unwilling. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. His resplendent golden wings tore apart the sky as he dove down. He opened his mouth and charged towards the grand mist tree once more as if he wanted to swallow the tree into his body. The golden bird beak was even sharper than a heavenly blade. It tore through the sky, and when it opened, it seemed to be able to swallow all things. However, a terrifying change was taking place. The golden sparrow, whose golden wings covered the sky and pressed down on the heavens, was suddenly grabbed by the power of that martial will. It let out a long, angry cry, but it couldn't break free. Instead, it was crushed by Lin Sun's martial will. Bang! The golden rain of light mixed with blood splashed high into the air. This golden sparrow was an anomaly in the ultimate emperor realm. It was even more terrifying than those in the same realm. But he still couldn't resist Lin Sun's divine power, and both his body and soul were destroyed. Open! A loud shout that was as heavy as iron rang out. Lin Feng, who had always been a man of few words, made his move. He held a simple and unadorned saber in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed out with the saber that he had been preparing for a long time. Whoosh! A peerless black saber aura flashed. Lin Sun's martial will that was obstructing the primordial tree was instantly slashed into two, and it was completely crushed by the black saber aura that swept out with a rumble. The power of a single saber strike was shocking. Everyone was shocked by this saber strike at first, and then they couldn't help but reveal excited expressions. How could Lin Sun, whose martial will had been severed and who was trapped by the decree's tribulation lightning, protect the primordial Dao tree? Kill! Attack! A wave of shouts resounded in the battlefield. Zhong Lixiao, Qi Pejuan, and the others charged towards the primordial Dao tree at practically the first moment. Lin Feng, who'd severed Lin Sun's martial will with a single saber strike, was undoubtedly the fastest person. His figure practically didn't stop before he arrived before the primordial tree. However, he was just about to make a move when he realized something, and his figure suddenly retreated explosively. Subsequently, the expressions of Zhong Lixiao, Qi Pejuan, and the others changed abruptly, and they dodged without the slightest hesitation. Before the others could react, a strand of sword aura shot through the sky like a divine rainbow, and it swept over from nearby. Pooh! 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 Over 10 cultivators that charged at the front were like crops in a field before the sword strike, and they were slashed horizontally. Their bodies split apart while their soul cores shattered into pieces, causing blood to spray like a waterfall. The defensive strength and treasures they possessed, and the defenses they possessed before their deaths were completely like paper and were utterly unable to resist this attack. On the other hand, the people behind them were lucky enough to survive, and they broke out in cold sweat from shock. They simply seemed as if they'd taken a trip to the gates of hell. That sword aura was too terrifying, and it was all-powerful. Right at this moment, everyone noticed that it was surprisingly Lin Sun who'd executed this sword strike. The tribulation lightning that covered his body had vanished a long time ago, and it revealed his tall and slender figure. Moreover, his formidable aura covered the heavens and the earth, and it pressed down upon the surroundings. He succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. The hearts of everyone sank, and they were surprised and bewildered. The might of the tribulation lightning had actually been dispersed, and this was inconceivable. Are all of you done playing around? Lin Sun's black pupils were like bolts of lightning as he swept the surroundings with his gaze. His voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to carry an invisible and terrifying dignified aura, and it caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. Everyone retreated, their expressions uncertain. Before, Lin Sun killed Mu Yi, a great ancestor of the Jiwing Emperor, and crushed Golden Sparrow with only his martial will. How terrifying would Lin Sun be now? We have no ill intentions towards you. We are only after the opportunity of the primordial myriad Dao tree. The person at the front braced himself and said. Lin Sun ignored him and stared at Qi Lingyun, Zhong Lixiao, and Qi Pejuan who were also at the forefront. His eyes swept over these old enemies one by one, and his killing intent was undisguised. At this moment, he'd already successfully overcome the tribulation and stepped into the extermination ancestor realm, causing his cultivation to undergo a tremendous change. Different from ordinary ninth realm ancestors, during the period of enlightenment in front of the Hongmeng tree, Lin Sun had integrated the immortal Tao, the netherworld Tao, and his own Tao of the last era into one and achieved the extreme breakthrough. Because of this, he was able to immediately master a complete progenitor Great Tao, and not just one. He could not be called the Zhu Great Progenitor. He should be called the Apex Myriad Tao Ancestor. This was fundamentally different from other emperor ancestors. Ordinary emperor ancestors could only condense a complete progenitor Great Tao even if they mastered many Great Taos. This Great Tao could accommodate other Great Taos, but other Great Taos were unable to replace this progenitor Great Tao. But for Lin Sun, any Great Tao could be condensed into the profundities of the progenitor realm, and he could display the supreme and extreme might of this realm. This was the difference. Moreover, Lin Sun was a apex myriad Tao ancestor, so he was completely different from the Zhu Great Progenitor. Lin Sun, bow down and I'll spare your life. Some people were murderous, but they were actually just putting on a brave front. Their bodies were almost frozen when they were stared at by Lin Sun. Even though you've overcome the tribulation successfully, you're at your weakest now. Aren't you afraid of dying by fighting so many of us by yourself? Others shouted loudly and encouraged the others to attack together. As for Qi Lingyun and the others, they were using secret techniques to spy on Lin Sun and try to see through his secrets. They wanted to find out more about him. Because at this moment, Lin Sun didn't reveal a trace of weakness at all, and it seemed as if the unparalleled great tribulation from before hadn't injured him at all. Let's see if I dare. Meanwhile, Lin Sun spoke. He vanished on the spot and transformed into an expanse of monstrous divine radiance that charged forward. Perhaps it could be called a gale because it was too domineering. It swept through the heavens and the earth like a violent gale. Numerous treasures and techniques rumbled as they exploded into pieces, and they were utterly unable to obstruct Lin Sun at all. All the people in front of him were blasted flying while bleeding from all 7 apertures. All of them were horrified, and their expressions changed while their scalps went numb. This sort of might shook the hearts of all. No. Someone cried out loudly and tried to dodge. However, chaotic chi surged over while a large hand pressed down upon the world and crushed all things into pieces. This person was exactly that fellow that was shouting arrogantly earlier. At this moment, he was directly blasted apart in midair. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. As Lin Sun attacked, his tall figure was like a celestial emperor that swept through the battlefield. Every single move he made emanated monstrous might, and the universe and the scriptures of the world seemed to resonate with it. Rumble, divine light shot out and surged towards the surroundings. Numerous imperial weapons and techniques were circulated to their limits by those cultivators, and they could easily obliterate the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. However, they were like illusionary bubbles that rumbled and exploded into pieces before Lin Sun. All techniques and imperial weapons were swept away like a whirlwind, and they were easily destroyed. It was like he'd entered an unstoppable state. In merely the blink of an eye, over 10 cultivators were crushed on the spot. Some were blasted into pieces by the force of his fist, some were slapped apart by the winds of his palm, some were slashed apart by sword chi, some were incinerated by the monstrous glow of the Tao. It was swift, violent, and overbearing like a hot knife through butter. Lin Sun's seemingly invincible and murderous state caused the surroundings to be thrown into great chaos. Countless astounded voices resounded while the hearts of everyone trembled with fear. Lin Sun, who wasn't suppressed by the tribulation lightning, was simply like a peerless emperor, and he possessed a great imposing aura capable of devouring the world and sweeping through the universe. Clang! A spear that seemed as if it was made from black gold rumbled as it whistled out from Zhong Lijiao's hand, and it tore through space as it pierced towards Lin Sun at an unbelievable speed. Clang! The black spear was clamped between 2 of Lin Sun's fingers, and it was unable to move at all. Everyone, he's invincible. Quickly attack together and kill him. Zhong Lijiao's expression turned grim, and it was filled with shock and rage. He was an imperial ancestor, yet his full-forced strike had actually been blocked by Lin Sun's fingers. He almost didn't dare believe his eyes. Pooh! Lin Sun's response was a blunt punch from Lin Sun. After this strike, Zhong Lijiao spat a large mouthful of blood and was blasted flying. Moreover, his body was shaken to the point it cracked apart and bled. This is impossible. Zhong Lijiao cried out loudly as he was unable to accept this. They were both imperial ancestors, yet Lin Sun, who'd just advanced, possessed a crushing strength that easily defeated him who'd attained the peak of the martial ancestor realm for countless years. This seemed to be too inconceivable. At this moment, Qi Lingyun, Qi Pijuan, Lin Feng, and the others revealed solemn expressions while their hearts trembled slightly. At this moment, Lin Sun was formidable to an unprecedented extent. He was unfathomable and unfathomable. P.S. There's something wrong with the goldfish's body, so there's no need to wait for me to update it. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone was shocked. Lin Sun, who had broken free from the calamity, seemed to have become a completely different person. The power he wielded was so terrifying that they couldn't see through him at all. Wasn't Mui powerful? The Juing great ancestor from the eighth heaven could be said to be invincible, except for those in the same realm. But he was killed by Lin Sun's martial will. But now, as Lin Sun broke free from the calamity, he displayed his own power. He killed emperors like slaughtering chickens, and great ancestors like cutting grass. Even someone as powerful as Zhong Li Xiao was easily defeated in a head-on battle. All of this shocked and terrified everyone. Their expressions kept changing, and their hearts were terrified to the extreme. How can he be so powerful? He passed an unprecedented calamity and established a way to suppress the past and the present? Qi Lingyun's pupils shrank. She had once forced Lin Sun to bow his head, and then she wanted to kill him. Now, seeing Lin Sun's combat power, besides boiling killing intent, there was a chill in her. Rumor has it that only the descendants of the eternal gods can touch the threshold of invincibility in the Juing great ancestor realm. Lin Sun, could he have also touched this realm? Qi Pijuan frowned, and a layer of terrifying killing intent appeared on his body. He felt great pressure and threat. Lin Sun is not a descendant of the eternal gods. I don't believe that there is really an invincible person in this realm in this world, Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Lin Sun was too powerful. He deeply threatened everyone's confidence, giving them a bad premonition. Even their fighting spirit was shaken. With a boom, the immortal palace shook, and the light of the way spread. Lin Sun was like an immortal looking down on everyone. As he stepped forward, the world trembled. The entire void seemed to be unable to contain his true body. Incomparably bright light of the way swept out from his body. Puff, the people at the front were directly shattered by the terrifying fighting power. Blood splattered everywhere, bones were broken, and tendons were torn. Their bodies exploded. There were hundreds of cultivators in the immortal palace, and all of them were overlords on the emperor's path. But now, dozens of them were killed by Lin Sun in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, no one could withstand his sharpness. This scene was extremely terrifying. Lin Sun was invincible and unstoppable. This was a type of invincible might. What are you all waiting for? Waiting to die? Let's kill him together. Otherwise, we'll all die. Someone roared. Puff, however, this person's words came to an abrupt halt, and his body split into two. A ray of sword chi cut out from Lin Sun's fingertips, like a divine rainbow running through the sky and the earth, and killed the man on the spot. Many people felt a chill from head to toe. At this moment, Lin Sun was not only heaven-defying in cultivation, but also the Taoism he displayed was incomparably terrifying. Every move he made had the power of the Emperor's Road, they weren't mistaken. While comprehending the Tao before the primordial Tao tree this time, Lin Sun hadn't just refined his grand Tao and undergone an extreme transformation, he'd even completely fused the various imperial scriptures he possessed with the origin scripture of the last era. Now, as soon as he utilized the grand Tao furnace scripture, every single move he made was capable of resonating with all scriptures, and it produced a supreme battle force that reigned above all techniques in the world and conformed perfectly with him. Because this was his own Tao and Dharma, just like this, although it was just a casual attack, the terrifying power shook the sun and moon. A vast pressure descended, and violent rumbling sounds came from his body. The light of the Tao burst forth, and the divine radiance spread in all directions. It was truly terrifying. Many cultivators who were close couldn't even withstand this pressure. Lines of blood appeared on their bodies, and they were almost shattered. Among the people present, only the peerless figures above the Emperor Ancestor realm were slightly better. But their expressions also changed drastically. Although they were also Zhu Shui's Emperor Ancestor, they were the top existences on the Emperor's Road in the eighth heaven, enough to deter those in the same realm and stand proudly at the peak of the Emperor's Road. But Lin Sun, who was in front of them, actually possessed a foundation and power that was sufficient to surpass them after transcending the tribulation. How could they not be shocked? Kill. I don't believe that he's really invincible. Qipejuan roared and suddenly turned into a silver rainbow. With a violent roar, he rushed towards Lin Sun. In his hand, there was a green Taoist seal that emitted boundless light. At the same time, dozens of cultivators also came to their senses, and one after another, they attacked with their magic treasures. Boom, a huge hole seemed to be poked in the heaven and earth. The turbulent energy surged like a boiling river and turned into a colorful torrent of power, rushing towards Lin Sun. The other Zhu emperor ancestors, such as Zhongli Xiao and Lin Feng, also attacked at the same time. They released their combat power to the extreme and launched all kinds of magic skills at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's eyes were emotionless. He just gently raised his palm and pressed down with one hand. Bang! Qipejuan, who was flying towards Lin Sun, was easily swatted away by Lin Sun's palm like a fly. Then, he waved his sleeves. Streams of mighty sword qi as thick as mountains swept out. Bang! 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 17 or 18 cultivators' defense power was broken by the unparalleled torrent of sword qi. Their bodies and souls were torn apart, and their qi and blood were boiling. They were almost blown up on the spot. And those below the Emperor Ancestor realm were even more miserable. Their power, in front of Lin Sun at this time, was like glass in front of a divine hammer. It easily smashed the glass. Along with the rumbling sound of the sword qi spreading out, many people were killed on the spot, whereas the others were terrified. All of them controlled streaks of light and executed all the divine abilities they possessed to flee desperately in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were only about 30 people left in the central immortal court. The other cultivators didn't dare to think about following Qi Lingyun to the 8th heaven for cultivation. They were already scared out of their wits by Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't stop them. In fact, even if he wanted to, he couldn't stop them. There were too many people. Hundreds of Emperor Realm cultivators were not ordinary experts. If they were determined to escape, Lin Sun could only kill a few of them even if he used all his strength. What's more, he didn't care about these insignificant people from the beginning to the end. His qi had been firmly locked on Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Xiao, and the others. They were his targets, and he had already launched an attack. His target was Qi Lingyun. Qi Lingyun's eyes narrowed slightly, but her expression was still calm. She didn't fight head-on, but kept far away. Kill. On the other side, Lin Feng rushed over first. The black saber in his hand tore through the void, stirring up a universe and stars. It was boundlessly terrifying. You're courting death. Lin Sun shouted. His voice shook the sun, moon, and rivers. Chaotic qi filled the air. He took a step forward and punched. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world, looking down on all living beings. Boom, Lin Feng flew out, blood spurting out of his mouth. There were many terrible wounds on his body. He chose to fight head-on, refusing to yield to reality. But the result was cruel. He was no match for Lin Sun. Back in the Great Void Immortal Realm, he fought head-on with Lin Sun to save Shui Zhongjing. At that time, Lin Sun was only an 8th grade emperor, but he was able to block his attack. But now, as Lin Sun broke through, he was injured in a head-on collision. This result made Lin Feng's expression change. But he was also terrifying. He had a firm and fearless fighting intent. He jumped forward and fought Lin Sun with his life. Clang, after a dozen rounds, Lin Sun pushed out his palm and sent Lin Feng's black saber flying. Lin Feng didn't dodge and directly blocked it with his fists. But the next moment, Lin Feng's fingers started to break inch by inch. Then his arms exploded, and his body shook violently. He was smashed into pieces in the void, blood splashing everywhere. Lin Feng groaned in pain. His eyes were bloodshot. He had nowhere to run and his spirit was about to be completely obliterated by Lin Sun. Clang, all of a sudden, a strange, shrill scream rang out. Lin Sun's figure suddenly stopped. The abyssal sword cauldron roared out, glowing with billions of rays of Taoist light, covering his whole body. An ear-splitting sound of collision resounded out as a flying shuttle that was branded with an eternal aura fiercely collided with the abyssal sword cauldron like a black bolt of lightning, and the energy that erupted from it was so terrifying that it caused the abyssal sword cauldron to suffer the impact and shake violently. Lin Sun's figure also shook, but he was not injured. How can he block it? Qi Lingyun was shocked. The flying shuttle was one of her trump cards. It was branded with the immortal aura. Let alone the Emperor Ancestor, even the Emperor Ancestor Juexian would not be able to block it if he was caught off guard. But now, it was blocked by Lin Sun's sword cauldron, but this attack had also helped Lin Feng resolve a fatal crisis and saved his life. His blood qi surged, and his shattered body recovered. However, his face was unprecedentedly solemn. Bang, the flying shuttle exploded, and this trump card was destroyed. After Lin Sun took out the abyssal sword cauldron, his aura skyrocketed again. He suddenly sprinted, broke through the layers of encirclement, and suddenly arrived in front of Zhongli Xiao. Buddha Demon Realm. An ancient black-colored scroll surged into appearance in front of Zhongli Xiao. He opened it and shook it, causing countless worlds to appear before him. They were like numerous worlds that were like purgatory, and every single one of these worlds was covered in barriers that formed a terrifying defensive system that overlapped with each other. He was clearly in front of him, but it felt as if he was thousands of worlds away. There was no doubt that this black scroll was an incredible treasure. Phew! Zhongli Xiao, who had just revealed his strongest defense, had just heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly raised his head and saw the entire Buddha demon realm suddenly stiffen. Then, an unimaginably sharp and dazzling Taoist sword flashed out from Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron, and it fiercely pierced into the layered world barrier as if it was invincible. Everywhere it passed, it seemed as if one world after another was disrupted and crushed, and a terrifying torrent of black light burst out. Zhongli Xiao's soul almost came out of his body. This was his trump card of defense, but now, Lin Sun's sword had pierced through the endless barriers and destroyed countless worlds, in the void. A ray of dazzling light pierced through the sky. Zhongli Xiao could even see the indifference on Lin Sun's face, but it was too late to dodge. Puff, the Taoist sword struck and deeply pierced through him. Zhongli Xiao and his soul were completely minced into pieces by Lin Sun's sword, and he didn't even have the time to use the many life-saving means in his body before he was completely annihilated by the terrifying sword intent on Lin Sun's Taoist sword. He had truly perished, and his soul had dissipated. P.S. It's hard for me to write because I'm sick. I'm a little late. Please forgive me. Zhongli Xiao was dead. Moreover, he was stabbed by Lin Sun's Taoist sword when he had all kinds of life-saving trump cards with him. He didn't even have time to use his trump card. Most of the life-saving trump cards carried by Emperor Ancestor Zhongli were branded with the power of immortality, or some kind of powerful aura of order, and possessed all kinds of incredible magic. But he was not invincible. The abyssal sword cauldron in Lin Sun's hand, after years of tempering and transformation, was not afraid of the impact of these trump cards. It could be said to be indestructible. It should be known that the abyssal sword cauldron had refined countless immortal substances, and it had been nurtured by all kinds of order forces over the years. It had already become incredible. Although its power could not be compared with that of an immortal Taoist weapon, it was no longer comparable to an ordinary emperor weapon. He did not want to show it before because he was afraid that these enemies would escape. But now, it was time to show the dagger, and Lin Sun would not hide it anymore. Swish, Lin Sun operated the abyssal sword cauldron, and the rumbling sounds seemed to collapse the sky. 3 or 4 cultivators did not even have time to react. Their bodies exploded in the air, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. That power was too terrifying. Before using the abyssal sword cauldron, Lin Sun was already invincible, and no one could stop him in the battlefield. As he operated the abyssal sword cauldron, his power soared a lot. The remaining cultivators' fighting spirit completely collapsed, and they fled in panic, not daring to hesitate or stay any longer. Although Lin Sun was alone, he looked down on the battlefield with an invincible momentum. This was a kind of great momentum that really dominated the world. Even the experts of the 4 East royal clans, such as Gu Banzwang and Yun Luohong, had suffered heavy casualties in the previous battle. Only Gu Banzwang, Yun Luohong and a few others took advantage of the chaos to escape. Soon, only Qi Lingyun, Qi Pejuan, Lin Feng and a few others were left. We can't hesitate anymore. If we don't use our trump cards, we will all lose. Qi Lingyun's voice was cold, and she seemed extremely calm. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Sun was almost invincible, but the reason why they did not retreat was that they were unwilling to give up, and they had something to rely on. Boom, the void trembled violently as Lin Feng took action. He raised his hand and a huge Dao imprint flew out. Its entire body was simple and unadorned, as if it was forged from black gold. The words overturning the heavens were engraved at the bottom, and they shone brilliantly. As soon as it flashed out, the sky-piercing seal transformed into the size of a mountain and pressed down towards Xianxia. The central immortal court trembled, collapsing with a rumble. If not for the obscure law power protecting this place would have definitely sunk. Clang! Lin Sun attacked like a celestial emperor, resisting with the abyssal sword cauldron. The two burst out with the most dazzling light, like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, spreading out a destructive torrent, shocking everyone. Everyone trembled and took a step back. Two individuals were grazed, their bodies cracking apart and dripping with blood. Their bodies were fiercely blasted outwards. This kind of power was too domineering, exceeding everyone's expectations. Lin Sun raised his brows. This sky-split seal was no small matter. Not only was it filled with the aura of eternity, it even faintly surged with strands of order energy. It was miraculous and unfathomable. If it wasn't for that, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to resist this attack at all. At the same time, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The sky-split seal was a treasure obtained by an undying great figure of the Qi clan. It had a great origin, and it was said to be a natural treasure born from the source of order. It was unparalleled in the world, and it was said to be able to overturn the heavens and earth with a single seal. This time, Lin Feng had the chance to borrow this treasure as a trump card when he followed Qi Lingyun. Otherwise, with his status in the Qi clan, he didn't have the qualifications to use this treasure at all. But at this moment, even the powerful sky-split seal was blocked. Lin Sun attacked fiercely, domineering as he attacked once more. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless, and he almost desperately used the sky-split seal. The power that belonged to the extermination ancestor realm on his body was boundlessly terrifying like a tsunami. Lin Sun was indifferent, and he used the abyssal sword cauldron to block it head-on. Clang! 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 Every single strike was world-shocking. Even though the sky-split seal was undamaged, Lin Feng was shaken to the point that his blood roiled. His figure kept moving backwards, and in the end, blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. Kill! At the critical moment, Qi Pejuan attacked. A violet gold gourd appeared before him, and a boundless river of stars poured out from the gourd. It was like an ocean that drowned the heavens and the earth, and it was boundlessly terrifying. The river of stars surged with strands of immortal aura, and it covered the void and destroyed everything. This was an extremely terrifying scene. It was just a river of stars, but it seemed to melt everything in the world and destroy all the living beings within it. On the violet gold gourd, various totems emerged, and it was like the legendary Taoist primogenitor that sat above the 9 heavens, controlling the river of stars from afar and dancing in the universe. Undoubtedly, the violet gold gourd was an incredible weapon of slaughter. It was suffused with immortal divinity, and it wanted to melt Lin Sun. In an instant, Lin Sun's figure that was attacking valiantly became sluggish, and he was struck by the river of stars as if he had fallen into an ocean. On the other side, Lin Feng operated the sky-split seal and attacked fiercely as well. He cooperated with Qi Pejuan, and they actually faintly showed signs of suppressing Lin Sun. Many people's spirits were lifted when they saw this. Qi Lingyun made a prompt decision and said, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? There's no way back now. Let's go together and kill him." Kill! A group of people roared and rushed forward. All kinds of weapons, including pagodas, ancient lamps, jade rulers, swords. The light of treasures fluttered and shot all over the sky, and they rushed towards Lin Sun together. Among them, there were all kinds of extremely mysterious trump cards, like talismans branded with immortal will, and scrolls full of monstrous killing power. Such power could easily kill the Emperor Ancestor. Boom, an earth-shattering roar resounded. An extremely terrible torrent of destruction was produced in the area where Lin Sun was, and it completely drowned the void. This was definitely a fatal calamity. Any Emperor Realm cultivator would not be able to escape death if they were here. However, soon people were shocked. With the splashing of light and treasures, the place where Lin Sun was destroyed, and the void collapsed, but he was safe and sound. He stood there with a deep look in his eyes. The abyssal sword cauldron floated above his head, and hundreds of millions of lights fell down, protecting him as if he was invincible. The terrifying fatal blow just now failed to break the defense of the abyssal sword cauldron. This, Qi Lingyun's expression changed. The pupils of the others contracted, and they felt a chill in their hearts. In this attack, they had used all their trump cards. All of them could threaten the lives of immortals, however, it was still not enough in front of Lin Sun. Clang, Lin Sun's figure did not move, but a Taoist sword swept out of the abyssal sword cauldron and flew straight forward. Pooh! A light sound resounded as the space between the brows of a cultivator exploded apart, and a bloody hole was pierced through his body. Scarlet red blood sprayed into the air as he fell straight to the ground. This was an emperor ancestor who had followed Qi Pejuan for tens of thousands of years, but he could not resist the power of Lin Sun's sword. Suddenly, there was an awkward silence, and the battle cries subsided. Many people were frightened, and subconsciously stopped. However, Lin Sun's attack did not stop. The abyssal sword cauldron suppressed the heaven and earth, and endless lights fell like a vast waterfall, and also like the Milky Way. The purple gold gourd and the sky-throwing seal were trembling violently. It was not that these two treasures were not powerful enough, but that the people who used them could not withstand Lin Sun's attack at all. With a bang, several people in the field had their bones broken, and their tendons torn. Their bodies were smashed into pieces, and their primordial spirits turned into ashes. They died immediately. At this time, Lin Sun's murderous intent soared to the sky, and he used the strongest means to kill his enemies. In the end, only Qi Lingyun, Qi Pejuan, and Lin Feng were left on the battlefield. The others were either killed or had already escaped. But at this time, a powerful qi suddenly broke out, and approached Lin Sun, and hit his back. It was Qi Lingyun, and as soon as she attacked, she came to Lin Sun's back, holding a bloody black demon subduing pestle, and stabbed it towards Lin Sun's back. It was incredibly fast. At this time, Lin Sun was fighting against Lin Feng's sky-throwing seal and Qi Pejuan's purple gold gourd. In other people's eyes, it was impossible for him to avoid this attack from the back. But who would have thought, Lin Sun did not dodge at all. Behind him, Greenwood Taoist body suddenly rushed out and punched. The power of the punch could destroy mountains and rivers, and destroy the sun, the moon, and the stars. Clang, in the sound of the collision, although the demon subduing pestle was blocked, Lin Sun was alarmed and felt a sense of crisis. It was also at this moment that the demon subduing pestle in Qi Lingyun's hand released wisps of forbidden, ferocious aura. A bloody Taoist diagram appeared on the blood-stained pestle and enveloped the Greenwood Taoist body. Greenwood Taoist body flashed and suddenly disappeared from Lin Sun's body. At the same time, the abyssal sword cauldron pressed down, and endless Taoist light emerged, blocking Lin Sun's back. Boom, the void exploded, and chaos surged. This place was in chaos. The demon subduing pestle in Qi Lingyun's hand exploded. It was a secret weapon after all. After its power was blocked, it was no longer a deterrent. Qi Lingyun originally wanted to destroy this rare trump card to make Lin Sun's blood stain in the sky and make him seriously injured. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. She was also decisive. She escaped far away at the first time, but her expression was uncertain. At the same time, Lin Feng attacked Lin Sun again, controlling the sky-throwing seal to attack Lin Sun. Thousands of traces of the Great Way covered the sky and the earth. On the other side, Qi Pejuan used the purple gold gourd to attack Lin Sun. It's been too long. I'll send you on your way, Lin Sun said and stepped out. The abyssal sword cauldron floated up and down, and its power was unparalleled in the world. Boom, the power of Dozhan surged and swept out. Before long, even Lin Feng and Qi Pejuan could not bear it anymore. They coughed up blood, suppressed by the power of Lin Sun and injured. In the end, Lin Sun roared and used the abyssal sword cauldron to suppress the demon subduing pestle, confining it in the void and making it unable to move. Immediately after, Lin Sun attacked and punched. Boom, this punch directly penetrated Lin Feng's chest, causing him to explode on the spot. No secret skill or magic treasure could block this peerless attack. This Emperor Zhu Xian, who came from the 5th heaven and was worshipped by the Qi clan of the 8th heaven, was directly killed on the spot. Qi Lingyun's whole body was stiff, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She had planned to rescue Lin Sun at all costs, but she did not expect it to happen so fast. So fast that she could not save him even if she wanted to. This battle had only lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. But Emperor Zhu's son had fallen one after another. Mu Yi, who was killed by Lin Sun's martial will, Zhong Lixiao, whose body was cut open by Lin Sun's Taoist sword, and Lin Feng, who was smashed by Lin Sun's fist. During this period, more and more cultivators, who could be called overlords of the Emperor realm, fell under Lin Sun's feet. Many people had already fled, frightened by Lin Sun's invincible power. This result made people feel like falling into an ice cellar. At this moment, the whole battlefield was silent. At this point, the people who were still alive were in despair. How could they fight? They were no match for Lin Sun at all. What was worse, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Qi Pejuan had tried to escape, but he was intercepted by Lin Sun as soon as he moved. Even if he used the forbidden secret method, he couldn't shake the abyssal sword cauldron. This made him completely terrified. At this point in the battle, only he and Qi Lingyun were left. Some had died, and some had fled. Qi Lingyun's face was pale. She had arrogantly asked Lin Sun to bow down to her, but now it seemed a little ridiculous. But she was different from Qi Pejuan. She was still calm and didn't panic. Or rather, she still had the confidence. Lin Sun didn't stop. In fact, he had never stopped since the beginning of the battle because he didn't allow his opponent to escape. "I'll fight you to the death." Seeing that Lin Sun was coming at him, Qi Pejuan, who had nowhere to run, let out a roar. As if he was ready to risk everything, countless bright beams of light shot out from between his eyebrows and interweaved into a universe. It was dazzling and vast, and it pressed down on Lin Sun. Rumble. In the universe, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, and the chaotic air was hazy, as if it was real. It was extremely incredible. Lin Sun didn't dodge. His figure shone brightly, and he stepped forward. Monstrous power spread from his body and turned into a deep and immeasurable abyss, directly smashing the world and swallowing the real universe in one fell swoop. Puff, Qi Pejuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and a terrible wound appeared between his eyebrows. He couldn't believe that his strongest talent was swallowed, and he looked so weak. Kill. He activated the purple gold gourd, releasing an undying stellar stream that engulfed the skies, brilliant and dazzling. Lin Sun looked indifferent. His murderous intent was heavy and ruthless. At the same time, his figure flashed, and his 5 great Tao bodies shot out at the same time. They blocked the central immortal court at an unbelievable speed and attacked simultaneously. Boom, amidst the rain of light, a figure staggered backwards in the sky. Surprisingly, it was Qi Lingyun. She'd utilized some sort of secret technique to actually transform into a formless body in an attempt to leave this place. However, Lin Sun saw through it and blocked it with his 5 Taoist bodies. "You've killed so many people. Even if you leave this place alive, where can you escape to once you leave the god's ruins?" Qi Lingyun's gaze was icy cold while her beautiful face was covered in frost. This elegant woman in a long dress and holding a scroll in her hand seemed to be in an extremely sorry state at this moment. She was unable to maintain her composure from before, and the space between her brows was covered in a gloomy expression. Lin Sun ignored him and focused on suppressing Qi Pejuan. Rumble, just like before, the scene that happened to Lin Feng replayed itself. First, the purple gold gourd was suppressed by the abyssal sword cauldron and imprisoned in the void. After that, Lin Sun took a step forward and punched out. Amidst the unparalleled brilliance, the defensive treasures on Qi Pejuan's body exploded one by one like paper paste. Following that, the layers of defensive Taoist magic that covered Qi Pejuan's body were crushed by the terrifying power of the fist. Puff, with a single punch, he was also killed. His body was directly penetrated and exploded into a rain of blood in the void. Then, he was completely annihilated by the boundless fist force. This Emperor Zhu Xian from the Qi family of the 8th heaven region also followed in the footsteps of Lin Feng, Zhong Lixiao, and Mu Yi and died here, at this moment, Qi Lingyun was the only opponent left in the central immortal court. The heaven and earth trembled, and the chaos was hazy. In front of Qi Lingyun, who was blocked in front of the immortal palace, pages of yellowed scriptures appeared. There were a total of 108 pages, and all of them were branded with immortal ancient characters of divinity, wriggling like earthworms. Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies attacked together, but they were actually unable to break the defensive power of these pages of scriptures. It should be known that each of the 5 Taoist bodies was comparable to the combat power of Lin Sun himself. Along with Lin Sun becoming an ancestor this time, the 5 Taoist bodies had also transformed, and their combat power was no longer what it used to be. However, the yellowed scriptures were really incredible. The power it produced was obscure and indescribable. It dissolved all the Taoist techniques and power one by one, and it couldn't hurt Qi Lingyun, who was protected by it at all. In the distance, Lin Sun himself walked over. His figure was tall and his black hair was thick. His deep and sharp eyes stared at Qi Lingyun. Above his head was the abyssal sword cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron was like a waterfall, and millions of rays of light fell out, protecting him in it. He was like an immortal with supreme majesty. Seeing this, Qi Lingyun was still as calm as before. She said, "I admit that I misjudged you. Why don't we stop for a while and have a good talk? You don't want to be killed by those old things outside the God's relic when you leave this place, do you?" The pages of the scriptures were shining brightly, turning into a divine rainbow and surrounding her slender figure. There was a faint, obscure and mysterious chanting sound. All attacks were like bubbles, and they were blocked outside. This scene made Lin Sun realize that the scroll in Qi Lingyun's hand was probably an incredibly powerful treasure. Swish, after thinking about it, Lin Sun put away the 5 Taoist bodies. Seeing this, Qi Lingyun just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something. Lin Sun suddenly stepped forward and smashed the scriptures with the abyssal sword cauldron. Boom, endless rays of light splashed, and the terrifying and overbearing power spread from the abyssal sword cauldron, shaking the yellowed scriptures violently and rolling. Qi Lingyun, who was in it, was shocked. Her pretty face suddenly changed, and she said, "Are you really going to kill me?" Lin Sun didn't say anything and continued to drive the abyssal sword cauldron to smash the scriptures. Dense rumbling sounds resounded. Every time the abyssal sword cauldron struck down, the yellowish pages of the scripture would tremble violently. After a few dozen strikes, the yellowish pages seemed to be unable to endure it any longer, and an ear-piercing buzzing sound resounded. Although she was temporarily not threatened, Qi Lingyun was shocked and angry to see Lin Sun's determination and ruthlessness. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. With her status, even in the 8th heaven, she could be considered a dazzling figure. Even some of the older generation had to bow their heads in respect. In the realms below the 8th heaven, she was a goddess above the 9th heaven. She was unreachable and could only be admired. Not to mention emperors, even immortals had to be courteous to her, because she was Qi Lingyun, the daughter of the current leader of the Qi clan. With this identity, even if she only had a little bit of cultivation, almost no one dared to provoke her, at least in the eternal true world. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's actions had completely shattered all of Qi Lingyun's knowledge, causing her dignity and pride to suffer a heavy blow. A character from the ancient path of the stars was not afraid of all kinds of threats. This was the first time she had met such an unscrupulous and fearless person. Boom, in the end, the defensive power formed by the yellowed scriptures was cracked by the abyssal sword cauldron. Under the impact, Qi Lingyun staggered and almost fell to the ground. Blood dripped from the corners of her mouth, and her beautiful face turned pale. "How dare you?" Seeing Lin Sun's hand reach out and grab her, Qi Lingyun shouted. The jade pendant in front of her, which was branded with the pattern of a yin and yang fish, suddenly released a golden divine light. Buzz, the golden divine light rolled and condensed into an ancient and primitive word Qi, which suddenly bloomed in the void with a fierce and overbearing light of order. This was a surname written by the power of order, representing the power of the Qi clan, one of the 10 immortals. An indescribable fatal threat surged in Lin Sun's heart. There was no doubt that this surname formed by the power of order had unimaginable destructive power. He almost immediately stopped and attacked with the abyssal sword cauldron. Boom, the abyssal sword cauldron glowed and enveloped the golden word Qi in one fell swoop, suppressing it into the cauldron. Immediately after that, a deafening explosion resounded from the abyssal sword cauldron, as if a god was furious and rampaging in the cauldron, causing the abyssal sword cauldron to tremble violently. But in merely a short moment, everything returned to silence. The abyssal sword cauldron flowed with the glow of the Tao, yet it wasn't harmed in the slightest, whereas the golden chi character that was suppressed within the cauldron had been forcefully crushed by the rebirth order, and it transformed into an extremely copious quintessence energy of order that was absorbed and devoured. Lin Sun even noticed that after the origin of order was absorbed, the order of the immortal path, the order of the netherworld, and the silent spirit of order, peerless, seemed to be alarmed at almost the same time, and they attacked simultaneously to fight for the origin of order. In the blink of an eye, the origin of order was divided into 3 parts, and they were devoured by the order of the immortal path, the order of the netherworld, and the peerless melon. This scene was extremely inconceivable. The order of nirvana was like a mother that absorbed and refined the origin of order it gathered, and then transformed it into nourishment that nurtured the various orders it had reconstructed, causing these origin of order to become stronger as well. Especially peerless, the spirit of order that was like a young girl, after she absorbed a portion of the origin of order, her delicate and fair face became much rosier, and she glowed with vitality. All of this took a long time to describe, yet it actually occurred in an instant. When she saw the trump card she'd utilized to save her life had actually been suppressed so easily, Qi Lingyun seemed as if she'd been struck by lightning, and her pupils dilated while she revealed an expression of disbelief. The origin of order within the jade pendant was the 9th grade heaven rank origin of order possessed by her Qi clan. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary 9th grade heaven rank origin of order, and its might could be said to be terrifying. Even though it was only the word Qi, its might could easily pose a lethal threat to an immortal, yet now, it had been suppressed so easily. All of this overturned Qi Lingyun's understanding, and it caused her body to tremble while her expression changed completely. Moreover, the gaze she shot at Lin Sun carried uncontrollable terror. Exactly what sort of monster is this fellow before me? The yellowed pages of the scriptures danced in the air, but they couldn't stop Lin Sun. When the last trump card of the Qi was suppressed, Qi Lingyun couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. But she wasn't discouraged. Clang, a slender, snow-white sword shot out from her hand like a bolt of lightning. Its sharpness was strong enough to pierce through the sun, moon, and stars. But this sword was caught between Lin Sun's 2 fingers. It buzzed and trembled, unable to break free. Bang! As Lin Sun exerted force between his fingers, the snow-white and slender sword was broken into 2. When I was in the great void immortal realm, I thought that one day I'd like to see who would bow down to whom. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Lin Sun's dark eyes locked on Qi Lingyun, but he didn't force her any further. This woman was extremely terrifying. From the start of this battle until now, she had used her trump cards many times. There was the flying shuttle imprinted with undying aura, the blood-stained demon fall pestle, as well as the yellowing scriptures with freakish defensive strength. Moreover, the Qi in the jade pendant, condensed by the power of order, was a fatal threat to anyone. It was no exaggeration to say that if it were any other Jiuxian great ancestor, they would have died long ago if they were attacked by this series of trump cards. Even an immortal figure might not be able to avoid it. Therefore, even though Lin Sun had gained the upper hand, he still didn't agree. No one knew whether Qi Lingyun had other trump cards. You want me to bow down to you? Qi Lingyun's eyes were cold and disdainful. I, Qi Lingyun, have never bowed down to anyone except my parents. Do you think you're qualified? She was in a dangerous situation, but she still had a kind of pride branded in her bones. Then I'll help you bow down to me. Lin Sun suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Qi Lingyun's throat. Qi Lingyun's fingers turned over, and the yellowed scripture suddenly turned into a scroll. She waved it in the air. Boom, the obscure and inexplicable light shot out, and the horrible killing power crushed towards Lin Sun. Following that, her figure transformed into countless golden water droplets that flew in all directions. Each water droplet elongated in the void and turned into misty golden threads. Each of them was exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell which water droplet was her real body. Without a doubt, this was an incredible technique. However, Lin Sun looked indifferent. He used Abyssal Sword Cauldron to crush the obscure light emerging from the yellowed scroll. On the other hand, a large abyss suddenly surged out into appearance around him. It blotted out the sky and completely enveloped the entire hall, and it emanated an extremely terrifying devouring force. Rumble, the golden threads that covered the sky instantly fell into the boundless abyss, and they seemed as if they were fiercely crushed by a large hand. They exploded without end and were crushed amidst rumbling and rumbling. One of the golden threads shuddered before revealing Qi Lingyun's figure. However, she was in an extremely sorry state. Her hair was disheveled, her dress was disheveled, her face was snowy white, and there was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. "Open!" She let out an angry scream, and a silver divine flame condensed between her white fingers. She gently waved it, and as the silver divine flame flew out, a hole was burned in the abyss. Seeing that Qi Lingyun was about to break free, Lin Sun suddenly rushed over. He grabbed her snow-white neck from behind. At this instant, Qi Lingyun's figure froze on the spot. She didn't dare move in the slightest while her eyes changed indeterminately. There was astonishment and indescribable rage within them. She is the daughter of the dignified Qi clan's patriarch of the eighth heaven, but now she is like a prey, being grabbed by the neck from behind. "What do you want?" Qi Lingyun was in complete panic. The hand that was choking her neck was simply like the filthiest thing in the world, and it caused goosebumps to arise all over her body. She was on the verge of being unable to endure it. "Lower your head," Lin Sun answered casually. He exerted force with his palm and fingers, and Qi Lingyun's snow-white neck bent under the pressure. Her pretty face turned red, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Being forced to lower her head in such a rough way made her so ashamed and angry that she was about to go crazy. Even though she struggled desperately, it was in vain. Her cultivation had been suppressed, and her head was pressed down uncontrollably little by little. At the moment when she bowed her head, Qi Lingyun's inner pride and dignity seemed to be completely shattered. She completely lost control and screamed, "Ah!" Her voice was full of anger and hatred. It resounded through the hall and spread outside the central immortal court. It was enough to frighten ghosts and gods. She had never hated a person so much. Never, seeing her like this, Lin Sun didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. "Now, it's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse." Lin Sun brought Qi Lingyun in front of him and slapped her beautiful face, causing her mouth and nose to bleed and see stars before her eyes. She was dumbfounded. Then, her body trembled violently. It was obvious that she was angered to the extreme. Her eyes were filled with hatred. This was the first time in her life that she was slapped. The feeling made her go crazy. "Lin Sun, kill me if you have the guts. Kill me." Qi Lingyun gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Her expression was livid. It was hard to imagine that she was still the elegant and composed woman from before. "I said that I will make you bow down to me. How can I kill you so easily?" Lin Sun's words made Qi Lingyun feel as if she was poured with a bucket of cold water. She could vaguely guess the ending she was about to face, and she couldn't help but feel despair. Perhaps the most terrifying thing in this world wasn't death, but being unable to live or die. Qi Lingyun stared at Lin Sun and said in a hoarse voice, "Just you wait. I won't let you go. The Qi clan will never let a demon like you live." Lin Sun smiled lightly and said, "I believe Zhongli Xiao, Qi Pijuan, and Mui thought the same as you before they died. Unfortunately, since I roamed the world until now, anyone who threatened me like this, no matter who it was or what power it was, didn't have a good ending. If the Qi clan becomes my enemy, they're bound to be no exception." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force in his hand and directly knocked Qi Lingyun out, and then he threw her into the abyssal sword cauldron and suppressed her alive. After that, Lin Sun went straight to the central immortal court. On the peak of the towering mountain, he stood alone, overlooking the land below. There were no traces of cultivators on the plateau, and there was only a vortex passageway floating in the sky above the plateau. That was the exit. Obviously, those cultivators that had fled earlier had left through the vortex passageway. Fortunately, they didn't stay behind. Lin Sun thought of Xianxia and Lu Xianxia, and he heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Before the battle erupted, he'd already warned them via voice transmission. "Leave immediately and don't get involved in this slaughter." At the beginning, Xianxia and Lu Xianxia both refused and insisted on staying because they were worried that Lin Sun would be defeated. They'd rather stay and help him than leave. But as Lin Sun displayed his invincible might and swept away all the heroes, the two were shocked and finally changed their minds and left in advance. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun turned around and returned to the central immortal court. Inside the immortal palace, it was a mess. The thick smell of blood filled the air in the white mist. Almost all the corpses of the enemies were gone, and only some relics were scattered in different areas. Purple gold gourd, sky-throwing seal, great halberd, vase, ancient lamp. Further away, the primordial tree of myriad Tao quietly dropped a rain of green light, peaceful and tranquil. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and collected the spoils on the ground one by one. Then, he casually sat under the primordial tree of myriad Tao. The battle finally came to an end. In the first round, he entered the battlefield of gods and killed Nan Tianba, Nan Tianjing, and Nan Yongqiang, causing a great sensation. In the second round, the Great Hunt, Li Henshui and other cultivators of the Li clan were all wiped out by Lin Sun with a bloody and brilliant record. He became the first in the Great Hunt. And in the third round, he was also the only one who won the title of the Chosen One and entered the Central Immortal Court. Here, he comprehended the Tao under the primordial tree and unintentionally attracted an unprecedented great tribulation. At the same time that his Tao and technique fused to the extreme and made a breakthrough, he also passed the Ancestor Ascension tribulation, allowing his cultivation to step into the Ancestor Ascension realm in one go. In the Emperor realm of the world, Emperor Ancestor was the most respected. On the road to the top, Emperor Ancestor Ju was the king. And Lin Sun was invincible in the Emperor Ancestor realm. The reason was that the complete Tao of Ancestor realm he mastered was not one, but he could condense all the Tao into the Tao of Ancestor realm. This was fundamentally different from the ordinary ancestors of one Tao. Therefore, he could be called the Supreme Myriad Tao Ancestor. How terrifying was this realm! The incomparably bloody battle from before had vividly displayed how monstrous this realm was. Even the powerful Emperor Ancestor Jua Xian from the 8th heaven, such as Mu Yi, Zhongli Shao, and Qi Pujuan, were easily suppressed in a head-on confrontation. How terrifying was Qi Lingyun, who mastered all kinds of heaven-defying trump cards and possessed incredible secret magic, but it was difficult for him to resist Lin Sun's killing. In this battle alone, nearly 100 cultivators were killed by Lin Sun, including many overlord existences such as Emperor Ancestor and peak 8th heaven emperors. It was no exaggeration to say that this battle had already established Lin Sun's invincibility in this realm and his qualification to be called a master above the Emperor path. The primordial tree sprinkled hundreds of millions of green light rain, bathing Lin Sun's figure in it. The previous battle was like a rare tempering, which helped him consolidate the cultivation of the ancestor realm that he had just broken through. Now that he meditated, he had a different feeling. The realm of returning to the ancestors, it meant that his cultivation began to enter a state of seeking the original origin of the Tao. Ancestor was the original meaning. In this realm, cultivators were comprehending the phenomena of the world, the birth of all things in the universe, and the most primitive profundities of the grand Tao that were revealed by it. And above the ancestor realm was the immortal Tao. The immortal realm was a higher level of the Tao after seeing through the original mystery of the formation of all things in the world. Just like the name of this realm, those who set foot in this realm could live as long as the heaven and be immortal. The path towards the eternal Tao was divided into 3 realms. They were heavenly longevity, nirvana, and transcendence. The heavenly longevity realm was the first threshold of the eternal path towards the Tao. As its name implied, it was to live as long as the heavens. The so-called heaven actually represented the grand Tao. As long as the grand Tao remained, one's lifespan would be boundless, and it could be said to be eternal. In the Emperor Tao Ancestor realm, the secrets of the ancestors were the key to open the door to the immortal realm, the heavenly longevity realm. Seeing through the earliest profundities of everything in the universe was equivalent to grasping the complete essence of a world, and it was sufficient to allow one's body to undergo a transformation, live as long as the heavens, and enjoy eternity. However, this threshold had trapped countless cultivators since the ancient times until now, and there might not even be a single eternal figure amongst 10,000 imperial ancestors. This realm was obscure, and it wasn't something that could be touched by persevering and diligent cultivation. Instead, one needed heavenly luck, opportunity, great wisdom, and great willpower to have any hope of touching the threshold of this realm. Ever since the primordial era ended and the starry sky ancient path was covered by the Forbidden Order, the highest cultivation level in the current world was only at the Emperor Ancestor realm. No one could reach the immortal realm. Why? The core of it was that the starry sky ancient path didn't possess the fortune to allow those Ancestor realm figures to step onto the path of the eternal Tao. This was also the reason why all those who had ambitions towards a higher path of Tao longed to head to the eternal true world over the course of countless years. Because only in the eternal true world existed the kismet and the serendipity needed to step into the path of immortality. Of course, just luck and opportunities were far from enough. Great wisdom and perseverance were also required. However, for Lin Sun, it was still too early to talk about seeking the path of immortality. He just stepped into the Ancestor realm, and his current cultivation was still at the early stage of this realm. It was far from the time to consider attaining immortality. Time flew by. The primordial myriad Tao tree swayed and rustled like the chanting of scriptures. Lin Sun sat still under the tree with his legs crossed, feeling all the things he had just experienced and consolidating his Tao fruit. In the last era, the heavenly chosen battle would end on the same day that the assembly of the immortal court came to an end. According to this time, there were still 9 days before the end of the god's relic for Lin Sun. In other words, he still had 9 days to prepare for his departure. At the same time, outside the ruins of the gods, as the cultivators that had escaped the ruins of the gods returned, news of what had occurred during the Grand Hunt and the Ascendant Stage had spread as well. For a time, it caused a huge uproar. Is Lin Sun really so powerful? Countless people were shocked by Lin Sun's bloody slaughter in the secret realm of gods. They couldn't believe it. In the hearts of people, the top forces from the 7th heaven, such as the 4 great clans of the East Imperial family, are already like the rulers of the heavens, and they can only look up to and revere them. But in the Great Hunt, Li Henshui and other Li clansmen from one of the 4 East royal clans were all killed by Lin Sun. The one and only heaven's chosen one, the primordial myriad Tao tree, overcoming an unprecedented tribulation, killing a group of heroes in the central immortal court. On the other hand, when they found out about Lin Sun's performance in the central immortal court, many people were shocked to the point their hearts trembled, and they were utterly unable to maintain their composure while their expressions changed. Before the opening of the god's relic, many people in Chaotian City doubted whether Lin Sun, who was targeted by many forces, would dare to participate in it. But now, Lin Sun had become the most dazzling and ruthless person in the god's relic. There was no need to mention the casualties suffered by the 4 clans of the East Imperial family. Just the number of nobles from the 8th heaven who died in his hands was enough to shock and terrify anyone. Zhong Lixiao, Qi Pejuan, Mu Yi, which one of them wasn't the Juing emperor ancestor who shone brightly in the eternal true world? Any one of their identities could make the immortal emperor clans of the 7th heaven wary, but now, these nobles from the top 10 immortal forces of the 8th heaven were all killed by Lin Sun alone in the central immortal court. If this matter were to spread back to the eternal true world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and the whole world would be shocked. The Fu family, one of the immortal forces of the 8th heaven, has made it clear that they will no longer recruit Lin Sun. They have also called upon the heroes of the world to kill this evil person together. Very soon, a piece of news spread from Chaotian City, causing another sensation. No one would forget that when Lin Sun entered Chaotian City and took the test on the realm battle steel, an old man from the Fu family took the initiative to invite him to join the Fu family. But now, the Fu family changed their mind and expressed their firm determination to get rid of Lin Sun. Obviously, under such circumstances, the Fu family doesn't want to go against the trend, and decisively gave up on recruiting ruthless Lin. Who can be blamed for this? Just in the central immortal court alone, the descendants of the Qi family, Mu family, and Zhongli family were killed by vicious Lin. You should know that in the 8th heaven, although the top 10 immortal giants are in a competitive relationship, when it comes to dealing with outsiders, they are united. Does this mean that from now on, ruthless Lin can no longer be recruited by the 8th heaven? Discussions arose everywhere, and everyone couldn't calm down. Lin Sun was too tyrannical. He killed countless heroes in the mysterious realm, and the blood he stirred up was too shocking. Even if they could walk out of it alive, they were doomed to die in the end. In the vast starry sky, the atmosphere was so heavy that people couldn't breathe. Everyone was waiting. Things are getting tricky. On the side of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans, Nan Faidu, who had a willow beard fluttering in the wind, frowned. Who would have thought that a descendant of Feng Xiyuan would dare to do such a daring thing? Gu Lingzhen, who was dressed in a golden robe and holding a snow-white flying sword between her fingers, also had a gloomy expression on her beautiful face. If the four immortal forces of the Qi family, Zhongli family, and Mu family hear the news and come, I'm afraid that it will be extremely disadvantageous to our actions. Li Shangjuan, who was riding on a green centipede and holding a purple jade ruler, didn't hide his worry at all. Hearing this, Nan Faidu and Gu Lingzhen were both silent, and the expression in their eyes fluctuated. Originally, they were waiting here just to capture Lin Sun and seize his fortune, but who would have thought that the situation would develop to this point, completely beyond their imagination. Lin Sun was bold enough to kill the nobles of the eighth heaven, which was no different from piercing the sky. Under such circumstances, how could the immortal forces of the eighth heaven let it go? In this way, it wouldn't be easy for the four Eastern imperial clans to capture Lin Sun first. Snatching Lin Sun from the immortal forces, that was no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. What made Nan Faidu and the others most worried was that this time, almost all the experts of the four Eastern imperial clans suffered heavy casualties, and only a few survived in the end. Under such circumstances, even if it wasn't for Lin Sun's fortune, they wouldn't be able to tolerate Lin Sun's survival. But the key was that Lin Sun hadn't come out of the god's relic yet, and once the immortal forces arrived, they wouldn't have the chance to kill Lin Sun. This damned bastard, he's too good at causing trouble. Nan Faidu couldn't help but curse. Gu Lingzhen and Li Shangjuan's expressions weren't good either. They had seen troublemakers before, but they had never seen one like Lin Sun. They couldn't help but suspect that if there was a descendant of the Eternal God clan among the experts who entered the god's secret realm, Lin Sun wouldn't be so polite. Look, the power of the rules of the god's secret realm is collapsing and cracking. Yunjiu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes as he gazed at the god's relic in the distance. Others might not be able to sense it, but immortal forces like them could keenly sense that the god's relic was changing like the wings of a butterfly. It was like an ancient building that had been eroded by the wind for too long, and it was slowly decaying and cracking. Doesn't this mean that we can take this opportunity to kill our way into the god's relic? Nan Faidu's eyes lit up, and he was in high spirits. If that's the case, then we can kill this kid before the immortal giants arrive. Gu Lingzhen's lips curled up into a smile. All right, it's decided. Li Shangjuan, who had the demeanor of an immortal, had an undisguised killing intent in the depths of his eyes. This time, all the experts of the Li clan had been wiped out, which made Li Shangjuan feel extremely humiliated and angry. Chaotian City. Blue Sparrow was dumbfounded. There was only one thought in her mind: what should she do now? What happened in the god's relic had long been spread back to Chaotian City, causing a sensation in the whole city. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Even the Cyan Sparrow didn't expect Lin Sun to be so ferocious. Not only did he kill the powerhouses of the four Eastern Emperor clans, he even killed several immortal giants from the eighth heaven. Originally, Blue Sparrow planned to ask the Yuan family for help. Even if she couldn't help Lin Sun on the surface, it was possible to help Lin Sun secretly. But now, Blue Sparrow decisively gave up this idea. After all, there was no friendship between Lin Sun and the Yuan family. Under such circumstances, how could the Yuan family offend the immortal forces of the eighth heaven for Lin Sun? Even Blue Sparrow couldn't do it. If only Miss was here. Blue Sparrow wailed in her heart, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. What should she do? What should she do? In this world, who could save Lin Sun from the fire and water in such a situation? And in Chaotian City, after the shock, all the cultivators couldn't help but have the same thought. In such a situation, when they left the god's relic, would Lin Sun still have a chance to survive? Of course. In a tea house, Yun Lu, who had entered the vast thousand battle domains with Lin Sun, had an unfathomable luster in his eyes. The skinny monk from the minor thunderclap of the great thunderclap world thought in his heart, the Fengsuan lineage has been plotting for an eternity. If we were to die here, the path of cultivation would be too boring. Under the primordial Dao tree, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation and his cultivation was completely stabilized. The extermination progenitor realm was indeed different. The power he grasped was far stronger than before. Lin Sun reckoned that with his current combat strength, he probably couldn't find many people in the same realm who could fight him. After all, He could already kill an emperor ancestor when he was in the 8th stage of the extermination progenitor realm. Now that he had become a peerless progenitor, he didn't even put ordinary emperor ancestors in his eyes. Even other peerless progenitors couldn't withstand his attacks. The defeat of Mu Yi, Zhongli Xiao, Lin Feng, and the others was the best proof. I just don't know if I'll be able to contend against a heavenly longevity realm expert, Lin Sun pondered. In the previous battles, Ji Lingyun had used many trump cards imprinted with the will of an immortal realm expert, but they were all neutralized by the abyssal sword cauldron. Although it was just the power of an immortal and not a true immortal, it gave Lin Sun a lot of confidence. The progenitor realm was known as the natural chasm of the Emperor's path. No one had ever crossed it, but didn't he still break through it in the end? The path of immortality might be more terrifying and supreme than the Emperor's path, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be killed by someone who surpassed it. However, Lin Sun had never fought with an immortal before, so he didn't know much about the power of such an existence. He wasn't sure if he could fight them in battle. Although his cultivation was heaven-defying, he was still in the early stage of the progenitor realm. There's probably a trap set up outside the god's secret realm, waiting for me to get out. Lin Sun got up from his meditation and his eyes were calm. He made a decision after thinking for a while. But the Tower of Ceaseless appeared, followed by Ling Xuanzi and Uncle Master Kongju. What's going on? Could it be that you intend to take the initiative to ask me for help? Ling Xuanzi had a surprised look on his face. Kongju's hair and beard were messy. He squatted on the ground, holding a jar of winding stream goblet and sipping on it, looking like he was drunk. Lin Sun looked at Ling Xuanzi and said, with your ability, you shouldn't be unaware of what happened in the ruins of the gods, right? Ling Xuanzi scoffed and chuckled. Little junior brother, you're too kind. I was only able to catch a glimpse of a few scenes. TSK. This is the root of the immortal Tao, the primordial myriad Tao tree? It really is boundlessly profound and can be called an era treasure. As he spoke, he stared at the primordial tree and began to size it up. His eyes were bright and carried a hint of passion. Little junior brother, why don't you give this tree to me? Perhaps I can use this tree to deduce some things that belong to the previous era. Not a chance. Lin Sun refused without hesitation. With a wave of his sleeve, the primordial Tao tree turned into a verdant glow and plunged into his body. It took root in his life emperor realm, forming a nice contrast with the chaos tree that had taken root here before. Sigh, little junior brother, you're still guarding against me like a thief. Ling Xuanzi sighed, looking like he was hurt. Lin Sun said, fourth senior brother, I have a favor to ask. Ling Xuanzi raised his eyebrows and seemed to realize something. He stopped joking and said, what is it? You should be clear about the current situation. I hope you can leave with martial uncle, Lin Sun said seriously. Ling Xuanzi was stunned. You're not planning to fight against an immortal realm enemy alone, are you? Lin Sun said, do you think I have a choice? Ling Xuanzi seemed to be very angry. He rolled his eyes and pointed at his nose. Me? Do you treat me as if I don't exist? I'm puzzled. Why do I have such a low position in your heart? Lin Sun was suspicious. You're not in the Emperor realm? Ling Xuanzi's handsome face darkened. Do you think that the only person who can help you to trample on evil god Dishi and make him open his heart on his own initiative to reveal the humiliation of being cuckolded is merely an Emperor realm? Lin Sun stared at Ling Xuanzi for a moment and said, but you really look like you're only in the Emperor realm. Divine objects conceal themselves, and so do humans. Back in the core ruins, fourth senior brother didn't plan to bully you, and he didn't use his higher cultivation to attack you. That's why he suppressed his cultivation and fought you fairly. Otherwise, I would have been able to defeat you with a single finger. Ling Xuanzi raised his fingertips with a proud face. Lin Sun was startled and said, so, you can fight against immortals? What do you mean fight? Killing them like slaughtering chickens. Ling Xuanzi said without thinking. Lin Sun still didn't believe it. He shook his head and said, forget it. I know you're saying this because you don't want to leave. I understand your feelings as a senior brother. But things are already so serious. Do you want martial uncle to suffer like you? Ling Xuanzi was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Lin Sun and said, "You're still the lotus in Master's eyes. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Not to mention me, do you think our martial uncle Kongju has really become a useless person who lost all his cultivation?" Lin Sun frowned and glanced at Kongju, who was drunk and paralyzed on the ground. He said, "No, it's still too risky. Master said that there's something wrong with Martial Uncle's state of mind. How can we put the hope of resolving this crisis on Martial Uncle?" Looking at Lin Sun's stubborn look, Ling Xuanzi was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "Little junior brother, can't you have more confidence in people? I'm begging you. Can you be merciful and let me and Martial Uncle Kongju stay?" Lin Sun also sighed and said with a helpless look, "This is what you asked for. If something happens, don't regret it." Do you think fourth senior brother is a person who will regret? I've been suppressed by Master for countless years. Have you ever seen me regret it?" Ling Xuanzi laughed, but the next moment his smile froze. He realized something and pointed at Lin Sun's nose, saying, "Little junior brother, you've schemed against me." Lin Sun was surprised. "Why do you say this, senior brother?" Ling Xuanzi's expression was uncertain. He had realized that he had been fooled. He had said a long time ago that unless Lin Sun took the initiative to ask him for help, he would not show up. But now, it became that he took the initiative to ask Lin Sun to help him. "You bastard, you're still trying to act innocent after getting a bargain. You're simply rotten to the core. If it was someone else who tried to trick me like this, they would have died 1,000 times over." Ling Xuanzi had a wretched expression on his face. He was depressed, angry, and helpless. He couldn't regret it. He just said that he had never regretted being suppressed by Master for countless years. Now he changed his mind. Wasn't it tantamount to slapping himself in the face? The most hateful thing was that Lin Sun still pretended not to know, which made Ling Xuanzi gnash his teeth with hatred. He felt like a goose pecked in the eye by a goose. "Little junior brother, I can help you, but you have to lend me Endless Tower and 3,000 floating sinks," said Ling Xuanzi. Lin Sun said solemnly, "Senior brother, we should work together at this time. Even if you don't say it, I will lend you these 2 treasures." As he spoke, he handed Endless Tower and 3,000 floating sinks to Ling Xuanzi. Looking at Lin Sun's righteous attitude, Ling Xuanzi's lips twitched, and he said, "Little junior brother, you win." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing in the end. Just as Ling Xuanzi guessed, under such circumstances, how could he let go of such a good helper like Ling Xuanzi? Of course, it was impossible to beg, so he could only use some tricks. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw this. These were harmless jokes in the end. Conversely, he felt rather happy because Lin Sun was willing to do this. At the very least, this little junior brother that had always been extremely resistant to him showed signs of accepting him. This was naturally extremely good for Ling Xuanzi. No one knew that to someone like him who had been abandoned by his parents at a young age and was viewed as a great medicine by his master, Minuscule Mountain was like his home in his heart. This was also the reason why he never complained even when he was suppressed by his master for countless years. Minuscule Mountain was a soft place in his heart that he had to protect. "I heard that old man Dish has already escaped, and when he did, he even killed many undying beings. If I'm not wrong, that old man is definitely hiding outside the god's secret realm." Ling Xuanzi spoke with fervor and assurance. "To us, ordinary immortal realm figures don't have to be afraid of anything at all, but we have to be careful when dealing with old man Dishi. Back then, when I confronted him in front of the ancient well, I had already noticed that this fellow was a tough one. He was suppressed for 1,000,000 years in the previous era, and after the era was destroyed, he was lucky enough to survive. This kind of person is very terrifying." Lin Sun's heart shivered. If it wasn't for Ling Xuanzi's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about the potential threat that was Dish. Dish was indeed an unimaginably terrifying opponent. After breaking free, even though he was surrounded by many undying beings, he still managed to kill some of his opponents and destroy the 9th pass of the Deathless. This was something that had never happened before. Rumor had it that Dish died in the siege, and some said that he escaped with injuries. But both Lin Sun and Ling Xuanzi firmly believed that the old man was definitely still alive. It was destined that he wouldn't miss the opportunity of the god's ruins. After all, as a terrifying existence in the last era, Dish should know how extraordinary the Central Immortal Court's fortune was. Apart from that, Lin Sun also suspected that the good fortune jade disc in his hand was enough to attract Dish over. It's really a murderous calamity. Lin Sun sighed. The 4 Eastern Imperial clans, the undying beings of the 8th heaven, and Dish, all of these murderous calamities were enough to make anyone in the world tremble in fear and despair. Now this is satisfying. Ling Xuanzi licked his lips as a wisp of wanton madness appeared on his handsome face. After being suppressed by our master for so many years, this world actually doesn't know of my existence. This time, it's my turn to make an appearance. P.S. Starting tomorrow, Goldfish will be on a business trip for 4 to 5 days, but we will do our best to ensure that the updates are as usual. Looking at the inexplicably excited Ling Xuanzi, Lin Sun recalled the scene when he first met him. At that time, Ling Xuanzi had just escaped from the core ruins. He was dressed in a green robe and looked like a handsome young man. His black hair was tied behind his head casually. He stretched himself, stretched out his hands, and squinted at the sky. It seemed as if countless years of suppression, countless years of darkness, and suppression had obtained a form of release and venting at this instant. He once said, "Only by standing above the great way and attaining an immortal body can one truly become the master of heaven and the supreme master of all heavens." Unfortunately, before he was suppressed, Ling Xuanzi hadn't walked out of the core mountain and was not famous in the world. The world didn't know that Ling Xuanzi was called the best in the world by the owner of the core mountain. After walking out of the suppression, he admitted defeat in the bet with Lin Sun and took the initiative to enter the Tower of Endless. He had never really revealed his elegance to the world. Until now, Ling Xuanzi seemed to have waited for an opportunity. Lin Sun couldn't understand 4th senior brother's feelings. No one in this world could really empathize with him. He only knew that Ling Xuanzi, who had been suppressed for too long, was eager to fight. Maybe it was to vent, or to show off, or to prove his persistence in the great way. Wine, I want to drink more wine. Next to him, Kong Ju, who was sitting on the ground, raised the empty wine jar and shouted at Lin Sun pitifully. Ling Xuanzi squatted down with a smile and stared at Kong Ju as he said, "Martial uncle, no matter if you're really crazy or just putting on an act, if something happens to little junior brother and I this time, you won't be able to drink such fine wine anymore." Kong Ju's eyes were blank, and he said, "If you don't let me drink, I'd rather die." Ling Xuanzi's eyes were deep, and he said, "You've been in Chaotian City for many years. You said you're waiting for someone to take you home, but you should know that under the cover of Haotian order, no one can do anything to you if you don't want to leave." Kong Ju shouted angrily, "Why don't you give me wine to drink?" Ling Xuanzi continued, "If I'm not wrong, you're waiting for little junior brother. Because only the rebirth order in little junior brother can resist the great heaven order and take you away from Chaotian City." Lin Sun couldn't bear to interrupt Ling Xuanzi, but he suddenly remembered something. Back in the nirvana of freedom, Kong Ju had traversed the starry sky to seize the nirvana fortune, but he had been stopped by the will of the master of the core dimension. Lin Sun clearly remembered that Kong Ju once said to him, "Do you want to consider coming with me? No matter which space-time plane you are in, there are very few people who can teach you to reach the peak of immortality and become a venerable. And I am one of them." At that time, Lin Sun didn't know what it meant to reach the peak of immortality and become a venerable. But now that he thought about it, he suddenly realized that if there wasn't something wrong with this martial uncle's mental state, then it was very likely that he was a terrifying existence on the eternal path towards the Tao. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Martial Uncle Kong Ju, who had a serious problem with his Taoist heart, had been waiting in Chaotian City all these years. Was he really waiting for Lin Sun, because only Lin Sun had mastered the nirvana fortune, and according to what his master said, Kong Ju had a problem with his Taoist heart because of his obsession with the Tao of immortality. And Lin Sun had the nirvana order, which was equivalent to having the potential to become an immortal supreme, the Tao of immortality, nirvana of freedom, eternal perdition, lone lotus. This Taoism simply contained too many extraordinary meanings, which made Lin Sun have a new understanding every time he comprehended it over the years. Just like the Tao of immortality, wasn't it related to the nirvana order he had obtained, and he was regarded as the lone lotus? "Wine, I want to drink." Kong Ju's voice was a little sobbing. Lin Sun woke up from his contemplation and saw that the martial uncle who was regarded as unprecedented and unique was like a madman. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, took out a jar of winding water goblet and handed it over. The latter immediately became ecstatic and drank heartily. Junior brother, in fact, I'm not sure whether Martial Uncle is really crazy. But in my opinion, since he is willing to wait in Chaotian City for so many years, he must have made some kind of decision when he was sober. I'm even sure that the person he is waiting for is you, because only you can help him rebuild his Taoist heart. Ling Xuanzi stood up and transmitted his voice, but I have to remind you, don't take the Nirvana order to test. Martial Uncle has a problem with his state of mind, so you can't treat it normally at all. Otherwise, if it is taken away by him, you will be completely finished. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yo, the opponent is here. Is it finally going to start? Ling Xuanzi suddenly looked outside the central immortal court, and a cold light flashed like hunger and thirst in the depths of his clear eyes. Outside the central immortal court, the originally quiet world was suddenly filled with an invisible and terrifying aura, and the void seemed to be frozen. Following that, 4 figures emerged silently. Nan Faidu, with his willow beard and bearing like a god, stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Wisps of the immortal law surrounded him like a divine halo. Gu Lingzhen, who was beautiful and dressed in a golden robe, stood at the side. A snow-white flying sword danced between her fair and slender fingers. Li Shangjuan, who was riding a green stallion and holding a purple jade ruler, looked like an immortal. As soon as he appeared, his eyes looked at the central immortal court on the peak of the mountain. Yun Jiawei, who was stepping on a blood-stained scabbard and had gray hair, was covered in a layer of obscure killing intent. When his eyes opened and closed, they were as sharp as swords, as if they could tear the sky apart. The 4 immortal figures from the 4 Eastern Imperial clans had arrived at this moment. Although they did not reveal their divine power, their appearance made the world seem dim and reduced to a background. The central immortal court is regarded as the supreme place of the last era. It is truly a miracle that it was not destroyed in the destruction of the era, Nan Faidu sighed. He seemed very relaxed, like a tourist paying homage to a historical site. Unfortunately, such a supreme fortune was actually obtained by a disciple of Feng Xiyuan. It's simply a waste of God's given gifts. I'll definitely make him obediently spit out the primordial myriad Dao tree after I capture this kid. Gu Lingzhen's beautiful eyes were indifferent, and her words were full of undisguised coldness. In addition to the primordial Daos tree, this boy has a lot of good things. I am very interested in the sword cauldron in his hand. It is said that even the power of the immortal can be dissolved. This is not an ordinary treasure. Li Shangjuan, who was riding on a green stallion, said leisurely. This time, being able to enter the gods' ruins ahead of time made them feel particularly relaxed, because they could capture Lin Sun before the great figures of the 8th heaven arrived. This was undoubtedly equivalent to solving a thorny problem for them. As for Lin Sun, no matter how heaven-defying the Zhu Xian emperor ancestor was, how could he compete with them, who had set foot on the immortal way? Dealing with him was as easy as killing a chicken or a monkey. I want the doppelganger inheritance in his body. It is said that it has the same effect as the Fu family's 4 symbols 9 spirits body. Yun Jiawei also spoke, and her words were as sonorous as a sword. At this moment, a sneer sounded from the central immortal court. In your dreams. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want with that little bit of cultivation? The voice was full of disdain. Nan Faidu frowned. A huge wave of willpower rushed out of his body and swept towards the central immortal court. The nearby void collapsed, as if it couldn't bear the terrifying aura of the willpower. But in just a moment, Nan Faidu let out a muffled groan, and the willpower he released quickly retreated as if it had suffered a heavy blow. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, Li Shangjuan, Gu Lingzhen, and Yin Jiawei narrowed their eyes and looked at the central immortal court from afar. A handsome figure appeared. His green clothes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair was tied behind his head, revealing a handsome and youthful face. He stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back and looked down. An indescribable glow flickered in the depths of his eyes. Just the 4 of you? It was a light sentence that seemed to be filled with disappointment. However, the undisguised disdain in the words could be clearly felt by everyone. Who are you? Nan Faidu frowned, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he was surprised because he recognized that the green-clothed young man wasn't Lin's son, whom they were here to capture and kill. Ling Xuanzi smiled and said in a clear voice, "Listen up, I'm the fourth successor of Fengsuan Mountain, Ling Xuanzi." Nan Faidu and the others looked at each other. Ling Xuanzi? I've never heard of him. They knew Mount Innerheart better than anyone else, and they knew some of the successors of Mount Innerheart, such as the first successor, the third successor, Ruosu, and so on. The only person they had never heard of was Ling Xuanzi. As a result, they were slightly startled. The corners of Ling Xuanzi's lips twitched slightly when he saw everything. Then, he smiled and said, "I've never heard of you before, but it doesn't matter now. Because from today onward, my name will be spread throughout the world. Seeing me is like seeing the heavens." The last sentence was uttered by him with lofty sentiments. However, the scene was cold. Nan Faidu and the others were sneering with disdain and coldness in their eyes as if they were listening to a great joke. This made Ling Xuanzi feel terrible. He felt as if his dignity was being silently slandered and attacked. He sighed in his heart. "Master, oh master, if you hadn't suppressed me for so many years, how could these bastards not know my name and not fear my dignity? I don't care who you are, and I don't care which successor of Mount Innerheart you are. Since you dare to get involved in this, only death awaits you." Nan Faidu's eyes were indifferent and filled with dignity. Why waste your breath on a braggart? Just kill him. Yunjiao seemed to be slightly impatient. He raised his hand and pointed as he spoke. Clang, a crimson sword chi shot out from the blood-stained scabbard beneath his feet. It tore through the sky and slashed at Ling Xuanzi, who was at the peak of the mountain. This sword strike was filled with the aura of eternity, and it caused numerous horrifying rifts to appear in the sky. Lin Sun, who was standing in the central immortal court and watching the sword, couldn't help but shrink his black pupils as he felt a strong sense of threat. This was the true power of an undying being. In comparison, the secret treasures that were imprinted with the aura of immortality lacked a unique spirituality. It was a spirituality that belonged to an immortal being's intelligence, will, and killing intent. Naturally, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. At least, Lin Sun knew that if it were him, he would have to use all his strength to operate the abyssal sword cauldron to resist the sword. Facing such a sword, Ling Xuanzi flicked his finger. Bang, the 3000 long red sword chi was instantly cut into two, and it fell from the sky like a dead snake before transforming into a rain of light. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned by his casual attitude. But Ling Xuanzi seemed to be very annoyed, and he felt as if he'd suffered a great provocation. A wisp of gloominess suffused his handsome face as he smiled mischievously. "What kind of three-legged cat dares to wantonly attack me? Truly, preposterous." His voice was like an icy wind that pierced through the sky and covered the heavens and earth, causing the eyelids of Nan Faidu, Gu Lingzhen, and the others to twitch. A terrifying might suddenly surged out from Ling Xuanzi's body, and the countless apertures on his body absorbed the laws of the Grand Tao. Azure light flowed like water, and numerous translucent eternal flowers that were translucent like glass condensed. Boundless divine radiance enveloped his body, causing every single move he made to carry boundless might. Looking from afar, it was as if a deity had descended upon the world, his might shaking the heavens. Undying, Nan Faidu and others were shocked. Before they came here, they didn't expect that Lin Sun had such a backer. Things were getting a little tricky. They looked at each other and frowned. If he wanted to kill Lin Sun, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. But if he wanted to kill an undying person, he would have to use some methods. "We can't delay any longer. Let's end this quickly." Yun Jiawei made a prompt decision. The blood-stained scabbard beneath his feet buzzed as he shot up into the sky. As he stood still, the billowing murderous aura turned into the power of black thunder and condensed into a divine halo that appeared behind his head. The divine halo was filled with a terrifying torrent of the great path. It was formed by the immortal laws. Whoosh, Yunjiao slashed with his finger and black lightning gathered, turning into a buzzing divine sword that shone with an indestructible luster as it slashed towards Ling Xuanzi. Lin Sun felt a stinging pain in his eyes. His body and mind were greatly frightened, and his hair stood on end. This sword was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. It was beyond Lin's imagination and had completely exceeded the scope of Lin's cognition, in the face of such a sword, Lin Sun didn't have the slightest confidence to withstand it, because the level of power was too high. Junior brother, you've just ended your wu and become an ancestor, so you don't understand the power of the immortal realm. Right now, I'm going to borrow the lives of these old bastards to explain it to you. Amidst the cold laughter, Ling Xuanzi stood still on the spot. Only his right hand suddenly reached out, grabbed, and retracted. Boom! In the sound of an explosion, the black sword chi was grasped by Ling Xuanzi across the air like a huge dragon, and then it exploded into a rain of black lightning. This old bastard has grasped the immortal law from the 9th grade of heaven rank, and its power is far above the earth rank. This also means that in a head-on battle, ordinary people in the same realm are no match for this old bastard at all. Ling Xuanzi explained to Lin Sun as if he was teaching him homework. At this point, Lin Sun finally understood and remembered some rumors. The immortal path was divided into 3 major realms, same lifespan, nirvana, and transcendent. But no matter which realm the immortals were in, there was a huge difference in strength between them. The core was that the power of the immortal law they grasped was different. The power of the immortal law corresponded to the division of the order power, because the immortal law was originally comprehended from the order power. For example, the immortal law of the 1st grade of heaven rank was comprehended from the order power of the 1st grade of heaven rank. In the same lifespan realm, an immortal who grasped the immortal law of the 1st grade of heaven rank could definitely suppress an opponent who grasped the immortal law of the 9th grade of earth rank. In the eternal world, those who could grasp the immortal law of the 9th grade of heaven rank were undoubtedly the top existences in the same realm. Yun Jiawei, for example, was obviously such a terrifying figure. It was also at this time that Lin Sun finally understood why he felt so helpless when facing that sword. The reason was that the immortal law that the other party grasped on the immortal path was far superior to that of ordinary immortals. After all, Yun Jiawei came from one of the top forces in the 7th heaven, and the order power he grasped was at the 9th grade of heaven rank. How could it be ordinary? After understanding this, Lin Sun's state of mind suddenly became calm. The gap was too big, and there was nothing to be unsatisfied about. The only thing that surprised Lin Sun was that in the face of such an opponent, 4th senior brother was not afraid at all. This completely exceeded his understanding. In the past, he subconsciously thought that 4th senior brother would be in existence on the same level as eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother. But now it seemed that 4th senior brother was obviously an anomaly among the descendants of Fengsuan Mountain. Humph. Ling Xuanzi's disrespectful attitude caused Yun Jiawei to frown, and he didn't hesitate to withdraw his immortal Dao weapon. It was a sword that was fiery red as if it was burning, and it was filled with an immortal aura. As soon as it appeared, heaven and earth seemed to be incinerated and drowned by endless flames. However, Ling Xuanzi turned a blind eye to it and said, "This old bastard is at the mid-stage of the longevity realm, and his immortal Dao weapon is extraordinary, but it's only at the earth rank. If I'm not wrong, this old bastard should be a poor bastard who isn't doing well, and he doesn't have the ability to gather first-rate immortal materials. Otherwise, why would he carry an earth-rank immortal Dao weapon and embarrass himself?" The word poor bastard was like a knife that stabbed into Yun Jiawei's heart, causing him to be unable to restrain himself any longer, and he slashed with his sword. Boom! Along with this slash, the sky completely collapsed, and the void rumbled and collapsed. Waves of immortal aura were released from the sword, and it simply seemed as if it wanted to destroy this world. Ling Xuanzi withdrew the 3,000 floating sinks, and the snow-white horsetail whisk transformed into a silver waterfall that swept through the void. The fiery sword chi that covered the sky collapsed and vanished like bubbles. Yun Jiawei's pupils constricted abruptly, and he finally realized that this fellow who claimed to be the 4th successor of Mind Formula was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Although Master's 3,000 floating sinks is seriously damaged, it's still a treasure personally refined by Master. How can it be compared to an embarrassing immortal Dao weapon? Little junior brother, this treasure has been covered in dust in your hands all these years. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but let out a long sigh in the end. In the distance, Lin Sun had a strange expression in his eyes, and he remained silent. In fact, he was stunned by Ling Xuanzi's unparalleled style. How could an ordinary person compare to him when facing a great enemy? Yet he still spoke with confidence and composure in a carefree manner. Roar! With a deafening roar, the handsome green mantis rose into the sky with Li Shengjuan on its back. Holding the purple jade ruler in one hand, He said with a blank expression, if the master of mind formula is really as powerful as you say, why is he hiding like a turtle and not daring to show his face in the eternal world? There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Ling Xuanzi's face suddenly darkened, and as if he was rarely angered, his eyes burst out with a frightening cold light and killing intent. He said, for this alone, I can't let you leave alive. Boom, his green robe fluttered, and the 3,000 floating sinks in his palm suddenly swept out. A long river formed by silver divine light enveloped Li Shangjuan. Li Shangjuan struck out with the purple jade ruler, and the sky was suddenly filled with purple mist. The immortal totem of dragons and tigers, Yin and Yang, appeared. This strike was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. The immortal laws and power it used were far beyond Lin Sun's comprehension at the moment. But it was precisely this attack that was instantly blasted into pieces when it went against the 3,000 ups and downs, and it was as weak as a piece of paper. Li Shangjuan was fine under the impact, but the green mantis under him suffered. It was hit by the silver rain of light that filled the sky. Its skin was torn, and its bones were broken. It let out a shrill cry and almost flung Li Shangjuan away. Li Shangjuan flew into the sky in exasperation and put away the green mantis. With a livid face, he said, "How dare you hurt my bull? You're asking for death." He activated the purple jade ruler and charged through the sky. His entire body was bathed in the purple rain of immortal light, and he looked like a god who was angry, causing the world to wail. At the same time, Yun Jiawei also attacked. She controlled the brilliant red divine sword and swung out a sword chi that blotted out the sky. It was like a cloud of fire that burned the 9 heavens. "Humph, you're just an ant trying to shake a tree." As he spoke, Ling Xuanzi flashed up while numerous azure-colored eternal Dao flowers that seemed like glass bloomed all over his body, and his imposing aura shot through the world. Along with him swinging the 3,000 upheavals, boundless silver-colored profound light surged into appearance. Everywhere it passed, the sword chi that seemed like it was burning was crushed into pieces, the brilliant violet rain of light was crushed into powder, and it swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. It was also at this moment that Ling Xuanzi, who'd suppressed himself for countless years and endured the boundless torment of darkness, had completely revealed his might to the world. In the blink of an eye, both sides had fought intensely for a few dozen rounds, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to collapse completely while everything in the world showed signs of collapse and destruction. Even the central immortal court at the peak of the mountain was affected. It rumbled and shook violently while numerous cracks appeared on its surface, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Obviously, this supreme place that had survived since the last era was bound to fall and be unable to protect it. Bang! Amidst rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth, 2 figures shot out. Shockingly, it was Yun Jiawei and Li Shangjuan. They were shaken to the point their figures staggered back, their clothes were disheveled, and their vital blood roiled. On the other hand, Ling Xuanzi's green clothes fluttered while he held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and he seemed like a supreme god. Yun Jiawei and Li Shangjuan's eyes were filled with seriousness, surprise, and bewilderment. They seemed to have never imagined that under their joint attack, they would actually be suppressed and pushed back by Ling Xuanzi alone. When did Mount Heart have such a heaven-defying disciple? P.S. I didn't stop updating on the first day of my business trip. Lin Sun couldn't help but gape. Fourth senior brother had been suppressed in the core ruins for eons. How could he still be so strong? Didn't they say that the path to immortality was severed after the forbidden power of order covered the ancient path? But soon, Lin Sun realized that there was a deviation in his cognition. Fourth senior brother was suppressed in the primordial era. His cultivation might have reached the immortal level before the forbidden power covered the universe. If that was the case, then fourth senior brother's talent was too monstrous. Junior brother, do you see that? These 2 old bastards are both in the middle stage of the heavenly longevity realm. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to improve further given their age. Ling Xuanzi spoke leisurely as if he was a god giving orders. He held the 3,000 floating sinks in his hand. When he attacked, he was as graceful as an immortal. But the power he unleashed with every move made Yun Jiawei and Li Shangjuan, the 2 immortals, almost unable to lift their heads. Boom, the world was turned upside down. The light of the Tao of immortality swept out. The entire world seemed to be collapsing and was about to be destroyed. Kill. Yun Jiuwei's expression was gloomy and unsightly while he attacked with his sword in hand. The divine sword that blazed like a ray of fire surged out with boundless rivers of flames, and all of them were formed from the eternal laws, causing them to be peerlessly terrifying. Even sovereign ancestor Jiuxian's soul would be destroyed if he came into contact with even a hint of it. That was the aura of a 9th-rank heaven-ranked immortal. It was unimaginably powerful. Go! Ling Xuanzi waved his horsetail whisk and chanted. His voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Boom! Amidst the rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth, the bright red divine sword was destroyed, and Yun Jiuwei was even shaken to the point of coughing up blood. His figure staggered back, and his face turned ghastly pale. On the other side, Li Shangjuan's purple jade ruler was also wailing. It was suppressed by Ling Xuanzi's divine presence and couldn't get close. He was just one person, but he was able to suppress 2 immortals. One had to know that both of them were at the peak of the heavenly longevity realm. In the eternal world, people like them who wielded the laws of immortality were called the heaven immortals of the heavenly longevity realm. Those who wielded the laws of immortality were naturally the earth immortals. The power they wielded was far from being able to fight against the heaven immortals. Rumble, amidst the intense battle, Ling Xuanzi seemed as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He waved his horsetail whisk, and silver light flowed, crushing the sky, causing Yun Jiuwei and Li Shangjuan to be injured continuously. Nan Faidu and Gu Lingzhen, who hadn't made a move yet, didn't dare to hesitate when they saw this. They activated their cultivation and charged into the sky. Huh! Nan Faidu shouted loudly as a dark green spear flashed out from the top of his head. Its sharpness was restrained, yet it was suffused with a ferocious aura of slaughter that could terrify even ghosts and gods. Clang! At the same time, the snow-white flying sword shot out from Gu Lingzhen's palm and gently rotated in the void, scattering ripple-like waves of sword qi. Each wave was like a world of swordsmanship, and the layers of the waves spread out like layers of swordsmanship worlds. Such a scene could be said to be world-shocking. One is still one. So what if there are 2 more? Ling Xuanzi's eyes glowed brilliantly as he stepped through the air like a god patrolling, and his snow-white horsetail whisk transformed into boundless resplendent beams of light that shot out. Bang! The dark green spear buzzed as it was struck by the peerlessly mighty force, and it shook Nan Faidu to the point his blood and qi roiled, causing his expression to change. On the other side, the ripple-like worlds of swordsmanship shattered amidst the explosion and were crushed by the white-silver torrent. Even Gu Lingzhen couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. It should be known that the 4 of them possessed 9th-grade heaven-rank immortal laws. Even though they were at the heavenly longevity realm, it was absolutely not difficult for them to crush ordinary immortals. However, at this moment, even if they joined forces, they still weren't able to suppress the opponent's arrogance. So how terrifying was his cultivation? Kill! The 4 of them glanced at each other and didn't hesitate to use their strongest techniques. Bang! The might of the immortals blotted out the sky and swept out in all directions. All sorts of miraculous and unbelievable techniques were mixed between the spear, divine sword, jade ruler, and flying sword, causing this expanse of heaven and earth to be thrown into disorder and everything to collapse. Lin Sun's expression changed, and he didn't dare to continue watching the battle. Senior uncle, let's go out. He helped up Kong Ju, who was drinking wildly, and flashed out of the central immortal court. This place was on the verge of collapse, and they couldn't stay here any longer. Buzz! At the same time, the abyssal sword cauldron floated up and down, sprinkling billions of rays of light that protected him and Kong Ju. But even so, they still felt like they were in a storm. The aftermath of the battle was everywhere, and the aura of the immortals kept rushing over, causing the abyssal sword cauldron to shake violently, putting Lin Sun under great pressure. The fluctuations of the battle could easily destroy a part of the universe and collapse a world. If it wasn't for the abyssal sword cauldron, Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand it with his cultivation. Ling Xuanzi's clear laughter came from the intense battle. Little junior brother, calm down and experience the power of the immortal realm. It will be greatly beneficial to your future cultivation. Of course, if you can't hold on, you just need to say a word and I'll kill these 4 old bastards. The faces of Nan Faidu and the others darkened and became even more unsightly. From the beginning, Ling Xuanzi had treated them like trash and recklessly criticized them. As immortals, when had they ever been treated like this? Kill. Their attacks became more and more ferocious. Their divine might was vast and mighty, causing the world to collapse and all things to be destroyed. Although the power of every attack was directed at Ling Xuanzi alone, Lin Sun, who suffered the impact of the aftermath of the battle, was in great pain. The abyssal sword cauldron rumbled and was pushed to the limit by him. But as the aftermath of the battle swept out, it was like huge waves slamming onto Lin Sun's body, causing his blood and qi to churn and his body to sway as if he was drunk. One should know that he was an exalted emperor ancestor. When he was fighting Qi Lingyun and the others, he was invincible and no one dared to claim supremacy. But now, just the aftermath of the battle was almost too much for him to bear. At the end of the day, the disparity in strength was too great. Nan Faidu and the other three immortals were peak existences who wielded the ninth great immortal laws of heaven after all. It was already a miracle that Lin Sun could endure the aftermath of the battle until now. If it was anyone else, their soul would have been destroyed by now. Boom, suddenly, the heavens and the earth were completely destroyed. The towering mountain collapsed, and the central immortal court that stood towering above it collapsed along with it. The energy of the laws that covered the entire god's ruin exploded and transformed into a boundless torrent of laws that spread out. It was like the world had been turned upside down. Swoosh, at this instant, Ling Xuanzi, who was fighting the four immortals, flashed and arrived by Lin Sun's side. He grabbed Lin Sun's arm and tore space apart before charging into the sky. "Where do you think you're going?" Nan Faidu and the others roared and teleported. They were like 4 rays of divine light as they chased after Ling Xuanzi. Boom, an earth-shattering tremor resounded in the starry sky. The cultivators who had been waiting outside the god's ruin were shocked to the point that their bodies trembled, and then they looked towards the source of the sound. At this moment, the ruins of the gods that were like the wings of a butterfly actually seemed as if they'd been struck, and they started to collapse. The entire expanse of the starry sky rumbled violently while peerless chaotic flows of energy and meteors shot towards the surroundings, and it seemed like an area of the starry sky had been thrown into complete disorder. "Retreat!" Exclamations resounded, and the cultivators nearby instinctively fled far away. The destructive force was too terrifying, and it wasn't something they could resist. "Look over there." At the same time, everyone noticed that numerous seemingly eternal and dazzling rays of light had charged out from within the ruins of the gods, and they were like numerous gods that emanated monstrous might as they fought intensely. There was no doubt that the destruction of the gods' ruin was caused by this Tao battle of the immortals. It was terrifying. No one had expected that such a shocking battle would occur before the god's ruin had truly come to an end. Moreover, they even destroyed the god's ruin. It's the 4 immortals of the 4 Eastern imperial families. But who's fighting him? Many recognized Nan Faidu, Gu Lingzhen, and the others, but couldn't recognize the silhouette fighting the 4 undying beings, or who it was. But there was no doubt that the other party was very strong. One person was able to stop the attacks of 4 undying beings. That kind of horrifying power shocked everyone. It was unbelievable. "Look, Vicious Lin is here too." A surprised voice rang out. Only then did people notice that in the battlefield, a tall figure was protected by the green-cloaked man. The sword cauldron above his head floated up and down. It was Lin Sun. Where did Vicious Lin find such a powerful backer? Many people found it hard to believe. Previously, the scene of Nan Faidu and the other 3 entering the god's ruin was witnessed by everyone. They all knew that Lin Sun was most likely going to be in trouble. But what happened now completely overturned their previous conjecture. Even if they racked their brains, they would never have thought that Lin Sun, who was all alone, had such a great figure at the immortal level protecting him. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. "It turns out that he has something to rely on," someone whispered. "It's just that Lin Sun didn't just offend the 4 Eastern imperial families. He also offended the immortals of the 8th heaven. Under such circumstances, who would dare to risk universal condemnation to protect Lin Sun? Aren't they afraid of death?" Many people were bewildered. On the battlefield, Ling Xuanzi was fighting fiercely with Nan Faidu and the others. He was confident and composed. The 3,000 floating sinks in his hands erupted with unprecedented power. However, Lin Sun, who was protected by Ling Xuanzi, was very passive. He was like a straw tied to the battlefield, helpless and uncomfortable. The level of power displayed in this battle had completely exceeded his understanding. He didn't dare to release his divine sense to sense it. He could only passively be protected by Ling Xuanzi and constantly resist the impact of the aftermath of the battle. The situation was extremely torturous. In the end, Lin Sun couldn't help but say, "Fourth senior brother, have you played enough? Do you really think I can't see that you're using this opportunity to beat me up?" Ling Xuanzi, who was fighting fiercely, had a strange look in his eyes. He couldn't help but smile, but he said seriously, "Junior brother, I'm helping you comprehend the mysteries of the immortal level. You can't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure." Back in the central immortal court, Lin Sun had noticed that fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi had the upper hand against the four undying figures. Although Lin Sun couldn't understand the power of the immortal realm, he still had his battle experience. How could he not know that if he had tried his best, this battle would have been over already? But the battle did not continue, although Ling Xuanzi said that he wanted to use this battle to give Lin Sun some pointers and let him feel the power of the immortal realm. Lin Sun couldn't help but suspect if his fourth senior brother was also using this opportunity to teach him a lesson. If that was the case, Lin Sun would endure it. After all, he had schemed against Ling Xuanzi once before. But the crux of the matter was that they'd fought their way into the universe now. Without the concealment of the ruins of the gods, everything would be exposed before the eyes of all the cultivators in the surroundings. If some ruthless characters were to appear at this moment, it would only make the situation even more uncontrollable. Ling Xuanzi also seemed to realize that Lin was in a bad mood, so he immediately said with a smile, well, I'll help you get rid of the enemy now." Then, he glanced at Nan Faidu and the other three with eyes as sharp as lightning. "Everyone, it's time to end this farce. My little junior brother no longer has the patience to listen to my guidance. There's no other way. I, Ling Xuanzi, can only send all of you on your way." His voice was like the morning bell, and it resounded through this expanse of the universe. The spectators in the distance were all astonished. Little junior brother, Vicious Lin actually had a sect behind him. If his senior brother was an immortal realm existence, then his teacher, how strong was he? This news was like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in the hearts of the people, causing an uproar and restlessness. Only Gu Banzwang, Yun Luohong, and the other members of the four Donghuang clans were the calmest, because they already knew that Lin Sun's master was Mount Innerheart. However, even they did not expect that Ling Xuanzi, the successor of Feng Xiyuan, who was so terrifying that he could fight against four immortals, would appear at this moment. This was completely beyond their expectations. Boom! Right when everyone was surprised and bewildered, Ling Xuanzi's aura changed abruptly in the distant battlefield. His figure that was originally handsome like a young man actually surged with an extremely great dignified aura. Crash strands of green light condensed and transformed into a 36 peak-ranked green lotus platform. It glowed brilliantly in the universe, and it revealed boundless profound scenes. Ling Xuanzi stood on it with a horsetail whisk in one hand and the Tower of Infinity in the other. He was like a god that stood above the 9 heavens, giving off an unreachable and majestic feeling. At this moment, Nan Faidu and the others, whose eyes were bloodshot from the intense battle, felt a chill run down their spines. Their expressions changed slightly as they realized that something was wrong. Because Ling Xuanzi seemed as if he'd become a completely different person, and the aura he emanated caused them to feel a bone-piercing sense of danger. "I'm afraid he's going to die if he continues to hide." Nan Faidu's face was dark as water. "Then let's use our trump cards and kill this fiend," Yun Yunjiu said. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, causing a gorgeous divine ray of light to flash up and transform in midair before transforming into a 5-colored flying knife that glowed brilliantly and flowed with the radiance of the 5 elements. Strands of dazzling order energy gushed out from the tip of the flying dagger. Merely the aura it released caused the starry sky to tremble, and countless cracks appeared in the nearby space. It was a ghastly sight. 5 Essence Spirit Severing Saber, the secret treasure was imprinted with the aura of order and contained the essence of the 5 elements. Although it seemed to be the size of a palm, a simple strike from it could tear apart the power of rules that covered an entire world. It was truly terrifying. "Kill!" Yun Jiawei shouted loudly as the 5-colored flying dagger shot out explosively. When looked at from afar, it was like a ray of light that tore apart the universe, and it emanated an all-powerful might. The cultivators in the distance felt a piercing pain in their eyes while their minds were terrified. Even if they were extremely far away, they still felt terror as if a sharp blade was pressed against their throats. However, a scene that made one's scalp numb appeared. The 5-colored flying dagger had just arrived before the 36-rank azure lotus platform when it was obstructed by numerous azure petals that seemed like a rain of light, and it was confined there. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape. Xianxia stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion, causing the 5-colored flying dagger to fall into his palm. With a light flick of his fingers, this treasure that Xianxia regarded as her trump card collapsed inch by inch, transforming into a rain of light that drifted through the gaps between Xianxia's fingers. Puff, the destruction of his treasure caused Xianxia to be affected as well, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood while his expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Go! In the distance, Xianxia raised his hand, and the Tower of Endless soared into the sky before vanishing into thin air. Before everyone could recover from their shock, a muffled bang resounded as the Tower of Endless actually appeared in the sky above Xianxia and crushed down. The ancient tower that seemed as if it was constructed from divine gold emanated a dazzling torrent of the Grand Tao, and it enveloped Xianxia's body. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to dodge, but the nearby space had been sealed like a cage of the Grand Tao, and it was utterly impossible for him to move. His eyes opened wide with rage as he circulated his eternal Tao to the limit, yet he was actually unable to struggle free, and he could only watch helplessly as the Tower of Endless crushed down. Subsequently, a wave of rumbling that shook the heavens resounded as Xianxia's head, neck, chest, were crushed and obliterated piece by piece. Only a rain of light that covered the sky remained, and the seemingly eternal Tower of Endless floated there silently. An eternal almighty expert that possessed a 9th-grade heaven rank laws was crushed with a single strike. The bloody scene caused everyone in the distance to tremble, and they stood there dumbfounded and in disbelief. Even Lin Sun didn't expect the Tower of Endless, a treasure that had accompanied him since he was young, to possess such unbelievable power. So much so that he couldn't help but gasp when he witnessed this scene. This was an absolute suppression in terms of power, and it didn't allow the opponent to escape at all. A single strike had destroyed both his body and soul. On the battlefield, Xianxia's death was a great shock to Nan Faidu and the others. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies stiffened. Xianxia's combat strength wasn't any weaker than any of them, yet he was killed just like that. How could they not be shocked? Go! Xianxia chanted as if he was the ruler on the 36th grade Green Lotus platform. Boom, the Tower of Endless disappeared into thin air once again. Nan Faidu, Gu Lingzhen, and Li Shangjuan were scared out of their wits. They dodged at the first possible moment and exerted all of their life-saving trump cards at the same time. However, Nan Faidu's dodging figure suddenly froze as if he was grabbed by a giant hand. Then, the Tower of Endless appeared above his head, and millions of dazzling divine radiance poured down like a waterfall. Open. At this critical moment, the 6 divine swords appeared behind Nan Faidu. They clanked and turned into the 6 harmony sword diagram, surging with the mysterious light of immortality. This was his trump card, called the 6 harmonies void slaughtering sword formation. It was tempered by 6 different order energies and contained a surging aura of immortality. He wouldn't use it unless it was a matter of life and death, but he couldn't care less at the moment. However, Xianxia showed a hint of disdain when he saw this scene from afar. The Tower of Endless was the natal treasure of his master, the master of the heart core. How could anyone resist its power? Then, boom, as the Tower of Endless pressed down, the 6 harmonies void slaughtering sword formation that had just appeared immediately exploded as if it was hit by a giant hammer. The 6 divine swords all shattered. Nan Faidu's eyes were filled with despair. Even this could not be stopped. In the next moment, he turned into a mist of blood and was crushed. His body and soul were obliterated by the endless light of Tao, vanishing without a trace. The second immortal cultivator had fallen. In the distance, everyone's limbs turned cold and their minds went blank. Immortal cultivators were like legends to them. They were known as almighty cultivators who lived as long as the heavens and were immortal in the world. It was a level that every martial emperor dreamt of reaching. But now, 2 immortal cultivators from the 4 Eastern imperial clans had fallen. The bloody and cruel scene was like a bolt of lightning that struck everyone's heart. Let's go! Li Shangjuan was completely terrified. He immediately steered the violet jade boat and tore through the void to escape. The violet jade boat was obviously a secret treasure for escaping. It possessed unimaginable power and could break through the barrier of the world. Condense. Ling Xuanzi waved his horsetail whisk. Silver light filled the sky and turned into a mysterious and obscure Dao path. It covered an area of 100,000 meters, and the totem of a crescent moon and 3 stars appeared within it. In just an instant, Li Shangjuan and the violet jade boat beneath him seemed to have fallen into a swamp. The area was covered by the Dao path in all directions. Just like the Forbidden Zone, he had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Ling Xuanzi, aren't you afraid that your Fangsuan mountain will be destroyed? Li Shangjuan yelled. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with rage and terror. Ling Xuanzi did not answer. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the distance. Li Shangjuan swiftly turned around, and only now did he notice that Gu Lingzhen, who'd fled towards another direction at the same time he was trapped, had actually followed in the footsteps of Nan Faidu and Yun Jiawei. Her body had been shattered by the pagoda, and her soul dispersed. The third immortal cultivator had fallen just like that. In an instant, Li Shangjuan was stunned. He felt as if the sky had collapsed. Ever since he set foot on the immortal path, this was the first time he had felt such terror, despair, and helplessness. Ling Xuanzi, this isn't your power. Li Shangjuan seemed to have understood. He looked at Ling Xuanzi with anger in his eyes. It's not too late for you to understand. Today, I'm acting on behalf of Master. If I don't kill you, I'll be letting down the 2 treasures left behind by Master. Ling Xuanzi said indifferently. Seeing his actions, Lin Sun wanted to say something. 4th senior brother, you're just a guy who was suppressed by Master. What right do you have to act on behalf of Master? But in the end, he held back. He had no choice. The Tower of Ceaseless and the 3,000 floating and sinking couldn't unleash such power in his hands. He could only let Ling Xuanzi unleash his power. Boom, an earth-shattering roar resounded. The Tower of Ceaseless was activated again. It appeared above Li Shangjuan's head and released a myriad of rays of light. Li Shangjuan sighed, his eyes full of bitterness. It was originally an operation to capture and kill Lin Sun, but in the end, he lost his life. The world was unpredictable. In the next moment, his body was killed. It evaporated in the boundless Taoist light and disappeared completely. At this point, all 4 immortal cultivators had fallen. They were killed cleanly. Everyone was silent. The crowd was shocked. In the vast universe, the destructive torrent was still rolling and spreading, but the people in the distance looked as if they had lost their souls and stood there in a daze. For immortal realm experts from the top forces of the 7th heaven were smashed to death by that pagoda one after another. It should be known that those who could still stand in this universe and watch the battle were almost all powerful existences in the Emperor realm. However, in the face of such a bloody scene, they could not help but shiver and feel their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. Fang Xiyuan's successor, Ling Xuanzi, stood on the 36 Green Lotus platform, holding a horsetail whisk and holding a pagoda, just like a legendary deity. Who would have thought of this before? In the hearts of everyone, Nan Faidu and the others were supreme overlords that they could look up to. Yet now, they'd been killed successively in this cold and silent universe. The impact of this was too great, and anyone who witnessed this scene would probably be shocked to the point their jaws hit the ground and feel terrified. Uncle, I've seen him before. He once attacked in the Tai ruins and beat up evil god Tishi. Xianxia transmitted her voice, her clear eyes filled with excitement and worship. He is Lin Sun's senior brother. He is simply omnipotent and invincible. Lu Xianxia could not help but be shocked. A few years ago, I heard that a group of Feng Xiyuan's successors arrived in the eternal true world and killed their way to the 6th heaven in just a short 9 days. But I did not expect Feng Xiyuan's successor to be so terrifying. Ling Xuanzi's elegant demeanor of killing 4 immortal realm experts in the blink of an eye was too dazzling. Even Lu Xianxia was shocked and filled with admiration. How could this be? This is impossible. This is impossible. On the side of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans, Gu Banzwang, Yun Luohong, and the others were in a daze. They suffered a heavy blow and were about to collapse. Even among the immortal emperor clans, the number of immortal realm experts was limited, yet now, every single clan had lost one of their own. How could they accept this? The universe was in an uproar and fell into great shock. This battle also made everyone remember Ling Xuanzi deeply. No one would forget that there was such a peerless almighty among the successors of Feng Xiyuan Mountain, on the battlefield. A green Dao light circulated with an immortal luster. Ling Xuanzi's eyes were filled with longing as he licked his lips. Junior brother, do you think my battle strength can kill undying beings like killing chickens? He said slowly. The battle was over. Lin Sun, who had fallen into a passive position, finally recovered from the painful impact and felt relaxed all over. When he heard Ling Xuanzi's words, he said angrily, since it's so easy to kill them, then why did it take so long? Don't tell me it's to let me feel the power of the immortal realm. At his current realm, even if he could sense the power of the immortal realm, it would be like looking at a flower in the mist. He wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. Ling Xuanzi smiled. You can't wrongly accuse a good person. Cut the crap. Let's go. Lin Sun's black eyes glanced around, and he didn't look relaxed. Even though the eternal figures from the 4 Eastern Imperial clans had been eliminated, who could be sure that there weren't even more terrifying opponents hidden in this vast universe? We can't leave. Ling Xuanzi's smile disappeared. His eyes were deep as he stared into the distance and said softly, the 4 just now were just appetizers. The main show will come next. His deep voice caused Lin Sun's heart to tremble. He quickly asked via voice transmission, can we kill our way into Chaotian City first? Ling Xuanzi was stunned. He seemed to have guessed what Lin Sun wanted to do and said thoughtfully, we can give it a try. He waved his sleeve and put away the 36 green lotus seat. He raised his hand and tore the void, wanting to leave with Lin Sun and Kong Ju. At this moment, a streak of purple sword chi flickered, tearing through the endless void as it slashed over at an incomparably fast speed. Humph, you really can't hold it in anymore? Ling Xuanzi raised his brows and waved the 3,000 floating and sinking. With a loud explosion, the purple sword chi collapsed and dissipated. Why do I need to hold it in against the evil creatures of Mount Heart? Boom, in this universe, a purple beam of light suddenly appeared and shot towards Zhou Su, illuminating the heavens. Following that, a figure appeared. It was a man wearing an imperial crown and a black robe. When his eyes opened and closed, the scene of the universe collapsing and sinking appeared. It was extremely shocking. Along with his appearance, the monstrous immortal light seemed to cover the heavens and earth, covering the sky, causing the bodies of the people in the distance to stiffen and become unstable. It was like a subject seeing a king, and they couldn't help but feel awe. Qi Tianlin, an immortal of the Qi clan in the 8th heaven, the people in the distance were restless. It was as if they saw a legendary god descending to the world. Everyone revealed a look of disbelief. It was said that in the 8th heaven, Qi Tianlin could also be called a giant, and his might could suppress all realms. At the same time, Ling Xuanzi's pupils also narrowed, and he said via voice transmission, Junior brother, this old thing has a Nirvana god cultivation base. He's a tough one. When the battle starts later, remember to bring martial uncle. Leave the rest to me. There was a hint of solemnity in his voice. Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. Previously, Nan Faidu, Gu Lingzhen, and the others were all at the first level of the immortal realm, and they were already so powerful. Just how powerful would the Nirvana God stage be? As soon as Qi Tianlin appeared, his eyes first glanced at Ling Xuanzi, and then locked on Lin Sun. His eyes were cold, and he said, hand over the daughter of my clan's patriarch, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Obviously, Qi Tianlin came for Qi Lingyun. Lin Sun said expressionlessly, if you choose to retreat, maybe I'll spare that bitch's life. If you insist on going the wrong way, she may be the first one to die. Qi Tianlin's eyes burst out a terrifying divine light, tearing 2 cracks in the void. Little thing, do you really think you can threaten me by capturing Lingyun? Then I'll give it a try. As Lin Sun said, a painful groan came from the abyssal sword cauldron above his head. Qi Lingyun was suppressed at this moment, and her slender body showed signs of cracking. Lingyun. Qi Tianlin's face darkened, and he was enraged. His immortal aura undulated like an ocean, causing the universe to tumble. Many monarchs coughed up blood from the impact, and they retreated in shock. Even some monarchs weren't feeling well, and they had to retreat. The immortal aura of a Nirvana god was too terrifying. Third uncle, don't worry about me. As long as I kill this bastard, I'll die without regrets. Qi Lingyun's voice came from the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun didn't give her a chance to speak. He operated the abyssal sword cauldron to suppress her again, and he looked at Qi Tianlin. Are you going to retreat or not? Qi Tianlin's face darkened. This was the first time in countless years that he was threatened by a junior like this. However, he couldn't act recklessly. In his eyes, Qi Lingyun's life was 1,000 times more important than Lin Sun's. He couldn't afford to lose her. That's all you've got? Old man, hurry up and move aside. Otherwise, you'll become a sinner of the clan if your patriarch's daughter dies. Ling Xuanzi laughed. Why would I be threatened by you? Qi Tianlin's face was cold, and he continued, I forgot to tell you that a strand of Lingyun's soul is in the clan. Even if she's killed by you now, the clan has a way to revive her. Ling Xuanzi said, but if it's just a strand of her soul, even if she's revived, her cultivation, foundation, and talent. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for her to recover to her current state, right? Death meant death. If the original body was destroyed, even if it was revived with a strand of her soul, the cultivation that she had painstakingly cultivated for countless years couldn't be recovered. She had to cultivate from the beginning. The most terrifying thing was that without the talent and foundation that the original body had, it would be extremely difficult for her to recover to her peak level even if she cultivated from the beginning. Qi Tianlin clearly knew this, and his face became even colder. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said, I'll give you a chance. Let Lingyun go, and I'll leave immediately. No, we'll naturally let her go after we enter Chaotian City, said Ling Xuanzi. Qi Tianlin couldn't help but laugh angrily. What a good plan. Everyone knows that Chaotian City is covered by the Haotian order, and no one can act arbitrarily in it. This is the power of order left by the Eternal God clan, even the immortal giants of the 8th heaven dare not offend it. If Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun really enter Chaotian City, even if the Eternal True Clan intervenes, no one in the world can do anything to them. Just tell me if you agree or not. Ling Xuanzi said impatiently. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Qi Tianlin only felt his chest was stifled, his beard and hair flared up in anger, just as he was about to say something. A voice that was as sonorous as thunder rang out. Want to enter Chaotian City? Wishful thinking. The voice paused between every word, and it shook the heavens and space itself. Even if they were extremely far away, some Emperor realm figures were shaken to the point they saw stars and almost coughed up blood. Boom. Immediately afterward, an old man with white hair and a youthful face appeared out of thin air. His aura was no weaker than Qi Tianlin's. Zhongli Ju, a mighty figure from the 8th heaven's immortal Zhongli family, seeing this, many spectators directly retreated. Qi Tianlin alone was already extremely terrifying, and if Zhongli Ju joined the battle, the starry sky would definitely be destroyed. At that time it would be too late to leave. With just you? Ling Xuanzi's eyes were bright, and his words were filled with disdain. Even at this moment, he was still elegant. Me too. At this moment, a pair of silver wings covered the sky and earth, and a figure of 10,000 feet tall walked out from the depths of the void. He towered into the clouds, stepped on the stars, and carried a pair of silver wings on his back. An immortal aura filled the air, and his pupils were like a pair of golden suns, illuminating the starry sky. From afar, he looked like a giant god from the era of creation, walking out from the depths of time, and his voice shook the surroundings. Qi Kanghun, a mighty figure from the Qi family of the 8th heaven, known as the immortal demon venerable of the Nirvana realm. In countless years, he had slaughtered countless opponents and caused many bloody storms in the eternal true world. The universe was in turmoil. A terrifying pressure swept across the starry sky like a hurricane. Qi Kanghun's arrival made him the third Nirvana god from an immortal force. Seeing this scene, the emperor ancestors who hadn't retreated finally couldn't take it anymore. They turned around and left, not daring to stay any longer. This was too terrifying. Previously, Nan Faidu and the others were like legends, awe-inspiring. Now, with the involvement of the 8th heaven's immortal giants, the situation suddenly became terrifying. Xianxia and Lu Xianxia also left. They were persuaded by Lin Sun to return to Chaotian City. Both of them left with a heavy and bitter mood. It was useless for them to stay. They would only become a burden. Even if they were to intervene in the battle, they might not be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle. Leaving was the most realistic choice. This way, they wouldn't be a burden to Lin Sun and his senior brother, and they wouldn't encounter any danger. However, leaving like this made them feel depressed. Their strength was too weak, there was nothing they could do. I'm afraid it's not enough with just the two of you. In the universe, Ling Xuanzi's expression was indifferent. A strand of translucent horsetail whisk swept out from his palm and entangled Lin Sun and Kong Ju behind him. This way, Lin Sun and Kong Ju would move together with him during the battle and receive his protection. Not enough? What if we are included? Suddenly, a cold and gloomy voice rang out. In the distant void, a bronze war chariot rumbled over. Chaotic energy surged about it, and atop the war chariot stood a middle-aged man. His black hair hung loosely behind him, and his eyes flickered with a silver radiance that pierced one's soul. Mu Jiangshan, a supreme figure of the eighth heaven's immortal giant, the Mu clan. On the other side of the void, the cries of ghosts and gods resounded. The sky shattered silently, and a rain of blood poured down. This was a terrifying phenomenon. A skinny man covered in shadows stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His blood-red hair was extremely eye-catching. Donghuang Kong, a giant from the Donghuang clan, an immortal giant. The surging universe suddenly became oppressive, and it was oppressive to the point of being on the verge of collapse. Because the omnipresent Eternal Might filled every inch of space, and such energy was sufficient to make any Emperor Realm expert collapse. At this moment, along with the appearance of Zhongli Ju, Qi Kanghun, Mu Jiangshan, Donghuang Kong, and Qi Tianlin, there were an entire 5 Eternal Realm experts here. The power released from their bodies completely obscured this part of the starry sky. It was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. As for Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun, who were trapped in the center, their hearts became heavy. They had already guessed that there would be a shocking change in the situation, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. They really think highly of our Fengsuan mountain. Not bad at all. This is what makes it exciting. Ling Xuanzi suddenly laughed as a wisp of madness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Today, I, Ling Xuanzi, would like to see who can survive until the end. Shameless boasting. Even if the master of the heart core was here, he wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as you. Donghuang Kong stepped on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, his cold voice resounding through the universe. These two bastards of the heart core probably don't even know what kind of great mistake their master made in the past to bring about such a great disaster. Even now, his fate is unknown, and he doesn't dare to appear in the eternal true world anymore. Qi Kanghun's voice was like thunder as he flapped his silver wings. They were like clouds that covered the starry sky and stirred up billowing gales. Hearing this, Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun looked at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Did their master make a great mistake and bring about a great disaster? In this world, who could say that their master was wrong? There must be something hidden in this that they didn't know. Obviously, this guy from the 8th heaven's undying giant force understood this in his heart. Look at these two bastards of the heart core. They don't even know what kind of disaster their master has encountered, and they still dare to commit murder here. They're simply courting death. Mu Jiangshan sneered, and his voice was filled with contempt. Don't talk nonsense, just kill them. I only want the Tower of Endless End and the 3,000 ups and downs left behind by the master of the heart core. Zhong Lijue was dressed in a golden robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. He looked kind, but his words were cold and domineering. Don't be hasty. Let's discuss how to divide this fortune first. Donghuang Kong's voice was cold. How about this? I only want the power of the order in this boy's body. Obviously, he had his eyes on Lin Sun's Nirvana order. Humph. Qi Kanghun revealed a look of displeasure. In my opinion, no matter what fortune it is, it's best to use our own methods to prevent people from being dissatisfied. All right. Mu Jiangshan nodded. They came for revenge, and also to seize the fortune in Lin Sun's body. No matter if it was the primordial Tao tree, the Tower of Endless End, the 3,000 ups and downs, or even the Nirvana order that was being nurtured in the abyssal sword cauldron, all of them were sufficient to tempt existences like them. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but laugh from extreme rage when he saw this scene. The battle hasn't even begun, yet these old bastards are actually treating us like fish on a chopping board and intend to divide it up. That kind of indifferent attitude clearly showed that he didn't put them brothers in his eyes. What's the point of talking so much? Just kill him directly. Mu Jiangshan spoke. He activated the war chariot and executed a great divine ability, causing a surging blood mist to sweep through the starry sky and envelop this place. The battle had begun. Bang! The war chariot smashed over like a huge furnace that burned in the universe, and it burned the stars and melted space. Killing intent surged explosively in Ling Xuanzi's eyes. He waved his horsetail whisk, causing silver beams of divine radiance to slash over like a myriad of strands of sword chi. Amidst the dense and terrifying sounds of collisions, the bronze war chariot glowed while the chaotic chi in its surroundings seethed. However, it was suppressed by the surging silver divine radiance and was unable to move forward. Humph! Mu Jiangshan's eyes burst forth with divine light. With a clang, he waved a black saber and slashed through the 9 heavens, causing a part of the world to descend. This scene was horrifying. It was just a swing of the saber, but it seemed to have slashed through the 9 heavens, causing a part of the universe to descend and turn into a world to suppress Ling Xuanzi. I'll kill you first, you old thing. Ling Xuanzi let out a long roar, and a 36 lotus appeared under his feet. It covered him and Lin Sun, who were behind him, as he moved across the starry sky and charged forward. In his hand, the 3,000 floating sinks shone brilliantly, and a picture of the slanting moon and 3 stars appeared and swept out. Instantly, the two of them fought fiercely, and terrifying fluctuations shook the universe. At this moment, Lin Sun finally understood how terrifying the Nirvana realm was. Previously, when Ling Xuanzi killed Nan Faidu and the others, he was so casual and domineering. But now, just Mu Jiangshan alone was able to fight against Ling Xuanzi. What are you guys waiting for? Let's finish the battle quickly. Dong Huangkong's voice was cold. His body glowed, and a terrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. His figure was covered in obscure light as he raised his hand to activate a blood sword and slashed at Ling Xuanzi. Clang! Ling Xuanzi resisted with the Tower of Ceaseless, and his opponent's blood sword was sent flying. Under the pincer attack of Dong Huangkong and Mu Jiangshan, he staggered. And this was just the beginning. Kill! In the void, a golden light flashed. Zhong Lijue, who was wearing a golden robe and had a kind face, raised his hand, and the golden immortal law swept across the sky like a violent sea of lightning, rushing towards Ling Xuanzi. Boom! Ji Kanghan also made a move. A pair of silver wings flapped, and a dazzling light shone. It was like a pair of sky-cutting blades, wrapped in fierce and domineering light. Then, all of them moved. Only Ji Tianlin moved. Purple light shot out from his eyes, and his big sleeves fluttered. He opened his mouth and spat out a jade rui, smashing it towards Ling Xuanzi. At this moment, a murderous aura pierced through the universe, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. The 5 immortal cultivators from the 8th heaven joined forces and released their power, causing the starry sky to show signs of tumbling and collapsing. It was too terrifying. When one stood in Skyfall City and looked up, one would be able to see the stars in the universe collapsing into pieces while the universe was torn apart. Terrifying divine radiance swept through like a chaotic torrent, and it was a terrifying scene that seemed like the end of the world. Countless cultivators were horrified and cried out involuntarily with shock. A massacre of this level had almost never happened in the vast 1,000 battle domains in the past. It was too terrifying. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Ling Xuanzi had no choice but to dodge. He didn't want to be surrounded, otherwise, he would die here. You can't retreat, and you can't escape. Someone laughed. All the powerhouses took action and worked together to seal this starry sky area. Is that so? Ling Xuanzi's eyes flashed with madness. As if he was desperate, he stared at Mu Jiangshan and raised his hand to summon the Tower of Ceaseless. Boom! The Tower of Ceaseless appeared above Mu Jiangshan's head out of thin air, pouring endless Dao light. Mu Jiangshan had already seen the heaven-defying terror of this treasure. How could he sit still and wait for death? His palm suddenly slashed, and the nearby void that was sealed by the Tower of Ceaseless was torn open. He was about to avoid this attack, but unexpectedly, his figure strangely paused at this moment. It was also at this moment that the Tower of Ceaseless smashed down. Puff, cracks appeared on the bronze chariot, and it was violently shaken away. Mu Jiangshan, who was standing on it, directly exploded, and his Yuan Shen was about to be killed. At this moment of life and death, a terrifying power of order condensed from Mu Jiangshan's Yuan Shen, forcibly resisting the suppression of the Tower of Ceaseless. Boom! Amidst the intense rumbling, Mu Jiangshan's Yuan Shen appeared tens of thousands of meters away. With a wave of squirming, it actually reformed its Dao body and recovered. However, his aged face was ghastly pale and unsightly to the extreme. Moreover, his eyes were suffused with a wisp of surprise, bewilderment, and fear. The power of time! He roared furiously, and his voice echoed in the universe. The other Immortal Realm cultivators who were attacking also witnessed what happened to Mu Jiangshan. They were originally quite puzzled, thinking that with Mu Jiangshan's cultivation, he wouldn't have almost died from this attack. Now that they heard Mu Jiangshan's roar, they seemed to have suddenly understood, and their expressions changed slightly. The law of time. The way they looked at Ling Xuanzi changed. There was fear, and there was also a hint of well-concealed jealousy. Time, to Immortal Realm cultivators like them, it was undoubtedly one of the most supreme forbidden Daos. At the same time, Ling Xuanzi was also quite surprised, but he soon realized something and transmitted his voice. Little junior brother, you're amazing. Mu Jiangshan's sudden injury made the other immortal beings vigilant, and the killing intent in their hearts burned even brighter. Qi Tianlin, Zhongli Ju, and Qi Kanghun attacked together, all of them releasing peerless killer moves, causing Ling Xuanzi to be besieged once again. Not long after, blood blossomed on Ling Xuanzi's body, and fine cracks appeared on his skin. Dark red blood flowed out. His eyes were surging with cold killing intent, and his body was covered in dense Dao light, blooming with green glass-like divine radiance. Even though he was besieged, his power became more and more terrifying. This shocked Qi Tianlin and the others. It should be noted that with the ability of the five of them, even if they are in the 8th heaven, they can sweep the entire 8th heaven with ease. However, under their attacks, Ling Xuanzi was still able to resist until now. This was already shocking and beyond their expectations. Kill him, today is the best opportunity. Qi Tianlin shouted. There were no weaklings present, and it was impossible for Ling Xuanzi to survive after being besieged by Nirvana God Realm experts. Even if I die, I'll drag you old bastards down with me. Ling Xuanzi sneered, and there was no fear in his eyes. He stepped on the 36 stages green lotus platform and rushed forward like a demon god, killing with all his might. Boom, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. The entire universe was violently roiling, and eternal laws erupted like volcanoes, sweeping out in all directions. Stars shattered, space fell into chaos, and torrents of energy surged out, creating a scene of doomsday that seemed to destroy all things. Looking up from Chaotian City, it was as if a battle of gods was taking place, and it was about to sink the entire universe. Boom, in the intense battle, Dong Huangkong controlled a blood-colored awl, piercing through the void towards Ling Xuanzi's chest, almost piercing through it. Kill! Ling Xuanzi shouted coldly and smashed the Tower of Ceaseless, shattering the blood-colored awl. Dong Huangkong's figure was about to dodge, but he was wrapped up by the silver horsetail whisk. Bang! As the horsetail whisk silk tightened, Dong Huangkong's body was immediately injured. Blood splattered everywhere. His face was pale and filled with anger. This attack almost took his life. However, during this process, some Undying's attacks also landed on Ling Xuanzi's body. Boom! The 36 Grade 6 Azure Lotus platforms that were protecting Ling Xuanzi were destroyed at this moment, turning into a rain of light that covered the sky. Ling Xuanzi's body suddenly shattered into countless pieces of blood, but before the Undying could rejoice, the countless pieces of blood gathered together, restoring Ling Xuanzi to his original state. That's the unspoiled body. No wonder he dares act so insolently, he actually cultivated this type of secret method. An Undying being's expression became ugly, at the same time, his eyes blazed with brilliance, coveting that mysterious inheritance. The unspoiled body, just like the Battle Saint technique, was seen as one of the 9 supreme inheritances of Mount Heart and Core. It was an unparalleled technique created by the Core Master. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme, it can ensure that one will never fall into calamities and be unbreakable. For example, just now, if anyone else was hit by the combined attack of these undying beings, they would have died on the spot. However, though Ling Xuanzi was injured, it wasn't enough to kill him and he quickly recovered. Boom, the battle was getting more and more intense. Though Ling Xuanzi was covered in blood, he was still charging through the crowd and didn't fall. Ling Xuanzi, how much longer can you resist? Everyone, don't hide anymore, quickly get rid of him. Someone shouted. Let's see how long you can act today. You won't be able to escape by yourself no matter what. At this moment, the group of undying beings increased their attacks, using their strongest techniques. They could tell that Ling Xuanzi was heavily injured and wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. In fact, if it wasn't for the Tower of Ceaseless and the 3,000 ups and downs, Ling Xuanzi would have collapsed a long time ago. Though his cultivation was heaven-defying, he wasn't strong enough to suppress 5 Nirvana realm undying beings. Even so, he was still unbelievably strong. His handsome face was stained with blood and his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Little junior brother, use the power related to time later. I'll open a way for you to survive. Bring Uncle Master to Chaotian City. Ling Xuanzi's voice was filled with determination. Lin Sun's heart tightened. The usually arrogant 4th senior brother actually said something like this at this moment. It was obvious that he was going to fight with his life. Just as Lin Sun opened his mouth, Ling Xuanzi interrupted him. Don't be so wishy-washy. Just do as I say. Although I'm not as invincible as eldest senior brother, I'm not a coward. If I let you and Uncle Master die with me, Master and the other senior brothers will definitely look down on me when they find out. But as long as you and Uncle Master are alive, at least it can prove that I, Ling Xuanzi, didn't bring shame to Fengsuan Mountain. At the end of his words, his whole body seemed to be burning. His aura was violent as if he was going to go all out. The light of Tao illuminated the universe. Looking at Ling Xuanzi at this moment, Lin Sun only felt a sharp pain in his heart, and an unspeakable guilt surged in him. He suddenly felt that he was too mean and rude to the 4th senior brother before. He regarded him as the scourge of Fengsuan Mountain and never really respected and accepted him, and the 4th senior brother didn't seem to care about it at all. Lin Sun couldn't help clenching his fists. Hurry up! Hurry up! Ling Xuanzi shouted. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and said, 4th senior brother, if we're going to die, let's die together. I'm not a coward. Idiot. Ling Xuanzi was so angry that he scolded. But when he noticed the determination in Lin Sun's expression and the trace of guilt in Lin Sun's eyes, he seemed to understand at once and couldn't help but sigh. But at the corner of his mouth, there was a smile from the bottom of his heart. Has this little junior brother who's always disliked me finally found his conscience? It feels like it's fine even if I die. Ling Xuanzi's blood-stained face suddenly revealed a brilliant and unrestrained smile. Little junior brother, I'm your senior brother. How could I possibly let you die with me? As he spoke, the vital energy in his body surged, and he suddenly emanated an unprecedentedly terrifying might. His cultivation seemed as if it was on the verge of being completely ignited. This expanse of the heavens and the earth rumbled and exploded into pieces while peerless might swept out, and it caused the pupils of all the immortal realm experts to constrict abruptly. Quickly suppress him. Qi Kanghun shouted explosively while a pair of silver wings blotted out the sky, and he emanated a terrifying imposing aura. So what if I fight with my life on the line? No one in this world can change the outcome. Qi Tianling's expression was cold as he withdrew a pottery jar that was covered in strange patterns. Chaotic qi surged from within it, and it seemed as if it carried a universe and emanated a boundless aura. At this moment, the others exerted all their strength as well. They didn't intend to give Ling Xuanzi the chance to fight desperately at all, and they intended to destroy him completely. However, Ling Xuanzi grinned with an emotionless gaze, and he seemed to regard life and death as nothing. He said, I've risked my life with this attack. If I'm still unable to carve out a path of survival, then wouldn't I be letting down Master's title of peerless throughout the ages all those years ago? Amidst his indifferent voice, his entire body seemed as if it was burning while circle after circle of violent torrents of the Grand Tao swept out like a landslide and a tsunami, and it blocked and dispersed all the attacks that came from all directions. This caused the expressions of those immortal realm experts to change slightly, and they didn't hesitate to execute their trump cards. For a time, all sorts of supreme techniques and treasures carried an eternal glow that could dazzle the ages, and they rumbled, seethed, and swept through the vast universe. Little junior brother. Ling Xuanzi held the Tower of Endless in his hand, and his expression was filled with composure and indifference. No matter if you agree or not, it's no longer up to you. Lin Sun suddenly noticed that his entire body was enveloped by a terrifying force, and he was utterly unable to move. He couldn't help but become anxious, and he said angrily, Ling Xuanzi. Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? Ling Xuanzi roared with laughter, if you think of me as a good person, then kill these old bastards in the future and take their heads as a sacrifice to me. Right, remember to prepare some good wine for me. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and was about to take out the Tower of Endless that he had accumulated throughout his entire life. This attack had absorbed all of his essence, qi, and spirit. Perhaps he would die after this attack, but it was worth it so long as his junior brother Lin Sun and martial uncle Kong Ju could survive. The only regret was, perhaps it was because he was about to vanish from the world just as he was about to make a name for himself after being suppressed for eons. I misjudged you back then. However, at this moment, a sigh resounded, and it was filled with emotion. The voice wasn't loud, but it shook the surroundings. In the sky, strands of sword chi flowed. When the voice resounded, Ling Xuanzi's desperate attack seemed to have been restrained, and he was actually unable to move at all. At the same time, a figure blocked in front of him. You and this kid can watch the show from the side while I'm still conscious. This person's voice was hoarse as if he hadn't spoken for a very long time. But as he finished speaking, every single word he spoke was like a sonorous sword that resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it revealed a domineering and fierce aura that struck directly at the heart. At this moment, Ling Xuanzi, who intended to fight to the death, and Lin Sun, who was anxious and furious, couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Shockingly, the figure that stood before them was his martial uncle Kong Ju. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were drowsy, and he seemed down and out like a beggar on the streets. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd become a completely different person. His back was ramrod straight while his entire body was covered in sword chi that surged through the universe. As he stood there casually, he seemed like a supreme exalt of the sword that looked down upon the world and roared proudly into the 9 heavens. Bang! The joint attacks of those Eternal Realm experts were extremely terrifying and formidable. But at this moment, all techniques and treasures hadn't even approached him before they were crushed by the terrifying might emanated by Kong Ju's figure. This caused the expressions of Qi Tianlin, Qi Kanghun, and the others to change. Never had they imagined that this figure that they'd always overlooked, who seemed like a madman, would actually become a completely different person at this instant. To walk on the path of the Grand Tao while hanging on the desolate devourer gourd, overcoming 18 tribulations while he was alive, and attaining eternal karma after his death. I told you long ago that our martial uncle Kong Ju had always been feigning ignorance. Ling Xuanzi shouted loudly and seemed to be extremely excited. There's only one person in history and history. Lin Sun was overwhelmed with emotions as well. Never had he imagined that Kong Ju, who'd clearly lost all his cultivation, would actually stand out at this moment when there was something wrong with his mental state. P.S. Goldfish has just returned home from a business trip. She'll continue writing after eating a hot meal. It's him. Wasn't his state of mind destroyed a long time ago? How did he recover again? In an instant, Dong Huang Kong recognized him, and his expression became ugly. Kong Ju, the legendary giant on the path of immortals, even in the 8th heaven, Kong Ju was an extremely resounding name, even causing the top 10 undying forces to be wary of him. However, many years ago, Kong Ju suffered a mental tribulation, causing him to lose control of his Tao heart and become delirious. For the 10 undying giants, such a Kong Ju was no longer a threat. Many years ago, in order to seek the fortune of nirvana, the Dong Huang family even used the delirious Kong Ju to entice him to take action personally to snatch the fortune of immortals. Yes, many years ago, he lost all his cultivation base and stayed in Chaotian City like a piece of trash. If it wasn't for the protection of the Haotian order, he would have been killed many times. Zhongli Ju's eyes were cold. For others, they might not know the identity of Kongju, but for them, the undying giants from the eighth heaven, how could they not know, when they learned that Kongju had lost his cultivation base and was living on the streets of Chaotian City, these undying giants personally went to inspect him. In the end, they all got the same answer, that is, as Kongju's state of mind collapsed, his cultivation base was destined to be destroyed and could never be restored. But now, Kongju actually released such unparalleled might. This unexpected event caught these undying beings off guard, causing them to be extremely shocked and bewildered. Playing tricks. Qi Kanghan snorted coldly. He's just playing tricks. Since his state of mind collapsed, his cultivation base is destined to be unable to be restored. In my opinion, this old bastard is just playing tricks. He won't be able to hold on for long. He flapped his silver wings, releasing a terrifying aura. He didn't believe that Kongju had truly recovered. He directly attacked. A wing rose up, and it was like a heavenly blade that lay across the sky. It carried an eternal glow as it slashed towards Kongju. So, you all still remember me. Kongju, whose hair was disheveled, had a blank look in his eyes. At this moment, being able to wake up seemed to have reminded him of many things. Seeing the huge silver wing slashing towards him, his figure didn't move. Only a misty sword energy swept out from his body. Qi. This strand of sword qi was extremely light, yet it easily pierced through the silver wings and tore off an expanse of flesh, and it was swift and fierce to an inconceivable extent. Qi Kanghan cried out loudly from the pain, and he revealed a shocked expression as he stopped attacking at the first possible moment. Everyone present was moved. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. Some people felt horrified because a single strand of sword qi easily destroyed Qi Kanghan's killer move. Could it be that Kongju's cultivation has really recovered? For a brief moment, the place fell silent. Although these immortal experts had never fought with Kongju before, they had heard of him and knew how terrifying his attainments in the immortal path were. A long time ago, Kongju was just a character who had just entered the eighth heaven. Although he was famous, the top 10 giants didn't put him in their eyes. However, later on, because he was fighting for a fortune related to order energy, Kongju was surrounded and attacked by many undying beings. He was just one person, yet he fought against all of them. Moreover, under those circumstances, he killed his way in and out, surrounded by so many people, yet he still killed a few undying beings and heavily injured many others. After that battle, it caused an uproar in the eighth heaven. Because it was too terrifying and extraordinary, even the top 10 immortal forces were shocked. In the years that followed, Kongju also experienced one dangerous battle after another. Every time he set off a monstrous storm, the eighth heaven was in turmoil, and countless powerhouses were terrified. It is no exaggeration to say that at that time, Kongju was definitely a freak, a tyrannical existence that everyone was afraid of. His attainments on the path of immortality even made some immortal-level antiques who had lived for countless years shudder in fear. If it weren't for his mental state suddenly suffering a calamity many years ago, causing him to become a madman, the entire eighth heaven would have been plunged into turmoil and bloodshed. But now, this ruthless man, who is feared by many cultivators in the eighth heaven, seems to be showing signs of recovering his former power. How can people not be shocked? Martial uncle, you finally admitted that you made a mistake back then. Ling Xuanzi smiled brightly and was in a good mood. The appearance of Kongju swept away all the worries in his heart. In the past, when he was still young, he was evaluated by Kongju, who went to Fengsuan Mountain as a guest. This child is born to be rebellious. If he does evil, he will definitely be a great disaster. Ling Xuanzi will never forget this matter. Kongju smiled and said, I can see that after being suppressed for so many years, your temperament has been tempered. I naturally look at you in a different light. Humph. You still have the mood to talk about the past? I will send you on your way now. At this moment, Dong Huangkong snorted coldly in the distance. He raised his hand and summoned a big bell. Clang. The large bell was distant, grand, and mysterious. It emitted chaotic qi as it resounded through the sky, and it caused the world to seem as if it was about to collapse. Boundless divine might effused out from the body of the bell and condensed into numerous ancient and mysterious markings of the Tao. They were brilliant like immortal gold, and they were dazzling to the extreme. Eastern Emperor Bell. The other undying beings nearby all revealed strange expressions. They didn't expect that Dong Huang Kong would bring the supreme treasure of his clan with him this time. That's an immortal Tao weapon renowned in the 8th heaven, and it possesses boundless divine might. Everyone, it's already at this point. If we still don't use our trump cards, then these bastards will probably look down on us for being incompetent. Dong Huang Kong's expression was cold as he spoke indifferently. That's how it should be. As he spoke, Qi Kanghan opened his mouth, and a palm leaf fan that flowed with auspicious light appeared. When the fan floated in the air, 4 types of divine radiance, wind, lightning, earth, and fire, surged out, and it was extremely terrifying. For spirit palm leaf fan, it was also an incredible immortal Tao weapon. At the same time, Mu Jiangshan, Zhong Liju, and Qi Tianlin respectively summoned their respective treasures. They were a divine whip, a pair of bronze maces, and a 9-colored divine stone respectively. Kill. Dong Huang Kong attacked at the first possible moment. The Eastern Emperor bell shook, and it descended towards Kong Ju with extreme speed. Auspicious energy surged while divine light surged, and the deep sound of the bell seemed to split the heavens and the earth apart. It shook the universe and crushed space, and it was an extremely shocking scene. However, a divine whip was even faster than this strike. It was like a divine chain of order that covered the heavens and the earth, and it carried a blazing light as it whipped down fiercely. Soulfall whip, according to rumor, even an eternal figure would be dispirited by the whip of this treasure, and it was an extremely overbearing treasure for the soul. Kong Ju's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stood on the spot without moving. However, 33 levels of worlds surged out from his body. There were numerous ancient kingdoms floating within them, a myriad of living beings praying and worshipping them, and there were even various gods and Buddhas bowing their heads as they chanted scriptures. A supreme aura of eternal swept out from Kong Ju's body, and he was like the ruler of the 30 heavens that stood towering above the world. Bang, he stretched out his hand and flicked, and he blasted the soulfall whip that struck down towards him flying. At the same time, he gestured with his hand, causing a world of the heavens to condense into a strand of sword chi that appeared in his hand, and then he lightly swept it. Clang, Dong Huang Kong let out a muffled groan as he staggered back. Even the Eastern Emperor bell he utilized was blasted flying by the terrifying sword chi, and its wail resounded through the universe. Woo-woo-woo, a strange gale whistled over, and it surged with the profundities of the eternal laws of wind, lightning, earth, and fire. This was Qi Kanghan's attack. He waved the quad-soul banana fan lightly, and then this expanse of the heavens and the earth was covered in boundless and terrifying gale that raged towards the surroundings. Swish, Kong Ju still stood on the spot without moving, and he flicked his sleeve. Numerous strands of sword chi shot out explosively like numerous divine rays of order, and they shattered the gale that covered the sky while the eternal laws of wind, lightning, earth, and fire collapsed and transformed into a rain of light that scattered down. Qi Kanghan's figure was shocking. He utilized the quad-soul banana fan while unfolding his silver wings that blotted out the sky to strike the sword chi that shot over explosively. Pooh! Pooh! In the end, in an instant, the pair of silver wings on Qi Kanghan's back that seemed like clouds that covered the sky were actually slashed off by the sword chi, and blood sprayed through the surroundings. This scene shocked everyone. Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun glanced at each other, and they couldn't help but gasp. In the blink of an eye, Martial Uncle Kong Ju had successively destroyed the killer moves of numerous Eternal Realm experts by himself, and he revealed the supreme elegance of this realm with ease. This was Kong Ju. He revealed peerless might as soon as he regained consciousness. Even though his clothes were still ragged, his hair was still disheveled. As he stood there, he seemed like an exalted overlord that pressed down upon the universe. Strands of immortal energy effused out while 33 levels surged into appearance by his side. Every single level was a world that contained numerous ancient kingdoms. Moreover, there were countless living beings there, and they were prostrating themselves in worship towards him while chanting scriptures. Such a scene was truly sufficient to shock the ages, and it was an unimaginably strange and grand scene. On the other side, Qi Kanghan stopped moving. His pair of wings had been severed, causing him to be injured, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, his expression was extremely unsightly. Dong Huang Kong, Mu Jiangshan, and the others had livid expressions while their gazes were heavy. At this moment, Kong Ju seemed to be as terrifying as the rumors said, and it caused them to feel that he was extremely difficult to deal with. I can't wait any longer. Kongju muttered to himself while a trace of pain that he couldn't restrain flashed abruptly in his eyes. After that, he took a step forward and swung his fist. Bang! The 33 levels of the ancient world floated up and down while transforming into all things, and a river of stars surged. Kongju's punch was world-shattering, and the sound of ancient scriptures actually resounded as soon as it was executed. This was bound to be a peerless strike. Blood and chi shot through the sun and moon, and the heavens and the earth seemed as if they were being reincarnated and fell into a terrifying scene. Pooh, fresh blood sprayed. Mu Jiangshan was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. He'd originally intended to dodge this punch, yet he'd never expected that the vital energy around his body had been completely locked onto, causing him to be unable to dodge at all. So he could only go head-on against it. Even if he exhausted all his strength, he was still unable to resist the might of this punch, and his body was directly blasted apart. Its might was like a supreme exalted figure swinging his fist forward with indomitable will, and it carried the belief that he was invincible as he swung his strongest attack. Everyone was stunned. Merely a single punch had blasted apart the body of Mu Jiangshan, who was at the rebirth god realm. How domineering was this, peerless and shocking! It was sufficient to shock the entire world. Mu Jiangshan, who'd only managed to escape calamity with his soul core, let out a loud cry, and he revealed a terrified expression as if he'd been deeply provoked. The hearts of the other Eternal Realm experts went cold as well. How are we supposed to continue? Mu Jiangshan, who had his body shattered, was in extreme pain. Even though he immediately rebuilt his body, that punch had already heavily injured his origin and it was impossible for him to recover right away. What was even more terrifying was that Kongju didn't stop. Boom! Kongju, who took the initiative to attack, was like a supreme being. 33 layers of heavens floated around him and his chanting was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. He still used a simple and domineering punch, only this time, it was even more vast and contained the might of all things in the universe. Those undying beings all acted to block Kongju's attack. With a honglong sound, this was a type of unmatched fist intent that tore through everything in its path. Those undying beings were all shaken until they staggered backwards. Then, Mu Jiangshan, who had just recovered, screamed. His body was covered in cracks. This punch shattered his arm and pierced through his chest. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the void red. This was an unbelievable scene that froze here, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This was simply like a legend. With just 2 punches, a Nirvana realm undying was pierced through, domineering and domineering. Mu Jiangshan's body and soul were both destroyed, unable to recover. Quick, stop him. Kill. A great battle erupted. Everyone attacked at the same time, activating their precious techniques. In an instant, the void was in chaos, heaven and earth seemed like it was being split apart. This place was about to explode. Mu Jiangshan's death deeply stimulated those undying beings. They all attacked violently, no longer holding back, and used the strongest techniques in their lives. Kongju's expression was indifferent as he strode through space and attacked. Every single move he made was filled with extraordinary might, and he easily crushed those killer moves that could shock the ages, causing him to be formidable to an inconceivable extent. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, even Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun wouldn't believe that their junior uncle would be this powerful when he was awake. Clang! Zhongliju's palm surged with peerless sword energy that could cut down the sun, moon, and stars. When this sword energy shot into the sky, even the sky was cut in half. However, it still couldn't stop Kongju's fist energy. The sword energy was crushed like dried twigs, turning into a rain of light that splashed everywhere. Moreover, that terrifying fist energy broke through all obstructions, arriving in front of him, directly blasting his body apart. It was too fast, everything happened incomparably fast. Even someone as strong as Zhongliju was like a piece of paper before this punch. His defensive treasures and strength were completely dispersed, and his entire body exploded in the sky and turned into a bloody mist. This shocked everyone. It was too sudden. Mu Jiangshan had been domineering his entire life, and had even reached the Nirvana God realm. However, he had still been blasted to pieces and perished. Even someone as ruthless and fierce as Zhongliju was killed at this moment, and his body was turned into minced meat. These types of figures died one after another, How could it not be shocking? How could it not draw attention? Many people felt great fear. Kongju's power made the bodies of the undying beings here go cold, as if they fell into an icy cavern. This was extremely terrifying. They were all giants of the eighth heaven. They had lived for a long time and had experienced countless trials and tribulations. They were truly powerful figures. However, it wasn't difficult for Kongju to kill them, and he didn't pay an unbearable price. He killed them directly, cleanly, and neatly. On the battlefield, Kongju's figure was straight, and 33 worlds appeared around him. They rotated around him like light, sinking and floating. One could see the scenery of one great world after another. Living beings prayed, gods and demons kowtowed, and all spirits worshipped. It was mysterious and transcendent. This was an unimaginable power, beyond people's imagination and cognition. But at this moment, Kongju's figure suddenly twitched violently, and he stopped in the void. A look of pain and confusion appeared on his face, and there was even a hint of struggle in his eyes. Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun's hearts thumped at the same time. It couldn't be that Martial Uncle's old illness is going to flare up again, right? Kill. Seeing this scene, Qi Tianlin and the others, who were originally terrified, didn't hesitate to attack as if they had seized the best opportunity. Boom, the Eastern Emperor bell rumbled, and auspicious light splashed everywhere, smashing fiercely on Kongju's body. The latter was directly shaken and staggered back, his body stained with blood. Such a scene caused Qi Tianlin and the others to be extremely excited. This old fellow's mental state really hasn't recovered. Kongju, die. Qi Kanghun roared with laughter as he swung the soulfall whip, and it was like a ray of light that whipped fiercely towards Kongju. However, this strike was grabbed by a raise of Kongju's hand. Kongju had a savage expression and a ruthless gaze, yet it revealed a trace of resolution as he said, "Even if my mental state has fallen, killing all of you is as easy as flipping my palm." Qi Kanghun's pupils constricted, and he cried out in his heart. Bang, the soulfall whip suddenly emanated peerless might, and it shook Qi Kanghun's right arm to the point it almost shattered, causing him to let go at the first possible moment. Slap, Kongju's wrist shook, and the soulfall whip suddenly smashed down, and it struck fiercely onto Qi Kanghun's body before he could even dodge. Blood sprayed while Qi Kanghun let out a shrill cry of intense pain, and his soul was almost shattered by this whip. Bang, amidst rumbling, Dong Huangkong controlled the Eastern Emperor bell while Qi Tianlin struck out a 9-colored divine stone, and they launched a pincer attack at Kongju from both sides. Kongju didn't dodge, and he went head-on against them with his body. Amidst the deafening sound of collision, he was injured once more. His body was blasted apart, his bones were exposed, and blood sprayed like a waterfall. However, he seized this opportunity to stride forward ferociously, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand and tore through the sky before grabbing the heavily injured Qi Kanghun in his hand. No! Qi Kanghun cried out loudly with terror as he struggled madly. But it was in vain in the end. As Kongju exerted strength with his hand, his entire body was crushed fiercely like a bug, and his body and soul core exploded while mixed within scarlet-red blood. An eternal figure at the rebirth god realm like this had actually been crushed into pieces. This overbearing and bloody scene caused Kongju to seem like a fiend god. However, Ling Xuanzi and Lin Sun were unable to arouse any happiness in their hearts. Because at this moment, Kongju was injured as well, and the situation he was in wasn't optimistic at all. Moreover, his aura was extremely violent and chaotic, and it seemed as if it would collapse completely at any moment. "Martial Uncle, I'll help you." Ling Xuanzi charged out at the first possible moment, and he withdrew the endless pagoda and the 3,000 upheavals as he charged at Qi Tianlin. Presently, Qi Kanghun, Mu Jiangshan, and Zhong Liju had been killed, and only Qi Tianlin and Dong Huangkong remained. The situation was completely different from before. Humph. Qi Tianlin utilized the 9-colored divine rock, and its might was terrifying as he entered into a fierce battle with Ling Xuanzi. On the other side, Kongju, who had a gaze filled with madness and a vicious aura, seemed to be enduring extreme pain. But even then, he still teleported resolutely and charged towards Dong Huangkong. Bang, he swung his fists and seemed to intend to blast Zhou Su apart, and the might of his fists was simply capable of shocking the ages. Dong Huangkong exerted all his strength to resist, and he replaced offense with defense. The Eastern Emperor bell droned without end, and even though it was being suppressed by the might of Kong Ju's fists, it wasn't crushed in a short period of time. The reason was that even though Kong Ju's strength was still boundlessly terrifying at this moment, his mind was obviously in chaos, and it gave Dong Huang Kong an opportunity to catch his breath. "Old thing, when your state of mind collapses, it'll be the day you die," Dong Huang Kong shouted, and his gaze was terrifyingly cold. Kong Ju ignored him, or rather, he couldn't be distracted at all. His state of mind was on the verge of losing control, and his mind was muddled as well. He could only maintain a trace of clarity at this moment. During the battle, there were many times when he lost control of his killing moves, and they were thrown around randomly. This made Dong Huang Kong even calmer, and he even started to counterattack. From time to time, he would take advantage of Kong Ju's weakness, and he would continuously injure Kong Ju. "This time, who can save you?" Dong Huang Kong said coldly. Bang! Suddenly, a violent collision could be heard from afar, and then blood splattered. Dong Huang Kong's pupils suddenly shrank. Because in the battle not far away, Qi Tianlin was actually injured at this moment. His body was shattered by the Tower of Ceaseless, and only a portion of his primordial spirit managed to escape. This? Dong Huang Kong couldn't believe it. The power of time. The power of time. Qi Tianlin's primordial spirit screamed in shock and anger. This was naturally the effect of the forbidden divine ability. Together with Ling Xuanzi, it caught Qi Tianlin off guard and shattered his body. At this moment, Qi Tianlin, who had lost his body, wanted to escape immediately. But it was already too late. Bang! The 3,000 floating suns turned into the pattern of a crescent moon and 3 stars, and it spread out, sealing the void around him. Ling Xuanzi had already charged over with the Tower of Ceaseless. Instantly, Qi Tianlin's primordial spirit was also shattered, and it dissipated in the void. A series of scenes happened in the blink of an eye, and it was unbelievably fast. Even Dong Huang Kong was agitated by this scene. How could he fight? Kong Ju might not be a threat anymore, but Ling Xuanzi was still not to be underestimated. "Uncle Master, leave this old fart to me. Hurry up and come back." Ling Xuanzi charged over with a murderous aura, and his handsome face was filled with hatred. As he spoke, he directly activated the Tower of Ceaseless and charged towards Dong Huang Kong. Clang! Amidst the earth-shattering sound of collision, the Eastern Emperor bell blocked the attack of the Tower of Ceaseless. But at the same time, Kong Ju let out a loud roar, and he also charged over, punching towards Dong Huang Kong. Even though Dong Huang Kong tried his best to resist the unparalleled fist energy, his defensive treasures and Dao arts were shattered like paper. His entire body was smashed by the fist, and his bones were broken. His figure was sent flying. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Xuanzi directly pounced forward. The Tower of Ceaseless was like a divine mountain that descended from the heavens, and it ruthlessly smashed down on Dong Huang Kong before he could stabilize himself. Bang! The heavens and earth cracked, and the void became chaotic. Dong Huang Kong, this rebirth god realm expert, wasn't able to wait for the opportunity to kill Kong Ju in the end, and he was killed on the spot by the joint forces of Kong Ju and Ling Xuanzi instead. Moreover, his body and soul core were transformed into ash amidst that attack and vanished completely. "It's done." Ling Xuanzi was relieved, and he revealed a relaxed expression. Lin Sun, who had been protected by him, could not help but let out a long sigh. But before the two could rejoice, clang! A piercingly cold sword cry resounded, and it reverberated in the universe. What was even faster than the sound was a flying sword. It was like a ray of light that tore through time and space, and it flew over at an unbelievable speed. Poof! The sword pierced through Kong Ju's body. P.S. The second update is slightly later. The sword pierced through Kong Ju's body. Lin Sun felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? It wasn't easy for him to kill those 5 undying beings, it wasn't easy for him to fight his way out. However, at this moment, all of his hopes were crushed by this sudden sword. "Martial uncle!" Lin Sun cried out in a hoarse voice. In his field of vision, a bloody hole appeared on Kong Ju's chest. His aura was declining, and he no longer had the demeanor of a supreme master. This sword didn't just heavily injure him, it seemed to have crushed his state of mind as well, causing him to fall into a muddled state of mind. I just want to drink, why do you want to kill me? Kong Ju's eyes were filled with confusion as he cried out in pain. Swoosh, in the next moment, Ling Xuanzi had already made a move. He kept Kong Ju's figure, and then he grabbed Lin Sun and teleported towards Chaotian City with all his might. His expression was cold and livid, and his eyes surged with terrifying madness. His entire body seemed to be burning as he gritted his teeth tightly. This battle was too difficult and dangerous, from killing the 4 Immortal Realm experts, Nan Faidu, Gu Lingzhen, Li Shanjuan, and Yin Jiawei, to being besieged by Dong Huang Kong and the other 4 Immortal Realm experts. It could be said that every step he took was filled with danger, and he barely escaped death. If it wasn't for Kong Ju, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. But now, after killing Dong Huang Kong and the others with great difficulty, a sudden sword came and destroyed everything. This blow was simply indescribable, especially when he saw martial uncle Kong Ju being pierced by this sword. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but feel infuriated, and his eyes were bloodshot with hatred. But his rationality told him that he couldn't resist stubbornly like this. He wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't watch as his junior brother Lin Sun died with him. Little junior brother, bring senior uncle along with you. This time, I'll give it my all to open up a path of survival for you. Remember, if I really die this time, help me kill those enemies. In this way, I'll be able to die a worthy death, and I'll be able to die in peace. As they teleported, Ling Xuanzi's voice was rare and gentle, as if he was giving instructions for his death. 4th senior brother. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Lin Sun's eyes were bleeding, and he was mad with hatred. He hadn't experienced such frustration for many years since he started his cultivation. The feeling of powerlessness made him so depressed that he was about to explode. Fool! Martial Uncle Kong Ju has already sacrificed so much for us, do you want him to die with us? Only if you're alive will Martial Uncle Kong Ju have a chance to survive. Ling Xuanzi's expression was calm, and his eyes were filled with self-mockery. Many years ago, I was like a scourge in Fengsuan Mountain, and I did many stupid things. Be it 2nd senior brother Xianxia, 3rd senior sister Ruosu, or the other junior brothers and junior sisters, all of them rejected me. I don't blame them. When I think of myself back then, I also want to slap myself a few times. But no matter what, I, Ling Xuanzi, regard Fengsuan Mountain as my home. In the depths of my heart, I will never harm my fellow disciples. Master knows this the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just suppressed me back then. Haha, do you think I talk a little too much? But I've been holding these words in my heart for a long time. Perhaps when a man is about to die, his words are kind. In the future, when you see other senior brothers and junior sisters, tell them that I, Ling Xuanzi, may be a scourge and a heinous person. I don't expect them to change their opinion of me, but in my heart, they are all my senior brothers and junior sisters. His voice gradually became lower. Lin Sun's heart was filled with mixed feelings. It was also at this time that he knew that the conceited 4th senior brother also felt guilty for the senior brothers and junior sisters of Fengsuan Mountain. He had really changed. Just as martial Uncle Kong Ju said, the years of being suppressed might have made 4th senior brother temper his mind and become different from before. Clang, the sonorous sword sound rang again, like the sound of soul locking from hell. At the moment when the sound rang, Ling Xuanzi was seriously injured. A sword chi tore his back, his skin and flesh were torn open, and blood flowed. He let out a muffled groan, but his eyes were still calm as he moved crazily with Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't know what terrible injuries Ling Xuanzi had suffered at the moment, but his heart was twitching fiercely, and unspeakable pain and hatred surged out. Who was it, who on earth attacked again? Lin Sun turned his head, and his deep black eyes were full of madness, but he couldn't see the enemy. He could only see a flying sword floating in the distant universe. It was as black as ink, like a sharp blade condensed from darkness. Even though it was extremely far away, it still exuded a breathtaking and terrifying aura. Vaguely, there seemed to be a majestic figure standing behind the flying sword. Its power covered the starry sky, and it was unimaginably terrifying. Clang, the sword sound rang again, and it was as cold as the wind, stirring the universe. Lin Sun's eyes were stinging, and he could no longer see anything. However, he could sense that Ling Xuanzi was injured once more, and a handful of boiling blood splattered onto his face. Fourth senior brother. Lin Sun's eyes widened when he saw that Ling Xuanzi's chest seemed to have been cut open from the back, and his body seemed to be on the verge of dispersing. His injuries were extremely serious. It's fine. This small injury isn't enough to kill me. Junior brother, look, we're almost at Chaotian City. Ling Xuanzi said softly, and his expression was calm. In the distance, the outline of Chaotian City appeared under the mysterious power of restriction. Even the terrifying fluctuations of the battle in the universe couldn't shake it at all. The mysterious power of restriction came from the spirit of order, Haotian. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked Ling Xuanzi's path. It was a tall old man with snow-white hair and beard. He wore a feather robe, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. His body flowed with the law of immortality. Fu Huaiqin, if it was those cultivators in Chaotian City, they would definitely recognize at a glance that this old man was an immortal figure of the Fu clan of the Eighth Heaven. Originally, this old man hoped to recruit you to the Fu clan, but unfortunately, you're from Mount Fangsuan. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Fu Huaiqin looked at Lin Sun and let out a long sigh. Scram! Ling Xuanzi shouted and took out the Tower of Ceaseless. He was practically putting his life on the line, and his power was extremely terrifying. Fu Huaiqin's sleeves fluttered, and a verdant mountain appeared between his fingers. It flowed with a unique aura of immortality, and it blocked the attack from afar. Ling Xuanzi was just about to continue when a sword chi swept over from behind and severed his left arm, causing blood to splatter. This attack caused Ling Xuanzi to stagger, and his aura almost dissipated. He was seriously injured, but even so, he still stubbornly stood in front of Lin Sun to protect him. Fu Huaiqin looked into the depths of the universe in the distance, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. That's the sort of judgment of the number one immortal giant, the Wang clan. Even if this old man didn't take action, you probably wouldn't have survived. Wang clan, the number one immortal giant, sort of judgment. Lin Sun firmly remembered all of this, and his eyes turned red. He swore that if he could survive this time, one day, he would return it tenfold, 100-fold. Little junior brother, looks like we can't go to Chaotian City. But it's said that the path to the eternal true world is behind Chaotian City. I'll send you off now. As he spoke, a burning light of the Tao surged out from Ling Xuanzi's body, and his essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have been ignited at this moment. With my spirit, formed a seamless gate, an illusory gate suddenly appeared above Ling Xuanzi's head. Humph. Fu Huaiqin's face sank. The verdant mountain whistled through the sky and pressed down on space as it smashed towards Ling Xuanzi. Who would have thought that such a terrifying attack would actually be forcefully blocked by the burning light of the Tao around Ling Xuanzi's body, and it couldn't move an inch forward. With my blood, open the path of life and death. Ling Xuanzi's expression was solemn as an obscure Tao chant came from his lips. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death, but his handsome face was filled with calmness. Endless burning light of the Tao surged around him like an ocean. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Sun and threw him into the illusory gate. During this period of time, Lin Sun struggled and screamed in an attempt to stay, but it was to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as he was enveloped and disappeared into the illusory gate. Fourth senior brother. If you die, I'll make the 10 immortal giants die with you. Lin Sun screamed hysterically, and his heart was replaced by endless hatred. He watched helplessly as his fourth senior brother paid the price of his life just to open a path for him to live, and he didn't even have the strength to refuse. It was like countless sharp blades that tore his heart apart, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Junior brother, if there's a next life, we'll meet again. Ling Xuanzi smiled faintly with a gratified expression, and then he waved his hand. Boom, the gate suddenly turned into a ray of light, tore through the universe, and disappeared. Even if Fu Huaiqin tried to block it with all his might, he couldn't stop it, because Ling Xuanzi had paid the price of his life to obtain a chance of survival. Puff, in the next moment, a sword chi swept over from afar, piercing through Ling Xuanzi's figure, causing his body to explode completely at this moment, and blood rained all over the sky. Only his spirit survived by luck, but it was already on the verge of death. At this moment, he was as calm and composed as before. He clenched the 3,000 floating sinks and endless tower that were dyed red by his blood, and murmured softly, "Master, I've always wanted to prove that my path is correct, but now I don't have the chance to prove it to you." His spirit dimmed and became extremely illusory. His consciousness gradually became blurred. "Do you want to die like this?" "Impossible. I'm going to restrain your spirit and refine it into a treasure, so that you can neither live nor die." Seeing that Lin Sun was sent away under his nose, Fu Huiqin's face was extremely ugly. He urged the verdant mountain to envelop Ling Xuanzi's spirit that was on the verge of collapse and dissipation. Boom, the green light rain was like a tide. When it was about to suppress and imprison Ling Xuanzi's spirit, the endless tower that was dyed red by Ling Xuanzi's blood suddenly trembled at this moment. P.S. There will be more updates tonight. The endless pagoda flashed up silently, and the glow of the Tao it emanated spread out. Bang, the verdant rain of light that enveloped the sky suddenly exploded apart, and even the treasure on the mountain was shaken to the point of cracking apart like a spider web. Fu Huiqin was shocked, and he put away the treasure at the first possible moment while his expression was anxious and bewildered. Ling Xuanzi's consciousness was blurry. Even if he was on the verge of death, he couldn't help but ridicule when he saw this scene. "You can't even break through a single treasure. Old bastard. You're really trash." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have realized something, and he suddenly raised his eyes to look at the endless pagoda. Clang, the piercingly cold sound of slaughter resounded once more, and a strand of sword chi suddenly arrived. The endless pagoda glowed, and at this extremely dangerous moment, it obliterated the strand of sword chi inch by inch. In the depths of the universe, where the black flying sword floated, a surprised voice resounded as well, and it seemed to be shocked by this scene. Right at this moment, Ling Xuanzi's eyes opened wide. A mighty figure surged out from within the endless pagoda, and he was bathed in the illusory glow of the Tao. As soon as he appeared, he was like a supreme overlord that had descended into the world, causing this expanse of the universe to fall into unprecedented terror. His aura was extremely mystical. It was neither Confucian nor Taoist, neither God nor devil, and it was extremely profound and indescribable. It was like the embodiment of the grand Tao that stood towering above the universe. Ling Xuanzi seemed as if he was struck by lightning, and he cried out involuntarily, "Master!" The mighty figure sighed lightly and said, "Ling Xuanzi, you've already overcome this tribulation. From today onward, you're still the fourth successor of the heart core." "Master, it's really you." Ling Xuanzi was like a child as he cried out uncontrollably. If his body was still here, he would have probably cried tears of excitement a long time ago. A very, very long time ago, his master was like a father in his heart. Even though he was suppressed for countless years, he had never felt hatred towards his master. He only wanted to prove himself to his master, and he yearned to obtain his master's acknowledgement. "Why lose your composure like this? Your actions today have completely exceeded my expectations. Now, master will take you away." The mighty figure spoke as he lightly patted Ling Xuanzi on the shoulder. Instantly, Ling Xuanzi's soul that was about to dissipate condensed once more, and it radiated with an extremely surging vitality. "Master, if I open the seamless gate, I'm worried that when Junior Brother heads to the eternal true world, he will." Ling Xuanzi remembered something and quickly said. The master of the heart core's voice was calm, and it carried a secretive tone as it said, "It's fine. This is his final chance to attain rebirth. I can interfere in your matters, but I'm unable to interfere in his path towards the Tao. This tribulation should be resolved by him. You're the master of the heart core." In the distance, Fu Huiqin, who'd been dumbstruck since a long time ago, cried out loudly, and her face was filled with disbelief. "Didn't you commit a grave mistake back then? Didn't you die a long time ago?" He couldn't calm down. A long time ago, the owner of the heart core passed through the 8th heaven and went to the 9th heaven alone, causing a sensation in the 8th heaven. The 10 immortal giants also wanted to stop him, but no one could, because at that time, the master of the heart core had already displayed a power that almost exceeded the immortal realm. He wasn't someone anyone could fight against. This matter was even seen as a humiliation to the 8th heaven. It was kept a secret, and no one knew about it. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely damage the dignity of the 10 immortal forces. However, to everyone's surprise, it didn't take long for news to spread from the ninth heaven that the master of the heart core had committed a grave mistake and encountered an unimaginable calamity. It was impossible for him to appear in the eternal true world again. This caused a stir among the 10 immortal giants. They believed that the master of the heart core was destined to be killed by the eternal god race, and it was very likely that he had already fallen. Moreover, from that time onwards, the master of the heart core had indeed never appeared again. Until now, people had almost forgotten about this matter. But Fu Huaiqi never expected that at this moment, she would see this supreme figure who was like a legend again. Could it be that he didn't die back then? The master of the heart core turned around, glanced at Fu Huaiqi, and explained with rare patience, "I'm just a wisp of willpower. I don't know whether my main body is dead or not." Fu Huaiqi was taken aback, and was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Then I might as well tell you, your main body is already dead. It was killed by a big shot from the ninth heaven." Bullsh*T. "Even if your entire Fu family is dead, my master won't be harmed in the slightest." Ling Xuanzi cursed. In his heart, his master was like a father, and he couldn't be blasphemed. "Humph. Believe it or not, it's up to you," Fu Huaiqi said, turned around, and left. He realized that something was wrong, and didn't dare to stay any longer. "You hurt my disciple, and you plan to leave just like that?" The master of the heart core's calm voice came from behind, causing Fu Huaiqi's body to stiffen. He ran even faster as if he was desperate. Chaotian City was not far away, and he didn't believe that the master of the heart core's will could still resist the great heaven order once he escaped into the city. However, even though his body was clearly moving, the void around him seemed to have frozen and stopped. No matter how he flew, he couldn't move even half a step. This scene made his forehead break out in cold sweat, and his soul almost jumped out of his body. In the future, there will be people who will deal with the 10 immortal giants. As for you, you should stay. In the indifferent voice, the master of the heart core didn't move, but Fu Huaiqi, who was far away, seemed to have suffered the most terrifying thing in the world. His mind suddenly collapsed, his soul collapsed, and even his body turned into dust that filled the sky. This scene caused Ling Xuanzi's eyes to widen. What kind of power is this? This is the power that transcends the immortal realm. As if seeing through Ling Xuanzi's thoughts, the master of the heart core explained patiently, "In the future, when you reach the eternal true world, with your talent and foundation, you won't have to worry about not being able to reach this threshold." "Master," Ling Xuanzi suddenly choked up, and the softness in the deepest part of his heart was touched. In the past, his master often taught and guided him like this, but he seemed to have never listened to it. Clang! In the depths of the universe, the floating black flying sword turned into a beam of light and was about to leave. The master of the heart core raised his head slightly, and his eyes were clear. The sword of judgment. The people of the Wan family are still as weak as before. They only dare to hide in the dark and attack. Without your protection, the assassins in the hidden void world who would resort to any means possible would not have survived until now. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and seized the air. In the distance, the black flying sword let out a hum and struggled fiercely, as if it had been grabbed. Its wail echoed through the universe. "Master of the heart core. You only have a will left. Do you really want to break off relations with the Wang family?" A cold shout rang out from the depths of the universe. If one looked closely, they would see an illusory gray figure standing there. It was as blurry as light, but its mighty presence covered the entire universe. "I've been waiting for eternity. The heir I've been waiting for has come to the eternal true world. It's time to put an end to the grudges of the past." As he sighed softly, the master of the heart core waved his sleeve, and the tower of endless end shone and disappeared. The next moment, a shrill scream that shook the heavens rang out from the depths of the universe. Then, scarlet blood splattered everywhere. There was no doubt that the great man from the strongest immortal clan had been killed by the Tower of Endless End, only the Sword of Judgment had taken the opportunity to disappear. "Master, the treasure has escaped," Ling Xuanzi shouted. "This treasure was born from the Dark Order. If my real body was here, I would have been able to subdue it. But with the power of the will imprinted in the Tower of Endless End, I'm still not strong enough." The master of the heart core's voice was casual. "But it doesn't matter. This time I just need to take you away. When he finished speaking, he reached out and the 3,000 floating sinks fell into his palm. Then, with a flick of his wrist, silver divine light filled the sky and swept towards different areas of the universe. Go! A loud shout resounded from the shadows, and then a figure that was bathed in peerlessly dazzling divine light charged out from the darkness like a ray of light with the intention of fleeing. But it was still halfway there when it was enveloped by the bright silver light of the Tao. No matter how it struggled, it was useless, and it was instantly incinerated by the silver divine radiance. When looked at from afar, it seemed as easy as killing an insect. But this scene caused Ling Xuanzi's heart to shake, and he was dazzled. That person was clearly a terrifying existence at the immortal realm, and it was even more formidable than Qi Kanghun and Qi Tianlin. However, it was utterly unable to resist a single attack from his master. Moreover, this was merely the strength of his master's will. Rumble, the universe roiled as the silver divine radiance swept out like a boundless river of stars. Every now and then, immortal figures would charge out, but they were enveloped by the silver divine radiance and completely obliterated before they could even get there. For a time, countless shrill cries resounded and shook the universe. On the other hand, only now did Ling Xuanzi suddenly notice that numerous immortal existences had been hiding in this universe since a long time ago, and he'd actually not noticed them at all. He couldn't help but be shocked by this, and he didn't dare imagine how severe the consequences would be if these immortal existences attacked together when he sent his junior brother away. Perhaps they think that great figure from the Wang clan alone is sufficient to kill me. Ling Xuanzi's expression flickered indeterminately. After a short while, the universe finally recovered its silence, and only the smell of blood suffused the air and couldn't be dispersed in a short period of time. It's time for us to leave as well. As he spoke, the core master held the horsetail whisk in one hand and the Tower of Ceaseless in the other, and he brought Ling Xuanzi's soul core with him as he walked towards the distance. Master, are you really not worried about little junior brother? Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but ask. It's useless even if he's worried. This tribulation must be dealt with by him himself. The so-called rebirth is rebirth amidst destruction and transcendence between life and death. Once you start to comprehend the Tao of destiny in the future, you'll understand the cause and effect within it. As he spoke, he brought Ling Xuanzi further and further away. Master, where do you want to take me? To the eternal true world, of course. If I'm not wrong, your senior and junior brothers should have already departed from the 6th heaven and headed to the 7th heaven. At that time, Ruosu will naturally tell you about the matter that the master and disciple of Mount Innerheart have been plotting for countless years. Master, so all of this was within your expectations? I don't have such great ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been unable to find out whether my main body is dead or alive all these years. Their conversation was still reverberating in the air when the master and disciple's figures had already vanished into the depths of the boundless universe. P.S. More updates and sent over. The universe was a scene of ruin. Many big stars had already collapsed and dissipated, and a faint smell of blood permeated the void. In Chaotian City, absolute silence, deathly stillness. Countless cultivators were shocked, and their eyes were in a trance. Since the opening of the God's secret realm, the events that happened in it had affected the mind of every cultivator in the city. It was also not long ago that people heard that in the Battle of the God's Relic, the forces of the 4 eastern royal clans from the 7th heaven were almost defeated by Lin Sun alone. Then, the rumor about Lin Sun caused a great sensation in the city like a great wave. In the battle of defending the arena, he killed Nan Tianba, Nan Tianjing, Nan Yongqiang, and the others, killing the powerhouses of the Nan clan. In the Great Hunt, Li Henshui and the other powerhouses of the Li clan were all killed by Lin Sun. And in the Ascendant stage, Lin Sun became the Chosen One, seized the primordial Dao tree, and killed Qi Lingyun, Zhong Li Shao, Qi Pijuan, Lin Feng, Mu Yi, and other nobles from the 8th heaven. Every one of his achievements was so bloody that it made people's hearts tremble. The entire Chaotian city was in a great uproar. Everyone was talking about his name on the streets, in the teahouses, and in the pubs. No one thought that Lin Sun, a great emperor from the starry sky ancient path, could actually kill everyone in the God's Relic, and no one dared to call themselves the emperor. But after the discussion, people all realized that after this incident, when Lin Sun walked out of the God's Relic, he would probably encounter a disaster. Sure enough, such a disaster happened. It was just that no one thought that this heaven-breaking catastrophe would end in such a way. First, the 4 immortals from the 4 eastern royal clans attacked, but they were all killed by Lin Sun's senior brother, Ling Xuanzi. Then, Qi Tianlin, Qi Kanghun, Mu Jiangshan, Dong Huangkong, and Zhong Liju from the 8th heaven appeared together, but they were all killed by Kong Ju, who suddenly regained consciousness. Later on, Ling Xuanzi, the successor of the core dimension, was about to be killed. However, as the master of the core dimensions appeared, the calamity vanished and was completely wiped out. Those scenes seemed so world-shocking. Even though the curtains to the battle in the universe had already been drawn, the cultivators in Chaotian City were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Since ancient times, when had such a shocking battle ever taken place in the Great Thousand Battle Domain? Who had seen the terrifying scene of those undying beings falling like rain, and all of this was caused by Lin Sun? Who could have thought of this before? It was too unexpected. Mind Mountain. It turns out that Lin Sun is the successor of Mind Mountain. After a long time, someone sighed with emotion, breaking the deathly silence. Today's matter will probably cause a huge commotion in the eternal true world. After all, even the 8th heaven's 10 immortal giants have lost quite a number of great figures. No wonder Lin Sun is so unscrupulous and doesn't fear any big force at all. It turns out that he has something to rely on. We've all misjudged him. After this battle, if Lin Sun survives, his achievements in the future will probably reach unimaginable heights. The core dimension has reappeared, and chaos is about to rise. Chaotian City was in an uproar. Countless voices rang out, as if people were venting the shock that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time. The entire city was in an uproar. It's good that he's alive, it's good that he's alive. Cyan Sparrow also heard the news, and her extremely tense heart completely relaxed. She didn't care about the successor of the core dimension. She only knew that as long as Lin Sun was alive, that was the best outcome. That's great. Lu Xianxia was extremely excited. He and Xianxia had arrived at Chaotian City earlier and had been extremely nervous and anxious. It was only at this moment that he could finally relax. Uncle, just how powerful is Mind Mountain? Xianxia's clear eyes rippled with extraordinary splendor. No one can say for sure. Perhaps only the giants of the 8th heaven know how powerful Mind Mountain is, Lu Xianxia said with emotion. Mind Mountain, after this battle, no one in the eternal world would dare to underestimate Mind Mountain anymore, right? In a tea house, Yun Lu from the Little Thunder Temple in the Great Lane world frowned at this moment. Before Lin Sun came out of the God Legion's secret realm, he had come to the conclusion that the Feng and Cun bloodline wouldn't die prematurely just like that. Everything that happened now proved that his conjecture was correct. But things were not as simple as he had expected. The reason was Lin Sun. Yun Lu did not expect that at the last moment, the willpower that belonged to the core dimension would only save Ling Xuanzi, and had no intention of interfering in Lin Sun's affairs. Variable. This lotus really corresponds to the number 50 great ways, 49 heavenly evolutions. If one of them escapes, who can see through it? At this moment, an indescribable admiration surged in Yun Lu's heart. He suddenly realized that it was precisely because of this variable, Lin Sun, that everything had become confusing and difficult to figure out. However, isn't your Fengsuan mountain worried that this lotus will wither away? Yun Lu was puzzled. Even if he tried to deduce it by force, he could not find any clues. In the cold and dark void, Lin Sun was carried by a force and flew forward uncontrollably. His heart was full of bitterness and anger, but also unspeakable hatred. Because of him, the 4th senior brother paid the price of his life to fight for a chance of survival for him. How could Lin Sun not hate him? The Fu family, the Wang family, the Qi family, the Zhong family, the Mu family. In his mind, recalling the previous scenes, Lin Sun's eyes were bloodshot, and his chest was filled with monstrous hatred. One day, I will pay them back tenfold, 100-fold. At this moment, Lin Sun did not know that Ling Xuanzi was not dead, nor did he know that the willpower left by the core dimension in the Tower of Endless had taken Ling Xuanzi away. Otherwise, his emotions might not be so out of control. Boom! Suddenly, a terrible explosion sounded as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. In the void far away, a big hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed towards this side. The big hand was big enough to cover the sky. Its 5 fingers were like pillars supporting the sky, and the palm was surging with unpredictable Taoist light. Compared with it, the stars seemed extremely small. Bang! The force wrapped around Lin Sun exploded directly, and his whole body was shaken and flew backward, coughing up blood. He suddenly looked up and saw in the distance, an old Taoist with a simple appearance walked out. His eyes were cold and terrible, and his body was surrounded by wisps of immortal Tao. It was Dishi, the evil god. Lin Sun's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He did not expect that he would encounter such a terrible figure on the way to survival, which was exchanged by the 4th senior brother's life. You can't escape, and your senior brother can't save you again. Dishi, who looked like an old Taoist, walked in the void and almost came to Lin Sun in the blink of an eye. He stared at Lin Sun. In this damn place, no matter who comes, they can no longer change your fate of death. Lin Sun's body was stiff, and he immediately operated the abyssal sword cauldron, as if he was desperate to attack. Boom! The abyssal sword cauldron steamed with hundreds of millions of light, but before it could get close, it was flicked by Dishi's finger, and with a clang, it was sent flying. Under the impact, Lin Sun's blood was boiling, and he coughed up blood again. The difference in strength was so great that he almost had no power to resist. I was suppressed for 1,000,000 years in the last era, and I did not die because of it until the end of the era. Instead, I got a blessing in disguise, and dug out a glimmer of life in the suppression. Even if I have not recovered my previous strength, it is still easy for me to kill a little thing like you. Dishi's eyes were cold and full of contempt. I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the jade plate of fate and the primordial Tao tree, and I will give you a chance to rely on me. Worship me as your master and be at my command. Every word was like a thunder, shaking the void. The pressure made Lin Sun almost stop breathing, and his body was severely suppressed, unable to move. But Lin Sun showed a sarcastic smile. I, Lin Sun, would rather die than worship an old thing who has been cuckolded as my master. Cuckolded, this word was like a knife that stabbed fiercely into the heart of the evil god Dishi, causing his old face to darken and his eyes to shoot out a terrifying light. You are really tired of living. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Sun's throat. Then, the huge power of his spiritual awareness rushed into Lin Sun's body like a storm. Lin Sun's body was stiff, and a painful expression appeared on his face. The spiritual awareness was so overbearing and terrible that it broke his cultivation and directly rushed to the imperial life world, which could not be resisted at all. Sure enough, it's here. In an instant, Dishi noticed the primordial Tao tree rooted in Lin Sun's imperial life world, and his eyes suddenly became fiery. With this treasure and the power of the immortal Tao in the jade plate of fate, I don't have to worry about not being able to restore my previous cultivation. At that time, this era will also surrender to me. As Dishi said, his spiritual awareness surged and swept towards the primordial Tao tree, and he was about to uproot the tree. Suddenly, a dark sharp light appeared, and it emitted a terrifying aura as it fiercely pierced the divine sense. Boom! The spiritual awareness was smashed and exploded. Dishi suddenly let out a painful groan, showing a look of shock and anger. Obviously, he was caught off guard by this sudden accident. At this time, a terrible power woke up from Lin Sun's imperial life world, like the eternal darkness waking up from silence. Dishi seemed to feel something was wrong. He immediately withdrew his hand from Lin Sun's neck and stayed far away. At the same time, in the endless rain of dark light, a graceful and slender figure walked out of Lin Sun's body. She wore a black robe with the brim of a hat covering her face. Strands of dark rain of light were like multicolored flowing rainbows that coiled around her delicate and graceful figure, causing her to seem like a god that had walked out from the darkness, mysterious and terrifying. Dishi's eyes narrowed slightly. A woman. At the same time, Lin Sun also opened his eyes wide. The dark light rain fell, and the slender figure was like a dream. She was still wearing a black robe, and the brim of the hat covered her face. Between her slender white fingers, she was holding a white bone spear with starlight flowing around it. Her aura was as quiet and mysterious as before. It was Xianxia. Many years ago, back in the deity Phoenix realm, Xianxia had fallen into extreme silence. At that time, she was worried that she was too weak and would become Lin Sun's burden. She couldn't tolerate this, because she was never willing and could never tolerate standing behind Lin Sun and becoming a sheltered character. All these years, she had been sleeping in Lin Sun's imperial life realm. Just like what Lin Sun said, treasures could be destroyed, but only if Lin Sun died would his imperial life realm be destroyed, but Lin Sun didn't expect that the disaster he encountered today would wake Xianxia up, making her walk out of her silence and appear in front of him again. An indescribable sense of guilt and anxiety surged in Lin Sun's heart, and he shouted almost immediately, "Go, go." Dishi's power made even Ling Xuanzi, the fourth senior brother, afraid. This was definitely a terrifying existence that could threaten the immortal realm. If Xianxia was implicated by him and lost her life here, Lin Sun didn't want to see that. "Lin Sun, I'm different from before." Xianxia stood in front of Lin Sun, her slender figure didn't move at all, like a natural moat. Her clear voice floated in the air, revealing calmness and calmness. "What's different? Do you know who he is?" Lin Sun said decisively. As he spoke, he looked at Dishi Xiaxin, "Let her go, and I'll give you the jade plate of fate and the primordial Dao tree. Otherwise, I promise I'll destroy these two treasures immediately." His expression was firm and ruthless. In Xiaxi's world, only Lin Sun could stay. And in Lin Sun's heart, Xiaxi's life was more important than anything in this world. What jade plate of fate, the primordial Dao tree, as long as Xiaxi was alive, Lin Sun wouldn't frown even if he died now. Dishi Xiaxin saw all this and said with a strange expression, "For a woman, is it worth it? Cut the crap. Do you agree or not?" Lin Sun's face was cold. He stepped forward and tried to protect Xiaxi behind him. To his surprise, Xiaxi put her spear horizontally in front of Lin, not allowing him to come forward. She said calmly, "The current you is no match for me. If you dare to step forward again, I will suppress you." Lin Sun widened his eyes and almost laughed out of anger. Was this girl crazy? How many years had he been cultivating? How dare he talk to him like this? She's right. Compared to you, she has a threatening aura that even I can't figure out. Otherwise, do you think I would just stand by and watch the two of you flirt right under my nose? Dishi Evil God looked at Lin Sun with eyes full of contempt. Lin Sun was stunned and looked at Xiaxi again. After calming down, he found that Xiaxi's breath was obscure, cold and mysterious, which made him unable to see through her cultivation. This seemed very unusual. Could it be that in these years of silence, summer solstice's cultivation had reached a level that even he could not understand? It was incredible. Interesting. Your cultivation base clearly hasn't reached the immortal realm, but the power in your body makes me feel an invisible threat. Could it be that there's a taboo power hidden in your body that no one knows about? Dishi looked at Xiaxi with a strange light flowing in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the secrets of Xiaxi's body and mind. Clang, without hesitation, Xiaxi waved her spear and stabbed it out. The spear with starlight flowing on it seemed to be able to penetrate the sky. It was swift and fierce. Wisps of immortal Tao emerged in front of Dishi and condensed into a sword to block this blow. Clang, the collision between the two was like a thunder, and the nearby starry sky suddenly set off violent destructive waves. In the splashing turbulence, Xiaxi's figure staggered back a few steps, but at the same time, she kept Lin Sun firmly behind her. "Oh, sure enough, your cultivation is not enough at all. I'd like to see what kind of power you have that can threaten me." Dishi stepped forward, his sleeves fluttered, and countless immortal Tao laws emerged, turning into bright immortal swords. Every single sword strike was covered in unfathomable profundities, and it was formidable to an unprecedented extent. It was sufficient to cause even eternal figures to fear it. Lin Sun didn't doubt at all that if it was him, he wouldn't be able to block this sword at all. And all of this proved that what the fourth brother said at the beginning was right. The biggest threat is not the immortal beings of the four East Imperial clans, nor the immortal beings from the eighth heaven. It's the evil god Dishi. Clang, Xiaxi's black robe fluttered, the spear in her hand surged, and in an instant, countless light shadows appeared, like a circle of starlight torrent, covering the sky and the earth. This kind of power is far less powerful than Dishi Evil God, but Lin Sun keenly noticed that Xiaxi's attack carried a trace of obscure and mysterious taboo aura. It was a mysterious power beyond imagination, like an unfathomable taboo, so that her attack was covered with a completely different layer of threat. Boom, this starry sky was tumbling, the tsunami-like battle torrent swept and spread, and the ancient stars were destroyed into powder in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Sun was sheltered behind Xia. Although he was not affected by the aftermath of the battle, just looking at it made him feel suffocated. Puff, in the smoke and dust, Xia's figure trembled slightly, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Although she blocked this wave of killing, it was obvious that she was also affected and injured. This made Lin Sun's heart tighten. Is this the power of fate? At this moment, Dishi seemed to be greatly stimulated, his voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable burning desire. In his eyes, at this moment, Xia was like a first-class peerless treasure in the world. It made his Taoist heart uncontrollably produce a crazy desire to possess her. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. Fate. Was the obscure and mysterious taboo power in Xia's body related to the law of fate? Let's go. Xia suddenly raised her hand, grabbed Lin Sun's arm, tore the sky, and moved away. Want to go? Impossible. At this moment, Dishi seemed to be crazy. He laughed up to the sky and waved his hand. Boom, in the distance, the starry sky tumbled, and countless immortal Tao laws as thick as chains emerged, condensing into a terrible territory, covering Xia and Lin Sun. There was no way to retreat, no way to escape. With the jade plate of fate, the primordial Tao tree, and the power of fate, I won't worry about not being able to stand on the eternal world and break the barrier of the change of the era. In the laughter, Dishi appeared out of thin air. He was like an old Taoist, but at this moment, his eyes were blazing and terrible. His whole body was bathed in the waterfall like immortal Tao glory, and his power was so great that it shocked the starry sky. Boom, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, and unparalleled sword chi burst out from his fingertips, covering Xia. Xia seemed very calm from beginning to end, or in other words, since a long time ago, she didn't care about life and death at all, so why should she be afraid? In the face of this attack, an expanse of profound and mysterious light rose from her graceful and slender body, and it was faintly like a river of destiny was surging and flowing within it. Hiss, the spear that flowed with starlight flashed out like a violent storm, and it dealt with Dishi's attacks one by one. Every single strike was so profound and supreme, and it was filled with an inconceivable aura. Dishi wasn't shocked, but delighted instead, and his gaze grew even more blazing. He utilized his ultimate technique like an ancient evil god, and every single move he made rumbled with immortal light that surged through the heavens and the earth. He was too terrifying. Even if Xia had utilized that taboo energy, it was still defeated and disintegrated by him one by one. It wasn't long before Xia coughed up blood repeatedly during the battle. At this moment, Lin Sun finally noticed that Xia's control of that taboo energy was obviously extremely lacking, and every time she utilized it, she had to pay an extremely great price. That was simply no different than harming her own cultivation. In the end, her fair and translucent skin cracked with strands of bloodstains. Obviously, she was enduring extremely great pressure. But she didn't take a step back, she kept standing there with a murderous, cold, and silent expression, and she seemed as if she didn't care at all that her injuries were becoming more and more serious. Lin Sun's pupils were bloodshot, and his chest was about to explode with hatred. Before, the fourth senior fellow apprentice would rather pay the price of his life to open a way for him to survive. Now Xia was the same. This made Lin Sun's Taoist heart unstable, and it was filled with a kind of anger that was about to make him crazy. Little girl, this kind of power is not something you can control at all. You'd better leave it to me to keep it safe. Ha ha ha. As Dishi said, he held his hands in front of him, and a black sword chi was condensed between his 10 fingers. Boom, when this sword was just condensed, the starry sky fell into a collapsing scene of destruction, as if it couldn't bear the power of this sword. With Dishi's sword, the indescribable murderous spirit even reflected the terrible scene of doomsday and the collapse of all the heavens. Undoubtedly, this was the most powerful blow of Dishi, and he wanted to suppress Xia in one fell swoop, as if she'd realized how terrifying this strike was. Numerous dense and obscure shackles floated up into appearance on Xia's graceful figure, and they were suffused with a mysterious and supreme aura that belonged to destiny, causing them to seem like the shackles of destiny. Her body was glowing, and blood was gurgling from the corners of her lips, as if she was burning her life. Bang! One of the chains suddenly broke and turned into a terrible taboo force, pouring into Xia's spear, and then she stabbed it fiercely at the first time. Vaguely, the spear seemed to be entangled with the cause and effect of fate, like the spear of fate. Even if I die, I'll die with you. Lin Sun, who had long been filled with anger and hatred, also attacked desperately like a madman at this moment. In front of him, a vast expanse of white time suddenly burst out. Forbidden time, the taboo force imprinted with the mystery of time. At this moment, the whole starry sky suddenly fell silent. Time and fate met and collided at this moment, as if it was arranged by fate, producing an incredible scene. P.S. Continue to update tonight. Asking for monthly votes. Time flowed by while destiny was like a river that interweaved together. This expanse of the starry sky seemed to have fallen into a strange cycle of reincarnation, and everything revealed the scene of withering, falling into oblivion, and being obliterated. Dish felt an expanse of whiteness appear before his eyes, and indescribable terror surged out from his body and mind. The energy of time and destiny was like a torrent that carried him into the unknown abyss of space and time. Light flowed before his eyes as numerous scenes appeared. They were everything he'd experienced in the past, the excitement and joy he felt when he stepped onto the path of cultivation, the joy and boldness he felt when he broke through every single time, the hardships and dangers he experienced when he attained the Tao, the joys and sorrows of the past, the enmity and blood enmity of the past, the friends and enemies that had passed away. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes, and then they withered, shattered, and vanished without a trace. When he saw a beautiful figure that was beautiful like a painting flash out, Dish felt suffocated, and he struggled desperately with the intention of grabbing onto her. However, this scene was mercilessly destroyed and vanished. No. Dish held his head as he cried out loudly, and his expression was filled with pain. That was the woman he loved the most. But right at this moment, he noticed that everything related to that woman seemed to have been erased from his memories. Her name, likes, nature, and even voice. Appearance, and everything else was actually impossible to remember. In the end, his expression was filled with bewilderment, and the pain in his heart had vanished as well. It was as if everything from before hadn't existed at all. Those scenes were still appearing before his eyes, passing, withering, and dispersing. The terror in Dish's heart grew stronger and stronger instead. He'd already noticed that those scenes that had vanished were the experiences and memories that he originally possessed, yet now, they were being deprived and destroyed by a terrifying force. Why? Dish struggled madly and howled like a wild beast. This was too terrifying. It was like he'd fallen into the abyss of space and time. Everything he possessed in the past and present had vanished from his body, and even his cultivation, lifespan, memories, wisdom, mind, and the grand Tao that he'd diligently pursued for countless years. They were ceaselessly dissipating. It seemed like countless years had passed, yet it also seemed like only an instant had passed. Everything before his eyes had vanished. It was still that expanse of the starry sky, cold, silent, and vast. Dish stood there staring blankly, and his expression was filled with bewilderment. Then, he saw a man and a woman. The woman was dressed in a black robe and had a graceful figure. Even though the brim of her hat covered her face, she still gave off a soul-stirring and mysterious beauty. She was coughing up blood. The man gasped for breath, his face pale and translucent. His aura was weak, and his eyes were dim. At this moment, their gazes were locked onto him, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you, and where is this place?" His voice was young and tender. How did he become like this? Summer Solstice stared at the evil god Tishi, who had turned into a child, and asked after a long time. Isn't that even better? Lin Sun took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice with pleasure, an old bastard has lost his memory, cultivation, and lifespan. He has been traced back to his childhood. I'm afraid he doesn't even know who we are now. His eyes were strange and filled with shock. If he wasn't wrong, then this was the unimaginable power produced by the fusion of the mysteries of time and destiny. It was like the torrent of fate that reversed the flow of time, stripped away one's cultivation and memories, and forced one into a state before one cultivated the Tao. This was no different from the taboo power. This reminded Lin Sun of the third stage talent of the Lord of Tongtian, the Blade of Time. A long time ago, Luo Tongtian had beaten Wei Mingzi back to his youth with this kind of talent, and his cultivation also fell to that of his youth. That kind of talent could reverse time and cut off one's cultivation. It was incredible. However, unlike the Blade of Time, the power Lin Sun and Xia Ji displayed just now not only reversed time and cut off Dishi's cultivation, but also deprived Dishi's memory, experience, and wisdom, making Dishi truly return to the time when he was a child without all the previous memories and experiences. Like a landscape painting with splashes of ink, all ink marks were completely erased, and Dishi became a piece of white paper again. This was undoubtedly related to the power of destiny. How could Lin Sun not be shocked by this? Time and destiny were grand daos that were taken to be supreme taboos. It was said that only those who had a glimpse of eternity and understood the law of destiny could stand above all Tao, have insight into the flow of time and understand the mystery of the rise and fall of an era. But now, his talent was related to the law of time, and Xiaxhia's body was branded with the shackles of the law of fate. One time, one fate. At this critical moment of life and death, they helped them to defeat the evil god Dishi. All of this seemed incredible. It should be known that Dishi, who had killed many immortals, could not withstand the taboo power intertwined with time and destiny to defeat the powerful Dishi. "Can you send me home?" Dishi, who was like a child, felt fear and dread at this moment. He was about to cry. He was really no different from an ignorant child. "Go home?" Lin Sun stepped forward, rubbed Tishi's little head, and asked with a strange look in his eyes, "Kid, let me ask you first, what's your name? Where do you live?" "My name is Gooden, and I live in the big locust tree village on the 7-mile slope," Tishi said timidly. Gooden, Lin Sun's lips twitched, and he almost couldn't help laughing. Tishi, who was such a powerful and terrible existence, was called Gooden when he was a child. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Sun asked. Tishi shook his head and mumbled, "I don't know." Lin Sun explored his body with his spiritual awareness and found that it was indeed a pure child's body without any cultivation. If he wanted, he could kill him with a single thought. However, in the face of such a Tishi, Lin Sun couldn't be cruel to him. After all, he was a child who had been deprived of everything he had in the past. "Gooden, when we leave, can I take you with me?" Lin Sun said. Tishi was about to cry, "I just want to go home, big brother, please take me home." Lin Sun sighed in his heart, waved his sleeve, put the child Tishi into the abyssal sword cauldron, and fell into a deep sleep. "When I arrive at the eternal world, I will find a home for him," Lin Sun made a decision. At this moment, Summer Solstice's figure shook and seemed to be unable to support herself. Lin Sun's heart tightened, and he immediately stepped forward and held her in his arms. But his tentacles were stained with blood. Only then did Lin Sun notice that Summer Solstice's skin covered by the black robe had countless cracks like a spider's web, which had long been soaked with blood. Lifting the brim of her hat, Lin Sun's picturesque face was even more pale and bloodless, and there was still blood flowing from the corners of her lips. Summer Solstice. Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he felt a sharp pain. His face changed dramatically. "I'm fine. I just broke a shackle in my body by force and got a little injured." Summer Solstice wiped the blood stains from the corners of her lips and said quietly. Her voice was still as clear and ethereal as the sounds of nature, but her clear eyes had long been gray. It was obvious that her desperate attack that seemed to have ignited her own body had actually caused her to suffer extremely serious injuries. "How can you call this fine?" Lin Sun's heart was filled with unspeakable guilt and pity. He held Summer Solstice tightly in his arms. "It's my incompetence. Even though I have been cultivating for so long, I still can't protect you well by my side." His voice was low, full of deep self-blame. From his youth to the present, Summer Solstice had blocked many fatal attacks for him. But what about himself? Even if he had the cultivation of Juxiong Emperor, he still seemed so weak. He even had to let Summer Solstice risk her life for him and get injured for him. All of this was like a knife stabbing into Lin Sun's heart, making his eyes red. "Lin Sun, I did it willingly." Summer Solstice said seriously, "For me, it's a matter of course." "You, don't do this again." She noticed that Lin Sun's state of mind was not right, which made her feel unspeakably uncomfortable. She didn't want Lin Sun to blame himself for her. She really didn't want to. "What is a matter of course?" "You willingly?" "I can't do it." Lin Sun took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Do you remember what I said in Nirvana? If we fight, let's fight together. If we die, let's die together. You can't act tough like you did today, do you understand?" Summer Solstice stared at Lin Sun for a moment, then lowered her head and said, Lin Sun took out many rare elixirs and handed them to Summer Solstice, saying, "Heal your wounds first. I'll protect you." "It's useless. My wounds are related to the power of the shackles in my body. I can only resolve and heal them by myself," Summer Solstice said softly. "Just eat them. Even if they can't heal your wounds, they won't hurt you," Lin Sun said grumpily. Summer Solstice took the elixirs and swallowed them one by one. She would obey Lin Sun's words. Seeing this, Lin Sun was relieved. He took out some elixirs and began to swallow them. Since he fled in the universe outside Chaotian City until now, he'd successively utilized the Forbidden Passage technique 3 times, causing his cultivation to be completely exhausted and weak to the extreme. Now that he relaxed, he couldn't take it anymore. In the starry sky, the two of them leaned against each other like fish in difficult times. They both felt unprecedentedly calm and secure. After going through all kinds of hardships and dangers, they could realize how hard it was to get this tranquility. After a long time, Lin Sun had recovered most of his cultivation. But what worried him was that although the cracks on Summer Solstice's body had healed, her breath was still extremely weak. Her eyes were dim as if she had lost her spirit. There was a lingering gray color on her pale and beautiful face. "Summer Solstice, let me have a look at your internal injuries." Lin Sun made a decision. He didn't believe that the Taoist injuries caused by the so-called shackles of fate couldn't be cured. As he said, his spiritual awareness swept into Summer Solstice's delicate body. More updates for you. As his divine awareness probed into her body, Lin Sun was keenly aware that there was an extremely obscure and mysterious power in the depths of her wounds. This mysterious power was extremely terrifying. It was like a series of chains hiding inside her body, firmly shackling her life essence. Lin Sun knew that this was the taboo power of fate. Fate was the most mysterious and obscure. It could bear the weight of the great Tao and promote cultivators to transform again and again. The essence of a living being's life was called numerology, which was also regarded as fate. The so-called fortune-telling was to infer numerology and survey the fate, so as to see the life path of this life. However, this fortune-telling technique was only useful for ordinary people. In the eyes of cultivators, the power of life was the most obscure and mysterious, just like the way of heaven. The transformation and breakthrough in the realm that cultivators diligently pursued were, in fact, the transformation and sublimation of their own lives. It was precisely because of these transformations that the lives of martial cultivators were filled with variables. It was almost impossible to deduce the fate of martial cultivators and determine their fate. In short, all the changes related to life could be called the way of fate. Now Lin Sun had long known that the way of fate, like the way of time, was the most mysterious and unfathomable supreme way in the world. But in Xianxia's body, the law of fate was like a shackle, covering her life source, which was undoubtedly incredible. Why does Xianxia have such a taboo power? And it's like a shackle, confining her life source. It doesn't seem to be an innate talent at all. Instead, it seems to be sealed in her body. Lin Sun's expression suddenly became uncertain. The origin of Xianxia had always been a mystery. A long time ago, Lin Sun had explored many times, trying to find some truth. But so far, he had found nothing. He only knew that it couldn't be a coincidence that Xianxia appeared in Feiyun village and met him. Could it be that a powerful figure who can control the law of fate once usurped Xianxia's fate? Lin Sun couldn't calm down. For the first time in these years, he noticed the abnormal situation in Xianxia's body, which also made him unable to calm down. If someone really sealed the law of fate in Xianxia's body, who was it? How terrifying the cultivation of a being who could control the law of fate should be. The more he thought about it, the more surprised he was. After a long time, Lin Sun got rid of distractions, calmed his mind, and continued to sense with his spiritual awareness. Soon, he made new discoveries. Xianxia was indeed seriously injured, and her internal condition was extremely bad. But Lin Sun could sense that the law of fate, which was entangled in Xianxia's life origin like a chain, was flowing into her limbs and bones at this moment. Her damaged body and serious injuries silently soaked in the nourishment of this life force, undergoing minute repairs. This discovery amazed Lin Sun, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xianxia didn't lie. Such a serious injury could be repaired and healed by herself without the help of external forces. Perhaps the energy of the laws of destiny that are like shackles is an inexhaustible treasury to her. It's capable of allowing her to cultivate in silence, and it's also capable of allowing her to undergo rebirth and transformation when she's heavily injured and on the verge of death. At this moment, Lin Sun vaguely understood. Over the years, summer solstice had fallen into silence many times. Every time she fell into silence, her combat power would achieve a transformation by leaps and bounds. All this was very likely related to the law of fate. Lin Sun didn't touch the shackle-like law of fate, which was so obscure and mysterious that he didn't dare to perceive it easily. Withdrawing his spiritual awareness, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "Xianxia, do you remember where you came from?" Xianxia was silent for a moment and shook her head. "I've thought about it many times over the years, but I can't remember it anymore." After a pause, she continued, "I have a hunch that when I completely break and refine those shackles in my body, I'll be able to wake up to all the past things." Lin Sun nodded and said, "I also have a hunch that it's not a coincidence that we met. Your origin may be related to me. But no matter what, I will help you find the answer in the future." Xianxia raised her clear eyes, looked at Lin Sun seriously, and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you are by my side, it's enough." Lin Sun felt warm in his heart. He held Xianxia tightly in his arms and said, "As long as you don't leave, no one in this world can take you away from me." A smile arose on the corners of Xianxia's mouth, and her pale and beautiful face glowed with a different kind of expression, causing the starry sky to dim. But the next moment, her body stiffened, and she suddenly stood up from Lin Sun's arms. Looking at the starry sky in the distance, a pair of delicate crescent black eyebrows gradually wrinkled. "Lin Sun, it's time for us to go." Xianxia got up and held the white bone spear tightly in her palm. Her aura was cold and murderous. "Is there an enemy?" Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Xianxia whispered, "It's an alien beast." "Do you remember the world I entered after leaving the ancient Desolation territory?" Lin Sun thought for a moment and remembered that in the Sea of Stars in the ancient Desolation territory, Xianxia had left alone and entered a mysterious portal that emerged in the sky. Later, he learned that the portal was located in the most dangerous place in the Dark World, the Last Days Impasse, also known as the Source of Disaster. Xianxia had fought alone in that world for many years, and the enemy she killed was the alien beast that swept from the depths of the boundless starry sky. Lin Sun was no stranger to alien beasts. When he left Ziyao Empire for the first time in his youth, he met an unimaginably huge alien beast in the star-shifting formation. In the following years, he met that alien beast again on his way from the ancient Desolation territory to the ancient way of the starry sky. In the nirvana of freedom, that alien beast attacked again and even mobilized countless alien beasts to attack Lin Sun together, which caused great danger and trouble to Lin Sun. In the end, it was the willpower of the owner of the square inch that killed the alien beast in one fell swoop. But Lin Sun didn't expect that in this completely strange starry sky, such an alien beast would chase after him again. "Let's go." Summer solstice immediately took action and moved forward. Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, "Xianxia, you fought against these alien beasts for many years. Do you know who sent them?" "Years ago, I heard Chen Linkong talking to a man named Golden Cicada. They said that these alien beasts came from the eternal world," Xianxia said casually. "And a long time ago, my intuition told me that they came for you. You fought in the Last Days Impasse to help me stop them?" Lin Sun was shocked. Xianxia nodded. For a moment, Lin Sun was in a complicated mood. It turned out that Xianxia had been fighting for him since he was in the ancient Desolation territory. But which part of the eternal world did those alien beasts come from? Could it be the Luo family? Impossible. How could an immortal emperor who controlled the 8th rank of the Earth rank control so many terrifying alien beasts? If they came for him, what did they want? Lin Sun had all kinds of doubts. Vaguely, he realized that it might have something to do with his talent and the heaven accessing place. That was the only way to explain it. Rumble. While they were moving, a muffled tremor came from the distant starry sky. It was as if a great army was charging towards them from the depths of the universe. Lin Sun and Xianxia were just about to change their direction when a rumble that sounded like muffled thunder came from the depths of the starry sky in all directions. For a time, the vast starry sky seemed to be in turmoil. A ruthless, cold, and terrifying aura surged over from different parts of the starry sky like a tide. They could vaguely see the silhouettes of gigantic black shadows emerging from the depths of the starry sky. They were like floating continents, and they were flying towards them. Shockingly, it was innumerable cosmos beasts. Every single one of them was enormous like a mountain and possessed violent and savage auras. Merely their scarlet-red pupils were like the sun and moon, and they emanated a horrifying bloody glow. The aura of these guys is obviously different from before. Xianxia acutely noticed that something was different. A long time ago, she had killed countless alien beasts. The alien beasts she had encountered at that time were not as powerful as the ones she saw today. They are indeed different. Although they are not in the Emperor realm, they are covered with a unique ruthless aura. They are not inferior to those in the Emperor realm. Lin Sun spread out his divine sense and also felt the difference. He had fought side by side with Xianxia on the Great Wall of Nirvana Heaven and killed countless alien beasts that rushed towards them. But compared to them, the alien beasts he had seen in the past were not as powerful as the ones he saw today. Lin Sun even noticed some extremely terrifying auras that were not inferior to those of the Emperor Ancestor realm in the world. This was simply too shocking. It should be known that the Emperor Ancestor realm was a first-class overlord in the eternal world. They were only second to the immortal realm. But there was an aura that was comparable to the Emperor Ancestor realm in this army of alien beasts, and they could even form such a huge army. If this happened in the eternal world, it would definitely be a disaster, and if such an army of alien beasts was sent here by someone, how shocking would the power of the person behind it be? As long as it is not the immortal realm, there is no need to worry. Let's go. Charge forward and kill our way through. Lin Sun did not dare to think too much and made his decision immediately. The abyssal sword cauldron flew up and shone with billions of rays of light, bathing him and Xianxia in it. Then, the two of them turned into two swift rays of light and rushed towards the distant galaxy. This was an unfamiliar universe. Based on what his fourth senior brother, Ling Xuanzi, had said at that time, they would be able to reach the eternal true world through this path of survival. But Lin Sun did not know how to get there. But at this time, he could not care so much. He had to kill his way out of the encirclement. In the starry sky, blood splashed, and roars shook the sky. Puff, 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 in the dense roar of fighting, huge bodies of alien beasts exploded from time to time. Blood splashed like rain and filled the sky. In the dense army of alien beasts, Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron floated above his head, flowing with hundreds of millions of rays of light, wrapping him and Xianxia. They almost pushed all the way and opened a bloody road. Wherever they passed, there were broken corpses, splashing blood, and painful roars. These alien beasts were indeed more powerful and terrible than those he had seen before. The weakest one was comparable to an Emperor realm practitioner, and some powerful ones were even not inferior to the Emperor Ancestor. Any Emperor realm cultivator in this world would feel despair under such a siege. But to Lin Sun, no matter how many of them there were, they were not a threat. With his current cultivation, he could even easily kill Juexian Emperor Ancestor, so it was as easy as tearing a painting to deal with ordinary Emperor realm characters. What's more, although these alien beasts were comparable to the Emperor realm, they were not real practitioners after all. They had no wisdom, only the instinct of killing. This made Lin Sun more relaxed in the battle. In less than a quarter of an hour, he broke out of the encirclement and flew far away in the starry sky. From beginning to end, he did not encounter any real threat. Whoosh, however, soon after Lin Sun got out of trouble, a strange cyan streamer swept over from a distance. Wherever it passed, the starry sky was torn open like a ravine. Looking at the cyan streamer, it was a cyan bone saber with a unique shape, like a crescent, and its blade was flowing with frightening cold light. Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and he resisted with abyssal sword cauldron. When the two collided, abyssal sword cauldron was shaken away, whining constantly. Puff, being implicated, Lin Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of immortality, his face darkened, and he realized that the power of the cyan bone saber had exceeded the scope of the Emperor realm. Whoosh, in the harsh whistling sound, the cyan light splashed, and the bone saber chopped again, as fast as lightning, full of unpredictable killing intent. Lin Sun's spirit was burning, and he exhausted all his strength to resist. Clang! Clang! Dang! The deafening sound of collision resounded. Although every blow was blocked by the abyssal sword cauldron, Lin Sun's chi was disordered under the impact of the terrifying power. He coughed up blood repeatedly and his face turned pale. This wasn't something normal undying beings could compare to. It wasn't any weaker than Dong Huang Kong and Qi Kanghun. The most terrible thing was that Lin Sun hadn't seen the person who used the Cyan Bone Saber until now. A strong sense of crisis came to Lin Sun's mind. Let me. Xia Ji suddenly made her move, and the white bone spear that was flowing with starlight pierced out. With a clang, the Cyan Bone Saber, which had injured Lin Sun heavily, was shattered and exploded in the void at this moment. But Lin Sun noticed that Xia Ji, who was already seriously injured, was bleeding from her lips again, which made his heart tighten. He shouted, "Don't use the power in your body anymore." Xia Ji didn't care. She grabbed Lin's arm and moved forward quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a black ruri descended and smashed down fiercely. Xia Ji didn't dodge, and he swept the white bone spear in his hand out. The black ruri was shattered again, and it turned into a rain of light in the void. In the starry sky far away, a light and bewildered voice resounded. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He only saw that Xia Ji's body started to crack and bleed again, which made him furious. Is there no end to it? He roared, and his voice shook the starry sky. His hair was disheveled, and his expression became ferocious. Since leaving the god's relic until now, Qi Tianlin, Qi Kanghun and the other 3 undying beings had joined hands to kill them. When they finally killed them, the Wang family, the number 1 undying being, came with the sword of judgment. He caused Marshal Uncle Kong Ju to be seriously injured, and even 4th senior brother had to pay with his life to open a way for him, but all of this wasn't over. In this strange starry sky, evil god Dish had schemed and caused him and Xia Ji to be seriously injured, and then defeated him completely. After a short period of peace, the army of alien beasts covered the sky and the earth. Until now, he didn't even know who the enemy was. Only a Cyan Bone Saber and a black ruri made him and Xia Ji fall into a dangerous situation again. All of this seemed to be endless, and the killing intent came one after another. How could Lin Sun not be angry, hateful, and crazy? What answered Lin Sun was a golden divine seal, which appeared out of thin air like a dazzling sun and pressed down fiercely. Boom! It was still Xia Ji who smashed the golden divine seal, but her injuries became more and more unbearable. Her body was soaked in blood and seemed to be about to fall apart. But at the same time, a slender silver hairpin suddenly appeared and fiercely stabbed towards Summer Solstice's back. This scene made Lin Sun's eyes bleed. The unprecedented anger stimulated him like lava, and his whole body seemed to be burning. He rushed out desperately. Puff! The silver hairpin pierced through his back, bringing with it boiling hot blood. Xia Ji suddenly looked back and saw such a scene. For a moment, she was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. Lin Sun looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, and then raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Xia Ji, go. Go." His consciousness became blurred. The power contained within the silver hairpin was too terrifying. Not only did it penetrate his body, but it also wreaked havoc within his body, destroying his vitality. "I will kill them all." A cold voice full of endless hatred echoed in Lin Sun's vague consciousness. He was shocked and tried to wake himself up. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget. A series of obscure and mysterious shackles emerged from Xia Ji's graceful figure, surging out at this moment like the long river of fate. Ah! She raised her head and let out a voice full of endless grief and anger. Then, the dazzling white flame suddenly spread like a storm. The vast starry sky, the endless void, and the vast stars all collapsed, withered, sank, and died at this moment. It was like a universe was about to collapse and perish, and Xia Ji's figure became the source of destruction. At this moment, she was so sad, and angry, as if she wanted to destroy everything in front of her. No! A shrill cry resounded, and a figure hiding in the shadows was swept by the white flames. In an instant, the figure vanished into thin air as if his fate had been taken away. Following that, similar screams rang out incessantly. Lin Sun saw immortal divine light rising and trying to escape from this starry sky, but it was swallowed up by the white flame in a flash and disappeared. He saw a man in a splendid robe, who was like a god, struggling in the white flame with a face full of fear, and disappeared in a flash. However, these scenes began to become blurred. Boundless pain surged into Lin Sun's consciousness, making everything in front of him fall into darkness. Vaguely, anxious and hesitant voices rang out, but they gradually became blurred and ethereal. In the end, all perception disappeared. In the universe that seemed to be in destruction, a graceful figure drenched in blood, carrying a person on her back, charged forward like a madman, unceasingly charging forward. Along the way, the blood dripping from her body was mottled like petals. Gradually, their figures disappeared. Nobody knew how long it had been. In Lin Sun's consciousness that fell into darkness, a clear voice full of anxiety and worry rang out. Lin Sun. Lin Sun, you can't die. You promised me that you wouldn't leave me alone like this. Have you forgotten that without you, my world will fall into darkness again? The clear voice seemed to be repeating and exhorting him. The voice was clearly in front of him, but no matter how hard Lin Sun tried, he couldn't wake up, let alone open his eyes. It was like being bound by layers of shackles. Then, his consciousness became blurred again. Nobody knew how long it had been. All of a sudden, in Lin Sun's dark consciousness, broken pictures emerged and flew around him constantly. Every picture was fragmented. Only the anxious call was so clear. Grief, helplessness, and sadness constantly impacted Lin Sun's consciousness like a tide. Suddenly, he bit the tip of his tongue hard with unknown strength. That dark consciousness finally concentrated a lot, and he was finally able to see many scenes from those fragmented pictures. A blood-stained, broken girl was running in the boundless starry sky while carrying a person on her back. She kept running as if she would never feel tired, her breath was obviously extremely weak, as if she would fall down at any time, but she kept holding on with unknown strength. On her pale and translucent face, there were even beads of tears silently rolling down her cheeks. Along the way, she didn't know how many times she cried, but she didn't make any sound, as if she was afraid of disturbing the person on her back. Only the anxious and sorrowful words kept repeating in her mouth, many of which were vague and couldn't be heard clearly. In the end, there was only a murmur calling his name, Lin Sun. Lin Sun. Those scenes and the sorrowful murmur made Lin Sun's chest feel blocked by something, and his heart felt a sharp pain as if it was pricked by needles. Did you hear that? If you don't wake up, I really can't hold on anymore. At this time, Lin Sun heard a murmur full of exhaustion, powerlessness, and sorrow, almost in a trance, in his consciousness. For a moment, Lin Sun seemed to be hit by something. His dark consciousness shook violently, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Then, he opened his eyes. When he saw the pale, transparent, and beautiful face lying on one side, he couldn't help but shed tears. P.S. A new plot will start tomorrow. Name, above the eternity, I reign. The candlelight flickered, and by the light and shadow, it could be seen that this was a simple stone house. Xianxia was still wearing the blood-stained robe. Her slender figure was curled up, lying on the edge of the bed. Her beautiful little face was pale and transparent. Between his brows, there was a dark and gloomy aura that couldn't be wiped away. Lin Sun, who opened his eyes, couldn't help stretching out his palm and rubbing Xianxia's hair. Xianxia, I'm not dead. Don't be sad. He wanted to smile, but tears flowed down his cheeks involuntarily. The scenes that floated into appearance within his consciousness seemed to be reflected once more before his eyes. In the boundless universe, she who was covered in blood was running by herself while carrying him on her back. She was so heavily injured, yet she didn't care at all, and she just ceaselessly called out to him while tears silently flowed down from her beautiful face. This was the first time that Lin Sun saw Xianxia cry, so sad, helpless and hesitant. This was also the first time that Lin Sun couldn't stop crying. Who said that a man doesn't cry easily, after experiencing the most heart-wrenching hardships and dangers? Perhaps only then would one understand how important the people one cared about the most were in one's heart. Xianxia, who was lying on the edge of the bed, was stunned at this moment. She raised her head and stared at Lin Sun, who opened his eyes. After a long time, she said softly, Lin Sun, don't scare me like this next time. Her clear voice was choked with sobs. She seemed to squeeze out a smile, but there were tears in her eyes, falling silently. Perhaps she was too excited, or perhaps she had accumulated too much worry and sorrow in her heart these days. Xianxia, who had always been quiet, stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Sun tightly. She rested her head on Lin Sun's chest without saying a word, but her delicate body was trembling slightly. Lin Sun gently stroked Xiaxi's hair and said, "It's okay. I won't let such a thing happen again." In the end, there was a touch of determination in his voice. "Elder sister, the medicine is ready." Suddenly, a timid voice came from outside the stone house. Lin Sun's turbulent emotions were immediately suppressed and he calmed down. "Little Xi, come in." Xiaxi propped herself up and said softly. The door of the stone house was pushed open, and a petite figure walked in. This was a little girl who was no more than 10 years old. She was wearing a tanned animal skin coat, and her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her little face was young and beautiful, and her big eyes were full of life. She held a porcelain bowl in her hands. It was steaming hot and filled with the smell of medicine. When she saw Lin Sun, the little girl was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. She said, "Sister, this big brother has finally woken up." Xiaxi grunted, took the porcelain bowl in her hand, and said, "Xiaoxi, thank you." Little She revealed her snow-white teeth and smiled, "Elder sister, my grandfather said that you and big brother are honored guests of the village, so we must treat you well. There's no need to thank me." Lin couldn't help feeling strange. A distinguished guest from the village, Xiaxi handed the porcelain bowl to Lin Sun's mouth and said, "This is the decoction made by Xiaoxi's grandpa. He said it's good for replenishing vitality. In the past 3 months, Xiaoxi has sent the decoction every day." 3 months, Lin Sun was even more puzzled in his heart, but he didn't ask any more questions. He drank the soup in the bowl and tasted it, and he couldn't help but nod in his heart. This soup was obviously brewed from some very old divine herbs. Perhaps it couldn't be said to be precious and rare, but it could still play a role. When Lin Sun finished drinking, Xiaxi handed the porcelain bowl to Xiaoxi. Before Lin Sun said anything, Xiaoxi had already turned around and left with a smile. "I'm going to tell the good news to my grandpa." The petite figure pushed the door open and left. "Where are we?" Xiaxi shook her head, "I don't know." It turned out that 3 months ago, Xiaxi carried Lin Sun on her back and entered a space-time tunnel after leaving the dilapidated and strange starry sky. When they appeared again, they came to a vast mountain. The village where they were now was located in the depths of this mountain. Xiaoxi's grandpa was the village head. 3 months ago, when he was collecting spiritual medicine in the mountain, he was attacked by a fierce beast and was saved by Xiaxi who passed by. Xiaoxi's grandpa was grateful for Xiaxi's kindness and invited her to visit the village. In order to save Lin Sun as soon as possible, Xiaxi immediately agreed. Knowing this, Lin Sun understood why he and Xiaxi became the distinguished guests of this village. "It's a little similar to when I was in Feiyun village." Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his eyes. When he was young, he was also regarded as a distinguished guest by the villagers of Feiyun village and temporarily lived in the village. It was also there that he met Xiaxi. Xiaxi said, "I haven't forgotten what happened in those years. It's because of those things that I chose to stay here. Besides, I can feel that they mean no harm to us." Lin Sun nodded and began to sense his body. Whether this village was in the eternal world or not, the most important thing was to recover and control his power. Before long, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile bitterly. The condition of his body was more than bad. It was so serious that his qi was in disorder, his meridians were damaged, and his spiritual power was dried up. Even his body was severely injured. In addition, his imperial life realm also showed signs of damage, as if it had been ravaged by a storm. There were signs of chaos everywhere, no vitality, and the atmosphere was lifeless. In this state, he was no different from a cripple. Any random person could kill him. Fortunately, the abyssal sword cauldron and all the treasures were still there. Otherwise, the loss would be great. I must hurry to recover. Otherwise, if I encounter any danger again, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist at all. Lin Sun felt a strong sense of crisis. A series of footsteps sounded outside the stone house, followed by a deep voice, "Miss, I heard that the little brother has woken up." Xiaxi opened the door and welcomed an old man. He looked old, but his body was strong. His skin was bronze, and his whole body was full of vigor. His eyebrows were full of vicissitudes and fortitude. Lin Sun could tell at a glance that this old man was a quasi-emperor. It was just a village in the wilderness, but the village chief had such a cultivation, which was enough to prove that this world was absolutely extraordinary. The old man also saw Lin's son, who had woken up. He couldn't help laughing heartily and said, "Great, now I can rest assured." As he spoke, he introduced himself as Wu Chuan, the village chief of Cloud Shadow Village. His ancestors had lived here for generations. Lin's son also told him his Taoist name. He didn't tell him his real name, not because he was cautious, but because he was worried that his existence would cause trouble for this remote village. After all, if this world was really in the eternal world, then Lin's son's name would definitely be known by everyone. After chatting for a while, Wu Chuan warned, "Miss and little brother Dao Yuan, feel free to stay here. It won't be too late to decide whether to leave after your injuries are healed." Right after Wu Chuan left, Xianxia, who had been standing by Lin's son's side, swayed slightly. As if she had lost all her strength, she silently fell to the ground and fainted. Xianxia. Lin's son's heart tightened. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he struggled up from the bed and staggered to Xianxia's side. With all his strength, he picked her up and placed her on the bed. At that moment, Lin's son's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was shivering all over. After panting for a moment, Lin's son noticed that Xianxia was still alive. However, perhaps because she had exhausted all her strength during this period of time, she had fainted. Upon closer inspection, Lin's son found that there were still many fine cracks and scars on Xianxia's body. Her face was also pale and translucent. Her physical condition was not much better than his. Lin's son did not dare to imagine how Xianxia had managed to persevere until now. "Now, you just need to recuperate. I'll take care of you." Lin's son grabbed Xianxia's fair and cool hand. His eyes were filled with great pity, and his heart ached for her. After a long time, Lin's son sat down cross-legged on the ground with great difficulty and began to meditate. However, his injuries were so severe that he could not even use the abyssal sword cauldron and the treasures, nor could he take out the rare elixirs hidden in the treasures. Lin's son did not care about this. He calmly operated the profound meaning of the Great Way Furnace scripture, inhaling and exhaling, and silently guided and sorted out the disordered qi that was on the verge of collapse. Gradually, wisps of spiritual qi gathered from the void and poured into Lin's son's body. Although it was only a drop in the bucket, this tiny improvement had given Lin's son hope. Time passed day by day. Lin's son and Xianxia stayed in the Cloud Shadow Village in the depths of the mountains. It seemed to be isolated from the world, and there were no more disturbances or disputes. Every day, Brooke would bring the decocted medicine to Lin's son, who was in a coma, and Lin's son took the medicine that could replenish Xianxia's vitality. Unfortunately, Xianxia's condition did not improve, and she was still in a coma. This made Lin's son even more cautious, and he almost spent all his time on cultivation. Until half a month later, Lin's son finally accumulated enough power to operate the abyssal sword cauldron. Without hesitation, he took out some rare elixirs and elixirs hidden in it. Destruction and nirvana coexist in the Great Way. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Then I will take this opportunity to remold my cultivation and temper my Taoist foundation with the Great Way Furnace scripture. Taking a deep breath, Lin's son's eyes showed a touch of firmness. His injuries were very bad. His soul, body, and cultivation were all seriously damaged. For others, it was no different from being disabled. But for Lin's son, who had many experiences in remolding his cultivation, it was an opportunity to recultivate himself. After taking out a long and light green elixir and swallowing it, the gentle medicine turned into a strong tide of heat and rushed into Lin's son's limbs and bones. His body, which had long been dried up and weak, was like a good rain after a long drought, greedily and crazily absorbed the miraculous and surging medicinal power. Lin's son closed his eyes tightly, and his body and mind were empty. He was immersed in meditation with a solemn and tranquil look. Half a month later, Lin's son had completely sorted out the injuries on his body. Although he hadn't really recovered and healed, he could already move freely. In addition to cultivation, he would also give Xianxia the magic medicine every day. Although the effect was not great, it was the only thing he could do at the moment. Xianxia was different from other cultivators in the world. Her injuries needed to be repaired and healed by herself. This had something to do with the fate shackles sealed in her body. Even Lin Sun could do nothing about it. But fortunately, in Cloud Shadow Village, there were no worldly disputes, so Lin Sun could spend more time and energy on cultivation and taking care of Xia Ji. Brother Dao Yuan. Xiaoxi came again. The little girl would deliver the medicine on time every day. Lin Sun actually didn't care about the medicine, but he enjoyed her kindness very much. After drinking the medicine, Lin Sun smiled and said, Xiaoxi, come, let me see if you have made any progress in cultivation recently. Xiaoxi's big eyes lit up, and she said, yes. Outside the stone house. It was a spacious courtyard with old trees and luxuriant flowers and trees. Not far away was a large river that meandered around Cloud Shadow Village like a jade belt. Cloud Shadow Village could be considered as a small tribe. There were more than 1,000 residents who had lived here for generations. In the past, they made a living by hunting and gathering herbs. The men and women in the village, old and young, started cultivating at a young age. The cultivation methods they practiced were also passed down from a long time ago. During this period of time, Lin Sun had learned a lot of news. For example, the vast mountains where Cloud Shadow Village was located had been called Fallen God Ridge since ancient times. The land covered by the mountain range was hundreds of thousands of miles long. The city closest to Cloud Shadow Village was called Green Willow City. It was said that the city was built by the body of a green willow tree that had gained intelligence and reached the immortal realm. As for Azure Willow City, it was one of the 360 cities located within the territory of the Water Cloud Province. The Water Cloud Province was one of the innumerable provinces of the Donglai region. Donglai region, Xixia region, North Wind region, and South Fire region together formed the vast territory of the first heaven of the eternal world. In other words, the current Lin Sun had indeed reached eternal true world, it's just that the Cloud Shadow Village has been living in the depths of the Fallen God Ridge for generations. Their understanding of the first heaven is extremely limited. Most of the information they know is from word of mouth. So Lin Sun couldn't get more specific information. But no matter what, being able to reach eternal true world alive was already good news for Lin Sun. Buzz, in the courtyard, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuated as Little Xi's petite figure radiated with a powerful aura. She started to execute a fist technique. As she opened and closed her moves, they were swift and fierce, and the strong winds were piercingly cold, causing the air to emit buzzing sounds. Lin Sun stood aside and watched quietly. Xiaoxi was only 12 years old, but she already had the cultivation of the great perfection of the reincarnation evolution realm. Furthermore, her Dao foundation was tempered to be extremely solid and robust. At such a young age, he already had such a profound cultivation. If he was placed in the ancient path of stars, he would definitely be regarded as an outstanding talent. However, according to Xiaoxi, there were many peers who were more powerful than her in the entire Cloud Shadow Village. Lin Sun was secretly surprised by this. After some observation, he vaguely understood what was going on. The core of it was that although Cloud Shadow Village was just a remote village deep in the mountains, it was located in the first heaven after all, and its innate conditions were too good. The spiritual energy that pervaded the world was rich, and the mountain treasures and spiritual herbs contained in the mountains were far from what other worlds could compare with. Moreover, the aura of the Great Way here was solid and robust. It was filled with a magical aura of perfection and eternity, which was of incredible help to cultivation. When the living beings in this world were born, it was already destined that the starting point of their path of cultivation would be much, much higher than that of the living beings in other worlds. This was the eternal true world. In the eyes of the cultivators in the countless starry dimensions of the vast thousand worlds, this place was like the legendary eternal kingdom, the world of gods. It was the supreme holy land in the eyes of all cultivators. Even if an ordinary person was here, they would be able to prolong their lives and obtain a lifespan that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Similarly, due to the different laws of the world, if the vast thousand worlds were simple stone houses, then the eternal true world would be a castle made of divine gold. In the vast thousand worlds, once a battle between emperors broke out, it could easily destroy the world and bring about unimaginable disasters. But in the eternal true world, due to the incredibly sturdy power of the laws of the world, a battle between emperors could at most destroy mountains and cut a river. Those who could truly destroy the world and pluck the stars and the moon were existences at the immortal realm. Just like at that moment, little she had the cultivation of the great completion of the reincarnation evolution realm, but the force of her punch could only cause the air to tremble and the air to explode. If this was on the ancient path of stars, a reincarnation evolution realm cultivator would be able to split mountains and split rivers. After a while, little she stopped punching and stood still. A layer of crystalline sweat had already appeared on her face, and she immediately asked, "Brother Daoyuan, what do you think?" Lin Sun praised, "Not bad. In less than a month, you can definitely try to break through to the king realm. However, you need to adjust the fist technique you're practicing. The fierce Dao is not suitable for you." As he spoke, Lin Sun took out a piece of jade slip and inserted his divine sense into it. He recorded some of his pointers on it, and then handed it to little she, saying, "Take it back and have a good look. Maybe it can help you." Little she took the jade slip and said happily, "Thank you, Brother Daoyuan." Lin Sun smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. These days, little she came to deliver medicine every day, and Lin Sun also wanted to repay her kindness. Recently, he gave little she some pointers on cultivation. "Little she, go back and cultivate first." In the distance, Wu Chuan, the village head, came over and told her with a smile. Little she replied with a hum, and her petite figure flew into the distance like a butterfly. "Little friend, how is your recovery?" Wu Chuan asked. Lin Sun said, "My injury has recovered a little, and it doesn't affect my walking anymore." Wu Chuan revealed a happy expression and said with relief, "That's for the best. My young friend, you should be more attentive to Lady Xia. Ever since she entered the Cloud Shadow village, I noticed that her injuries were extremely serious, but she still forced herself to stay by your side. I've repeatedly advised her to rest well, but she didn't listen. I can see that you are the one she cares about the most." Lin Sun took a deep breath and nodded seriously, "I will." Wu Chuan said with a smile, "I know that a person like you must not be an ordinary person, and even your attainments in cultivation are far stronger than I imagined. You and Xia will definitely leave here sooner or later, but before that, can you promise me one thing?" Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Senior, please say it." Wu Chuan seemed to be a little hesitant. After a moment of silence, he said, 3 years later, there will be a selection battle in Green Willow City. At that time, any young people who are under the age of 18 and have the cultivation of longevity can participate in it. If they can stand out, they can be sent to the Yinyang learning in Donglai region to cultivate. Little she's parents died a long time ago, and she grew up with me. This child is just 12 years old this year. Within 3 years, she will definitely step into the longevity realm. Lin Sun vaguely understood and said, "Senior, do you want me to help little she enter the Yinyang learning?" Wu Chuan shook his head quickly, "That's not necessary. I just want to ask you to take little she with you when you leave and send her to Green Willow City so that she can participate in the selection battle." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely help little she." Wu Chuan seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but say in a self-deprecating manner, "Our Cloud Shadow village has lived in the deep mountains and forests for generations. Most of us don't have much experience and have never even taken half a step out of Fallen God Ridge. Most of us know nothing about the outside world. I'm not afraid of little friend laughing at me, but I've lived for hundreds of years and have only been to Green Willow City once. That place is truly bustling." At the end of his words, there was a look of longing in his eyes. "I am old and have nothing to ask for, but I don't want little she to be trapped in this mountain for the rest of her life. She is still young and has a long way to go in the future. How can she not go out and gain experience?" Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. Although Wu Chuan was little she's grandfather, his care and expectation for little she were no less than that of his parents. Wu Chuan left soon after. Lin Sun returned to the room and came to the bed. Looking at Xia who had not woken up, he couldn't help but clench his hands quietly. He would never forget the cyan bone saber, black ruby, golden seal and silver hairpin that suddenly appeared in the strange starry sky. At this moment, Lin Sun could probably conclude that the owners of these treasures must be from the same force, and this force had the power to control and drive the alien beasts in the starry sky. He would never forget the 10 undying factions that had attacked Fourth Brother and himself. Wang family, Fu family, Qi family, Zhongli family, Mu family, no matter who you are, this hatred must be paid with blood. Lin Sun's black eyes were full of cold and firm killing intent. There is no 60-year cycle in the mountains, one does not know the year. 2 years had passed in a hurry. Cloud Shadow Village seemed to be isolated from the world. There were no disturbances, which made Lin Sun's life quiet and substantial. In addition to cultivation, he took care of Xianxia. Occasionally, he would go into the deep mountains with the villagers to hunt and collect herbs. As time went by, most of the villagers were familiar with the existence of Lin Sun and Xianxia and regarded them as their own people. This kind of quiet and simple life was a rare opportunity for Lin Sun, who'd experienced the tempering of worldly affairs. It allowed him to calm down and ponder over his future path, review his past experiences, and make up for his own shortcomings. To Lin Sun's relief, although Xianxia still hadn't woken up after 2 years, the cracks on her body like cobwebs had quietly healed. This undoubtedly proved that Xianxia's serious injury was getting better little by little. The morning sun poured down, and the sky was clear. In the distant mountains, in a spacious and tidy courtyard, a group of young boys and girls sat cross-legged and meditated, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. The older ones were 17 or 18 years old, and the younger ones were still children in open-crotch pants. At this hour, the experienced villagers had already entered the mountain, either to hunt or to collect spiritual herbs. Lin Sun sat in a bamboo rattan rocking chair in the courtyard, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his manner was leisurely and comfortable. The morning wind blew, with the fresh smell of grass and trees, and the soft morning light was not dazzling, but very comfortable. It had been 2 years. He had become the trusted teacher of the villagers. The courtyard in front of him was the school, and the young boys and girls in the village were the students. What Lin Sun had to do was to guide these students in cultivation. At first, the villagers were worried, because in their eyes, Lin Sun was too young, and his cultivation had not been restored, almost like a waste. But as Xi's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and in less than 3 months, she was far ahead of her peers, the villagers finally realized that Lin Sun, the young man who often gave advice to Xi, even if he looked very weak, had amazing attainments in cultivation. So much so that they came to Lin Sun with all kinds of mountain goods and wine, and let their children follow Lin Sun to cultivate. Lin Sun naturally could not refuse. When guiding these young boys and girls in cultivation, he taught them according to their aptitude and solved their doubts. He even taught them different Tao and methods according to each person's nature and root bone. In fact, with his current cultivation, the complete inheritance of the immortal Tao that belonged to the last era, and the various techniques he'd obtained all along the way until now, he'd mastered a single technique since a long time ago. So not to mention teaching these children, even guiding Emperor realm figures in their cultivation was absolutely not a problem. What's more, he was the first Tao ancestor since ancient times. The progress of these young boys and girls was very obvious, even beyond the expectations of many villagers, which made them overjoyed. When they treated Lin Sun, they all respected him kindly from the bottom of their hearts, and regarded him as one of their own. Wu Chuan was extremely gratified by this, and he frequently sighed with emotion. When these young people grow up in the future, their accomplishments in the path of the Grand Tao will surely surpass their seniors, and they'll go even further. Shit. Village chief and the others have been trapped near the fallen god pool by a great demon. Suddenly, a panicked and anxious shout resounded out from afar, and it broke the tranquil atmosphere. Fallen God Pond, the young men and women who were meditating in the courtyard became restless. Don't get distracted. Continue cultivating. I'll go take a look. In the rocking chair, Lin Sun stood up. His indifferent voice resounded through the field, as if it had the power to reach people's hearts, making those boys and girls calm down. Little Xi, take care of this place for me. Lin Sun looked at little Xi. 2 years had already allowed Xiaoxi to grow into a graceful young girl. Her figure was graceful, beautiful, and lively. She was no longer ignorant and childish like before. Whoosh, the next moment, Lin Sun disappeared into thin air. Fallen God Pond has been a place of great danger since ancient times. How could the village chief and others be trapped there? It's too dangerous. As soon as Lin Sun left, the young men and girls in the courtyard began to talk about it. Many people were worried. Do you think Master Lin can do it? Someone couldn't help asking. Master Lin, this was the respectful title for Lin Sun by these young men and girls in the village. I heard from my father that although Master Lin has mastered all kinds of magical inheritance and has unimaginable wisdom, his injury is too serious. He has been in our village for 2 years, but he hasn't fully recovered yet. Someone whispered. It said that when the village chief and others talked about Master Lin, they all felt sorry for him. They thought that the injury he suffered was very likely to hurt his Taoist root, and it would be difficult for him to recover in this life. So, even Master Lin can't do it? Who knows? In the past 2 years, no one has ever seen Master Lin fight. What's more, he is injured now. Even if he used to be very powerful, now. Alas! Although these young boys and girls respected and admired Lin Sun to the extreme, and regarded him as their teacher, they all knew that Lin Sun was injured. In the past 2 years, they had never seen Lin Sun fight, and this caused them to lack confidence in Lin Sun's mission this time. Why don't we go together? There is strength in numbers. Anyway, we can help. Someone suggested. Nonsense. She stared with her big watery eyes and shouted. Before Master Lin left, he asked us to concentrate on cultivation. If anyone dares to think about it, I will take action. Everyone immediately shut up. 2 years had passed. At present, she was the leader of these young men and girls. She was invincible among her peers and had a lot of prestige. Since Brother Daoyuan has decided to take action, he must be able to save Grandpa and others safely. She murmured in her heart. When there was no one else, she still liked to call Lin Sun Brother Daoyuan. Fallen God Pond. It was surrounded by blood-colored mist all year round. Since ancient times, it had been regarded as a great forbidden place. A long time ago, a big shot from Green Willow City came to visit, but after entering the blood-colored Fallen God Pond, he never returned and never appeared again. This matter even caused a sensation in Green Willow City, attracting countless cultivators to come to explore, but no one dared to get involved. At this time, the village head Wu Chuan and 7 or 8 villagers were trapped in the blood-colored mist. They had difficulty breathing, and their cultivation was suppressed by a strange force. They couldn't even move a finger. It's over, it's over. Someone said bitterly. Previously, they were going to hunt a demonic beast, but who would have thought that they would be lured by this demonic beast and rush to the area where the Fallen God Pond was located? When they just wanted to return, it was too late. It wasn't that they were careless, and it was instead because even though that demon beast's cultivation was only comparable to the quasi-emperor realm, it possessed the ability to bewitch the hearts of others. This was the reason why their minds were silently deceived, and they were led here in a daze. Village head, what should we do? Someone asked, looking at Wu Chuan. Wu Chuan's resolute face was also covered with a haze. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, "What else can we do? We can only resign ourselves to fate." His voice was filled with uncontrollable despair. The others couldn't help but feel sorrow in their hearts. Suddenly, a black figure swept out from the thick blood-colored mist, transforming into a ferocious beast that looked like a lion or tiger, but was covered in jet-black scales, had green eyes, and a blood-colored horn on its head. Wu Chuan and the others were terrified, immediately recognizing that this was the ferocious beast they had been chasing. Black Dream Taper. Buzz. As soon as the Black Dream Taper appeared, circles of strange black light appeared on its fur, covering the bodies of Wu Chuan and the others. Instantly, Wu Chuan and the others' eyes became dull, and their consciousness became muddled. The Black Dream Taper's green eyes glowed with a strange light, and it let out a low and cryptic incantation. Walk forward for 1,000 feet and you will reach the Fallen God Pond. In the deepest part of the pond, there is a divine herb that absorbs the power of order. If any of you can help me extract it, I will let you go. Go. The Black Dream Taper raised its claw and waved it lightly. The surrounding blood-colored mist instantly opened up a path. Wu Chuan and the others, whose minds and souls were being controlled, were like puppets, walking forward along the path. The Black Dream Taper followed closely behind. Not long after, a black pond with an area of 100 feet appeared in their field of vision. Around the pond, there were piles of bones that had decayed a long time ago. Some were in human form, while others belonged to other races. It was hard to tell how long they had been dead, and it was chilling to see. Above the pond, there were strands of blood-colored mist that looked like divine chains of order lingering there. It was strange and terrifying. The Fallen God Pond, an unknown place of great danger. The black dream taper stood far away, chanting in a low voice, "Use your cultivation base and jump into the pond one by one. Remember, don't touch the blood-colored mist." Wu Chuan and the others didn't notice the danger at all, and they walked closer step by step. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Wu Chuan and the others. It was Lin Sun. "Village chief, let me bring you back." His figure was tall and straight, and he spoke with a smile. It was an ordinary and casual sentence, but when it fell into the ears of Wu Chuan and the others, it was like the sound of the great Tao. It was grand, sacred, and deafening. Boom! Wu Chuan and the others felt as if their souls were struck by lightning. Their minds and souls that were controlled seemed to have broken the shackles, and they immediately woke up from that muddle-headed state. Lin Daoyuan. They were first stunned when they saw Lin Sun, and then they came to an understanding, causing their expressions to change while coldness arose in their hearts. They realized that if it wasn't for Lin Sun's appearance, then it was very likely that they would have unknowingly entered the ferocious and unfathomable Fallen God Pond. "Why aren't you affected by the power of the curse here?" In the distance, the black dream taper's pair of green eyes locked onto Lin Sun, who had suddenly appeared. It was shocked and angry. "My young friend, be careful of this demonic beast. It has the secret skill of soul and is best at bewitching people. It can make people fall into a dream unconsciously, and their lives will be under its control." Wu Chuan warned quickly, and his face was full of fear. "Village chief, don't worry. It's just an evil beast. It can't cause any trouble." Lin Sun smiled gently. His words were casual, but the contempt in his tone surprised Wu Chuan and the others. In the past 2 years, in their impression, Lin Sun had always been a humble and peaceful person. It was the first time they saw such a strong and disdainful side of Lin Sun. In the distance, the black dream taper let out an obscure roar. Its fur was flowing with black light, and like circles of ripples, it shrouded Lin Sun. Overconfident. Lin Sun's eyes were full of sarcasm as he said these words. Boom! The circles of black light suddenly exploded, as if they were swept away by a hurricane. Then, the black dream taper let out a shrill and painful cry. Its eyes were broken, and blood spurted out from its lips and ears. Its whole body collapsed on the ground, twitching violently, and its wails resounded through the world. Lin Sun stretched out his hand, and the black dream taper's huge body suddenly shrunk to the size of a palm, and fell into Lin Sun's palm. Wu Chuan and the others were stunned. P.S. Today's update, tomorrow's update. Little friend, have you recovered your cultivation? Wu Chuan couldn't help but ask in shock. Lin Sun shook his head, not yet. I've only recovered half of my strength. Half of his strength? Wu Chuan and the others looked at each other in confusion. He could play the black dream taper in the palm of his hand without recovering his strength. How powerful would he be if he recovered his full strength? Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you. I only ask that you show mercy and spare my life. In Lin Sun's palm, the black dream taper, whose body had shrunk several times, was begging for mercy. It was trembling and was even more obedient than a rabbit. This place is shrouded in bloody mist. There are fragmented and mixed order energies. How can you come and go as you please? Lin Sun asked. This was the reason why he didn't kill the black dream taper immediately. Many years ago, I happened to find a bone ring near the Fallen God Pond. When I wore it, I was no longer afraid of the curse around the Fallen God Pond. The black dream taper was very honest. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone ring. This object seemed to be polished from the bones of some sort of beast, and its texture was rough and unadorned. However, it was extremely heavy when held in one's hand. Lin Sun could tell that there was order energy surging in the bone ring. It was obviously from the same source as the order energies in the bloody mist. Is there really a divine herb that absorbs order energies in the Fallen God Pond? Lin Sun put away the bone ring and asked casually. The black dream Ao said, this lowly one is not too sure. However, ever since I obtained this bone ring, this lowly one would often dream. In this dream, in the depths of the Fallen God Pond, there was a stalk of divine grass swaying in the water, and every leaf was surrounded by strange and indescribable Tao patterns of laws. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Why don't you go in and check it out yourself?" The Black Dream Taper said embarrassedly, "I did try once, but I almost died." "You lured us here because you're afraid of death?" A villager scolded angrily. The Black Dream Taper felt wronged. "If you didn't want to kill me, why would you be lured here?" Wu Chuan and the others were speechless. "So you're saying that if I kill you, I'll let you die unjustly?" Lin Sun showed a faint smile. The Black Dream Taper hurriedly shook his head and said in a sorrowful voice, "Senior, you are here to save someone. You have a different standpoint. Even if you kill me, it is within reason. However, I hope that Senior will give me a chance to live since I am willing to repent." Light flowed between Lin Sun's palms and fingers, turning into a seal of restriction. The seal suddenly plunged into the Black Dream Taper's body. The latter let out a painful howl, and its body trembled violently for a while before it calmed down. "Thank you, Senior, for not killing me," the Black Dream Taper said respectfully. "In the future, you will stay in Cloud Shadow Village and be the guardian beast. Within 1,000 years, the restrictive power that I left in your body will be dissolved." Lin Sun said, "However, if you have second thoughts during this period, you will die immediately. Do you understand?" The Black Dream Taper nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. It was only 1,000 years. It could afford to wait. "Chief, is this arrangement feasible?" Lin Sun asked. Wu Chuan laughed heartily and said, "It couldn't be better." "Then let's do it. However, before we leave this place, I have to trouble you." As Lin Sun said, he waved his sleeve and kept Wu Chuan, the others, and the Black Dream Taper. Then, he looked at the fallen god pond on one side, and a terrifying light appeared in his deep eyes. After a while, buzz, following Lin Sun's thought, the abyssal sword cauldron whizzed out, scattering hundreds of millions of light rays towards the fallen god pond. The black water in the pool tumbled violently. Strange and horrifying blood-colored order energy emerged from the waves like dense scarlet lightning bolts. Lin Sun was shocked. No wonder no one could leave this place alive since ancient times. Just the power of order could take the life of an immortal. Boom, the pond tumbled violently as if it was boiling. The broken bloody power of order rushed at the abyssal sword cauldron, but it was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. No matter how many there were, they were all devoured by the Nirvana order. The blood-red order that was devoured had transformed into nourishment, and as soon as it entered the world formed from the order of rebirth, it was immediately refined and absorbed by the spirits of order, the order of immortal Tao, and the order of the nether hell. Lin Sun was already used to it. He even named the spirit of immortal path and the order of the netherworld as Little Immortal and Little Ming. In other words, the current Nirvana order was like a mother, and Wu Shuang, Little Immortal, and Little Ming were being nurtured in it. The power of order that the mother devoured prompted the transformation of the mother, and at the same time, gave birth to 3 completely different powers of order. The Nirvana order had been residing in the abyssal sword cauldron, and it had imperceptibly nourished and refined the abyssal sword cauldron. As time went by, this treasure became more and more extraordinary. Boom, amidst the roiling waves, the abyssal sword cauldron sank ceaselessly, and it gradually arrived at the depths of the fallen god pool. To Lin Sun's surprise, the fallen god pool was actually extremely deep. When it arrived at a depth of over 27 kilometers, Lin Sun relied on the energy of the abyssal sword cauldron to finally see a mysterious azure figure. At the bottom of the pool was a ghastly pale and complete skeleton. It sat cross-legged there, and it was obviously a human when it was alive. But a sword hole had appeared on the top of its skull. On the other hand, the jade-green figure had taken root within the sword cave. If one looked carefully, one would notice to one's surprise that it was a swaying jade-green divine herb. Its stem and leaves were sharp like swords, and it had an entire 18 leaves. Every single leaf was coiled with the energy of the laws of order and emanated a terrifying scarlet-red aura of curses. It seemed as if even a slight touch of it would cause one to suffer the most vicious curse in the world, and it would cause one's inner demons to arise and perish. It's actually true. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. A divine herb that grew while being nurtured by the energy of order. This undoubtedly seemed to be extremely unbelievable. Even more surprising to Lin Sun was that the Nirvana order actually appeared on its own this time, and it transformed into a mysterious lotus pattern that enveloped the azure divine herb. Bang! At this moment, the fallen god pool rumbled and roiled violently, and it faintly showed signs of exploding and collapsing. In the sky above a mountain that was extremely far away from the fallen god pool, a graceful and slender figure silently floated up into appearance. She had snow-white long hair, tender skin, ink-black brows, and slanted eyes. She wore a dark violet-colored robe, and her waist was slender while her pair of plump and soft breasts were extremely impressive. But her expression was icy cold while her gaze was bone-piercingly cold, and it caused her extremely beautiful appearance to carry a strand of awe-inspiring dignity. At this moment, she seemed to have noticed something, causing her red lips to curl up slightly and be suffused with an arc of surprise. In the next moment, her peerlessly graceful figure teleported away. Rumble, the area where the fallen god pool resided suddenly exploded apart. The nearby mountains collapsed while surging torrents of energy through the heavens and the earth into disorder and caused the clouds in the surroundings to collapse. After that, Lin Sun's figure teleported out like a divine ray of light. At this moment, within his abyssal sword cauldron was an azure divine herb that was suppressed by the order of Nirvana, and it emitted a scarlet-red aura of the curse. On the other hand, the skeleton that the azure divine herb had taken root on and the fallen god pool had already been destroyed and dispersed, and it no longer existed. Lin Sun had never expected that he would actually obtain an unbelievable fortune when he originally came here to rescue village chief Wu Chuan and the others. If he wasn't wrong, then the azure divine herb was formed from the source energy of the cursed order, and its quality was extremely high, and it was absolutely not something an Earthrank order could compare to. However, Lin Sun still didn't know exactly what grade it was, and he intended to properly investigate it after he returned to Cloud Shadow Village. But when Lin Sun was just about to leave, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Under the dark violet robe was a gorgeous and peerlessly beautiful body, and her towering breasts couldn't be concealed at all. However, her expression was too cold, and her eyes were too fierce and terrifying. Ordinary people probably wouldn't dare to look at her and size her up. Lin Sun was slightly stunned, and then he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. But he was blocked by the beautiful woman, and she said, "Did you take away the cursed divine herb in the fallen god pool?" Her voice was low and full of majesty, with a trace of unique magnetism. Obviously, it was a kind of imposing manner cultivated from a long time in a high position. It could be seen that the origin of this beautiful woman was not simple. Cursed divine herb, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman again, and said, "What is this?" The beautiful woman frowned and said, "Are you pretending to be confused?" Lin Sun laughed and said, "It's none of your business whether I pretend to be confused or not. You'd better get out of the way now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." He lifted his foot and walked forward. The beautiful woman frowned more and more. Seeing Lin Sun approaching step by step, she took a deep breath, and the towering breasts in front of her seemed to burst out of her clothes. But unexpectedly, she finally got out of the way. Lin Sun glanced at her and said, "Smart girl." After that, he put his hands behind his back and swaggered away. Watching his figure disappear, the beautiful woman's jade face, which had a cold and aloof expression, also flickered for a while. As one of the 4 deputy headmasters of Donglai Academy, the #1 force in Donglai region, this beautiful woman, who could be said to be powerful and famous in the entire First Heaven, could not calm down at this moment. Fallen God Ridge was just a large mountain range far away from Green Willow City. It was extremely remote, and Green Willow City was just one of the 360 cities in Shuiyun Province. As for Shuiyun Province, it was one of the many provinces in Donglai region. With the identity of this beautiful woman, let alone in this remote and desolate place, even in Shuiyun Province, when the governor of a province saw her, he had to be respectful and treat her like a god. Even those prominent figures in the Donglai region had to be courteous to her, but now, in this wilderness, she was treated so rudely by someone. This made the beautiful woman almost unable to restrain herself from attacking him. But in the end, she held back. Because from the first time she saw that person, she could not help but subconsciously feel a trace of danger. P.S. The second update is before 8 p.m. In addition, there will be a follow-up update tonight. Cloud Shadow Village. When they saw Lin Sun and Wu Chuan return together, the villagers who had been waiting there anxiously burst into cheers. They were all excited and happy. While they were talking, Lin Sun consciously left as soon as possible and returned to his courtyard. Master Lin, you're back. Seeing Lin Sun's figure, those boys and girls who were absent-minded in cultivation all opened their eyes and looked at Lin Sun eagerly. Lin Sun said with a smile, "It's all right. Go on with your cultivation. Are you really fine?" These little guys were stunned at first, and then they all opened their eyes wide and burst into an uproar. Like I said, once Master Lin appears, who can compete with him? A little fatty shouted excitedly. Bullshit. You said before that Master Lin was injured and it was very likely that something bad would happen on this trip. Someone directly exposed little fatty, causing his face to turn red with anger. I'm just worried about Master Lin. I absolutely mean no harm. Don't talk nonsense. The little fatty argued anxiously. Seeing the mess, she stood out at once with her willowy eyebrows raised. She put her hands on her waist and scolded, "Shut up and focus on cultivation." Everyone instantly became listless, shut their mouths, and started to meditate again. Lin Sun rubbed She's little head and said, "Good job." She showed her white and neat teeth and raised her head. Her beautiful and pure little face was full of pride. She said in a clear voice, "I won't let you down, brother Daoyuan." Lin Sun smiled to show his approval, and then went straight into the room. On the bed, Summer Solstice was still sleeping. Her breathing was long and steady. Her beautiful face was indescribably white. Although it was serene and quiet, it was still pale. This made Lin Sun feel pity for her, and a kind of hatred and killing intent suppressed in the bottom of his heart began to stir. If I don't kill them one day, I can't relieve my hatred. Lin Sun took a deep breath and calmed his restless mind. When he calmed down, he withdrew his gaze from Xianxia and sat cross-legged on the futon on one side of the bed. The abyssal sword cauldron emerged quietly. Lin Sun explored it with his spiritual awareness and found that although the green grass was imprisoned and suppressed, the scarlet curse lingering between its leaves was still extremely horrifying and shocking. By now, Lin Sun had seen a lot of power of order. Judging from the aura, he could tell that the level of this strange cursed order was very likely to be heaven rank. However, it was impossible to judge which grade of heaven rank it was just by feeling it. He needed to investigate it further. But Lin Sun hadn't set foot on the path of immortality. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to comprehend the mystery contained in the power of order. Do you want nirvana? Order will devour it. Lin Sun was conflicted. If it was an ordinary heaven rank order, Lin Sun would definitely not hesitate. Most importantly, this heaven rank order was related to the power of curses, and it was a divine herb formed from the origin. It was incomparably mystical, and Lin Sun could not help but feel a little reluctant to part with it. Well, I'll keep it for now. It won't be too late to make a decision after I set foot on the path of immortality and comprehend some mysteries of this order. After a while, Lin Sun made up his mind to put away abyssal sword cauldron and intended to meditate for a while. Over the past 2 years, he had been nourished and repaired by various magical medicines and elixirs. Most of his injuries had healed, and he had rebuilt his cultivation with the great way furnace scripture. Now, although his combat power had only recovered to half of his peak, Lin Sun had a hunch that his strength would undergo a transformation when he fully recovered. After going through hardships, it was destined to be a new life and nirvana in destruction. And it was destined to be different from the past. Suddenly, there was an uproar outside the stone house. Wow, this sister is so beautiful. Shut up. Didn't you see that she was accompanied by the village chief? She must be a big shot from the city. Be careful. But, that sister is really beautiful. Hearing these discussions, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. He stood up and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, when the young boys and girls who were discussing noticed Lin Sun's appearance, they immediately shut up and sat cross-legged obediently. And near the entrance of the village, not far from the courtyard, Wu Chuan was talking to a woman. The woman was wearing a dark purple crane cloak. Her skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was outstanding. It was the person Lin Sun had seen before. Immediately, an imperceptible cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes, and he walked straight over. At the same time, Wu Chuan also saw Lin Sun. He was startled at first, but then he smiled warmly and said, "Young friend, you've come at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is Madame Ye Qingrong from the Yinyang Learning Palace in Donglai region. At the same time, he said to Lin Sun via voice transmission, this woman has just arrived and wants to inquire about your whereabouts. I was just thinking about how to send her away, but I didn't expect you to come out. There was a bitter smile in his voice. Obviously, Wu Chuan wasn't stupid. He realized that the purpose of this woman called Nye Qingrong coming here was very likely not simple. Lin Sun nodded and said, Village Chief, you can leave first. I want to have a private chat with this Madame Ye from the Yinyang Learning Palace. Wu Chuan smiled and said, sure. At the same time, he gave Lin Sun a look and said to him via voice transmission, young friend, if she really is from the Yinyang Learning Palace, you have to be careful and try not to offend her. This is the #1 holy land of cultivation in Donglai region. As he spoke, he turned and left. Lin Sun looked at Nye Qingrong and said, tell me, what do you want to do here? Nye Qingrong's phoenix eyes moved, and the cold expression on her beautiful face melted like a spring breeze. She revealed a bright and beautiful smile and said, you seem to be very against me? Your feeling is very correct. Lin Sun's eyes were calm, and his tone was stiff. Nye Qingrong's smile froze, and her heart was filled with shame and indignation. With her cultivation, identity, and appearance, she had never been treated like this in Donglai region. She was silent for a moment, and her smile faded. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Sun and said, I came here with no malice. I just want to make a deal with you. For your so-called order of curses? Impossible. Not to mention that I have never seen such a treasure, even if I had it, I wouldn't trade it. Lin Sun said directly, also, with your identity and knowledge, you should understand how precious the power of order is, right? Even if it is a deal, do you think you can take out a treasure of equal value? His tone was casual, but it was very strong and stiff. Nye Qingrong was startled. She bit her rosy lips and said, my friend, my Yinyang Learning Palace may not be able to swallow this power of order, but behind the Yinyang Learning Palace are many immortal giants of the sixth heaven. I believe that as long as you state your conditions, there will definitely be a chance for discussion. Immortal giants of the sixth heaven, many names flashed through Lin Sun's mind. Wen family, Heng family, He family, Peng family, Zhu family, of course, there is also the Luo family. Is the Luo family standing behind the Yinyang Learning Palace? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Nye Qingrong said, no, a long time ago, the Luo family could be called the top overlord of the seventh heaven. Their foundation is tyrannical, and they can even wrestle with the immortal giants of the eighth heaven. But now, the river has been declining day by day. Even in the sixth heaven, the situation is not optimistic. How can they intervene in the affairs of the first heaven? Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he is afraid of the Luo family, but 2 years ago, he promised village chief Wu Chuan that he would take Xiaoxi to Green Willow City to participate in a selection, in order to let Xiaoxi enter the Yinyang Learning Palace. If the Luo family is behind the Yinyang Learning Palace, Lin Sun has to consider whether to change the place for Xiaoxi. What do you think of my proposal? Nye Qingrong asked. Lin Sun shook his head, what I said before is just a hypothesis. I have never seen the cursed order you speak of. Nye Qingrong obviously didn't believe him, but it's obvious that she is also extremely afraid of Lin Sun. In the end, she sighed and said, forget it. It seems that this kind of opportunity is destined to have no fate with my Yinyang Learning Palace. Goodbye. She turned around and was about to leave. Lin Sun suddenly said, fellow Taoist. Nye Qingrong turned her head and looked at Lin Sun. I hope that only you know about today's matter. Otherwise, I'm worried that even if the Yinyang Learning Palace uses all its strength, we won't be able to protect you. Lin Sun's eyes were calm, and his voice was indifferent. Nye Qingrong's delicate body slightly stiffened, and anger appeared on her jade-like face, threatening. A cold luster quietly appeared in Lin Sun's black eyes. Boom, Nye Qingrong only felt a stabbing pain in her eyes, and a great fear emerged in the depths of her soul. Her entire body felt like it had fallen into an abyss, and her vision was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the fall of gods, and the collapse of the great Tao. Her mind faintly showed signs of collapsing, and endless despair was about to drown her like a tide. You're a smart woman, and you should know that if I want to eliminate a threat, the best way is to kill you. However, there's no resentment between us, so I don't mind giving you a chance. I only hope that this matter will end here. When Lin Sun's voice sounded, Nie Qingrong instantly felt like she had been fished out of a drowning pool, and she woke up from that endless despair and fear. A layer of cold sweat appeared on her snow-white and delicate body. When she looked at Lin Sun again, that incomparably beautiful face was already filled with deep fear. It was as if she was looking at a god. It was also at this moment that she realized that her life and death were completely in the hands of Lin Sun. And the cultivation, identity, and prestige that she relied on. In the eyes of Lin Sun, it was simply like an empty shell. It was extremely laughable. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Taoist. I won't forget a single word you said. Nie Qingrong took a deep breath, lowered her head, and said in a low voice. I hope so. Lin Sun nodded, then waved his hand and said, you can go. This was asking her to leave, but Nie Qingrong didn't dare to show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, she felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She bowed again, then turned around and hurried away. Looking from afar, the clothes on her back were soaked in cold sweat. P.S. The next update is around 10:30. Watching him leave, Lin Sun turned back. Earlier, when he revealed his killing intent to intimidate his opponent's soul, he had already left a brand on his opponent's body. As long as he dared to go back on his word and do something revenge, Lin Sun could find him at once. Is everything all right, my young friend? Wu Chuan came from a distance and asked worriedly. It's just a trifle. You can rest assured, Lin Sun said with a smile. Wu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good, that's good. Time passed day by day. Cloud Shadow Village was still as quiet as before, like a paradise, undisturbed by the outside world. Gradually, Lin Sun almost forgot everything about Nie Qingrong. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. Another year had passed. Time really flies. In front of the stone house, Lin Sun stood in a white robe with his hands behind his back. It had been more than 3 years since he entered Cloud Shadow Village. If summer solstice hadn't woken up, it would undoubtedly be a peaceful time. In the past 3 years, the boys and girls in the village had grown taller like bamboo shoots after the rain. They had lost some of their immaturity and were full of vitality and spirit. Especially Xiaoxi, who had already grown into a graceful 15-year-old girl. Her beautiful black hair was coiled into a bun with a wooden hairpin, and even when she wore a dress made of tanned meat, it was still difficult to conceal her elegant and beautiful aura. Her waist was slender, her legs were straight and slender, and she was lively and charming. Because of years of cultivation, she glowed with a different kind of girl's charm. In fact, Brooke's cultivation progress was really great. In just 3 years, she had broken through many realms and set foot on the peerless path. Now she was a real King Realm practitioner at the 8th level of longevity tribulation. My young friend. In the distance, Wu Chuan came in a hurry with a touch of joy on his face. I just got the news from my friend that a selection battle will be held in Green Willow City half a month later. Lin Sun said with a smile, that's good. It's time for Brooke to go out and see the world. Wu Chuan thought of something and said, your injury, I've almost recovered, and it won't affect my movement. Lin Sun muttered, in addition, please accept this storage ring. He took out a storage ring and handed it over. There are some treasures needed for cultivation in here. Take it as a token of my appreciation. Wu Chuan panicked. Little friend, you're not coming back? Xiaxia hasn't woken up yet, has she? Lin Sun smiled and said, I've been bothering you for 3 years. It's time for me and Xiaxia to leave. But don't worry, I will come back to visit you if I have a chance in the future. With that said, she pushed the storage ring into Wu Chuan's hand without giving him any room to refuse. The latter seemed very helpless and disappointed. He smiled bitterly and said, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have mentioned Green Willow City to you. He could see that Lin Sun was determined to leave. Haha, all good things must come to an end. I'll set off with she today. Lin Sun laughed. Although Wu Chuan was reluctant, he couldn't hold Xiaxia back. Lin Sun went straight back to the room and looked at Xiaxia lying quietly on the bed. With tenderness in his eyes, he murmured in his heart, Xiaxia, we can't wait like this any longer. Sleep well. I'll take care of the revenge. He originally wanted to put Xianxia in his life imperial realm as before, but he changed his mind after thinking about it. Last time in that strange starry sky, Dishan invaded his life imperial realm without any effort. Lin Sun learned from his mistakes. This time, for the sake of safety, Lin Sun decided to put Xianxia in Abyssal Sword Cauldron. This treasure was his life imperial weapon. Even if he was in trouble, this treasure could not be controlled by others. And with the Nirvana order, it could not be easily destroyed by the enemy. This would undoubtedly give Xianxia the greatest protection. What? When Lin Sun put Xianxia in Abyssal Sword Cauldron, an incredible scene happened. The Nirvana order sprinkled a rain of light and surged into Xianxia's body. This had never happened before. In other words, Lin Sun had never thought that such a change would occur when Xianxia and the Nirvana order met. His heart tightened. He thought the Nirvana order was going to plunder the shackle-like power of the law of destiny in Xianxia's body. But soon, he noticed that after the Nirvana order surged into Xianxia's body, it turned into rays of light and wrapped around the shackle-like law of destiny. It was as if the densely packed law of destiny was covered with a layer of cocoon silk. At the same time, a magical Nirvana-like power began to linger around Xianxia's life source. Lin Sun was shocked and his eyes lit up. He vaguely understood. Back then in that strange starry sky, in order to fight against the enemy, Xianxia did not hesitate to pay any price. She forcibly activated and burned her life source, so much so that she broke the shackles of destiny. Now that the Nirvana order surged into her, it was very likely that it would bring about a magical transformation to Xianxia, allowing her to achieve a transformation that she had never experienced before from her extremely serious injuries. Nirvana was originally a sublimation in destruction. For example, the power of order, Little Immortal and Little Ming of the last era were both resurrected by the Nirvana order. Now, it was very likely that Xianxia would experience a similar Nirvana. Thinking of this, Lin Sun was both excited and regretful. If he had known this, he should have placed Xianxia in the Abyssal Sword Cauldron 3 years ago. In this case, after 3 years of Nirvana, Xianxia might have woken up long ago. She might have woken up long ago. It's not too late now. As long as she can wake up. After a while, Lin Sun calmed down. He put away the Abyssal Sword Cauldron, turned around and walked out of the room. Let's go. When Lin Sun found she accompanied by Wu Chuan, the latter had already packed up. Okay. She was in high spirits and couldn't hide her longing and excitement. Finally, I can go and see what the outside world is like. Girl, you must be obedient along the way. Don't make trouble for your brother Daoyuan. Also, take good care of yourself. Your parents died early. Wu Chuan, an old man who had experienced many hardships, had tears in his eyes. Obviously, he was reluctant to leave. Grandpa, don't be sad. I will come back to see you often, she said obediently, holding Wu Chuan's arm. Haha, that's not necessary. As long as you live well, I will rest assured. Wu Chuan took a breath and laughed heartily. He didn't want to cry in front of his granddaughter. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Sun said with a smile. Let's go. I will give you a ride. Wu Chuan led the way. The three of them left the Cloud Shadow village and went into the distance without disturbing the others in the village. Wu Chuan didn't stop until they were thousands of miles away. He waved his hand and said, even if you accompany a gentleman for 1,000 miles, you must say goodbye. You should go now. Lin Sun cupped his hands and saluted, Senior, goodbye. During the 3 years he had been in Eternal True World, Cloud Shadow Village had left behind incredibly beautiful memories for him. Wu Chuan and the other simple and kind villagers might not be powerful people, but in Lin Sun's heart, they held an incredibly great weight. Grandpa, you should go back quickly. With brother Daoyuan around, you can rest assured, she waved her hand with a smile. Her beautiful and pure face was full of brilliance. You're a young man who doesn't know the taste of sorrow. Ha ha ha, I'll go now. Wu Chuan turned around with a smile and walked into the distance. He didn't notice that she, who watched him disappear into the distance, had 2 lines of tears rolling down her fair face. She murmured, Grandpa, I won't let you down. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He was touched by the parting between grandfather and grandson, and even felt a little envious. Since he was a child, he had never experienced this kind of kinship where blood was thicker than water. After a while, Lin Sun patted Xi on the shoulder and said, "Girl, no matter how great your achievements on the path of cultivation are in the future, remember to come back often to see your grandpa and the Cloud Shadow village where you were born and raised, because this is your home. Even if you get lost on the path of cultivation, you don't have to worry about not being able to return." She nodded hard, wiped away the tears on her face, and said, "I will." She might not know the real meaning of Lin Sun's words, but as long as she remembered it, she would definitely remember it in the future and then experience that kind of feeling. Home. It was a place that had always seemed vague in Lin Sun's heart. But since he had Xia Ji, Zhao Jingxian, and children, he finally began to feel how important home was. It was a place that nothing in the world could replace. When Lin Sun and she were about to leave, he seemed to notice something and suddenly looked back. He saw a group of figures gathered on the mountain in the distance. They were the villagers of Cloud Shadow Village and the boys and girls who had followed Lin Sun for 3 years. "Take care, my little friend. Master Lin, you must come back to see us in the future. Sister Shi, we will come to see you in the future. Wait for us." A burst of shouting came from a distance. The villagers all smiled and withdrew, and the boys and girls also shouted and shouted. "Take care, everyone." In this situation, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel excited and waved his hand to say goodbye. At that time, the clouds were in the sky, and the mountains were green. The feeling of parting pierced the heart. One day later. In front of Green Willow City. When she saw the majestic and towering huge ancient city bathed in the skylight, she couldn't help but widen her watery eyes. Countless figures came in and out of the city gate, which was more than 300 meters high. Some rode spirit beasts, some rode treasure carriages, some stepped on auspicious clouds, and some rode conveyance lights. All sorts of living beings and all sorts of cultivators seemed as if they were rushing to a market, and they arrived from all directions, causing the heavens and the earth to be covered in rays of light that were like rainbows and streaks that were like the rain. It was a strange and dazzling sight. It was the first time little she had seen a city since she was born, and when she saw so many cultivators, it was as if she'd suddenly arrived at a gorgeous and colorful world, causing her to be extremely shocked in her heart. Lin Sun stood aside and looked at her with a smile. This was Xi's first real step into the world of cultivation. One day, after she had seen all the prosperity of the world and experienced the ups and downs of the world, maybe, what he missed more was the innocent and naive version of himself from the past, right? P.S. Send more updates. As for the explosive update, it was postponed to the May Day holiday, because Goldfish didn't plan to go out and decided to ride in seclusion. After a while, Xiaoxi suddenly pointed to the top of the city gate and said in surprise, "Brother Dao Yuan, look over there." On the city gate, there was a lonely bounty list. On the list, there was a tall figure, stepping in the starry sky, with a sword cauldron floating above his head. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his power was like that of a demon god. Below the imprint of this figure was a wanted notice: Lin Sun, the inheritor of the starry sky, ancient Dao square inch, extremely vicious, cruel and cold. There were a lot of words like a trial, more than 1,000 words, clearly regarding Lin Sun as a treacherous and incomparably vicious sinner. At the end, there was a row of mysterious imprints, representing the forces of the immortal emperors who wanted Lin Sun. There were the top 10 forces of the 8th heaven, such as the Fu family, the Qi family, the Zhong family, the Mu family, etc. There were the 4 Eastern emperor families of the 7th heaven. There were also the Wen, Heng, Zhu, Rong, Luo families of the 6th heaven. Anyone who saw such a wanted list would be shocked and find it hard to believe. When Lin Sun saw it himself, he couldn't help but be shocked. What a remote city Green Willow City is, located in the 1st heaven, Donglai region, and Water Cloud continent, but such a wanted list is hung here. There is no need to think about it, there are probably similar wanted lists in other places of the 1st heaven. However, Lin Sun noticed that the people coming and going near the city gate seemed to be used to it. Not many people paid attention to the wanted list at all. "Brother Dao Yuan, why do I feel that that person looks a bit like you?" Xiaoxi turned around and looked at Lin Sun with her watery eyes, comparing him with the figure on the wanted list. "Little girl, your eyes are like torches." "Yes, that's me." Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. Xiaoxi pursed her lips and laughed, her laughter was crisp and clear. I don't believe it. How can a wanted criminal in this world dare to admit his identity so calmly and calmly? Moreover, after careful identification, she found that the two are very different, they are not the same person at all. Is that so? Lin Sun laughed and didn't explain. In fact, not to mention Xiaoxi, even if the Zhu Shui ancestor was here, if he didn't use special magic, it would be impossible to see through his identity. Let's go, let's enter the city. Lin Sun walked into the Green Willow City with Brooke. The spacious streets within the city crisscrossed and extended in all directions. Row upon row of ancient and exquisite buildings stood side by side, and the bustling crowd moved back and forth ceaselessly like flowing water. The sounds of shouting and hawking resounded everywhere, and the clamorous waves of noise rose and fell, causing the city to seem extremely bustling and flourishing. In Lin Sun's eyes, the entire city was covered in layer upon layer of invisible restrictive energy, and it was like an extra-large spirit-gathering formation that drew the spiritual energy from all directions. It was a rather magnificent sight. However, in terms of scale, it was far inferior to Chaotian City in the Great Thousand Battle Domain. After all, there were many immortal emperor clans in Chaotian City, and the spirit of order, Hao Tian, was in charge. Almost all of them were powerful characters above the emperor realm, and there was no lack of immortal emperors. Green Willow City might be located in the first heaven of eternal true world, but it was still very remote, and the level of cultivation of the living beings who walked in the city varied. There were longevity tribulation realm cultivators like Xiaoxi, as well as sage realm and quasi-emperor realm cultivators. There were also emperor realm cultivators, but they were rare. Lin Sun understood after thinking about it. This was, after all, a small and remote city in the first heaven. It was impossible for it to have a scene where there were as many emperor realm cultivators as there were in the Great Thousand Battle Domain. Moreover, the eternal true world was vast, and there were countless living beings who had lived in it for generations. It was impossible for everyone to easily step into the emperor realm. Otherwise, the emperor realm would be too worthless. Lin Sun took Xiaoxi on a stroll as he experienced the sights in the city. This was the first time Xiaoxi walked out of Cloud Shadow Village and came to the outside world. Everything she saw and felt was new. As she looked around, her eyes were almost not enough to take in everything. Lin Sun accompanied her with a smile, appearing to be very patient. He was not stingy with money along the way. All the treasures that little stream took a second glance at were all bought by him. Divine materials, medicinal pills, rare treasures, even if they were not worth much to Lin Sun, he did not hesitate when he spent money. During his years in the Great Thousand Battle Domain, he had collected hundreds of millions of first-class eternal void source crystals. This small amount of money was nothing to Lin Sun. In the end, Xiaoxi felt embarrassed and repeatedly dissuaded Lin Sun from spending more money. Lin Sun agreed, but when he encountered some treasures that were suitable for Xiaoxi, he would not hesitate to buy them. They strolled for several hours. Xiaoxi finally adapted to the bustling atmosphere. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Brother Dao Yuan, if I have the ability in the future, I must let Grandpa and the others move into the city." This could be considered a very simple vision. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Definitely." As they talked, the two arrived in front of a grand and solemn ancient building. This was the city lord's mansion. All the young men and women who were qualified to participate in the selection would register at the city lord's mansion, then go through a test and the final selection. Those who passed the selection would be sent to the Donglai region's Yinyang Academy to cultivate. Every 10 years, Azure Willow City would hold such a selection. Every time, it would attract many young men and women from the territories near Azure Willow City to participate. However, in the end, only 10 people could go to the Yinyang Academy to cultivate, and the competition could be said to be extremely fierce. When Lin Sun and Xiaoxi arrived, there was already a sea of people near the city lord's mansion. They were surrounded by so many figures that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Those who participate in the registration can enter the city lord's mansion. As for the others, wait outside obediently, a guard in black armor shouted, maintaining order at the scene. Xiaoxi, go ahead. I will wait for you here, Lin Sun urged. At present, it was only the registration and the test. The real selection would be 3 days later. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and nodded. She walked straight forward, and her delicate figure quickly disappeared from the city lord's mansion. Lin Sun stood outside, thinking in his heart while waiting. Before he entered the Great Thousand Battles realm in the past, the He family's progenitor Yun Yuan had sent him an invitation. He hoped that if Lin Sun could successfully reach the eternal true world, he could head to the He family and serve as a Dao attendant for a peerless great emperor of the He family. This was to head to a primal chaos secret realm and fight for the power of order that was born there. At that time, Lin Sun did not refuse, because according to his plans, he would travel with the identity of a guest of He clan. This way, he could avoid many risks, and at the same time, he could use He clan's resources to understand some information related to the Eternal World and the Luo clan. However, that was then and this was now. In the boundless thousand battle domains, his identity had been completely exposed, and he had become a wanted target of many immortal emperor clans in the Eternal World. If he rashly went to He clan at this time, it would clearly be harmful. In fact, if He clan found out about his identity, there was no telling what would happen, therefore, this matter could only be put aside. I wonder if eldest senior brother and the others are still in the sixth heaven. Lin Sun thought of the news he had obtained in the boundless thousand battle domains, and he could not help but look forward to meeting his senior brothers and sisters again. But soon, he calmed down and temporarily suppressed the thought of looking for eldest senior brother and the others. Right now, he was still in the first heaven. Although it had been 3 years since he arrived, he had always been in Cloud Shadow Village and was not familiar with everything in the Eternal World. His top priority was not to take any action, but to understand and familiarize himself with everything in the Eternal World as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to better plan his next journey. Most importantly, he had not completely recovered his strength. Even if he wanted to take revenge now, he could only endure it for the time being. In the end, Lin Sun decided to only do 2 things before heading to the sixth heaven. The first thing he needed to do was to remove the seal on the bronze box left by Master Liu. This treasure contained clues related to his mother, Luo Qingxuan. Over the years, Lin Sun's doppelganger of Tao Dao had been cracking it, but until now, he had only cracked half of the heavy restriction seals. The second thing was related to breaking through to the next level of cultivation. As long as he could step on the path of immortality before entering the sixth heaven, the threat brought by the immortal emperor clans would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Even if he entered the sixth heaven, Lin Sun had the confidence to fight against the Luo family and test their strength. Just as Lin Sun was thinking, a chaotic sound of fighting suddenly came from the city lord's mansion, mixed with angry shouts and screams. What happened? Did they fight? The people waiting outside the city lord's mansion were alarmed. They stretched their necks and released their divine senses to investigate. And almost immediately, as if he had noticed something, a cold light flashed in the depths of Lin Sun's eyes, and his figure disappeared into thin air. In the city lord's mansion, a 10-or-so-year-old handsome youth wearing a luxurious robe angrily shouted, "You dare to kill my personal retainer? Quick, capture this little slut for me." Beside him, a squire was lying in a pool of blood, staining the ground. And not far away, a group of guards of the city lord's mansion walked towards a young girl with a murderous look. The latter had a fair face and was dressed in a beast-skin dress. It was Xianxia. However, her expression was full of anger, and her watery eyes were surging with anger. "I came to sign up for the selection, but you want to take me away. Is there any reason?" "Reason? In this city lord's mansion, I am the reason." The handsome young man in the luxurious robe was filled with disdain as he laughed savagely, "You little slut, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's your fortune that this young master has taken a liking to you. I originally intended to keep you by my side as a concubine, but now, this young master has changed his mind. Listen up, whoever captures her will be rewarded to you as a servant, and you can play with her however you want." His voice was cold and gloomy. Not far away, a group of young boys and girls who participated in the registration were silent, looking at Xiaoxi with pity in their eyes. Why did she have to offend the young master of the city lord's mansion? P.S. Around 7:30 a.m. In addition, I know there will be children who want to complain, but before complaining, I hope to watch the whole story before vomiting. The handsome young man in luxurious robes was called Qin Huiran, and he was the youngest son of Azure Willow City's governor, Qin Xiaotong. His natural talent was superb, and he was extraordinarily intelligent. However, he had a violent and profligate temperament, and he was a little overlord of Azure Willow City. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even some figures with status in the city didn't dare offend such a young man easily. Now, Little She had killed Qin Huiran's personal lackey, and it had caused Qin Huiran to be furious. As far as everyone was concerned, Little She, who was obviously not from a great clan, was bound to be unable to escape calamity. Capture this little girl and present her to the young master. The guards had savage expressions and carried cruel expressions as they approached step by step towards Little She. Their discerning gazes were long since discerned that Little She, who was only wearing a beast skin dress, was bound to not be a noble figure, and it was extremely likely that she was from a remote clan near Azure Willow City. To them, such a small character was not the slightest bit of deterrence at all. As they gazed at Little She's expression that was mixed with panic and rage, these guards couldn't help but arouse a feeling of excitement that was like a cat playing with a mouse. Even they had no choice but to admit that the young master's discerning ability was extraordinary indeed. Even though the clothes of the young woman before them were shabby, it was unable to conceal her natural beauty. She was beautiful and charming, and her pair of straight and slender legs were long and slender. In another few years, she would surely grow into a great beauty that could bring calamity to an entire country. Little She was forced step by step into a corner, and her delicate and pretty figure trembled slightly from rage. When she saw that she was about to be surrounded, she couldn't restrain herself any longer and said, "I'll fight all of you to the death." Bang! She raised her hand and charged forward while a glow flowed on her body, and she seemed as if she was about to fight desperately. The guards revealed disdainful expressions because a small figure at the longevity tribulation realm was really unable to arouse their attention. One of the guards made a move and directly grabbed towards Little She's throat with the intention of capturing her in one strike. But his hand had just stretched out when a crack resounded as his tendons and bones exploded into pieces, and it fell limply to the ground. It hurt to the point he held in pain. Following that, the guards that surrounded the stream let out muffled groans one by one, and as if all the bones in their bodies had been shattered, they fell limply to the ground. The surroundings were deathly silent while everyone within the hall was shocked by this sudden scene, and they almost thought they were seeing things. After all, this was the city governor's estate, and all those guards were the elite generals of the city governor's estate. Every single one of them possessed cultivations at the Saint King realm or above, and there was no lack of peerless existences amongst them, but in the blink of an eye, they silently fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared and stood in front of She, who was also shocked by the scene. He asked gently, "Girl, are you hurt?" The panic and anger on Brooke's face dissipated when she saw Lin Sun. Her eyes turned slightly red as she asked, "Brother Daoyuan, did I cause you trouble?" Lin Sun felt sorry for him and said, "It's no trouble at all. Just leave it to me." He turned around and looked at Qin Huiran, who was dressed in luxurious robes nearby. "What do you want to do?" Qin Huiran, who had long been shocked by this sudden situation, changed his face slightly and said sternly, "This is the city governor's mansion. How dare you break in without permission and hurt people? Are you tired of living?" As he said, he waved his hand, "Come on, kill this evil thief." Many guards near the city governor's mansion had already been alarmed and rushed into the hall. At this time, they all showed their weapons and looked at Lin Sun unkindly. "Your Excellency, do you want to surrender yourself or let us do it?" A guard shouted coldly. Bang! Before his voice died away, he flew out and fell to the ground paralyzed, unable to get up again. Many people's faces changed because they didn't see how Lin Sun attacked. Every debt has its debtor. "You'd better not force me to kill people," Lin Sun said calmly. The other guards nearby trembled in their hearts and looked uncertain. "Go! Kill him! Kill him!" Qin Huiran shouted. He also seemed to realize that something was wrong, so he had already fled out of the hall while shouting, "Little bastard, didn't you say that you were the boss in the city governor's mansion? Why did you run away?" Lin Sun's eyes flashed with disdain and he grasped in the air. Suddenly, Qin Huiran, like a small bug, was caught by an invisible palm force and smashed in front of Lin Sun. As soon as he was about to get up, Lin Sun kicked him in the back, and a sound of bones breaking followed. Although the young master of the city governor's mansion was in great pain, he was still extremely fierce and shouted, "You're finished, you're finished. When my father comes, you and that little bitch will both die." Bang, Lin Sun looked calm and exerted force on his toes. Qin Huiran only felt as if thousands of swords were stabbing into his heart. The endless pain almost tore him apart. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't make a sound at all. At this moment, he finally felt frightened. "My friend, please be merciful." The guards also panicked and looked at Lin Sun with surprise and doubt in their eyes for fear of harming the innocent. For so many years, it was the first time that they had met a ruthless person who dared to commit murder in the city governor's mansion. Moreover, Lin Sun was so calm and obviously had no fear. "Brother Dao Yuan, let's just let it go." "I'll be fine," she said worriedly. Lin Sun said in a gentle voice, "Girl, you have to remember that when you encounter such things in the future, flinching means a guilty conscience and showing weakness, which will only make the other side take advantage of you. Just stand aside and watch how I deal with this matter." It was the first time that she walked out of Cloud Shadow Village. She was like a blank piece of paper, knowing nothing. Lin Sun felt that it was necessary to take advantage of this matter to give her some advice. Otherwise, when he left, no one would protect her like this anymore. "Okay." She took a deep breath and stood aside. She also calmed down and realized that Lin Sun did this for her. "The city governor is coming." Not long after, a loud shout sounded. Suddenly, there was a commotion inside and outside the city governor's mansion, and the onlookers nearby subconsciously made way for him. A majestic man in a purple robe strode over with a group of subordinates. It was Qin Xiaotong, the city governor of Green Willow City. He was like a dominator in the eyes of the practitioners of Green Willow City. When he saw the situation in the hall, Qin Xiaotong's eyes narrowed, and when he saw Qin Huiran, who was stepped under Lin Sun's feet, his face turned livid. "Fellow practitioner, don't you take me seriously by committing murder in my territory?" Qin Xiaotong's eyes were like lightning, glancing at Lin Sun, trying to find something. But what made him frown was that Lin Sun's breath was indifferent and ordinary, and he couldn't see through it at all. "Is this the style of you old thing to make a false accusation without asking the right and wrong?" Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent. "The reason why I didn't kill this little bastard and waited here was to give you, his father, a chance to atone for your sins. But now it seems that it's unnecessary." Qin Xiaotong's heart tightened and his face suddenly changed. "Fellow practitioner, let's talk it out. As long as you let my son live, I promise to let bygones be bygones." The onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues at the moment. The city governor was here, but the young man was still so strong, which was completely beyond their expectation. "Brother, forgive people wherever possible. It's a blessing, not a curse, to take a step back." Someone couldn't help persuading. "Yes, this is Green Willow City. If she offends the city governor, I'm afraid that the little girl will not be qualified to participate in the election. My friend, apologize to the city governor seriously and let child Qin go. This is the wisest thing to do. Don't be impulsive." Many people spoke one after another. Instead of persuading, it was better to say that they were helping Qin Xiaotong, the powerful city governor. How could Lin Sun not hear these words? He couldn't help sneering. How about exchanging your lives for the life of this little bastard? Those practitioners who had tried to persuade Lin Sun before suddenly shut up. They all looked angry and ashamed. They thought that Lin Sun was courting death by doing this. "What on earth do you want to do?" Qin Xiaotong's face was livid, and he said one word at a time. Lin Sun said, "It's very simple. You come here and destroy this little bastard in person, and I'll pretend that nothing happened." You've gone too far." Qin Xiaotong was furious and his eyes were red. If Qin Huiran hadn't been captured, he would have taken action at the first time. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "What? Do you think I dare to make such a request by threatening this little bastard?" Everyone nearby couldn't help muttering in their hearts. Wasn't this nonsense? Qin Xiaotong also thought so. The next moment, Lin Sun lifted his foot and kicked Qin Huiran away. Qin Huiran rolled to Qin Xiaotong's side. "Now, I've changed my mind. I'm not only going to destroy this little bastard, but also you, old bastard," Lin Sun said casually. Seeing that Lin Sun released his son so directly, Qin Xiaotong was stunned. Then he grinned with ecstasy and said, "Who do you think you are? I'll send you to hell right now." He stepped forward and took action at the first time. Boom, a strand of copious and violent emperor realm pressure swept out from him, and it caused the hearts of everyone in the vicinity to feel cold. However, as Lin Sun stretched out his hand and sent out a palm, the coercion released by Qin Xiaotong was suddenly smashed and exploded. Qin Xiaotong was slapped to the ground with a bang and fell on his face like a dog eating shit. The whole audience was silent and dumbfounded. What was going on? The dignified lord of Green Willow City, a powerful emperor realm existence, was suppressed like a fly? Qin Xiaotong's face turned red, and his eyes were full of horror. He finally realized that something was wrong. Lin Sun was not an ordinary person. He had obviously kicked an iron plate. Do you realize it now? It's too late. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and he was about to do something. But at this moment, an old and deep voice suddenly sounded, "Young man, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Can you give me some face and stop now?" Along with the voice, a skinny and tall old man appeared in the hall. A formless and terrifying pressure spread out along with it. People inside and outside the governor's mansion held their breath and were all shocked. Then they recognized the identity of the old man. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and show an uncontrollable awe. Huixingdu, there were more than 100 cities in Watercloud Continent, and Green Willow City was only one of them. The old man named Huixingdu was the lord of Watercloud Continent. He was an all-powerful and extremely senior emperor ancestor. P.S. It will break out on May 2nd, no less than 5 minutes. At the end of the month, please take a look at your account. If you have spare monthly tickets, please vote. Goldfish thanks in advance. For everyone, the appearance of Huixingdu was no less than the arrival of a legendary figure. Their faces were full of awe. Watercloud Continent included 180 cities, and Huixingdu could become the lord of Watercloud Continent. His strength had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of every practitioner over the years. "Your Excellency, save my poor child." In this silent atmosphere, Qin Xiaotong, who was slapped down by Lin Sun, shouted excitedly as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Huixingdu frowned and looked at Lin Sun, saying, "What do you think of my proposal?" Everyone couldn't help but look at him and thought, since His Excellency Huixingdu has come, how can you not give him face? Unexpectedly, Lin Sun ignored Huixingdu and turned to Brooke beside him, saying, "Do you think that little bastard is an idiot?" Brooke was stunned for a moment and said, "Of course not." "Then do you think that old thing is an idiot? He can be the lord of a city, so he is certainly not stupid." Lin Sun nodded and said, "You're right. They look pitiful now because they provoked me. But if I'm not here this time, what do you think will happen to you?" Little she pondered for a moment and shuddered. If she was captured, with her strength, how could she resist? At that time, he would be humiliated and tortured to the point of begging for death. Similarly, if any of those spectators were you, then you would definitely suffer a miserable fate, whereas this pair of father and son would still be able to live happily and freely. When Lin Sun said this, the expressions of those onlookers became a little unnatural. Because this was the reality, there were not so many miracles in the world, and Qin Xiaotong and his son were by no means fools. The reason why they were defeated this time was that they kicked an iron plate. In fact, who would have thought that a girl dressed in plain clothes would be followed by a great hidden master? "Young man, what do you mean?" Huixingdu's face was a little unsightly. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he was ignored by Lin Sun, which seriously provoked his dignity. With his status, he was treated in such a manner. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. "What do you mean? If your daughter was treated like this, would you still clamor that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive?" Lin Sun sneered, "If someone suddenly jumps out and persuades you to take a step back and stop, how will you feel?" Huixingdu's expression became gloomy as he said, "So you're not going to give this old master any face?" The atmosphere in the hall became oppressive. "I'm only arguing with you because there's no enmity between us, but you're using your so-called face to threaten me." Speaking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing and looked at Huixingdu faintly. "Is this called shameless?" These words weren't just impolite, they were filled with contempt and humiliation. The onlookers all stared with wide eyes in disbelief. This fellow was simply insane, daring to slander Huixingdu like this. Was he really not afraid of death? Seeing this, Huixingdu's old face went pale and his eyes filled with murderous intent. After so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant madman. Boom, a strand of terrifying martial ancestor realm might surged out from his body, causing his imposing aura to be like the heavens, and it pressed down upon the entire hall to the point it suddenly started trembling and shaking violently. The nearby practitioners even avoided him, looking horrified. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and said indifferently, "You want to fight because you're ashamed and angry? Since that's the case, I'll cripple you today as well. You're boasting shamelessly." Hu Xingdou was so angry that he laughed and was about to take action. "Wait." Suddenly, a cold voice resounded. Following that, a beautiful woman wearing a dark purple robe with her black hair coiled into a bun walked into the hall. As soon as she appeared, her peerless charm became the focus of the audience. However, the spectators merely took a glance at him before they were horrified and terrified. They lowered their heads at the first possible moment as if they were subjects that had seen their king, and it was like taking another glance at him would be a great blasphemy and sin. Hu Xingdou, who was furious before, showed a look of surprise at this moment. He immediately stepped forward and bowed, "Your Excellency, how come you're alarmed?" At the sight of this, the hearts of the crowd shook, and their minds went blank. What kind of status did Lord Hu Xingdou have? But now, he was so humble. At this moment, everyone could see that this peerless woman who suddenly appeared had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could she make the Lord of Water Cloud Continent bow his head? But the woman ignored Hu Xingdou and went straight to Lin Sun. She bowed her head and lowered her eyes, saying in a soft voice with a trace of awe, "Taoist brother, I haven't seen you for a year. How have you been?" The audience was stunned and fell silent. Such a scene almost made people's jaws drop. What was going on? Especially Hu Xingdou, who still maintained a humble posture. When he saw this scene, he felt as if 10,000 wild horses were roaring in his heart, and his whole person was dumbfounded. Could it be that he had offended a great figure who was hiding his strength? Thinking of this, Hu Xingdou's body stiffened and his cheeks stiffened. His old face was even uglier than crying. What the fuck was this? "It's you, that beautiful big sister." Little she, who was in a daze, couldn't help but cry out. A year ago, this beautiful woman in purple had appeared in Cloud Shadow Village. How could she not remember? This person was naturally the deputy palace master of the Yinyang Academy, Niechingron. "After a year, little sister, you've grown even more beautiful." Niechingron's voice was gentle. At this moment, everyone in the hall felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at this scene. How could they not understand that the identities of Lin Sun and Little She were not as simple as they had imagined? "You're also here to mediate?" Lin Sun frowned. A year ago, he had warned Niechingron. Until now, nothing had happened, and there had been no disturbances that involved Cloud Shadow Village. This undoubtedly proved that Niechingron was very smart. She did not leak information about him, nor did she take any revenge. Just based on this point, Lin Sun's impression of Niechingron changed greatly. But if she was here to mediate, it would be different. Niechingron hurriedly explained, "Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. This time, I am in charge of the Yinyang Academy's disciple selection in Water Cloud Continent. I just didn't expect to see fellow Taoist here." "I see." Lin Sun finally understood. Niechingron was the deputy palace master of the Yinyang Academy. It was reasonable for her to appear before this selection. At this moment, Hu Xingdou walked forward and bowed. He had an ashamed expression, and his voice trembled. "This old man has eyes but failed to see. I unintentionally offended Lord. I hope Lord can forgive me." His head was almost touching his feet. This humble atonement caused the spectators' jaws to almost drop to the ground. Was this still the Lord of Water Cloud Continent, who was like a god in their hearts? Qin Xiaotong was also stunned. His body was cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The scene before him made him feel extremely uneasy. It was as if an unexpected disaster would befall him at any time. As he looked at Hu Xingdou, who was bowing before him, Lin Sun could not help but sneer. "Only in this kind of situation will an old man like you learn to be humble and give up your so-called face?" Hu Xingdou lowered his head even more, and his voice was hoarse and bitter. "Please calm down, Lord." Right now, even Niechingron had a respectful attitude, so how could he still dare to put on airs? How could he still dare to care about his so-called dignity and face? He would no longer care about his old face, so what if he was a sovereign ancestor? In the eyes of the true giants in the eternal true world, he was just a character who could be killed and taken away. If you want me to calm down, it's very simple. You take action and cripple this pair of father and son, Lin Sun said casually. Thump, Qin Xiaotong, who had been terrified and uneasy for a long time, had just crawled up to his feet. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Lord, spare me, spare me. Lin Sun ignored him and said to Xiaoxi, girl, how do you feel now? Xiaoxi let out an ah, and just as she was about to say something, Lin Sun stopped her with a smile. He said, just hide it in your heart. When your cultivation gets higher, you'll slowly understand the reason behind it. As he spoke, he brought Xiaoxi and walked straight out of the hall. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Huixingdou and Qin Xiaotong again. You settle the matter here. If you can't, then I'll settle it. Nie Qingrong glanced at Huixingdou with her beautiful eyes, then turned around and chased after Lin Sun and Xiaoxi. Until Nie Qingrong's graceful and proud figure disappeared. Only then did Huixingdou raise his head. His expression had already become ghastly and terrifying, and his eyes shone with an intimidating light as if he wanted to devour someone. Qin Xiaotong, do you know your crime? His words were cold. Lord, Qin Xiaotong was already out of his wits, and his face was deathly pale. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, Huixingdou suddenly struck him with his palm. Bang! Qin Xiaotong coughed up blood, and his whole body twitched. His cultivation was like a punctured ball, dissipating into thin air. His whole person seemed to have aged countless years in an instant. Don't blame me. You asked for all of this, Huixingdou said, and looked at Qin Huiran who was not far away. This teenager had long been scared to the point that his soul left his body. When he was stared at by Huixingdou's gaze, his eyes rolled, and he fainted. Trash. Huixingdou's eyes flashed with disdain, and he flicked his finger. Bang, Qin Huiran's cultivation was also completely abolished. Come, throw this father and son pair out. From today onwards, the position of the city lord of Azure Willow City will be handed over to someone else. Huixingdou ordered. Immediately, a group of guards who were previously obedient to Qin Xiaotong and his son rushed out and dragged them away. Witnessing all of this, the people who were nearby were unable to recover for a long time, and the shock in their hearts spread uncontrollably throughout their bodies. Previously, who dared to believe that this dispute would actually end in such a bizarre way? Azure Willow City. On the bustling street, she was a little absent-minded. What she had just experienced had a huge impact on her. She needed some time to calm herself down. Lin Sun did not say anything else. Perhaps this was the price of growth. No matter how pure a piece of paper was, it would become a different picture after going through the trials of the world. Brother. Nie Qingrong, who was dressed in a deep purple crane cloak, caught up to him. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her waist was slender, and her ample breasts were astonishing. She was a peerless beauty, but her temperament was as cold as ice. It was a strong visual contrast. Just say it. Lin Sun stopped and looked at Nie Qingrong. He was not surprised that she had caught up to him. Nie Qingrong lowered her beautiful eyes and said softly, I saw that this little sister wants to sign up for the selection. I think she wants to go to the Yinyang Academy to cultivate. Lin Sun nodded, that's right. Nie Qingrong took a deep breath and mustered up her courage. She looked at Lin Sun with her beautiful phoenix eyes and said, Brother, if you trust me, I can help you with this matter. Why do you want to do this? Lin Sun asked. Nie Qingrong thought for a while and said, If I say that I want to form a good relationship with you, will you believe me? Lin Sun said, I will. Nie Qingrong could not help but be surprised by such an unhesitating answer. She was originally prepared to explain patiently, but now she did not know what to say. Girl, are you willing to go to the Yinyang Academy to cultivate with her? Lin Sun looked at Little She beside him. Little She was obviously very excited. Her watery eyes were filled with longing, but she still said hesitantly, Brother Dao Yuan, I'll listen to you. This scene suddenly reminded Lin Sun of Zhao Jingxian. Back in the star chess sea of the ancient desolation, Ao Zhentian had come to take Zhao Jingxian to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering in the True Dragon World. At that time, Zhao Jingxian had also replied in the same way. Thinking of this, Lin Sun could not help but smile and said, "Then let's go." He had also thought it through. If Nie Qingrong could take care of little Shi in the future in the Yinyang Academy, she would definitely not be bullied. Because of this, he gave Nie Qingrong an affirmative answer, which could be considered a gesture of goodwill. Nie Qingrong was clearly very excited as well. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples as she gently said, "With little sister's talent, you will definitely be able to shine in the Heaven and Earth Academy in the future." Lin Sun said, "I just hope she is safe." Nie Qingrong was startled and said, "Don't worry, Dao brother. In the Heaven and Earth Academy, no one dares to bully this little sister." His voice was filled with absolute confidence. "I happen to have nothing to do. I wonder if Yinyang Academy welcomes an outsider like me to visit?" Lin Sun asked. Nie Qingrong's beautiful eyes brightened, and her gentle voice carried a trace of joy as she said, "If Dao brother is able to come, then my Heaven and Earth Dao Palace will surely be honored." "My lord." In the distance, Hu Xingdou hurried over and bowed respectfully to Nie Qingrong before bowing to Lin Sun. "The Qin father and son have been dealt with properly, this old one has come to report to senior." Lin Sun nodded and did not express his opinion. Nie Qingrong said, "Hu Xingdou, I will be leaving today. You will be in charge of the selection of disciples." Hu Xingdou quickly nodded and agreed. "Dao brother, do you want to leave immediately?" Nie Qingrong looked at Lin Sun. "Yes." Lin Sun agreed. Hu Xingdou wiped his cold sweat as he watched Lin Sun and Nie Qingrong disappear into the distance. As an emperor ancestor, he had not been so fearful for a long time. Whoosh, in the depths of the clouds, a huge treasure ship was flying. On the treasure ship, Lin Sun casually leaned on the bow and drank wine from a wine gourd. From time to time, a pleasant laughter came from the cabin behind him. One was soft and charming, and the other was clear and melodious. It was Nie Qingrong talking to Xiaoxi. From the moment they boarded the treasure ship, Nie Qingrong had the intention of befriending Xiaoxi. She lowered her status and communicated with Xiaoxi. Not long after, the relationship between the two became quite harmonious. Lin Sun saw this but did not say anything. In fact, it was the first time Xiaoxi walked out of the Cloud Shadow Village and saw everything in the first heaven. Wasn't he the same? Unlike Xiaoxi, he just had extremely rich experience. While drinking, Lin Sun took out a jade slip. This was an ancient book called The Classics of All Worlds that he bought when he was wandering in Green Willow City. It recorded some things related to the first heaven. The 4 great territories. The 4 great academies. The forbidden areas of the world. The blessed land of the spiritual mountains. The ancient secrets. The immortal mountains of the outer regions. There were hundreds of catalogues in this The Classics of All Worlds. Each catalogue was all-encompassing and vast. Almost all the matters of the first heaven from ancient times to the present were written in detail. Lin Sun couldn't help but read with great interest. Gradually, he gained some understanding of the first heaven. According to the book, in the entire eternal true world, the first heaven was located at the outermost area. Its territory was comparable to the area of hundreds of great worlds. Such a large territory was divided into 4 major regions, namely Donglai, Xixia, Beifeng, and Nanhua. In each region, there is an academy, namely the Yin and Yang Academy in Donglai region, the Star Do Academy in Xixia region, the Desolate Wood Academy in Xixia region, and the Ice Arrival Academy in Nanhua region. These 4 great academies represent the top 4 forces in the first heaven. They are the overlords of the first heaven. Behind each academy stands different immortal emperor clans. Almost all of these immortal emperor clans are behemoths in the 6th heaven. Not only that. In the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th heaven, the situation is the same. For example, in the 2nd heaven, there is a great force called 9 Mystical Academy. It is definitely the number 1 force in the 2nd heaven. However, almost all of the high-level figures in the 9 Mystical Academy come from different immortal emperor clans in the 6th heaven. In other words, the 9 Mystical Academy represents the power of all the immortal emperor clans in the 6th heaven. A similar situation exists in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th heaven. The reason for this is very simple. The immortal emperor clans in the 6th heaven are like nobles living above the 9th heaven. They seem to be entrenched in the sixth heaven, but their forces have long penetrated into the different domains below the sixth heaven. The purpose of doing this is nothing more than to obtain more cultivation resources. For example, the Yin and Yang Academy is located in the first heaven and is the overlord of the Donglai region. However, every once in a while, they need to send the cultivation resources they collect to the sixth heaven. Only in this way can they get the support of the immortal emperor clans. These cultivation resources include all kinds of minerals, spiritual veins, divine materials, rare treasures. In short, as long as it is related to cultivation, it will be regarded as tribute and sent to the sixth heaven. In addition, if they can find new order forces, they will also get special rewards. At the same time, the existence of the Yin and Yang Academy has another purpose, that is to collect talented young cultivators for the immortal emperor clans in the sixth heaven. And so on. Most forces like the Yin and Yang Academy shoulder the task of collecting cultivation resources for the immortal emperor clans and sending outstanding disciples. This is like the tax in the secular dynasties, collecting taxes from the counties, state capitals, and provinces, and then transporting them to the imperial capital. In the same way, the imperial examinations carried out in the counties, state capitals, and provinces are nothing more than to send talents to the imperial capital. In this comparison, the first heaven is equivalent to a county or county. The 4 academies of the first heaven are equivalent to the 4 yamans in charge of collecting taxes and selecting talents. After understanding this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. Exhausting the financial, material, and human resources of the 5 heavens to work for the immortal emperor clans in the 6th heaven, it's hard for them not to be powerful. However, Lin Sun also knows that this is the law of the big fish eating the small fish. The cultivation resources collected by the immortal emperor clans in the 6th heaven are probably also tribute to the 7th heaven. This kind of gradual evolution has formed the power structure and system of the entire eternal true world. After thinking about it, Lin Sun began to focus on studying the forces of the 4 academies. Behind the Yin and Yang Academy, there are 3 immortal emperor clans, namely the He family, the Zhu family, and the Hong family. Among them, Lin Sun is very familiar with the He family, which is one of the 4 immortal emperor clans, namely the He family, the Heng family, the Peng family, and the He family. Lin Sun is also not unfamiliar with the Zhu family. In the past, when he was in the 2nd immortal sky pass of the boundless thousand battle domain, he attended the banquet held by Ping Tianxiang in the city lord's mansion. It was at that banquet that Lin Sun killed an immortal emperor named Zhu Lin. This Zhu Lin is from the Zhu family of the 6th heaven. When he saw this, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that there would be such an enemy among the immortal emperor clans behind the Yin and Yang Academy. One had to know that the Zhu family was one of the undying emperor clans that were on the wanted list in front of all the cities in the world. Lin Sun isn't afraid of anything, but he has to consider whether Little Stream, who is related to him, will be implicated in the Yin and Yang Academy if his identity is revealed in the future. It seems that I have to solve this matter first. Lin Sun muttered to himself. If this hidden danger isn't eliminated, it will definitely be harmful to Little Stream. While he was thinking, Lin Sun seemed to notice something, and his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. Almost at the same time, a loud laughter came from the depths of the clouds in the distance. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see Palace Master Nia's ship here. Could this be the will of heaven? The clouds collapsed, the void trembled, and a group of powerful and dazzling figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they stood far away in front of the treasured vessel, and they set up a formation while numerous divine senses covered the heavens and the earth as they swept over. A group of 6 or 7 people. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in feathered clothes who stood on a crimson-colored auspicious cloud. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was coiled with strands of ancestral realm laws that seemed capable of seizing the soul. The people around him also gave off the aura of the progenitor realm. Whoosh, Nie Qingrong's figure appeared immediately. When she saw this scene, her beautiful face couldn't help but turn cold. Yuan Wanzhong, what does your Ice Advent institution intend to do? Nie Qingrong said coldly. The treasured ship stopped, and the surrounding void became austere. The atmosphere also became extremely oppressive. Of course it's for that secret map. The leader said with a smile. His eyes unscrupulously sized up Nie Qingrong's proud and graceful figure. His eyes were filled with passion. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Palace Lord Nye to my humble abode as a guest. I just don't know if Palace Lord Nye will give me the honor. Nie Qingrong's eyes were suffused with detest as she said, I don't know anything about the secret map you speak of. Besides that, aren't you afraid of completely offending my Yinyang Academy by bringing so many people here? Since I dared to come, do you think that we would be afraid of offending the Heaven and Earth Academy? The winged man revealed a playful expression. Palace Master Nye, there isn't much time left. I'll give you a choice. Will you obediently follow me, or will you let us take you away together? Everyone around him stared coldly at Nie Qingrong. Nie Qingrong's heart sank as she realized the severity of the problem. The actions of the enemy this time were obviously premeditated. Moreover, the enemy didn't mind breaking off relations with the Yinyang Academy. Fellow Daoist, they're coming for me. You should leave with little she later. She quickly sent a voice transmission. I'll do my best to restrain them and fight for a chance of survival for all of you. Not worth it. But Lin Sun shook his head and refused. Nie Qingrong froze. Before she could react, Lin Sun said indifferently, if you don't disappear in 3 breaths, you can all stay here. The middle-aged man, Yuan Wanchong, and others were all stunned. Then they looked at Lin Sun with surprise, and suspicion in their eyes. Who was this guy? How arrogant. Daoist brother, they're from the Ice Advent Institution. If you get involved, then it'll be equivalent to becoming enemies with the Ice Advent Institution, and it's even more not worth it. Seeing Lin Sun step forward bravely, Nie Qingrong was very surprised, but she could not help but bitterly remind him that she did not dare to use this kind of thing to trick him. Lin Sun suddenly said, I heard that one of the Eternal Emperor clans standing behind the Ice Advent Academy is the Wen clan? Nie Qingrong nodded, yes. She thought that Lin Sun had realized the danger and intended to withdraw. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Sun laughed and said, then I have to get involved in this matter. Yuan Wanchong and the others were stunned. Lin Sun's words were casual and plain, but in their ears, his tone was not ordinary. You're so young, yet you talk so big. I'd like to see if you really have the confidence to say such words. Killing intent flashed in Yuan Wanchong's eyes. Boom, on his body, a strand of dazzling crimson-red sword insight surged into appearance. Lava surged while sword insight soared through the sky, and a terrifying aura of the universe-enlightened ancestral realm surged, causing this expanse of the sky to seem as if it was burning. Slash. His words were like spring thunder. The crimson sword insight suddenly slashed down furiously, and the surging flames incinerated the void. 3 breaths. In a cold and indifferent voice, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the terrifying fiery red sword insight was instantly crushed and blown away by the wind. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure disappeared into thin air. Oh no! Yuan Wanzhong's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately urged his cultivation. Buzz, a golden copper bell appeared and protected his figure within it. Tens of thousands of mysterious Taoist markings appeared on the copper bell, and it glowed brightly. Divine Imperial Tao Bell, this was Yuan Wanzhong's life emperor treasure that had been nurtured in his body for thousands of years. Once it was used, it was like a natural barrier that blocked in front of him, and its defense was unparalleled. Lin Sun's figure appeared strangely in front of Yuan Wanzhong, and he stretched out his slender white hand and patted lightly. Clang! An earth-shaking collision sound resounded, and the golden copper bell was forcefully slapped into a collapsed palm print. Countless shocking cracks appeared around the copper bell. Then, boom! The Life Emperor grade secret treasure that Yuan Wan regarded as the heavenly chasm barrier directly exploded, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Under the impact, Yuan Wanzhong's body seemed to be slapped by the hand of God, and the defensive power covering his whole body shattered layer by layer. In the end, his body exploded, blood splashed, and minced flesh flew. As soon as his spirit escaped, it was drowned by the terrible palm wind, like a candle blown out in the wind, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Just one palm, he killed an emperor ancestor from the Ice Advent School. It was a simple attack, but it had displayed a shocking and bloody scene of death, causing a brief deathly silence to appear in the world. Then, exclamations sounded everywhere. Those emperor ancestors who followed Yuan Wanzhong all felt as if they were struck by lightning. All of them were scared out of their wits, and their scalps were numb. They chose to escape at the first time. To be able to achieve what they had today, these emperor ancestors had experienced countless dangers in their lives. How could they not know that the young man beside Niaqingrong was absolutely a peerless, ruthless person? However, it was obviously too late for them to escape at this time. Go! Lin Sun flicked repeatedly with his finger, and clanging sword howls resounded. Strand after strand of dazzling and resplendent sword chi surged into appearance, and then they were like numerous rays of light that slashed towards different directions. Pooh, 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 those emperor ancestors from the Ice Advent School were killed one after another, causing blood to spray into the air. All of them were killed with a single strike, and their bodies and souls were obliterated. The sword chi was too terrifying. Dao techniques and treasures were completely useless, and they were utterly unable to resist the might of the sword chi. It caused Niaqingrong to gasp without end and be stunned on the spot. In merely the blink of an eye, blood suffused the air beneath the sky while raging sword chi quelled around it. All the Emperor Ancestor Realm existences including Yuan Wanzhong had perished. This terrifying scene caused Niaqingrong's snow-white skin to be covered in a layer of goosebumps, and her entire body trembled slightly. A year ago, she had already sensed that Lin Sun was an extremely dangerous existence. This was also the reason why she respected and revered Lin Sun so much. But when she saw Lin Sun attack, she realized that she had still far underestimated him. The latter's combat power was so terrifying that it had long exceeded the scope of the ordinary Emperor Ancestor realm. There was only one possibility: the opponent was a Xianxia Emperor Ancestor. All of a sudden, the way she looked at Lin Sun changed. Xianxia Emperor Ancestor, not to mention in the first heaven, even in the sixth heaven, he was an extremely rare existence. In the past, as long as such a character emerged, he would inevitably be fought over by the major forces of the seventh heaven, and there was even a great chance that he would be chosen by the immortal giants of the eighth heaven. Niaqingrong didn't expect that in a remote place like the Cloud Shadow Village, she would actually encounter such a legendary heaven-defying character. This was too incredible. At this time, Lin Sun seemed to have done a very insignificant thing. After returning to the treasure ship, he picked up the wine gourd and drank for a while, then said, "Fellow Taoist, shouldn't we continue our journey?" Niaqingrong seemed to wake up from a dream, and a moan came out from her moist red lips. Her slightly dazed beautiful eyes were filled with a sense of sobriety, and she said with embarrassment, "I've let fellow Taoist see a joke, let's set off now." After saying that, as if to calm the shock in her heart, she raised her hand and patted her chest. Her towering snow-white breasts trembled for a while, causing Lin Sun's vision to be impacted. Fortunately, Niaqingrong didn't notice how seductive her action was. She turned around and hurriedly walked into the cabin. This woman, I'm afraid she's also born with a natural charm. Ordinary cultivators who see her will probably lose their mind. Lin Sun's eyes quickly became clear. Since he started cultivating until now, he had seen all kinds of beauties, and there was no lack of exceptional beauties that could compare to Niaqingrong. He wouldn't be like a virgin who was instantly blinded by lust. In the following time, Lin Sun continued to stand at the bow of the ship, leisurely reading the classics of the world while drinking wine. In the cabin, Niaqingrong was still with Xiaoxi, but she seemed to be absent-minded. Occasionally, she would bite her red lips and be lost in thought. The bloody scene from before still appeared in her mind from time to time, causing her Dao heart to ripple and unable to calm down. Xianxia Emperor Ancestor, who exactly is he? Time passed day after day. Apart from cultivating, Lin Sun also taught Xiaoxi how to cultivate. Although he was hurrying along, he didn't feel bored. Fellow Taoist, may I ask, what role does the Zhu family play among the three great immortal emperor clans that stand behind the Yinyang Academy? On this day, Lin Sun suddenly found Niaqingrong and asked. Although Niaqingrong felt that it was strange, she still replied seriously, actually, the Yinyang Academy is divided into three great factions. One faction is led by the current palace master and stands in the Zhu family's camp. The other faction is led by Vice Palace Master Lin Qingxue and belongs to the Hong family's camp. The last faction is led by me and belongs to the He family's camp. This situation has actually lasted for less than 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the previous palace master of the Yinyang Academy, Nian Yunjing, originally belonged to the He family's camp. However, in the conflict between the factions, Nian Yunjing was defeated by the current palace master and left dejectedly, becoming a vice palace master with a title but no power. Actually, Vice Palace Master Lun Qingshui and I are extremely dissatisfied with this outcome as well. Because even though the current Palace Master's combat strength is formidable, his disposition is cold and unkind. Since he became the Palace Master until now, the reputation and strength of the Yinyang Academy has been greatly inferior to before. But there's nothing we can do. The current Palace Master has the support of a noble from the Zhu family. No matter how dissatisfied we are, we can only endure it for now. As she finished speaking, Nie Qingrong couldn't help but sigh faintly, and a sense of loss arose on her face. She spoke very casually and simply, but Lin Sun was able to discern that the internal strife between the three great factions of the Yinyang Academy was probably far more intense than he'd imagined. That's good. Lin Sun rubbed his chin and seemed to be lost in thought. That was for the best? Nie Qingrong couldn't help but be stunned. Her beautiful eyes revealed a complicated expression. Lin Sun knew at a glance that Zhu family had misunderstood. He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I have enmity with the Zhu family. If you want to take over the Yinyang Academy, I don't mind helping you." So that's how it is. Nie Qingrong understood and was immediately shocked. He had enmity with the Zhu family? The Zhu family is a behemoth in the sixth heaven. In the first heaven, ordinary people are not qualified to offend the Zhu family. What shocked Nie Qingrong even more was that Lin Sun offered to help her obtain the position of Palace Lord. This was completely beyond her imagination. A moment later, Nie Qingrong spoke in a low voice, "Dao brother, may I ask, who exactly are you? You should have guessed something in your mind, right?" Lin Sun's eyes were subtle. Nie Qingrong looked as if she was struck by lightning. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes. She stammered, "Dao brother, could it be, Lin Sun nodded, "My surname is Lin." Hiss, Nie Qingrong sucked in a breath of cold air. The full peaks on her body looked like they were about to burst out of her thin clothes. It was extremely shocking. I definitely won't leak a single word about this. After a long time, Nie Qingrong finally calmed down a bit. As if she was making an oath, she solemnly promised. Lin Sun smiled and said meaningfully, "Since I dare to let you know, I'm not afraid of you leaking it. You can think about what I said before. You don't have to rush to answer me." Nie Qingrong nodded. At this moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable panic. Lin's proposal was like an irresistible temptation, teasing her mind that had been enduring for nearly 1,000 years. If I can replace the palace master, not only will I get more cultivation resources, but I will also be valued by the He family. At that time, maybe I can fight for a position in the second heaven's 9 mystical academy. Nie Qingrong was an emperor ancestor and had reached Dao a long time ago. However, with the cultivation resources she possessed, even if she endured for countless years, it would not be enough for her to obtain a chance to prove her Dao. The reason was that the threshold of the eternal path towards the Dao was truly too high, and it was high to the point that even an imperial ancestor like her was unable to come into contact with it. However, if he could change his situation and become the palace master of the Yinyang Academy, as long as he works hard for thousands of years, he will be rewarded by the He family, and it is very likely that he will be sent to the second heaven. In fact, if they perform well and get the attention of the He family, they might even be able to enter the sixth heaven to cultivate. At that time, there would be great hope for him to seek the eternal path towards the Tao. Yes, hope, for the emperor. Ancestor of the first heaven, even if there is a glimmer of hope, it is enough for them to fight desperately for it. Nie Qingrong was no exception. But she also knew that if she agreed to help Lin Sun, she would probably bear unpredictable risks. Because he was Lin Sun, he was a person who defied the laws of heaven and was infamous in all of eternal true world. At that moment, the people of the world even believed that Lin Sun, who came from the ancient path of stars, was the most wanted criminal in eternal true world, since he was viewed as an enemy by the terrifying forces of power from the 6th, 7th, and 8th great heaven regions. How could one not bear the risk of getting involved with such a person? Nie Qingrong's expression flickered, her heart was in a complete mess. She was tempted by Lin Sun's suggestion, but she was also afraid of the invisible danger she would face. Half a month after leaving Green Willow City, Lin Sun and the others finally arrived at the Yin and Yang Academy. Mountains stood tall, auspicious clouds curled up, and a dense rain of chaotic light danced in the sky. Under the illumination of the sky, it glowed with a beautiful and hazy divine luster. Row after row of ancient buildings were scattered all over the place like the stars in the sky, and they adorned the verdant and beautiful mountains. When looked at from afar, it was like an otherworldly paradise. This was the place where the number one force in Donglai region, the Yin and Yang Academy, was located, Xianxia mountain range. A blessed land that could be considered a first-class mountain even in the first heaven. Just by looking at it from afar, Lin Sun judged that this place was extremely suitable for cultivation. If he had cultivated here 3 years ago, his injuries would have healed long ago. It should be known that with his current cultivation level, a normal blessed land could not meet his cultivation needs. This was because his cultivation level was too high. According to the records in the Classic of All Realms, if it was not necessary, no immortal level powerhouse would be willing to stay in the first heaven for a long time. The reason was that the rules of heaven and earth in this world, as well as the blessed land, could not support the cultivation needs of immortal level powerhouses. For example, this Xianxia mountain range might be able to satisfy a supreme emperor ancestor like Lin Sun, but if an immortal were to cultivate here, in less than 3 to 5 years, all the chaotic spiritual energy produced in the entire mountain range would be sucked dry. For example, in Cloud Shadow Village, Lin Sun's daily cultivation almost completely relied on the power of the eternal void source crystal, and every day, he would consume hundreds of thousands of eternal void source crystals. Of course, compared to the vast thousand domains, the density of spiritual energy in the Cloud Shadow Village was comparable to that of the primordial world on the starry sky ancient path. And this Xianxia mountain range was even more abundant than the land occupied by the 6 great Dao courts. Dao brother, sister Xiaoxi, please follow me. Nie Qingrong led the way into the Xianxia mountain range. All along the way, they saw verdant mountains, waterfalls, flowing springs, towering ancient trees, clusters of divine herbs, and precious beasts moving about leisurely. Moreover, waves of the sound of scriptures being chanted frequently resounded from the ancient buildings, and it added a tranquil feeling to the surroundings. The Xianxia mountain range was huge, and its peaks were like halberds, rising into the sky. Each peak had its own unique characteristics. According to Nie Qingrong's guidance, the Yin Yang Academy had a total of 36 peaks and 108 ancient buildings. Near each peak, there were folded worlds, secret realms, and heavenly grottos. These were treasured lands specially for Emperor Realm powerhouses to cultivate. The disciples of the Yin Yang Academy were divided into 4 types: outer sect, inner sect, true disciples, and closed sect. Among them, the outer sect disciples were the most numerous, while the closed sect disciples were the least. However, the total number of disciples was over 10,000. In the Yin Yang Academy, other than the palace master, there were 4 vice palace masters, 36 peak lords, and over 100 elders and attendants. In terms of scale, it was stronger than any of the 6 great Dao courts of the prehistoric world. Along the way, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was only a great power in the first heaven. If it was in the 6th heaven, what would it be like? What about the 7th and 8th heaven? They would probably be different, right? This was the eternal world. It was no wonder that it was this supreme holy land in the eyes of the cultivators of the countless universes in the boundless universe. Along the way, Lin Sun and the others encountered many disciples of the Yin Yang Academy. Whenever they saw Nie Qingrong, they would bow respectfully as if they were looking at a god. Diansong Peak. The mountain was like a coiled dragon that rose into the sky. A sea of clouds rose from the peak of the mountain, and there were numerous ancient buildings in the shape of a fan. This was the place where Nie Qingrong resided and cultivated. My lord, you finally returned. Vice Palace Master Leng Qingshui has been waiting here for a few days. As soon as they arrived at Diansong Peak, an attendant with rosy lips and white teeth greeted them happily. As he spoke, he sized up Lin Sun and little Shi curiously. Nie Qingrong was surprised and couldn't help but hesitate. If you have something to do, you can let this attendant entertain us first, Lin Sun said casually. Fellow Daoist, I'm really sorry. Nie Qingrong apologized and then instructed, Qing Yun, come and receive these 2 esteemed guests. Remember to treat them with the highest standards. Don't neglect them in the slightest. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. The attendant called Qin Yun hurriedly nodded and walked forward, leading Lin Sun and little Shi to a building halfway up the mountain. Nie Qingrong went straight to the peak. Elder sister, you've finally returned. In the sea of clouds on the mountain peak, when they saw Nie Qingrong, a beautiful figure stood up from under an ancient tree and immediately greeted her. It was a woman dressed in clothes that were whiter than snow. Her temperament was as cold as ice, and her appearance was that of a 16-year-old girl. She was extremely beautiful and outstanding. Her black hair was tied up with a golden ribbon, and her black eyebrows were as black as ink. Her cherry lips were pink and moist, and her eyes were as bright as stars. She was like an otherworldly fairy, exuding a quiet and cold temperament. This was Leng Qingxue, one of the 4 vice palace lords of the Yinyang Academy. Don't be fooled by her flawless beauty, she was actually an emperor ancestor with a shocking foundation and talent. Qingxue, you're waiting here. Did something happen while I was gone? Nie Qingrong asked. Worry arose in Leng Qingshue's starry eyes as she said, exactly. Just 7 days ago, the palace master suddenly made a move and suppressed the vice palace master, Nian Yunjing. Later on, I found out that the palace master received a letter from the Ice Descent Academy that day. I suspect that it's extremely likely that this matter is related to the Ice Descent Academy. The most worrying thing is that no one knows if the vice palace master, Nian Yunjing, is dead or alive. Nie Qingrong's beautiful eyes focused as she said, what about Yong Faidu? What's his reaction? Yong Faidu was the other vice palace lord. Him? Leng Qingshue's eyes were filled with disgust as she said, an ungrateful person. He's just a lowly person who fawns on the rich and powerful. Now that he has the backing of palace lord, why would he care about Nian Yunjing's life? Speaking of which, he's Lord Nian Yunjing's last disciple. Now that his master has been suppressed, he's actually not worried at all? Nie Qingrong's brows were filled with gloom. Leng Qingxue said, Sister, what do you think we should do? Since Palace Lord dared to make a move against Lord Nian Yunjing, he definitely won't let us off. Moreover, there are many people coveting our position in the Yinyang Academy now. Once Palace Lord shows his intention to deal with us, there will definitely be many people who will jump out and fight to add insult to injury. Nie Qingrong frowned as she couldn't help but recall what Lin Sun had said on the way back. If you want to take over the Yinyang Academy, I don't mind helping you. For a time, her Dao heart became restless again. Nian Yunjing's encounter made her realize that if she didn't make a decision, the first one to suffer would probably be her. P.S. On the first day of the month, I'm asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket also, it's going to break out tomorrow. There will be at least 5 chapters, and there will be 2 chapters at noon tomorrow. After a long time, Nie Qingrong looked at Leng Qingxue and said, Qingxue, do you know what I encountered on my way back? Leng Qingxue was stunned. In the next moment, Nie Qingrong told her about being obstructed by Yuan Wanzhong and the others from the Ice Advent Academy. Leng Qingshue's pretty face changed slightly, and she said, it's related to the Ice Advent Academy again. Nie Qingrong said, only the upper echelons of our Black-White Academy know about my return route, but I encountered such an obstruction on the way. This is too abnormal. You suspect that this matter was leaked to the Ice Advent Academy by the Palace Master? A cold light suffused Leng Qingshue's starry eyes. Nie Qingrong had calmed down at this moment and said, it's hard to say now, but if we can confirm that Lord Nian Yunjing's persecution is related to the letter from the Ice Advent Academy, then I have reason to suspect that the matter of my whereabouts being leaked is very likely related to the Palace Master. What exactly does he want to do? Leng Qingshue's picturesque beautiful face flickered indeterminately, and she said after a while, Big sister, behind the Black-White Academy stands the He family and the Hong family. Now that such a serious matter has happened, should we contact these 2 great powers? Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Nie Qingrong sighed softly, Inspector Heavenly ambassadors from these 2 great powers only appear once every 3 years. Even if we want to take the initiative to contact them, it's impossible to wait for the Inspector Heavenly ambassadors to appear in a short period of time. Why don't we take this opportunity to leave the Black-White Academy immediately and lie low for now? We'll wait for the Inspector Heavenly ambassadors to arrive before reporting the matter truthfully? Leng Qingxue asked. Nie Qingrong shook her head and said, "No, Lord Nianyunjing's fate is unknown, how can we ignore it?" "Then big sister, what do you think we should do?" Leng Qingxue was at a loss for a moment. Nie Qingrong's heart was suffused with pity. In the Black-White Academy, Leng Qingxue was a very special existence. She had an excellent physique and a temperament like water. She seemed to be an imperial ancestor with a strong foundation, but she had been obsessed with cultivation all these years and didn't understand the affairs of the world. In Nie Qingrong's heart, Leng Qingxue was like a spotless mirror. It was obviously too difficult for her to deal with those dangerous and unfathomable matters. "My lord, the two honored guests have been properly arranged." In the distance, Tong Qingyun's figure appeared and said in a clear voice. Nie Qingrong nodded, "You can leave first." When Qingyun's figure disappeared, Leng Qingxue couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister, you brought a friend back this time?" Nie Qingrong was silent for a moment, then said, "Qingxue, didn't you ask me what to do now? I've decided that this time, I'll make Yu Qianheng pay the price for his evil deeds." Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Yu Qianheng, he was the current palace lord of the Heaven and Earth Academy. "Sister, what do you think we should do?" Leng Qingshua's eyes were bright, there was no fear or worry. "Didn't you ask me about those two esteemed guests just now? If one of them were to help us, killing Yu Qianheng would be as easy as flipping one's hand." When Nie Qingrong recalled the scene of Lin Sun killing Yuan Wanzhong and the others, her heart felt hot and trembled. "Sister, I want to meet the guest you mentioned. I want to see if he is as powerful as you said," Leng Qingxue said, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Don't." Nie Qingrong hurriedly stopped her, "Qingxue, he is an extraordinary and terrifying person. Let me handle this matter." She was worried that with Leng Qingshue's temper, if she accidentally angered Lin Sun, it wouldn't be worth it. But the more Nie Qingrong acted like this, the more curious Leng Qingxue became. She said, "Can I just watch from afar?" Nie Qingrong hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. "Remember, only watch from afar. Don't make any probing movements." Leng Qingxue agreed readily. Halfway up the mountain, in a courtyard with a small bridge and flowing water, old trees were rooted, and exotic flowers and grasses were competing with each other in beauty. A group of snow-white divine cranes danced on the emerald-green lake, emitting a series of clear cries. Lin Sun casually sat on a blue stone by the lake with a wine gourd beside him. He held a jade-green bamboo rod in his hand as he fished leisurely. Waves of refreshing lake breeze mixed with dense spiritual energy blew over, making one feel relaxed and happy. Little she was playing around. This was the first time she came to the Heaven and Earth Academy. To her, everything was filled with novelty. She was both nervous and longing. Splash, the lake water splashed, and a large green fish with great intelligence took the bait. It was fished up by Lin Sun's bamboo rod and struggled in the void. "Tisk, it's about to develop intelligence. Forget it, I'll spare you this time." Lin Sun shook his wrist, and the large green fish regained its freedom. It jumped into the lake. "Taoist brother, you're in a good mood." Nie Qingrong's beautiful figure walked over from afar. Her plump lips bloomed into an intoxicating smile. Lin Sun didn't get up and said casually, "In the path of cultivation, there's tension and relaxation. It's not bad to relax once in a while. A gourd of wine, a rod. How many people in the world are like this?" Nie Qingrong's voice was gentle, and she smiled sweetly. She stood at the side. Her figure was extremely tall, and her legs were slender, plump, and straight. The lake breeze blew over, causing her clothes to flutter and vividly outline her impressive figure. Lin Sun smiled, took a sip from the wine gourd, and said, "You've already made your decision?" Nie Qingrong nodded and told him everything that had happened to Nian Yunjing. "In the end," she said, "Taoist brother, I'm really at my wit's end. I can only shamelessly ask for your help." Lin Sun grunted. His eyes were clear as he looked at the fishing rod. He said, "You don't have to feel too much pressure. If anything happens, you can push all the blame to me. This way, the Yinyang Academy won't be affected. Even if the Zhu family sends people here, they won't come looking for you." Nie Qingrong suddenly felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. She said, "Taoist brother, I'm already very grateful that you agreed to help me. How can I let you bear all the consequences?" Lin Sun smiled and said, I'm doing this to let little she cultivate in the Yinyang Academy with peace of mind. Just do as I say. I only have one request. Don't reveal my identity. I'd like to see if the Zhu family will send some clansmen to take revenge after I take down Yu Qianheng. Nie Qingrong suddenly realized something and said, Taoist brother, are you going to fight with the Zhu family? Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, you can say that. Anyway, he was bored. It was impossible for him to go to the sixth heaven immediately. However, if he could lure his enemies to the first heaven, it would be different. At least in the first heaven, he could attack or retreat. Even if he was targeted by an immortal, he could just slip away. Who is she? Lin Sun suddenly asked. He had already noticed that there was a snow-white figure standing far away. Her appearance was picturesque and extremely beautiful. Nie Qingrong was stunned for a moment before she understood. She said in a low voice, Leng Qingxue. She's a vice palace master like me. She's also curious. That's why she followed you. Lin Sun shook his head and continued to focus on fishing. Seeing this, Nie Qingrong tactfully said goodbye and left. Before leaving, she also brought Leng Qingxue, who had been standing far away. Sister, is he the terrifying existence you mentioned? On the way, Leng Qingxue couldn't help but ask. But in my opinion, there's nothing special about him. That's called hiding his strength. If he could be seen through by you at a glance, would he still be called a master? Nie Qingrong chuckled. Leng Qingxue said thoughtfully, that's right, but sister, do you really think he can defeat Yu Qianheng? After all, our Yinyang Academy is covered in the energy of order as well. Even though it's merely at the third grade of the Earth rank, it's always been controlled by the Palace Master. Under such circumstances, it's practically impossible to defeat him. Nie Qingrong said, you've really cultivated too much. Even if you want to make a move, it won't be in the Yinyang Academy. Yu Qianheng controls the power of order and has an absolute geographical advantage. We must think of a way to lure him out of the Yinyang Academy. At that time, without the help of the power of order, he definitely won't be the opponent of that fellow. Leng Qingxue held Nie Qingrong's arm and rested her head on her shoulder. She smiled lightly, anyway, with sister here, I don't have to worry about so many things. At this moment, Nie Qingrong was in a good mood. She held Leng Qingxue's slender waist with one hand and suddenly grabbed Leng Qingxue's chest with the other. Leng Qingxue was shocked and dodged with a shudder. Her cold and beautiful fair face was suffused with a blush that was like the glow of fire, and she stammered. Big sister, what are you doing? Nie Qingrong smiled to the point that her red phoenix eyes narrowed, and she said, I'm just curious why your body is so flat. So it's because you're wearing a doo-doo. As she spoke, she used her slender fingers to draw a perfectly round arc in the air, and she bit her rosy lips as she giggled. I didn't expect it to be so much bigger than I expected. It's almost as big as mine. Sister, you're really hiding your strength. Hearing these teasing words, Leng Qingxue's sparkling and translucent face became completely red as if it was burning. Her entire body seemed to have suffered an impact, and she was at a loss for what to do. Nie Qingrong couldn't help but chuckle. Leng Qingxue had always been like an otherworldly fairy, sober and indifferent. It was rare for her to have such an embarrassed and delicate appearance. Of course, it was also very interesting. She didn't know that although she had already left the place where Lin Sun was staying, this scene was still silently captured by Lin Sun's enormous and terrifying divine sense. While he was fishing, his fingers slightly stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. This Nie Qingrong was already a dignified emperor ancestor, how could she still be so mischievous? At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Leng Qingxue looked at the thin figure. Could it be that she was really hiding her strength like Nie Qingrong said? Immediately after, Lin Sun shook his head and laughed involuntarily. At this moment, an elegant and handsome figure flashed over from the distant sky. He floated in front of Nie Qingrong and Leng Qingxue and said with a smile, You too, the palace master invites you. End of chapter 2602. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.